Article 1 of the boyfriend rental contract stipulates that Party A may contact Party B at any time, 24 hours a day, and Party B must keep their phone on second. Party B must fully cooperate with the requests of Party A third. Any physical contact must be expressly permitted by Party A fourth fifth. In a tranquil CAF located in the eastern district of Huahai City, at a cozy table by the window, a young woman dressed in a light blue dress with long, flowing black hair was seriously reading through a contract. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, framed by delicately arched eyebrows and long lashes, while her fair, ripe lips complemented her exquisitely attractive features. Her overall presence resembled that of an ethereal being stepped out of a splendid painting, possessing an exceptional and otherworldly grace. Opposite her sat a young man, dressed in a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt and clogs, sporting neatly cropped hair. With a ruggedly handsome demeanor, he listened intently, displaying a genuine seriousness. With every clause she read, he nodded earnestly in agreement. The signatories of the contract are Party A, Su Qingxue, and Party B, Yi Fan. The signing date. Having meticulously finished reading the boyfriend rental contract, Su Qingxue sighed in relief, looking at Yi Fan, whom she was meeting for the first time today, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, her judgment of character was sharp. From Yi Fan's demeanor and the information he submitted online. It was evident he was a sincere and down-to-earth individual, someone who would listen obediently to any instructions. Moreover, though he dressed rather simply, he possessed an appealing appearance that, with a little sprucing up, could easily pass as her temporary boyfriend. This is essentially the agreement, a 3-month rental, after which we can reassess the situation. Do you have any objections? Su Qingxue inquired coolly as she pushed the contract toward him. Yi Fan carefully accepted the contract, then, after a thorough perusal of its pages, politely asked, "Miss Su, I have a few questions I'd like to clarify first." Su Qingxue nodded. "That is only reasonable. Please go ahead. For instance, if I happen to be in the middle of a lesson with a student, will I need to leave immediately if you call? What if I am delayed?" Yi Fan posed the question. Su Qingxue took a sip of her coffee and replied calmly, "You are quite considerate. It's clear that you are a dedicated tutor." A bashful smile spread across Yi Fan's face as he responded, "Well, I suppose so. After all, I'm being paid, and it's only fair to be accountable to my students." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Qingxue's beautifully expressive eyes. She appreciated his work ethic. Individuals who earn their keep with diligence are indeed trustworthy. "Rest assured, I won't hold you accountable for such minor inconveniences. I will make sure to avoid scheduling during your tutoring hours." She had already contemplated this aspect. "Well, that's reassuring. Miss Su, I see that you are quite reasonable." Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Yi Fan's old phony, a rather rudimentary model, gifted with a prepaid plan, began to ring, the caller ID displaying classmate Mu Mu Mu. Holding the phone, Yi Fan turned to Su Qingxue, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. It's a call from my student." Su Qingxue was undisturbed. "Please, take your call. Your student may be in urgent need of assistance." Yi Fan stepped outside, seeking a measure of privacy so as not to disturb the other patrons of the CAF. This courteous gesture further enhanced Su Qingxue's impression of him. Outside the CAF, Yi Fan answered the call. "Mu Mu Mu, what's going on?" A sweet, melodious voice responded from the other end. "Teacher Yi Fan, you have to come and save me. I've dropped from diamond to platinum rank again, sob sob." "Ah, I see. However, I have another part-time job lined up shortly, and am rather busy these days. I can only come to your house another day," Yi Fan replied, visibly troubled. "What? ITL takes several days? I can't afford to drop ranks again. Please, Teacher Yi Fan, hurry and help me." Mu 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 pleaded pitifully. Yi Fan reassured her, "Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before I help you climb back to diamond rank. As long as you pay the tuition, attaining master or even challenger status is well within reach. But I've given you all my pocket money for this month. I really don't have much left." Mu Mu Mu's tone was filled with dismay. Yi Fan chuckled, "I know it's tough for you, but the new month is just around the corner. Soon, you'll have more pocket money again." "Ugh, you're so annoying, always thinking about my money," she replied, though a hopeful hint crept in her voice. "Just make sure to come to my house as soon as you're free. It'll wait for you." "Of course. You can count on your teacher to keep his promises." Once he finished reassuring his student, Yi Fan returned to the CAF with an apologetic smile. "I apologize for the wait, Miss Su. These students can be quite helpless without their teachers and often make a flurry of mistakes, which makes them anxious." Yi Fan spoke with sincere emotion. Su Qingxue understood. Teaching requires a great deal of patience. "Are you in a rush to leave?" "Not at all. My aim is to help my students become more independent thinkers. I can't swoop in to assist them the moment they encounter difficulty. Yi Fan's expression showed he was earnest in this regard. Su Qingxue silently approved as an independent woman herself. She found Yi Fan increasingly appealing. Finding such a man to play the role of her temporary boyfriend would require little effort on her part. If there are no further objections, let's proceed with the signatures, Su Qingxue said blankly. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, his mind racing with thoughts. This girl resembled a fairy sister, but her demeanor was rather frigid. Could it be that her beauty belied a cold nature? Nevertheless, given that he had successfully landed this unique part-time job, he resolved to observe her further. After all, a handsome woman posing as his girlfriend under such circumstances was certainly a delightful scenario, albeit fabricated. Once he retrieved the contract, Yi Fan promptly signed his name. His handwriting was a striking mix of grace and flair, infused with the beauty of the Chinese characters. Seeing his signature, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of admiration. In today's society, few possess the art of beautiful writing. After signing, Su Qingxue handed Yi Fan a thick envelope, stating, as agreed, "Here is the advance payment of 20,000. Feel free to count it." Yi Fan's expression lit up as he took the heavy envelope and tucked it into his loose beach shorts. No need to count. A 20,000 yuan stack measures between 1.8 to 2 centimeters. Including the thickness of this envelope, it's about 2.2 centimeters just right. A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Qingxue's eyes. She had never considered that someone would go so far as to measure the thickness of money, revealing an affinity for financial matters. Yet, she felt no aversion to such traits. In fact, individuals who cherish their wealth often turn out to be more compliant, precisely what she required at the moment. Su Qingxue pulled out a stack of materials from her bag, comprising over a dozen pages filled with detailed information. This document outlines key details about you and me, including how we met and how this arrangement came to be. Review it properly to avoid any slip-ups, Su Qingxue instructed. Yi Fan hadn't anticipated her level of preparation. Chuckling, he accepted the materials. "He'll study it thoroughly once I return. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, meet me at the B2 parking lot of Yuqiong building. Don't be late," Su Qingxue said, standing up to leave. "Rest assured, Miss Su, I am very punctual." "That's best." Yi Fan noticed the half-finished caramel macchiato in front of her and asked, "Miss Su, you still have half your coffee left?" "I won't be finishing it," Su Qingxue replied indifferently. "What a waste, it's 30 yuan a cup." Without further ado, Yi Fan took the cup and finished it in one go. Su Qingxue hesitated to intervene. While frugality is a virtue, the notion that she and this man had practically shared a drink made her feel slightly uncomfortable. As they exited the CAF, several customers and waiters couldn't help but steal glances at Su Qingxue. Such an ethereal beauty was a rare sight in everyday life. Meanwhile, the plainly dressed Yi Fan was easily overlooked. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Qingxue opened the door to a striking blue Maserati Grand Cabrio, exuding an air of elegance that turned heads among passersby. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qingxue turned and asked, "What grade are your students?" "High school sophomore." "Why do you ask, Miss Su?" Yi Fan replied, his smile as sincere as ever. Su Qingxue shook her head. "It's nothing." If he was tutoring high school students, he must at least be a university student, which offered Su Qingxue further reassurance. As the Maserati sped away, creating a gust of wind, it whisked away a multitude of envious gazes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan finally retrieved a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, lighting one for himself and taking a satisfying drag, reveling in the moment. With a good chunk of money earned from this part-time job, his mood brightened considerably. He approached a rusty second-hand bicycle parked at the non-motorized vehicle area, readying to ride home. Noticing the growing twilight, Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's still a 30-minute ride to the Jinshu apartment. I'd better hurry." Aunt Zhao mentioned there are 3 air conditioners that need repairs. With a vigorous push of his legs, the bicycle sprang forward as though propelled by jet engines, zipping away with surprising speed. Chapter 0002. The Apartment of Beauties. As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai City, the Jinxiua Group has erected a 30-story edifice in a prime and exorbitantly priced location on the Second Ring Road. Designated as accommodation for its employees, due to its convenient location, comprehensive facilities, and elegant surroundings, it has become a residence for many senior executives as well. This establishment is also colloquially referred to as the Apartment of Beauties. As more than half of the employees at Jinxiua Group are women, ranging from equity-holding executives to ordinary sales personnel, most of whom possess striking appearances, rendering the entire apartment reminiscent of a kingdom of daughters. Not to mention, the trash bins in front of the building overflow daily with an abundance of fresh flowers and love letters, enough to fill a small truck. "Let me go. Hurry, let me go. If you continue like this, I will call the police." At the entrance of the apartment, 4 or 5 men clad in black suits were forcefully escorting a woman dressed in a light blue OL suit out of the building. The woman's previously neatly arranged hair was now disheveled, yet her delicate, fair oval face, exquisite nose, and vibrant red lips still exuded the allure of a mature urban woman. Director Feng. What on earth is happening? Who are these people? Aunt Zhao, the dormitory supervisor, appeared anxious and was about to intervene, but the imposing figures of the robust men suggested they were not to be trifled with. Other female employees at the entrance, witnessing the abduction, were equally terrified, their faces paling in fear. Feng Yueying, the head of the sales department at Jingxiua Group, belonged to the upper echelons of the company and was one of the most prominent businesswomen in Huahai City. Possessing both beauty and grace, having remained single for many years, she comfortably resided in the apartment for the sake of convenience. Aunt Zhao, quickly call the police. Tell them I'm being kidnapped by members of the White Shark Gang. Feng Yueying struggled against her captors, turning to plead with the dormitory supervisor. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao turned pale, stammering, The White Shark Gang. I. The White Shark Gang was the most formidable organization in Huahai City, deeply entrenched and operating within both the underworld and legitimate society, leaving ordinary citizens too fearful to provoke them. Aunt Zhao trembled, lowering her head, paralyzed by fear of attracting trouble. The leading man in a black suit, with gray-white hair and a scruffy beard, sneered at Feng Yueying. Shut up, you filthy woman. Do you dare to call the police? Do you think pretending to deceive our Lord Wang Jiyuan will help? Do you want me to slit your throat and toss you into the sea? At his words, Aunt Zhao and the other female employees grew even more terrified, their bodies stiffening in fear. The goods were purchased by your Lord Jiyuan himself. I was merely conducting business with him. It is his own delusions that have nothing to do with me. Feng Yueying's eyes reddened with anger. Nearly in tears, the gray-haired man glared at her, implying that they had misjudged her. Unless you satisfy my brothers here tonight, don't even think about returning. Take her away. Despite her resistance, Feng Yueying was still just a woman, and the muscular men easily shoved her towards the car, her resolve faltering. Initially, she had hoped Aunt Zhao would call the police, but considering the circumstances, she realized that none of them dared to challenge the White Shark Gang, and her heart sank into despair. Would her years of maintaining her integrity be tarnished tonight, violated by these villains? Just then, Yifan arrived at the apartment on his bicycle, dismounting and inquiring, "What is happening? Director Feng, why are they trying to capture you?" Feng Yueying recognized Yifan, the maintenance worker hired by the apartment, who was capable of repairing various electrical appliances but was not a formal employee of the company. Although they had known each other for a while, they were not particularly close, and she felt it was inappropriate to involve him. However, overwhelmed by fear, she pleaded, "Yifan, quickly call the police. They want to kidnap me." "What? Kidnapping in broad daylight?" Yifan's expression turned serious as he pulled out his phone, declaring, "Director Feng, rest assured, I am a person of great integrity." Seeing that Yifan was genuinely intending to call the police, Aunt Zhao and the other female employees felt a wave of anxiety. Indeed, the gang members' expressions darkened, and the gray-haired man coldly warned, "You little brat, do you dare meddle in the affairs of the White Shark Gang? Are you tired of living? What is this white shark and black shark nonsense? It doesn't sound half as appealing as yellow croaker," Yifan retorted with a dismissive click of his tongue. Yellow croaker? Beat him. At the gray-haired man's signal, two of his companions surrounded Yifan. One lunged to snatch the phone from Yifan's hand while the other aimed a kick at his lower back. Yifan, however, was unperturbed. He sidestepped just in time, causing the assailant to miss and inadvertently kick his own comrade. Ouch! The man fell to the ground, and in a swift motion, Yifan stepped back, extending his leg to trip the other assailant, who lost his balance and fell flat on his back. All of this transpired in less than 3 seconds, leaving the onlookers bewildered as the two gang members lay sprawled on the ground. The female employees stood in stunned silence, while Feng Yueying's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, utterly surprised that this part-time worker possessed such skills. "You filthy scoundrel! How embarrassing!" The gray-haired man spat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. He approached Yifan menacingly. "You asked for it. I'll give you a concussion you won't soon forget." With a grin, the gray-haired man, a former underground boxer, swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards Yifan's head. Yifan remained calm, effortlessly dodging the blow, which instead smashed into the window of their black Buick. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, leaving the man bleeding and howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a kick to the back of his knee. The gray-haired man cried out, his leg buckling in agony. "You bastard!" he seethed, staggering around to retaliate with his bloodied fist. But Yi Fan was ready. He casually lifted his foot, landing a kick on the man's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and leaving a shoe print on his visage as he collapsed. "Boss!" The remaining black-clad men were dumbfounded. Their leader had been thoroughly bested without a chance to fight back, leaving him in a pitiful state. The surrounding female employees and Aunt Zhao looked on in awe, as if they were witnessing Yi Fan for the first time. Yi Fan glanced back at the two men still holding Feng Yueying captive and flashed a cold, sinister smile. "Hey, aren't you going to take him to the hospital? What if he has a concussion?" The two thugs shivered, quickly releasing Feng Yueying and rushing to assist the gray-haired man. In a flurry, the group scrambled back into their vehicle and sped off in the Buick. Feng Yueying, feeling an immense sense of relief, slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, her heart racing. "Director Feng, are you all right?" Looking up, she encountered Yi Fan's innocent, earnest smile, which seemed to belong to an entirely different person from the one who had just displayed such fierce resolve. "Uncertain," she murmured. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Fan blinked and replied with a hearty laugh. "I'm just Xiao Yi, the maintenance worker here. Haven't I come to fix some appliances in your office a couple of times before?" Feng Yueying regarded him with a complex expression, realizing she couldn't pry further. With a sigh, she sincerely said, "Thank you, Yi Fan. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble today." "It was nothing, just a small matter," Yi Fan replied with a smile, extending his hand. "Director, let me help you up. The ground has gotten quite hot from the sun, and sitting too long can lead to discomfort." "Where did you hear that?" Feng Yueying blushed, taken aback by his frankness. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her delicate hand in his. Feng Yueying, possessing an alluring figure, had a firm yet comfortable grip. Yi Fan was about to help her to her feet. He noticed her brow furrow in pain as she gasped softly. "What's wrong, my foot? I think I sprained it," she winced, looking vulnerable. Yi Fan glanced at her left foot, noting that the heel of her high-heeled shoe was broken. "Likely from her earlier struggles. Director, let me carry you. Walking on it will only worsen the injury." Without waiting for her consent, Yi Fan bent down in front of her. This isn't appropriate," Feng Yueying blushed. Having never been carried by another man aside from her father, "Don't worry. I have plenty of strength," Yi Fan assured her with a nonchalant grin. Feng Yueying chuckled softly. "You make it sound like I'm heavy." Although she felt a bit strange, she couldn't think of another solution. She certainly couldn't ask the other women present to carry her. Thus, she relented and climbed onto Yi Fan's back. Chapter 0003. It smells quite good. Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lips, lowering her head in shyness, unable to meet the gazes of those around her. The other female employees and Aunt Zhao exchanged knowing smiles, as it was the first time they had seen Feng Yueying so bashful. As they rode the elevator to the 26th floor, it became evident that the higher the floor, the greater the status of its residents, with rooms that were increasingly exquisite. Individuals of Feng Yueying's caliber. As a department head, occupied single rooms of over 100 square meters, offering a remarkably comfortable living space. Upon opening the door, a subtle fragrance of Dior perfume wafted through the air as I entered the room. Yi Fan gently placed Feng Yueying onto a gray European-style fabric sofa. Noticing her biting her flower-like lips with a painful expression, he inquired, "Minister Feng, does it hurt?" Sighing, she replied, "I don't know why, but the pain is increasing. There are several important meetings in the next 2 days, and this is troublesome." Her face was clouded with worry. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan suggested, "Shall I take a look?" Feng Yueying was about to express her gratitude and send him away when she was struck by curiosity. "You can help? I have some knowledge of trauma treatment techniques. Perhaps I could help you feel better," he smiled sincerely. Recalling that this man seemed to possess some martial arts skills, she pondered that he might indeed know a bit of traditional healing methods. Seeing his earnest demeanor, she felt that refusing him might hurt his feelings. "Well then, I suppose that would be all right. Thank you for your trouble," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Her lips pressed tightly together in restraint given their current situation. Yi Fan graciously settled on the carpet, removing her damaged high-heeled shoes. It was summer, and after a long day, some perspiration was inevitable. Yet even in such a state, the beauty exuded no unpleasant odor. After a brief wait, Feng Yueying noticed Yi Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed downward, prompting her to inquire, "What are you looking at?" With a chuckle, he replied, "Nothing much, just that Minister Feng's feet are so beautiful that I couldn't help but steal another glance." His words, though innocent, caused Feng Yueying to blush and exclaim, "You little rogue. I never realized you could be so irreverent. Unfazed, Yifan responded, a graceful lady deserves admiration. As a man, it's only natural to appreciate beauty. You cannot fault me for that. If there's blame, it should be directed at you for being so lovely. All right, enough of that. Stop talking. Feng Yueying turned her head away, her cheeks as red as a ripe peach, murmuring, I mention it once, and you respond with such flowery language. Where did you learn this? Yifan earnestly replied. It's not learned. It comes from the heart, an expression of genuine feeling. Minister Feng, speak again, and I might truly become angry. The notion of a man commenting on her feet sent a shiver through Feng Yueying. Her heart racing, though she claimed she would be upset, her tone remained soft and lacking in conviction. Suddenly, Yifan released her delicate foot and stood, saying, All right, Minister Feng, try standing up. Feng Yueying, taken aback, slowly regained her composure. Is it already better? She hadn't realized that while they were conversing, Yifan had been gently massaging her ankle. If you wish for me to continue, I wouldn't mind, he added playfully. No, that won't be necessary. She quickly shook her head, carefully placing her foot on the ground before rising. She took a few tentative steps. Though some discomfort lingered, it was hardly an impediment. Feng Yueying gazed at Yifan in astonishment. It's really better. How did you manage that? With a pure smile, he replied, I merely loosened your muscles. Nothing extraordinary. I dare say you could consider a career in traditional Chinese medicine if you ever tire of being a repairman. She remarked with a bright smile. Thank you so much. You've been a great help today. Yifan responded breezily. It's just a small matter, Minister Feng. If there's nothing else, I'll head off to fix the air conditioning. Filled with gratitude, she recognized that standing against the Bai Sha gang was no trivial endeavor, and Yifan was assuming considerable risk. Yifan, we've known each other for quite some time now. You need not call me minister any longer. You aren't part of our company, so it's unnecessary, she stated. All right then, may I call you Yueying Jia? Would that be acceptable? He asked with a smile. Feng Yueying's face flushed. She had hoped for a simpler address like Sister Feng, yet she felt too shy to reject his direct use of her name. Either is fine, she said, walking to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of cold water. Handing it to him. It's hot. Drink some water before you go fix the air conditioning. Yifan accepted the bottle gratefully. Yueying Jia, you truly are considerate. Whoever marries you will be fortunate. Their relationship felt considerably closer with the change in address. Feng Yueying shot him a playful glare. Keep teasing me, and if I remain unmarried, it will be your fault. Not a problem. I'm single too, so it's perfect, Yifan winked. Feng Yueying, utterly exasperated, said with a rosy face. You only know how to tease your elder sister. Finish your drink and leave quickly. I won't talk to you anymore. Yifan found it amusing that this beautiful minister blushed so easily in private. However, he decided to keep the teasing lighthearted and soon bid her farewell as he exited the room. Once he departed, a worried expression crossed Feng Yueying's face. Although today had passed without incident, she feared that Wang Jiao might send someone again, leaving her uncertain about how to handle it. Seemed she would have to take a business trip tomorrow to avoid trouble, her heart heavy with anxiety and a hint of fear. An hour later, after repairing 3 air conditioning units and collecting his payment from Aunt Zhao, Yifan stepped out of the apartment. He patted his stomach, realizing it was time for dinner. However, just as he was about to retrieve his bicycle, he noticed a few shadowy figures lurking behind the flower beds at the entrance, casting furtive glances toward the apartment. Yifan frowned, instantly recognizing them as Wang Jiao's henchmen, still harboring ill intentions toward Feng Yueying. Logically, this was none of his concern, but given that Feng Yueying was a virtuous woman with a kind heart, it pained him to think of such a delicate flower being mistreated in the bustling city. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and approached the trio of miscreants. Hey, do you have a light? He asked politely. One of the yellow-haired thugs sneered at him. Who the hell are you? Get lost. With such lowly manners, they could only blame themselves for the consequences. Yifan sighed, raised his fist, and with lightning speed, struck the yellow-haired thug squarely in the face. Ouch, he cried out, collapsing to the ground. The other 2 thugs were taken aback, astonished that this seemingly pathetic man was so fierce, attacking right away. They attempted to retaliate, throwing punches from either side. Yet, without even glancing, Yifan stepped forward, evading their blows, then swiftly kicked each of them in the rear, sending them tumbling down in a chaotic heap. The yellow-haired thug, now in pain, scrambled to his feet and kicked at Yifan in a frenzy. However, his leg was blocked by Yifan's arm, leaving him in agony. My leg, he wailed, crumpling to the ground and clutching his calf, tears brimming in his eyes. Yi Fan stepped on the other thug, attempting to rise. Leaning down to retrieve a lighter from his pocket and lighting his own cigarette. After taking a puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke, he coolly regarded the three trembling thugs. Is it so difficult to lend a light? Had you pulled it out sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. Realizing they were up against someone skilled, the trio of thugs understood they were no match for him and could only capitulate. Big brother, we were just following orders. Please let us go. My leg feels like it's about to break. The yellow-haired thug offered a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Yi Fan had no desire to waste further words on them. Just don't let me see you again. The three thugs nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve, and limped away as quickly as they could. Once they fled, Yi Fan happily pocketed the lighter he had acquired for free and glanced back at the Jinsei apartment, his brow furrowing once more. Although he had driven off the trio of spies, he knew Wang Jiao would inevitably send others to target Feng Yueying, and he couldn't be there forever. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. Sister Ning, I'm coming over for dinner. Yes, keep it simple, nothing too elaborate. No need to pick me up, I'll ride my bike. After hanging up, Yi Fan mounted his bicycle, cigarette in mouth, humming a tune as he headed toward the Qingshan Lake area in the northern suburbs of the city. Chapter 4. ZET House located in the northern part of Huahai City. Qingshan Lake is a prime piece of real estate, characterized by its picturesque lakeside, lush greenery, and tranquil environment. Along the pedestrian street to the south of the lake, one can find several high-end establishments, predominantly luxury brand boutiques and upscale restaurants. The only building that stands out with its ancient charm and rich Chinese cultural heritage is the tea house named Z. Patrons of this tea house are typically affluent, so even a simple tea house boasts an array of luxury vehicles parked outside. Porsches and Land Rovers are commonplace, and there are even a few McLarens and Lamborghinis, indicating the distinguished status of its clientele. Creak, creak. Yi Fan leisurely arrived at the tea house on his bicycle. Just as he dismounted, a young man dressed in a traditional blue long robe, with handmade cloth shoes, and appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, hurriedly approached him. Brother Fan, you're here. Allow me to take your bike. The young lady has been waiting for you inside, he greeted enthusiastically, taking the bicycle from Yi Fan's hands. Xiao Zhao, I've told you several times not to come out to greet me. Yi Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Fan, it's a rare occasion for you to visit. If you came every day, I wouldn't bother to come out, Xiao Zhao replied with anticipation. Yi Fan sighed and adjusted his collar. It's been hot lately, and I've had a lot of work fixing air conditioners and refrigerators, plus helping students with their studies. I haven't had time to come by. Indeed, I am aware that you, Brother Fan, are quite occupied, Xiao Zhao remarked as he placed Yi Fan's grimy bicycle beside a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Why Yi Fan, caught between laughter and frustration, responded, Xiao Zhao? Why have you positioned my dilapidated bike here? Does this not disrupt your business? No worries, Xiao Zhao replied, and I just noticed that your bike chain is devoid of oil. I shall have someone come by shortly to apply some and ensure it is well maintained. Xiao Zhao was quite attentive. Yi Fan found himself at a loss, and as he was about to step into the Zai tea house, he glanced down at his soiled clothes and trousers, feeling it inappropriate. Thus, he turned to circumvent through the back entrance. Upon noticing this, Xiao Zhao hurriedly interjected, Brother Fan, do not use the back door. If the young lady finds out, I cannot bear the consequences. Yi Fan explained, look at my attire. It is both filthy and odorous. It would be quite inappropriate to encounter your guests. Xiao Zhao's expression turned serious. Brother Fan, the young lady is not the type to mind such things. Besides, no guest could possibly compare to you. Unable to refuse his earnestness, Yi Fan reluctantly proceeded through the front entrance. Fortunately, he did not encounter any guests along the way and walked straight to the innermost private room overlooking the lake. Xiao Zhao escorted him to the door but did not dare to enter. Immediately stepping back, Yi Fan pushed open an intricately carved wooden door and stepped inside. 3 beams of cold light shot towards his heart, abdomen and thigh with alarming swiftness. What the? Yi Fan exclaimed, yet his feet moved swiftly, allowing him to sidestep just in time as the 3 glimmering blades of a willow leaf dagger, each 3 inches long and as thin as a leaf, embedded themselves into the wooden door behind him. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, another 3 beams of purple light darted towards his heart. Yi Fan, speechless, raised his left hand and deftly caught the 3 flying daggers between his fingers. Sighing in relief, he turned to the inner side of the room, where a graceful figure awaited behind a tea table. Sister Ning, must you truly aim to pierce my heart? Yi Fan chuckled bitterly. Humph, I merely wish to ascertain whether you are truly heartless, neglecting to visit me for such a long time, the woman replied playfully. clad in a classic qipao adorned with red flowers on a white background. She showcased her tall and delicate frame, with a radiant oval face, skin glowing with a rosy hue, elegantly arched eyebrows, a finely sculpted nose, and sensuous lips. Her hair, elegantly pinned up, exuded a noble and graceful demeanor, far surpassing that of an ordinary woman. Yi Fan sighed as he pulled the daggers from the door. It hasn't been that long. I was just there last month. How dare you say that? The woman retorted with a playful glare. In all of Huahai City, there are many young gentlemen who would circle Qingshan Lake just to see me. Ning Zimo, yet you little rascal, find my visits excessive. Yi Fan laughed lightly. Sister Ning, distance breeds beauty. If we were to meet every day, the novelty would fade. Every time I see you after a while, it feels as if a celestial being has descended. Ning Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes and teased, a celestial being? Is your sister Ning truly that beautiful? Of course. I speak with utmost sincerity. You know that, Yi Fan replied earnestly, though his mind momentarily wandered to Su Qingxue, whom he had encountered earlier that afternoon. If one were to judge ethereality, it seemed Su Qingxue had the edge, though Ning Zimo excelled in beauty. Ning Zimo smiled, her lips curling like a blooming rose. Enchanting and radiant. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Little rascal, she said, moving to a small redwood dining table beckoning. You must be hungry. Come and dine. I have prepared all your favorites. Yi Fan had already caught a whiff of the delectable aromas and was quite famished. As he approached the table and beheld the array of dishes, he felt a hint of exasperation. This is not what I like. Even if I did, I could not afford it. Australian abalone, deer antler stewed chicken, papaya with snow frog, a 5 Wagyu beef. If I consume this, I might as well expect a nosebleed. Ning Zimo personally served him a bowl of Thai jasmine rice, smiling charmingly. This is a token of my sincerity. Please do not waste it. Yi Fan took the rice and, disregarding all else, began to devour it voraciously, having worked tirelessly all day. After 2 bowls of rice, he had polished off the majority of the exquisite feast. Sister Ning, why aren't you eating? Yi Fan inquired, noticing that Ning Zimo had remained seated across from him, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a smile. I already ate earlier, Ning Zimo replied. Besides, I am currently on a diet and eating less. You are on a diet? You are already so slender, Yi Fan commented between chews. Dieting is a woman's lifelong pursuit. You men simply do not understand. Ning Zimo remarked, recalling something. By the way, do you prefer women to be slender or a bit meaty? Yi Fan pondered for a moment and grinned. I enjoy women who appear slender but feel meaty. Little rascal, you truly dare to say that? I shall have to deal with you. Ning Zimo suddenly produced a dagger and hurled it across the table towards Yi Fan. He narrowly dodged the flying blade, still chewing his food, and mumbled, Sister Ning, that is quite enough. Please do not use me as a target for practice. Ning Zimo pouted in frustration and asked, Yi Fan, be honest with me. After all these years of hard practice, do you think I could hit you? Yi Fan contemplated and replied, perhaps in about 40 to 50 years. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes, exclaiming, just say that I will never have hope in this lifetime. Yi Fan chuckled, knowing that mastery in such arts ultimately depended on innate talent and diligence. The saying that hard work can overcome shortcomings is merely a consolation for the less gifted. After finishing a large bowl of chicken soup, Yi Fan sighed contentedly as the table was cleared of food. Just as he was about to reach for a cigarette, he noticed Ning Zimo already offering him a Havana cigar. Do not indulge in those cheap cigarettes. They are detrimental to your health, she admonished. Yi Fan took the cigar and shook his head. It's fine. I am accustomed to the stronger, cheaper ones. You should cut back? You are only 25. Wouldn't it be better to live a few more years? Ning Zimo chided playfully. Yi Fan did not dare retort, recognizing her intentions were for his benefit, and thus shifted the topic, asking, Sister Ning, in the chicken soup I just had, there were many chewy ingredients. Was it sea cucumber? Ning Zimo's eyes glimmered with mischief as she replied, Oh, that? It was actually half a kangaroo tail that I had the chef chop up and add for your nourishment. Yi Fan's mouth dropped open, nearly dropping the cigar. Half a tail? How is it? You couldn't tell, could you? Chopped up, it loses its flavor and is easier to absorb its essence. Ning Zimo chuckled, clearly amused by Yi Fan's reaction. Yi Fan felt a rush of warmth, his face flushing with embarrassment. Sister Ning, why would you have me eat that? Is it to ensure I suffer a nosebleed? He lamented with a mix of mirth and exasperation. Chapter 0005. The beautiful CEO Ning Zimo approached Yi Fan from behind, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder as she leaned down. exhaling softly. What do you think my intentions are? Yi Fan swallowed hard, falling into silence. Despite the beauty before him, she was not someone he could casually approach. To do so would signify a shift in their relationship. He had finally carved out a peaceful and stable life. And entangling himself in certain circles would alter everything. Taking a deep puff of the cigar and releasing a plume of white smoke, Yi Fan's demeanor shifted to one of depth and maturity, exuding an air of authority that chilled the room's previously intimate atmosphere to a frosty silence. Sister Ning, please do not behave this way, Yi Fan advised in a slightly raspy, low voice, offering a gentle smile. A trace of melancholy crossed Ning Zimo's face, mingled with a hint of bitterness, yet she quickly masked it with a smile. Look at how frightened you've become. I would never harm you very well. I shall cease this game. With her words, she moved away from Yi Fan, heading to the window overlooking the lake on the opposite side of the room. Sitting gracefully on a cushion at a low tea table, she remarked, since you are here, I have some new tea leaves I would like you to taste and evaluate. Yi Fan, having regained his usual relaxed demeanor, cheerfully settled at the tea table, delighted at the prospect of witnessing Ning Zimo's tea artistry once more. As the proprietress of the Zai Tea House, her knowledge of the tea ceremony was undoubtedly exceptional. Ning Zimo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she gracefully executed the tea ceremony with her fair, delicate hands, each movement fluid and practiced. After washing and brewing the tea with poise, she poured it into a fragrant cup, filling it to 7/10 full before presenting it to Yi Fan. This is the Huizhou tip tea that arrived just yesterday. Please help me assess its grade, Ning Zimo said, her smile radiant. Yi Fan examined the brewed tea leaves, observing, these tips are flat and robust, with 2 leaves embracing a bud, and the main vein carries a hint of dark red. It must be Tai Ping Ho Kue. Correct, please taste and let me know how it fares, Ning Zimo encouraged. Yi Fan inhaled the tea's aroma and took a sip, nodding in approval. Indeed, it is a fine tea. With a sweet aftertaste, subtle yet not harsh, Ning Zimo shot him a playful glance. Of course, otherwise, would it be worth over 1,000 per tael? I was asking what grade you think this Tai Ping Ho Kue holds. Yi Fan refrained from answering directly, instead reaching for the teapot to pour another round. After cycling through the brewing process 3 times, he picked up the 4th cup, inhaling deeply. Well? Ning Zimo inquired eagerly. Yi Fan shook his head. Tai Ping Ho Kue is all about the monkey charm, pure, fresh, and lingering sweetness. The first 3 criteria, this tea has met flawlessly. However, in the end, regarding the prolonged aspect, the fragrance of the orchid diminished significantly by the 4th infusion. Thus this tea can only be considered a first-class product, not a premium grade of Monkey King. Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, now that you mention it, I am certain that Zhao Zhong does not truly understand tea and has been easily deceived. Yi Fan chuckled and replied, tea is indeed a profound subject. It is quite normal to make mistakes in procurement. If only you could work with me, Ning Zimo said with a sweet smile. What do you think? I provide meals and accommodation, which is far more comfortable than riding your bicycle around. Yi Fan shrugged and politely declined. I think I'll pass. I quite enjoy my current lifestyle, free and fulfilling. Ning Zimo sighed. You make it sound as if I would hinder your freedom. I merely wish to see you more often. Listening to a stunning beauty like her utter such forlorn words, even the hardest of hearts would soften. He knew he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, he might linger too long and find it hard to part. Sister Ning, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. So soon? Can't you stay a little longer and chat with me? Ning Zimo frowned. I feel quite lonely by myself. Yi Fan laughed lightly. Why not have Xiao Zhao and the others keep you company? Farewell, Sister Ning. No need to see me off. With that, he slipped out of the private room like a gust of wind, leaving Ning Zimo seething with frustration. Damn Yi Fan. What is so annoying about me? She muttered, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with desolation. Meanwhile, Yi Fan hurriedly made his way outside the tea house, exhaling a long breath. Every visit here felt like a roller coaster ride, fearing he might lose control and inadvertently get entangled with Ning Zimo. Yet the thought of not coming for an extended period left him yearning. Xiao Zhao had already prepared the bicycle, even lubricating the chain. The bike was spotless, and even the rust seemed diminished. Brother Fan, your bike. Xiao Zhao handed it over. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Fan was about to say goodbye when he suddenly recalled something he had forgotten. By the way, Xiao Zhao, do you know someone named Wangju? Xiao Zhao immediately adopted a serious expression and nodded. Yes, he is a hall master of the White Shark Gang, possesses some influence in Huahai City. Did Wangju disrespect you, Brother Fan? Yi Fan reassured him. Don't worry, Just let him know to tone it down a bit regarding a woman he has his eye on. Xiao Zhao paused, but did not dare to pry further, responding affirmatively, understood. Yifan patted him on the shoulder, then hopped on the bike, lighting a cigarette as he set off. Once Yifan was a distance away, Ning Zimo emerged from the tea house. Miss, Xiao Zhao quickly bowed his head in greeting. What did he say to you? Ning Zimo directly inquired. Xiao Zhao, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the matter concerning Wang Jiu and asked, Miss, should we deal with Wang Jiu since he has offended brother Fan? Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes and replied. No need, just give him a warning as Yifan suggested. Also, find out who this woman is that Yifan is protecting. I want to see a photograph. Understood, Xiao Zhao acknowledged, then recalled something, saying, Miss, the son of Mayor Fu called earlier. Wanting to invite you for tea tomorrow, tell him I am unavailable, Ning Zimo coldly retorted, turning to re-enter the tea house. After cycling for an hour, Yifan returned to his modest rental apartment in the old city district. The one-bedroom place was basic, with only a bed and some chairs, and the air carried a musty odor. Yifan turned on a ceiling fan, took a quick shower, then retrieved an old laptop from under the bed, which he had purchased secondhand online. In fact, there was not a single new item in the apartment. Typically, Yifan was too lazy to surf the internet, opting instead to collapse into bed upon returning home. However, after meeting Su Qingxue, Yifan felt compelled to investigate who this girlfriend truly was, especially considering her striking resemblance to the enchanting sister he had encountered. A casual search online revealed a plethora of information about Su Qingxue, the daughter of the prestigious Su family in Huahai City, the president of the Jinxiu Group, a remarkably intelligent entrepreneur, and the most beautiful businesswoman of the year. So she is the president of Jinxiu. I had never seen her before, Yifan mused, lighting a cigarette, his expression contemplative. If all this information was accurate, then Su Qingxue was certainly not the enchanting sister he had met. Could it be that encountering such a double was truly a twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens? Lying on the bed, Yifan pulled out the information Su Qingxue had provided and skimmed through it. 3 minutes later, he was fast asleep. The following morning, Yifan had a bowl of soy milk and a couple of baked pancakes at a street stall before cycling towards the agreed-upon Yiqiong building. The Yiqiong building was filled with upscale dining establishments and luxury brand boutiques, with high expenditures. Yifan would not have visited before at precisely 10 o'clock, Su Qingxue called, and upon learning that Yifan had arrived on time, she felt quite satisfied. In the underground B2 parking lot, Yifan noticed that Su Qingxue did not arrive in her Maserati but rather in a black Lexus SUV. As the president of Jinxiu Group, it was no surprise for her to switch cars frequently. Lowering the window, the woman appeared in a light blue collared, fitted dress, revealing her delicate, fair arms, and her elegant neck adorned with a fine platinum necklace. Looking even more gentle and serene than the previous day. Good morning, Miss Su. What shall we do next? Yifan greeted with a smile. Yu Qingxue scrutinized Yifan with a cool gaze for a moment, then instructed, get in the car. Oh, all right, Yifan responded, taking a seat in the passenger side. Immediately after, Su Qingxue calmly added, take off your clothes. Chapter 0006. It's best to be honest. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Miss Su, while you are indeed a stunning beauty, and I do have some connection to you, I think you should reconsider such matters. You don't strike me as someone who would act so casually. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, thinking that this guy indeed had quite the imagination. She retrieved a bag from the back seat and tossed it to Yifan. I meant for you to change into this outfit. The way you're dressed now, they won't even let you in the building, Su Qingxue explained. Why Yifan realized why she had switched vehicles. It was to provide him the convenience of changing clothes. Miss Su, you should have mentioned that earlier. Now I'm at ease. What do you mean by that? Su Qingxue felt even more uncomfortable, wondering if something truly inappropriate was about to happen, leaving him at a disadvantage. Yifan chuckled, nothing, I'll change right away. Seeing Yifan begin to remove his shirt, Su Qingxue quickly turned her head away, closing her eyes while a bad premonition crept into her mind. Why did it seem that this man was not particularly honest? Yet, the contract had been signed, time was pressing, and finding a decent-looking stranger on short notice was not easy. She was too lazy to fuss over it further. Yifan quickly changed into his new outfit, a crisp white Givenchy shirt, fitted black trousers, a Mont Blanc belt, and brown Ferragamo shoes. The entire ensemble likely cost upwards of 15 to 16,000. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Yifan's appearance transformed dramatically. Not bad, Su Qingxue thought, pleased with her taste. Yifan placed his old clothes and shorts back into the Givenchy bag and cheerfully asked, Miss Su, what are we doing now? We're going to meet my parents, Su Qingxue replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression stiffened. Is the progress happening this quickly? Should we buy some gifts? It would be inappropriate to show up empty-handed on my first visit. No need, Su Qingxue remarked with a complex gaze. It's just today that I'll introduce you to them. Whether you meet them again is irrelevant. They just need to know that I have a boyfriend. Yi Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Also, you can't keep calling me Miss Su. Let us change how you address me, Su Qingxue added. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before grinning and calling out, Xiao Shui. Shui air, baby, darling, honey, stop it. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized she had misjudged him. Once this guy became familiar, he turned out to be quite shameless. No, she should have realized he was already thick-skinned. And she had just failed to notice yesterday. Just call me Qingxue, she said, stepping out of the car. Yi Fan followed closely behind, arriving at the elevator, where he took her small hand. What are you doing? Su Qingxue gasped, her hand trembling as she attempted to pull away, but Yi Fan held on tightly. Feeling her soft hand, Yi Fan grinned. Xiao Shui, we are in a relationship. Holding hands to meet your parents is perfectly normal. Isn't it? According to the third clause of the contract, any physical contact must receive my permission. Su Qingxue's eyes glinted with frost. Yi Fan questioned. So you think we shouldn't hold hands? Su Qingxue paused. Indeed, if they didn't hold hands, it would appear quite awkward in front of her parents. Holding hands is fine, but, see, Xiao Shui, you've agreed. Haha, this is like getting on the train before buying the ticket. It has the same effect. Yi Fan winked. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. I told you to call me Qingxue. All right, Xiao Shui. As they stepped into the elevator, Su Qingxue felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship. This man's seemingly honest demeanor from yesterday was undoubtedly a facade. In the elevator, there were only two individuals. Yi Fan contentedly inhaled the jasmine fragrance emanating from the woman beside him. After undertaking numerous part-time jobs, he found this particular position to be the most enjoyable. If you get any closer, I might just hit you, Su Qingxue remarked, unable to tolerate the man's proximity to her hair. Yi Fan, unabashed, replied, Xiao Shui, don't get agitated. If I am to pretend to be your boyfriend, I must exhibit a degree of intimacy. Wouldn't you agree? With a scoff, Su Qingxue shot him a glance. I admit I misjudged you yesterday. I didn't expect you to be this kind of man, but do not think me easily bullied. I simply did not bring my bodyguard today. Otherwise, with a mere word from me, you would face dire consequences. So, it would be wise for you to behave. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly and discreetly distanced himself. Su Qingxue assumed he was frightened, feeling a slight sense of relief. If she couldn't manage this man, she would have to find another to impersonate her boyfriend, which would be quite troublesome. The elevator ascended to the top floor of the hotel, where the French restaurant offered a panoramic view of Huahai City. The restaurant manager, a middle-aged Caucasian gentleman dressed elegantly, approached Su Qingxue with respect, greeting her in fluent Mandarin, Hello, President Su. Upon noticing Yi Fan holding Su Qingxue's hand, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The notoriously frosty female president of Huahai City, a celestial beauty, was holding hands with a man. This was undoubtedly sensational gossip. Have my parents arrived? Su Qingxue inquired nonchalantly. Mr. and Ms. You have already arrived. I will lead you to them. The manager replied with a smile. As they walked through the opulently decorated restaurant, Su Qingxue instinctively glanced at Yi Fan. Typically, individuals from lower social strata would feel somewhat anxious in such an establishment, and that would be a source of amusement. Fortunately, Yi Fan appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of discomfort, which slightly elevated Su Qingxue's satisfaction as an employer. Upon entering a refined private room, they found three individuals already seated at a long table. One was a stout middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, accompanied by a glamorous woman adorned with a pearl necklace, appearing scarcely older than 40. The last was a handsome young man in a stylish Zegna floral-collared shirt, exuding an air of arrogance. As soon as the three in the room saw Yi Fan entering alongside Su Qingxue, their gazes turned hostile, scrutinizing him intently. Xiao Shui, why did you bring a bodyguard? Today is a family gathering, the handsome young man remarked with a sly grin. Zheng Junfeng, if you are aware it is a family gathering, you should not have come. As for this gentleman beside me, he is my boyfriend, Yi Fan, Su Qingxue stated, inching closer to Yi Fan. Zheng Junfeng's eyes glinted coldly at this scene. Nonsense. Where did you conjure this boyfriend from? Su Chongping scolded, furrowing his brow. Su Qingxue retorted. Following the script she had meticulously prepared, I met him online over a year ago, and only recently discovered he resides in Huahai City, at which point our relationship was solidified. Yi Fan, sensing the tension in the air, simply smiled and greeted, Hello, uncle, auntie, and this gentleman. I am Xiao Shui's fiancé, without a doubt, Zhang Junfeng scoffed. He cannot possibly compare to some temporary substitute. Yi Fan glanced around and pointed at himself. Are you referring to me? Haha, you are quite amusing. With that, he casually pulled out a chair and affectionately said, Xiao Xue, please, take a seat first. Hearing this endearing address, Zhang Junfeng's expression turned even more frigid. Yi Fan seemed oblivious to the icy atmosphere in the room. Plopping down beside Su Qingxue, wiping his hands with a wet towel from the table and cheerfully asking, Have we ordered yet? I had breakfast quite early, and I am feeling a bit hungry. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. The elegant woman, Tong Huijin, let out a cold huff and reprimanded, Xiao Xue, what is the meaning of this? Are you treating the matter of marriage as a joke? Young Master Zhang has been devoted to you for over a year. Your antics ought to have limits. Su Qingxue lowered her gaze and replied coolly, This marriage was imposed upon me from the very start. I never consented. I am entitled to pursue my own romantic interests without it being considered frivolous. Is this a romance? With someone whose origins you don't even know? Given your perspective, how could you possibly be interested in such a scoundrel? Tong Huijin retorted, signaling a server, Bring in security. Throw this man out. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression turned frosty as she interjected, No one is to remove him. He is my boyfriend. You do not understand me at all. How can you presume to know who I would or would not choose? Indeed, I am truly Xiao Xue's boyfriend. Our relationship is quite strong. Yi Fan thought to himself, finding the family's commotion overwhelming. He wondered how long it would take to have a meal at this rate. Additionally, he pondered how Su Qingxue had an actual fiancé. Wasn't he inadvertently putting a green hat on someone? The fiancé was a scion of a wealthy family, and the animosity was palpable. The aftermath would surely be complicated. Ultimately, had he known things would be this convoluted, he would have asked for more money. Chapter 0007. Acting too well. Xiao Xue, listen to your father. Marrying young Master Zhang is for your own good. Stop being willful, Su Chongping said earnestly. Su Qingxue scoffed. Is it for my benefit, or for the benefit of certain individuals? Everyone knows the truth. With that, she shot a glance at Tong Huijin. Tong Huijin, feeling as though her tail had been stepped on, retorted angrily, Su Qingxue, what do you mean by that? Do not think that just because you are now the president of Jinxi, you can act without regard. Even if we are not blood related, I am still your mother. I have raised you for over a decade. What do you think I am to you? At this point, Tong Huijin's eyes turned red, and she displayed a pitiful expression, as if she were on the verge of tears. Seeing his wife about to cry, Su Chongping quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, soothingly saying, Oh dear, do not be upset. Xiao Xue did not mean it that way. Do not misunderstand. Zhang Junfeng also chimed in with a warm expression. Indeed, Auntie, Xiao Xue is a dutiful and kind girl. I admire her for this, which is why I wish to marry her. She may not be entirely satisfied with the traditional arrangement of parents and matchmakers. Hence her rebelliousness. Ah, young Master Zhang truly understands our Xiao Xue. Su Chongping chuckled, turning to his daughter. Did you hear that? Young Master Zhang is so considerate of you. Shouldn't you apologize to him? Bringing a stranger here is utterly ridiculous. Su Chongping interjected. Father, you need not persuade me. I am fully aware of my actions. I will never marry Zhang Junfeng. Su Qingxue stated coldly, glaring at Zhang Junfeng. You should abandon this hope. Jinxi Group was entrusted to me by my grandfather, and I will not allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. You will not obtain me, nor the Jinxi. Zhang Junfeng maintained an innocent smile. Xiao Xue, what are you saying? I have never had any interest in Jinxi. I am overwhelmed managing the Zhang family enterprise. Unlike you, a business prodigy, my heart and mind have always been solely focused on you. Why can't you comprehend my sincerity? Su Qingxue's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is that so? You know best in your heart. Do not think I am unaware of the gang forces that have been harassing our Jinxi employees recently. I know who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Su Chongping's surprise was palpable. Gang forces? Harassment? Xiao Xue, how come I have not heard of this? What is going on? Yes, Xiao Xue, could it be that you have misunderstood something? Zhang Junfeng asked, feigning concern. Sitting nearby, Yi Fan rubbed his nose, thinking, no wonder the White Shark gang suddenly targeted the upper echelons of Jinxi. Such occurrences were rare, indicating someone was indeed scheming against Jinxi. Su Qingxue realized that continuing this conversation would yield no results. Zhang Junfeng would never admit to anything. She decisively stated, regardless, I already have a boyfriend. The engagement is meaningless. Zhang Junfeng squinted, his smile still plastered on his face, but his gaze turned icy. Rest assured, Xiao Xue, I am quite patient. Even if you do have a boyfriend, who knows, you might break up in a few days, Zhang Junfeng said with a sly grin, his words dripping with double entendre. How could someone like him possibly be her boyfriend? At that moment, Tong Huijin wiped away her tears and pointed accusingly at Yifan. Changping, call someone. Get him out of here. Why should any Tom, Dick, or Harry be allowed at our Su family's table? If Yifan leaves, I will leave too, Su Qingxue retorted. You ungrateful daughter. Tong Huijin seethed with rage. Zhang Junfeng, however, gestured, Auntie, please calm down. Whether it is the Su family or the Zheng family, we can afford this meal. Think of it as a charitable act. Inviting this gentleman, Yifan, to dine with us is not a problem. Humph, since young Master Zhang has said so, I suppose we will treat it as a good deed. Granting this fellow a meal, Tong Huijin replied with a biting tone. Upon hearing this, a hint of unease flashed in Su Qingshue's eyes. She sensed that Zhang Junfeng had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Zhang Junfeng immediately spoke to the white female server standing at the entrance in French. Please assist this gentleman in ordering. Ensure the service is professional. Zhang Junfeng winked, signaling to the waitress, in such a high-end restaurant. The waitstaff were undoubtedly perceptive. The chestnut-haired, blue-eyed server approached with a smile, asking in French, Sir, what would you like to order? Su Qingxue instantly comprehended Zhang Junfeng's intent. He clearly aimed to embarrass Yifan, mocking him for his ignorance of the decorum expected in such an upscale establishment. Regrettably, Su Qingxue could only speak English, so she hastily interrupted, Waiter, please speak in Chinese. Le menus il vous plaît. Qu'est-ce consolez-vous? Just then, a stream of fluent and impeccable French erupted from Yifan's lips, instantly silencing the room. One could hear a pin drop. Su Changping, Tong Huijin, and Zhang Junfeng were all momentarily taken aback. The most astonished of all was Su Qingxue, her bright eyes widening as she stared at Yifan in disbelief. After a brief moment of surprise, the waitress continued in French, Sir, I shall fetch you the menu right away. My apologies for the oversight. The waitress recognized that Yifan was speaking the most standard Parisian French, his pronunciation surpassing even her own as a native French speaker. She dared not display her own inadequacies. Before long, the menu was brought to the table, and after Yifan adeptly ordered a few dishes in fluent French, he turned to the woman beside him. Xiaoxue, what do you enjoy eating? I believe the moles mariniers, paired with the dessert clafoutis, would suit your palate. As for wine, Belgian beer would be ideal, though it might not be available here. White wine would suffice. Yifan spoke with assurance, alternating between French and Chinese, leaving those around him in a state of astonishment. My goodness, sir, you truly understand French cuisine. Do you dine on it often? The waitress realized that she was less knowledgeable than Yifan. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Oh, I can hardly afford such luxuries. I merely learned through reading. Upon hearing this, the others began to comprehend, albeit slightly. However, Su Qingxue remained skeptical. Even if knowledge of French cuisine could be gleaned from books, how could one explain his fluency in the language? Mastering a foreign language is not something one can achieve through last-minute cramming. Moreover, Yifan's calm demeanor upon entering the restaurant did not resemble that of a newcomer, but rather that of a seasoned patron. Suddenly, Su Qingxue found herself perceiving this faux boyfriend as somewhat enigmatic. Su Qingxue, not overly particular, allowed Yifan to order at will. The dishes arrived with remarkable speed, and soon, a sumptuous array of appetizers, main courses, wine, and desserts adorned the table. Observing the exquisite presentation of the meal, everyone was convinced of Yifan's genuine understanding. Why, Yifan, how did you learn such impeccable French? Su Changping inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, uncle, I neglected to mention that I work as a tutor, teaching foreign languages. Yifan replied with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked in confusion. Do high school students still learn French? It's for tutoring classes. It's always beneficial to learn an additional language, Yifan nonchalantly fabricated. I thought you had studied in France. Turns out you're merely a tutor. Tong Huijin scoffed. I warn you. Once this meal concludes, stay far away from Qingxue. At most, I'll give you some money to keep your distance. Yifan responded earnestly, Auntie, I do not seek money. I simply wish to be with Xiaoxue. While I may be impoverished at present, I will strive to work hard and earn enough to provide Xiaoxue with a blissful future. Su Qingxue cast a glance at the man, feeling an inexplicable warmth despite knowing he was merely acting. His performance was so convincing that it left her slightly flushed. How much can you possibly earn? Do you have any idea how many billions the Jinsho Group makes in a year? Do you know the value of the Su family's assets? This is beyond your reach. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Tong Huijin derided. Yifan merely smiled and, unexpectedly, pulled Su Qingxue's delicate shoulder closer, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on her right cheek. Su Qingxue, caught off guard while savoring her dessert, was taken aback by the sudden kiss. Look, doesn't this mean I've tasted swan meat? Yifan chuckled. Su Qingxue abruptly turned her head. ready to scold him, but reconsidered. If she reacted in anger, it would undermine the pretense. Thus, she could only puff up her cheeks in indignation, her face flushed and undeniably beautiful, appearing more shy than angry. With a loud thud, Zhang Junfeng slammed his wine glass down on the table, rising with a dark expression. Very well, having witnessed the kiss. He could no longer contain himself. Not only had Yi Fan not embarrassed himself, but his fiancée Yi had also been teased, an affront to his pride. Uncle and auntie, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Until next time. With that, Zhang Junfeng strode out of the private room, casting a cold glance at Yi Fan as he departed. Chapter 0008. Let me live with you initially? Su Qingxue was still miffed at Yi Fan, but upon seeing Zhang Junfeng's expression, concern for Yi Fan began to surface. Throughout the meal, apart from Yi Fan, the others scarcely touched their food. Though Su Changping and Tong Huijin were reluctant to admit it, Su Qingxue and Yi Fan had firmly established their narrative, even allowing Yi Fan to kiss her, prompting them to temporarily believe that the two were in a romantic relationship. After the meal concluded, the group dispersed unceremoniously. Yi Fan took Su Qingxue's hand, leisurely making their way to the elevator and back to the parking lot. Once inside the elevator, Su Qingxue withdrew her hand and raised it, poised to slap Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was not about to allow such a thing. He swiftly seized her wrist. Hey, Xiaoxue, what is the meaning of this? Who gave you permission to kiss me? Su Qingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Having always been conscious of the boundaries between genders, she had never been subjected to such indignities. A kiss on the cheek is hardly a kiss. There's no need for such fury, Yi Fan thought to himself. Wishing the angle had been better, as he might have truly kissed her. The contract states clearly that physical contact requires my consent. You are in clear violation, Su Qingxue retorted coldly. Yi Fan scoffed. Yet your contract does not mention that you have a fiancé. My accompanying you today has only served to incite jealousy. How unfair is that? You? Su Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, she had been somewhat remiss in her considerations. She was driven into a corner by her family and the Zheng family, with no escape and unable to marry Zhang Junfeng, leaving her with no choice but to resort to this tactic. You saw for yourself. That Zheng fellow is no good. I must quickly assert my claim, proving that you are my girlfriend. To make him give up on you, Yi Fan wore a look of earnest concern. Unfortunately, it seems your beauty has rendered him unwilling to relent. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue dismissed it. Beautiful women abound in Huahai City. That man seeks to marry me through underhanded means, hoping to absorb Jinxiu due to his failures in managing his business over the past 3 years. So that's the case. Don't Uncle and Annie know? Su Qingxue shook her head, her expression complex. It's not that simple. This is not something you need to involve yourself in. Yi Fan smiled innocently. Sensing that even without her words, he could discern that Su Changping was inept, and Tong Huijin was likely in league with the Zheng family. As they returned to the parking lot, Su Qingxue received a text message. Glancing at it with a furrowed brow. Can you drive? She inquired. Yi Fan hesitated. He had intended to leave, but it seemed she had other plans. I can drive, but I don't have a license. Su Qingxue handed him the keys to her Lexus, saying, I've had a drink and cannot drive, but I need to return to the company urgently. You drive. Yi Fan had no objections. After all, he was already committed to her for 3 months, and he had no other part-time job that afternoon. So why not? Once inside the car, Yi Fan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forth like a ferocious lion. The tires screeched against the pavement, a jarring sound. Su Qingxue, seated in the back, was startled, exclaiming, What are you doing? Driving this fast is reckless. Even a woman of her stature, an ice queen among the Su family, could not help but curse. Yi Fan slammed the brakes, turning back innocently. Xiaoxue, you said you were in a hurry. But that doesn't mean you should race through the underground parking lot. Su Qingxue's face turned pale, realizing the caliber of the faux boyfriend she had chosen. All right, I'll slow down, Yi Fan said with an apologetic smile, reducing his speed as they hit the road. Throughout the journey, Su Qingxue was engrossed in financial news on her phone, ignoring Yi Fan's attempts to engage her in conversation. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel that she was incredibly aloof, pondering what kind of man could possibly win her affection. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a black Toyota business vehicle that piqued his interest. Despite the car's occasional lane changes, Yi Fan was certain it was tailing them. Interesting. A slight smile crept upon Yi Fan's lips. It seemed certain individuals were growing impatient and were ready to resort to drastic measures. He himself was unconcerned. But if these individuals were targeting Su Qingxue, she might be in danger. The car sped towards the Jinxiu building, a striking structure with a modern design, boasting 66 stories that stood out prominently in the city center. A testament to the wealth of the Jinxiu group, at the bottom of the company's steps, a group of 30 or so men, looking rather menacing and clad in unsavory attire, blocked their path. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as he spotted tattoos on their arms. It was evident these were members of the White Shark Gang. This was peculiar. Had Xiao Zhao not clarified the situation? Meanwhile, Su Qingxue took a deep breath. Her expression serious, as she stepped out of the car and boldly approached the group. A glimmer of approval flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Most women would be too intimidated to step out of the vehicle in such a situation. Yet Su Qingxue displayed remarkable courage. He quietly followed her, intending to assess the situation further. President Su, a woman in a black uniform, with a stylish bob haircut, tall stature reaching nearly 170 centimeters, and striking features, rushed towards Su Qingxue. Upon seeing this short-haired woman, Yi Fan's interest was piqued. Her gait and posture clearly indicated she had undergone rigorous and professional special forces training, exhibiting impressive physical coordination. Moreover, her appearance was quite captivating. Her healthy, sun-kissed complexion and well-defined features exuded a wild sensuality that set her apart from the typical Jiangnan women. The name tag on her uniform revealed that she was Su Lingshan, the captain of the logistics security team. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze lingering on her, Su Lingshan shot him a disapproving look, tinged with a hint of warning. Lingshan, what's the situation? Su Qingxue inquired, a touch of concern in her voice. What do the White Shark Gang intend, President Su? It seems we may have misunderstood. They are here to apologize to Minister Feng. Su Lingshan addressed the matter seriously, her brow furrowed in confusion. What? Su Qingxue was taken aback. Su Lingshan gestured towards the front of the rowdy gang, where a middle-aged man, anxiously twirling a string of beads in his hands, stood out. He was Wang Jiao, the leader of the Qingzhou Hall of the White Shark Gang. And it was his men who had attempted to kidnap Minister Feng yesterday. However, today, he had come to apologize and offer gifts of supplements and jewelry, which Minister Feng had refused to accept. Leading them to linger outside, Su Qingxue pondered for a moment before asking, what could have prompted such a sudden change in attitude? Perhaps they are intimidated. After all, our Jinxiu group is not a small company. If things escalate, the White Shark Gang would surely be unable to handle the fallout, Su Lingshan replied, her expression one of pride. Su Qingxue could only entertain this notion for the time being. Have Minister Feng come down to accept their apology and take the gifts. Otherwise, having such a crowd loitering around creates a negative impression. Understood. I'll send someone to notify her immediately, Su Lingshan nodded, taking up her walkie-talkie to issue orders. Then, Su Qingxue turned to Yi Fan and said, from today onward, you will be moving in with me. If you have any belongings to pack, I will have Lingshan accompany you to retrieve them. Yi Fan was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. What? You want me to live with you? Su Lingshan, standing nearby, was equally astonished. As a subordinate, she didn't dare to question her president's private life, but it was hard to fathom how this goddess of a superior would be involved with such an ordinary man. Who exactly was he? Upon hearing the term cohabitation, Su Qingxue's expression stiffened slightly. Taking a deep breath, she clarified, the security conditions at my place are superior. Just move in temporarily. Don't overthink it. Yi Fan absorbed her cool demeanor. Warmth blossomed within him, realizing that Su Qingxue genuinely cared for his safety. Before he could respond, Su Qingxue continued speaking to Su Lingshan. He has some troubles, and he might be targeted. Ensure he gets his belongings and then accompanies him to my residence. Aunt Jiang will handle the rest. Yes, President Su. Although Su Lingshan felt somewhat perplexed and reluctant, she complied without question. Yi Fan, feeling a sense of helplessness, noted how assertive she was, yet, considering her concern for his well-being, he decided to reciprocate by staying with her for a while. He glanced back at the Toyota business vehicle stealthily parked by the roadside. He certainly couldn't allow his girlfriend to confront those thugs alone. Hey, stop daydreaming. Get in. Su Lingshan, impatient, had already taken her seat in the driver's side and called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan jogged to the car, smiling as he said, Captain Su, my name is Yi Fan. Not hey. What's your address? Su Lingshan showed no inclination to address him by name. Changmin Street in the Old City, Yi Fan replied. Su Lingshan furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Fan's branded attire. Isn't that area scheduled for demolition soon? You live there? The rent is cheap, so I thought I'd stay until they tear it down, Yi Fan explained, noticing her scrutiny of his clothing. These are all bought by Xiaoxue. They're not mine. Xiaoxue? Su Lingshan's lips twitched slightly, her mind racing with one thought. Could it be that their president had been deceived by this impoverished fellow? Chapter 0009. Not worthy of my acquaintance, though Su Lingshan was filled with questions. She was still inclined to trust Su Qingxue. After all, in her and many employees' eyes at Jinxiu, Su Qingxue was a woman of exceptional intelligence, unlikely to be misled by a man in matters of the heart. Therefore, Su Lingshan refrained from probing further and drove towards Yifan's residence. Seated in the back of the car, Yifan, feeling bored, amused himself by stealing glances at Su Lingshan's figure. Her physique was not typical of an ordinary Eastern woman. It bore a resemblance more akin to that of Western women. Those from the older generation would surely find her appealing. Keep staring, and I'll have your eyeballs, Su Lingshan, having long noticed Yifan's blatant gaze, warned with a fierce tone. Hearing her menacing words, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Su, I won't look anymore. No need to be so intimidating. Try it, and you'll find out, Su Lingshan replied coldly. Yifan silently turned his gaze to the window, disinterested in sparring with a woman over trivial matters. Su Lingshan dismissed his apparent fear with disdain, yet she found it perplexing how Su Qingxue could possibly know such a useless man. The car arrived at the rundown apartment building where Yifan lived. It was daytime, and most residents were out at work, leaving the vicinity eerily quiet. However, as soon as they exited the vehicle, the black Toyota that had been tailing them also came to a halt. Su Lingshan sensed something amiss when she saw 5 or 6 burly men clad in vests, wielding steel rods, and wearing hostile expressions emerge from the car. She realized trouble was brewing. Indeed, Su Qingxue's suspicion was accurate. Someone was targeting Yifan. Su Lingshan frowned, noting, "It seems our fears were not misplaced." One of the leading burly men, sporting a beard, growled menacingly, "You little lady, if you don't want to get hurt, step aside. We're here for this brat." Su Lingshan sneered, "If you want to fight, then fight. Spare us the chatter." Why, Yifan? "Stand behind me and don't run off." Why, Yifan remained silent, casting a glance at his apartment door on the second floor. A hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. "Captain Su, I'll leave this to you. I think I'll head back to my room." With a hearty laugh, he dashed into the building's corridor. Su Lingshan, witnessing him flee, gritted her teeth in frustration. "Coward, why are you running?" "Captain Su, go for it." Yifan's voice echoed from the corridor, cheering her on. The burly men erupted in laughter, mocking, "He has such a pretty boy. He has got even less guts than this woman." Su Lingshan scorned Yifan 1,000 times in her heart, more convinced than ever that Su Qingxue had been misled by this fellow. Thankfully, she did not regard the thugs before her as a serious threat. With a snort, she clenched her fists. Stop the chatter and get on with it. Eager to dispatch these ruffians and deal with the man who had fled, she prepared for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Yifan ascended to the second floor, casting a glance at the lock on his apartment door. A slight smile creeping onto his face. The clumsy intruders were clearly not skilled, just small fry. However, they posed a bit of a challenge for Su Lingshan, so Yifan decided to handle it himself. Knowing the door was unlocked, he pushed it open. The moment he stepped inside, a military dagger flashed towards his forehead. The assailant, a muscular man clad in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and camouflage shorts, wearing a cap and with a dark complexion, struck with remarkable speed and decisiveness. The man expected to succeed but was taken aback when Yifan somehow vanished from his original position. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, turning abruptly to find Yifan casually seated in the room's sole chair, legs crossed. "What's with that expression? Did you think such slow speed could reach me?" Yifan said with a smile, pulling out a cigarette to light it. The man cautiously advanced a few steps, utterly baffled by how Yifan had evaded his attack. "You are Yifan?" he asked, skepticism lacing his voice. According to the employer's description, this Yifan was merely a worker, incapable of any skill. Why, Yifan nodded. "You should have my photo. Do I look more handsome than it?" The man's expression grew complicated. The situation was slipping from his grasp. Yet, having accepted payment, he had no choice but to attempt another assassination. Just as he prepared to lunge forward, aiming for Yifan's neck, a glint of mockery flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Is everyone from the Zaka gang this reckless?" Yifan remarked in English. The man broke out in a cold sweat, stiffening as he struggled to speak. You? Are you wondering how I know your leader's name?" Yifan exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "That dagger you wield is a 35-centimeter hexagonal blade favored by the Tiger Mercenary Corps. And your hand bears the tiger tattoo in Hindi. Coupled with your English accent, you are either a mercenary under Zaka or have once been one." The man finally recognized that this individual before him was far from an ordinary worker. The intelligence he had received was grossly incorrect. "I just retired from the organization this year. Do Do you know our leader? The man asked, shifting to a respectful tone. Zaka? Yifan chuckled lightly. The leader of a C-grade mercenary group is hardly worthy of my acquaintance. The man, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of anger, exuding a menacing aura as he retorted. What did you say? Do you look down upon the Tiger Corps? Although he has withdrawn from the organization and embarked on a path of independence, his feelings for the tiger remain unchanged. Who would have thought that the moment he displayed his ferocity, Yifan's entire aura transformed? With a focused gaze, Yifan's demeanor appeared unperturbed, yet an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. Akin to a hellish demon descending upon the earth, intent on devouring all in its path, the mercenary, gripped by fear, nearly lost control of himself, collapsing to the ground in desperation. I was wrong. Please spare me. He pleaded, trembling uncontrollably, his face as pale as parchment. After over a decade of military service and mercenary work, he had never encountered a man whose mere presence was so terrifying. Fortunately, this menacing aura from Yifan lingered only for a fleeting moment before dissipating as if nothing had transpired. Yifan resumed his languid smile and remarked, Go back and inform your employer that if he wishes to compete, he should do so with honor. Go play dirty is simply courting death. The mercenary felt as though he had received a reprieve from the heavens. Shaking violently, he nodded fervently, Thank you for your mercy. I shall take my leave at once. Just as he turned to flee, Yifan called out to him again. Hey, exit through the window. Don't let anyone below see you, Yifan instructed, wishing to keep Su Lingshan from discovering anything, lest it lead to complications. The mercenary, fearing that Yifan might have changed his mind, dared not voice any complaints and hurriedly squeezed through the narrow window. For a trained mercenary, the second story posed no challenge. After a swift leap, he vanished from sight in no time. And no sooner had the mercenary departed than Su Lingshan stormed in, her presence commanding. With her short hair tousled, glistening with sweat, and her face flushed, she was clearly exhausted from defeating the thugs. Ah, Captain Su, you truly are a woman of valor. Yifan quickly flattered with a hearty laugh. Su Lingshan, upon seeing Yifan lounging inside while smoking, felt a surge of indignation, wishing she could kick him for his cowardice. Are you really that afraid of death? Captain Su, it's not that I'm afraid. Rather, I believe your skills as the head of security at the Jinshio Group are formidable, so I have no reason to worry. I merely came to pack my belongings, Yifan replied with a smile. You're just a shameless coward. I truly don't understand how MRS you could associate with someone like you. I'm reporting today's incident to Mr. Su. Su Lingshan exclaimed disdainfully. Why Yifan feigned innocence. Xiao Shui had asked Captain Su to accompany me for protection. Are you really going to report that? Small report? Su Lingshan nearly lost her temper, but, recalling Su Qing Shui, managed to restrain herself. Hurry up and pack. All right, Captain Su. Just a moment. Yifan began to shove the disheveled clothes into a battered suitcase. Observing the filthy garments, worn for countless years, with their creases and age, coupled with the musty scent in the room, Su Lingshan felt a twinge of sympathy for Yifan. Though he was useless and detestable, he certainly didn't have it easy. Chapter 0010. The wealthy woman and the maid. Though he claimed to be packing, Yifan had little to gather. Aside from a canvas bag for his tools, there were merely a few articles of clothing, leaving his suitcase hardly filled. Finally, Yifan seemed to recall something and retrieved an old black jewelry box from beneath the bed. Upon seeing it, Su Lingshan muttered, At last, something of value. Why Yifan cast a complex glance at the box and grinned. Indeed, quite valuable. Su Lingshan shot him a disapproving look. What are you grinning about? Finish packing and leave. Yes, Yifan hastily agreed. Before long, Su Lingshan drove Yifan to one of the most affluent residential areas in Huahai City. By Lujun, located less than 10 kilometers from the city center, was predominantly filled with mansions, each spaced several dozen to over 100 meters apart, adorned with extensive greenery, parks, and various outdoor sports facilities, resulting in property prices exceeding 30,000 per square meter. Su Qing Shui resided in Villa Number 6, a number that underscored her considerable wealth even within this elite enclave. Upon arriving, the gate swung open to reveal a woman dressed simply yet appearing to be in her 50s. Her face rosy and marked by a beauty spot at the corner of her brow. Captain Su, please come in and have a seat. Enjoy some water, the woman greeted warmly. Su Lingshan politely responded. Hello, Aunt Jiang, I won't have any water. I need to return to the office. Such haste? Aunt Jiang lamented, then turned to Yifan with a smile. You must be Mr. Yi. The young lady informed me that you will be residing here from today onwards. I've prepared everything for you. Upon seeing Aunt Jiang, Yifan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This old maid is quite remarkable, he mused. Noticing Yifan's silence, Su Lingshan frowned. Hey, Aunt Jiang is speaking to you. Why are you so quiet? You'd better show her some respect. She has watched over Su since he was young and is a long-standing member of the Su family. Don't assume her position as a maid gives you the right to be disrespectful. Yifan grinned sheepishly. I was just surprised by how young Aunt Jiang looks. Aunt Jiang, contemplating, scrutinized Yifan for a moment before chuckling. Mr. Yi, you jest? I'm nearly 60 years old. Su Lingshan scoffed. Aunt Jiang, if this guy dares to be disrespectful to you, just call me. I'll take care of him. That won't be necessary. I trust the young lady's judgment. Aunt Jiang waved her hands dismissively. Still unconvinced? Su Lingshan reiterated a few instructions to Aunt Jiang before driving away. With only Yifan and Aunt Jiang remaining, they exchanged glances until Aunt Jiang respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please come in. I'll show you around. Aunt Jiang, just call me Yifan or Xiao Yi. It feels odd to be addressed as Mr. In this context, Yifan replied casually, then I'll call you Yifan. It wouldn't be right to call you Xiao Yi since you are the young lady's boyfriend. Aunt Jiang said with a smile that that's fine. Either is acceptable, Yifan replied amiably. Upon entering the mansion, Yifan admired the modern and minimalist decor, featuring cool tones of gray and blue that perfectly matched Su Qingshue's temperament. All the electronic devices were the latest models, the floors spotless, and the walls adorned with exquisite Western paintings, which, while visually stunning, lacked the warmth of a home. The only hint of domesticity came from a spacious kitchen, boasting 3 refrigerators, leaving Yifan to wonder how much food they could possibly store. Aunt Jiang, is it just you and Xiao Shui living here? Yifan inquired. Aunt Jiang sighed. Yes, the master and mistress do not reside here. After the young lady left the main house, I followed her here. It's been quite lonely all these years. Such a large house for only 2 people must be quite dull, Yifan remarked. Shaking his head, there's no helping it. The young lady prefers tranquility. When she comes home, it's mostly to eat and sleep, or she works in her study, rarely engaging in social gatherings. I've grown accustomed to it. Aunt Jiang explained, then seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Yifan, how many people are in your family? Do your parents know you've moved here? Yifan lowered his head and chuckled softly. My parents passed away when I was very young. I've been alone for many years, so I can live anywhere. Aunt Jiang looked momentarily shocked, then remorsefully replied, Oh dear, poor child. I shouldn't have pried. Haha, Aunt Jiang. Please don't take it to heart. I've grown used to it. I've been living well all these years. Yifan reassured her with a smile. The elderly woman sighed and chose not to dwell on the subject further as she led Yifan upstairs to the room prepared for him. Yifan, you'll be staying in this room. The young lady's study and bedroom are right next door. I thought it would be good for you both to be close, Aunt Jiang suggested, her face lit with anticipation. It's the young lady's first relationship, and meeting you must be fate. I sincerely hope for a positive outcome. It would honor the memory of the late master. What? Xiao Shui is looking for her first partner? Yifan was taken aback. Despite her cold demeanor, it seemed improbable that such a beautiful woman had not attracted suitors. Had all her previous admirers failed? Aunt Jiang smiled wryly and sighed. You wouldn't believe it. But I've watched her grow up. Since middle school, she's had various wealthy suitors, yet she has never shown interest in romance. I was worried she might wait until her 30s or 40s to marry. But now that you've appeared, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yifan, you must put in the effort. I'm looking forward to calling you son-in-law. Married? Son-in-law? Yifan couldn't help but chuckle at Aunt Jiang's far-reaching thoughts. Such a day seemed distant, especially since he had only signed a 3-month contract. It appeared Su Qingshui had not informed Aunt Jiang of their contractual relationship. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Aunt Jiang's heartfelt sentiments, Yifan also gleaned that her presence in this household was likely tied to Su Qingshui's late grandfather. After settling his belongings in the room, Yifan descended the stairs only to find Aunt Jiang dressed in different attire, carrying a cloth bag, clearly preparing to leave. Aunt Jiang, where are you off to? Yifan inquired. The freezer at home is filled with seafood. I'm heading out now to buy some fresh vegetables. So I can't prepare a welcome dinner for you later. You can stay home and watch television or perhaps take a swim outside, suggested Aunt Jiang. Why Yifan couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, Aunt Jiang, are you driving out? Oh dear, at my age, how could I possibly drive? I'll just take the bus for 3 stops. Aunt Jiang chuckled. Why Yifan, realizing he had no part-time job today, blurted out, Then I'll accompany you. Surely there are other cars at home, right? I can drive you there. Why Yifan distinctly remembered that Su Qingshui had at least one Maserati. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang was quite delighted. Wonderful. You don't mind accompanying an old lady to the supermarket? Heck no, I'm looking forward to you buying me delicious food and preparing a grand feast, Yifan replied with a broad smile. Aunt Jiang beamed. Her gaze towards Yifan softened, and she beckoned. Come on, let us take the elevator to the garage. Why Yifan paused for a moment, realizing just how affluent Su Qingxue truly was if the garage required an elevator. Upon entering the indoor elevator, Yifan was astonished to discover that there were indeed 2 underground levels, B1 and B2. This luxurious residence had a total of 5 floors. Yifan, pick any car you like from here. Most of the vehicles on B1 are for the young lady's use, while the ones on B2 are rarely driven and are only serviced once a year, Aunt Jiang explained. Entering B1, Yifan found 10 cars parked, with the least expensive being a BMW Z4, followed by a Mercedes ML400, BMW X6, and the more luxurious Porsche 911.Su Qingxue's Maserati was also among them. Overall, they were merely high-end cars one might commonly see on the streets. However, upon reaching B2, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The most modest car was a Lamborghini Huracan, followed by a Ferrari 430, a Ferrari 458, and an Aston Martin DB9. The most astonishing of all was a silver-gray Bugatti Veyron, a vehicle that would cost around 30 million in the country. Aunt Jiang, why does Xiaoxue own so many cars? Yifan lamented, feeling these cars were wasting away in the underground garage, gathering dust. Aunt Jiang sighed. These cars weren't purchased by the young lady. They were gifts from wealthy businessmen and nobles courting her. However, she always pays for them at market price, keeping the vehicles. Doesn't she think that's wasteful? Yifan asked. Who says it isn't? But the money was earned by the young lady herself. So she spends it without a second thought. It South, not our place to comment. Aunt Jiang chuckled. Yifan nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering the market value of the Jinxiu Group, Su Qingxue's annual salary and bonuses likely exceeded 100 million, rendering these multimillion-dollar vehicles insignificant in her eyes. Taking practicality into account, Yifan ultimately chose a relatively ordinary Mercedes ML400, driving Aunt Jiang to a nearby Metro supermarket. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw Aunt Jiang sitting contentedly in the back seat, and he couldn't help but reflect that she had likely been yearning for Su Qingxue to take a break from work and accompany her to the supermarket. Chapter 0011. Welcome home. In a seaside mansion in Huahai City, Zhang Junfeng sat on the living room sofa with a gloomy expression. Just moments ago, not only had the bodyguard he hired been beaten black and blue by Su Lingchan, but even the high-priced assassin he had employed returned the commission and breach of contract fee, informing him that Yifan had advised him to abandon such petty tactics and to compete fairly. This was undoubtedly a blow to Zhang Junfeng, a humiliation that drove him nearly to madness. Junfeng, keep your composure. It's merely a minor setback. It's nothing to be overly concerned about. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of arrogance, descended from the second floor. This man was Zhang Hongji, the current head of the Zhang family. Zhang Junfeng took a deep breath and turned to his father. Father, are we just going to let this slide? Allow that little pest to take advantage of us? I just received word that the kid named Yi has moved into Su Qingxue's home. Mentioning Yifan made Zhang Junfeng's eyes blaze with fury. Stop calling him a little pest. This Yifan possesses some abilities, Zhang Hongji remarked. Him? I've investigated thoroughly. He's just a poor soul living in subsidized housing, doing menial labor, without money or connections. What is so remarkable about him? Zhang Junfeng scoffed. Zhang Hongji snorted. If he were truly so inconsequential, why would the assassin you hired return the breach fee and refuse to fulfill the contract? Zhang Junfeng fell silent, unable to comprehend this point. Zhang Hongji glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch. It's about time. Old Ma should be arriving soon. Come, let us go greet him. Old Ma? Zhang Junfeng inquired. Puzzled father, are you referring to Ma Jingquan, the former top assassin of the White Shark Gang? Isn't he retired? Zhang Hongji coldly laughed. In this line of work, who truly retires? It's merely a ploy to enhance his market value and earn more money. Given our connections with the White Shark Gang, inviting Ma Jingquan out of retirement is hardly a challenge. Besides, the underground factions in Huahai City are currently in a stalemate, and the White Shark Gang is in greater need of our Zhang family's financial support. Zhang Junfeng's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Excellent. I've heard old Ma's eagle claw technique can pierce through iron plates. He has never missed in over 30 years, unlike the assassin I hired, who is on an entirely different level. Su Qingxue, and that Yifan are as good as dead. Listen closely, son. Su Qingxue is a talent. While killing her would yield considerable benefits, if there is an opportunity to win her over, we must not let it slip. Find every means to ensure she submits to us. As for the man she is with, even if he has some ability, he poses no threat to our Zhang family. Do not take him too seriously. Zhang Hongji's expression turned sinister. Understood, father. I will find ways to continue applying pressure on the Jinxiu group and the Su family. In the end, I will make that woman beg to be with me. And then I will turn her into a mere shadow of her former self. And let us see how she continues to pretend to be that lofty goddess in front of me. Zhang Junfeng said with a malicious grin. Aunt Jiang, I'm back. At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue pushed the door open and returned home, her cool demeanor slightly weary. Habitually, she kicked off her high heels and removed her outer coat, collapsing onto the large leather sofa like a toppled building. After stretching luxuriously, Su Qingxue turned to retrieve the remote control for the television. Su Qingxue gasped, startled to see a somewhat dirty face grinning at her. Xiao Xue, you're back? Yifan, holding a screwdriver and shirtless, squatted beside the sofa, casting a glance at Su Qingxue. That moment, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that there was an extra person in the house. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Pervert! Su Qingxue exclaimed, turning around and kicking her delicate feet towards Yifan's face. Why? Yifan quickly dodged, rolling onto the carpet, and innocently protested, Xiao Xue, what are you doing? Is it wrong for me to welcome you home? Where are your eyes looking? Su Qingxue hugged her arms tightly across her chest, her beauty marred by anger. And why aren't you wearing a shirt? Yifan seriously explained, when I'm speaking to you. Of course, I need to look at you. It's a sign of respect. As for my lack of a shirt, it's just like you taking off your shoes when you get home. It's merely a habit. This is my home. You're not allowed to take off your shoes. Put on a shirt. Su Qingxue, typically composed, rarely raised her voice, but this time she was genuinely provoked, regretting her initial misjudgment and believing he was a decent man. Yifan reluctantly stood up and grabbed a t-shirt to put on. Su Qingxue turned her head away, refusing to glance at him. Yet her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yifan's well-defined physique, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. It was the first time she realized a man's body could be so aesthetically pleasing, with angles and curves perfectly balanced, not overly muscular, but exquisitely sculpted, every muscle impeccably arranged like a work of art. Could it be that this guy actually works out? Su Qingxue pondered, shaking her head immediately afterward, scolding herself for overthinking. Seeing that Yifan had finally dressed, she reached for the remote control, intending to turn on the television. However, just as she was about to press the power button, Su Qingxue noticed something was amiss, her mouth agape in shock. What did you do to my television? Su Qingxue exclaimed, astonished to see her massive 3D HD television in the living room had been disassembled. Yifan waved the screwdriver in his hand and replied with a grin. Oh, I noticed the picture quality was a bit blurry while watching, so I decided to fix it. Almost done. Just hang tight. Su Qingxue felt her emotions teetering on the edge of control and took a deep breath to calm herself. Do you have any idea how much this television costs? About 10,000, Yifan pondered. Add a 1 in front of that. Su Qingxue corrected. 11,000. Yifan guessed. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. It's 110,000. You fool. Yifan gasped in disbelief. No wonder this television looks so advanced. It's that expensive. You just disassembled it over a minor blur. Can you even reassemble it? Do you understand how it works inside? Su Qingxue continued to barrage him with questions. Yifan chuckled nonchalantly. Well, I'll just figure out how to put it back together. It won't take long. Figure out how to... Su Qingxue felt her head spinning. In the kitchen, Aunt Jiang heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Miss, what are you and Yifan arguing about? Why are you fighting as soon as you get home? Aunt Jiang asked in confusion. Aunt Jiang, how could you allow him to act so recklessly? He has dismantled the television at home, Su Qingxue complained. Oh, what is the fuss about? Aunt Jiang chuckled. Miss, why not let Yifan give it a try? If it doesn't work out, we can always call a repairman from the manufacturer. With a smile, Aunt Jiang added, Yifan, hurry up, dinner is almost ready. Why? Yifan nodded, cheerfully responding, all right, I'll have it done in no more than 5 minutes. As Su Qingxue looked at the old woman and the young man, a serene scene unfolded before her eyes, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it true that Aunt Jiang had only just met Yifan? Why were they so familiar with each other? When she saw Yifan wielding a screwdriver and fiddling with the television panel, she felt an urge to throw the remote at him. Stop that. Are you going to pay for it if you break it? Not a chance. You should trust your man, Yifan replied confidently. You? Shameless. Su Qingxue felt helpless, but when she glanced towards the kitchen, Aunt Jiang appeared genuinely pleased, seemingly reveling in their bickering. Aunt Jiang, say something. This fellow is just making trouble. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and laughed. The matters between you two are beyond the concerns of this old lady. I'll go prepare some more dishes. You two carry on. We are not just, seeing Aunt Jiang dash into the kitchen. Su Qingshua's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she could not argue that they were merely pretending to be a couple. Frustrated, she undid her hairpin, letting her hair fall in disarray, as if that would help release some of her negative emotions. As Aunt Jiang brought out dish after dish, Yifan successfully reassembled the television. Su Qingxue quickly grabbed the remote, eager to turn it on, but after pressing several buttons, the television remained unresponsive. Why, Yifan? Look at the mess you've made. Su Qingxue was thoroughly enraged, not because she cared about the mere 100,000 yuan it cost. She could earn that back in an hour, but because Yifan's chaotic behavior in her home left her quite dissatisfied. Chapter 0012. A miss with good taste. Yifan looked perplexed as he assessed the woman. Xiaoxue, are you feeling unwell? He reached out to touch her forehead. Su Qingxue recoiled, angrily retorting. What do you mean, unwell? Don T changed the subject. Aren't you the one pretending to be so capable? Are you going to compensate me for this television? Yifan sighed and turned towards the power socket next to the television. He held up the television's plug and waved it at Su Qingxue. Beautiful lady, does your television operate without being plugged in? Just then, Aunt Jiang walked out of the kitchen and burst into laughter at the sight. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, but after a moment, she casually replied, that doesn't mean it's fixed. She pressed the remote again, only to find the television turned on smoothly, beginning to play. Oh my, it really is working. The previous blurry images have vanished. Yifan, you truly have a knack for this. Aunt Jiang praised happily. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, smoothing her tousled hair, and shot Yifan a resentful glance, thinking it was merely luck, and what was there to be proud of in fixing a television? Yifan, looking helpless, chuckled. I'm not boasting. I merely said I could fix it if I looked at it. Don't slander me. Feigning ignorance, Su Qingxue walked over to the dining table and noticed a sumptuous spread of over a dozen dishes. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Aunt Jiang, why did you prepare so much? Well, since the young lady brought her boyfriend home, I naturally had to make a little extra to celebrate, Aunt Jiang said matter-of-factly. What is there to celebrate? Had I known he was this sort of person, I wouldn't have let him move in, Su Qingxue replied. Aunt Jiang chuckled, there's no point in regretting. There's no antidote for that. I think Yifan is quite decent. You have good taste? Missed? Why Yifan nodded vigorously, pleased that Aunt Jiang understood him. That is something you wouldn't know, Aunt Jiang. He is quite cunning. Besides, we definitely won't finish all this food. It would be such a waste. Su Qingxue frowned. Just stick to the usual 4 dishes and a soup. No need to make anything extra for him. Why Yifan, undeterred by her words, ladled a bowl of rice from the rice cooker and handed it to Aunt Jiang. Here you go, Aunt Jiang. You've worked hard. Aunt Jiang was momentarily taken aback. After decades of serving others, no one had ever offered to serve her before. A touch of gratitude sparkled in her eyes as she accepted the bowl. This? How can I accept this? Why not? It's only right for a junior to serve a senior. Hasn't Xiaoxue done this for you before? Yifan queried. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue suddenly realized the truth. Aunt Jiang had cared for her for over 10 years, and she had never done such a thing. Wasn't out of pride. It was just that Aunt Jiang always prepared the meals, and she would simply come to eat without considering these matters. Xiaoxue, although Aunt Jiang is a housekeeper, you should show her some filial piety. Moreover, Aunt Jiang has to take the bus to the supermarket for groceries. Why not take her out in one of your mini cars and accompany her on a shopping trip? Yifan suggested. The more Su Qingxue listened, the more uncomfortable she felt, though guilt gnawed at her. The fact that it was Yifan lecturing her made her feel quite displeased. What business is it of yours? I've been with Aunt Jiang for years. Do I need you to teach me? It's just serving her once. It's not that big of a deal, Su Qingxue retorted defiantly. Aunt Jiang quickly interjected, Miss, don't be upset. Why Yifan was just speaking casually. I've watched you grow up, and I know you have a kind heart. With an apologetic tone, Su Qingxue said, Aunt Jiang, if you need to buy groceries in the future, let me know, and I can go with you. I hadn't paid attention to these things before. If you wait until you finish work to go grocery shopping, it won't be timely for cooking. It's fine. My old bones are still holding up. Aunt Jiang waved her hand with a smile. I am just worried that Aunt Jiang, you might be deceived by this guy. He is the best at pretending to be innocent while being quite the rascal. He is just buttering you up with ulterior motives. Su Qingxue couldn't forget how Yifan had taken advantage of her earlier in the day. Xiaoxue, you shouldn't speak carelessly. How am I pretending or deceiving anyone? Yifan declared with righteous indignation. You are a fraud, Su Qingxue scoffed lightly. Seeing the two at odds, Aunt Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. The house had been quiet before, but now with Yifan's arrival, even Miss Xiaoxue seemed so stirred up. It felt overwhelmingly lively, and she was not used to it. I'm not stirred up at all, Su Qingxue stammered, lacking conviction as she herself didn't understand why she felt irked in front of Yifan. All right, let us eat first. If we keep arguing, the food will get cold, Aunt Zhang urged, and the three of them sat down to begin their meal. With a furrowed brow, Su Qingxue seemed influenced by Yifan's earlier remarks. She didn't ask Aunt Zhang for help with serving and instead quietly dished out her own food, eating in silence. Women tend to be delicate eaters, chewing carefully without revealing their teeth, and picking food with grace. Yifan, however, was quite the opposite, devouring his food with gusto, and in no time. He had finished nearly half a bowl with each mouthful, prompting Aunt Zhang to gently urge him to slow down. Before long, Su Qingxue noticed that among the 10 or so dishes on the table, 7 or 8 had already been emptied. Starving ghost reincarnated, she thought, truly astonished by his appetite. Yifan, oblivious to her thoughts, finished the last of the dishes, complimented Aunt Zhang's culinary skills, and pulled out a cigarette, intending to indulge in his usual leisurely pastime. Absolutely no smoking. If you must, go outside, Su Qingxue exclaimed with a look of disdain. Yifan smiled sheepishly, recalling that this was no longer his subsidized apartment, and stood up to head outside. Upon stepping outside, the sweltering heat enveloped him, but Yifan didn't mind. He sat on the steps, cigarette in mouth, relishing the moment as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Just as he took a couple of puffs, a sleek black Mercedes Maybach pulled up to the entrance. From the car emerged a couple, Su Changping and Tong Huijin. Following them was a driver, standing just under 1.7 meters, yet sturdy and sharp-featured, with a small scar on his brow, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was no ordinary chauffeur. Upon seeing Yifan at the door, both Su Changping and Tong Huijin frowned, clearly displeased. Yifan squinted his eyes but quickly waved at them. Uncle and Aunt, you've arrived. Why not join us for dinner? What are you doing here? Su Changping asked sternly. Yifan replied, Xiao Xue invited me to move in. After all, we are dating. See, I told you. This girl has lost her mind, bringing a man like this into our home. How will she face others once this gets out? Tong Huijin exclaimed in anger. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a frosty-faced Su Qingxue. I brought my boyfriend home, not a lover. What is there to hide? You little girl. How dare you talk back? Is this how you speak to your parents? Tong Huijin shouted sharply. Su Qingxue's beautiful face turned cold, and she stood her ground, glaring at Tong Huijin. As the tension escalated at the door, Aunt Zhang hurried to welcome them. Is it the master and mistress who have come? Please come in. It's quite hot outside. Indeed, my dear, let us discuss things inside. Su Changping's expression darkened. We need to have a serious talk with Qingxue. Tong Huijin shot Yifan a disdainful glance. Sneering, we will talk, but this is a family matter. He, as an outsider, cannot be present. He is my boyfriend, the man I intend to marry. He is not an outsider. Su Qingxue retorted defiantly. Marry? Yifan nearly choked on his smoke at her words. This woman truly dared to say anything. Tong Huijin glared with narrowed eyes. You little brat, you really have no limits in what you say. I'm merely stating the facts, Su Qingxue responded coolly. Tong Huijin trembled with rage, her eyes reddening as if she were about to cry. Do you see this? She truly looks down upon me, her adoptive mother. She does not regard me as her mother at all. Su Changping furrowed his brows deeply inside. Please, do not quarrel. Qingxue, we are concerned for you, which is why we hurried to find you. Some matters were not clarified during the day and must be explained to you now. Surely, you cannot expect your parents to stand at the door and speak to you. Miss, please allow the master and madam to enter, Aunt Zhang also persuaded. Hearing this, Su Qingxue turned and walked back into the room. Yifan, however, did not rush inside. He preferred to stay outside and smoke a few cigarettes rather than sit together, which would surely lead to chaos. Tong Huijin wiped her eyes and, as she entered, gestured to the driver, saying, Zhang Dong, wait at the door and keep a close watch on this kid. While we discuss matters, ensure he does not cause any trouble. Understood, madam, Zhang Dong replied, a knowing smirk flickering across his face as he glanced at Yifan. Chapter 0013. As a driver once, everyone had retreated into the house. Only Yifan and Zhang Dong remained outside. Yifan offered a cigarette. Smiling as he asked, would you like one? Zhang Dong shook his head. Thank you, but the madam does not permit us servants to smoke. Is that so? What a pity, Yifan remarked, lighting another for himself since Zhang Dong declined. Zhang Dong smiled oddly. Mr. Yi, standing here is quite dull. Why don't we find some amusement? Oh, what sort of amusement? Yifan inquired with interest. Zhang Dong sized Yifan up and said, I see that M.Y. is quite strong and likely exercises regularly. I have no other hobbies but arm wrestling, and I would like to challenge you. Arm wrestling? That might not be appropriate. I do appear quite young. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Dong replied with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. No worries. Being young does not guarantee strength. A real man should not shy away from such a minor contest, especially considering the young lady has chosen you as her boyfriend. You cannot be a coward. Yifan seemed reluctant, but with such words spoken, he conceded. All right then, but I fear I might hurt you. Zhang Dong laughed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I am looking forward to it. The two moved to a stone bench in the yard, crouching down and extending their right arms. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Yifan mumbled, You may begin. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Dong's lips as he said, Mr. Yi, do you know what I used to do? Yifan, puzzled, replied, Aren't you a driver? Indeed, I am a driver now, but in the past, I was part of the special assault team in the Northwest Military District. So, should I injure you, do not blame me. After all, you provoked the madam's anger. With that, Zhang Dong shouted, Begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his right arm bulged with muscle, unleashing explosive strength as he forcefully pressed down on Yifan's arm. In an instant, Yifan's arm was being driven down, perilously close to crashing against the stone bench, an impact that could lead to a fracture or severe muscle strain. Yet, just as Zhang Dong anticipated a swift victory, he was taken aback to find Yifan unyielding. Zhang Dong was astonished to see that as Yifan's arm neared the bench, it abruptly refused to budge. Despite Zhang Dong exerting all his might, Yifan's arm hovered just a centimeter above the stone, immovable. Hiss! Huh! Yifan inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of white smoke directly into Zhang Dong's face. As a driver, your arm wrestling skills are commendable. Yifan smirked wickedly, then suddenly exerted a force in the opposite direction, instantly pushing Zhang Dong's arm back down. A series of audible cracks echoed as Zhang Dong let out a piercing scream. My arm! Yifan released Zhang Dong's trembling, powerless hand and stood tall, gazing down at him. I told you. I was worried about injuring you. Would you like me to call for an ambulance? Zhang Dong, drenched in sweat, gnashed his teeth at Yifan, fear glimmering in his eyes. How can you be so strong? It is not that I am particularly strong. Perhaps you are simply malnourished and lacking calcium. Yifan chuckled, turning to return inside. At that moment, the atmosphere in the living room had grown exceedingly tense. Su Changping and Tong Huijin once again urged Su Qingxue not to be willful. But she remained obstinate. Qingxue, I truly do not understand. What makes Zheng Junfeng inferior to Yifan? Background, family, appearance, talent. He has pursued you for so long, demonstrating his sincerity. Why must you regard the Zheng family as villains? Su Changping questioned, perplexed. Do we even need to ask? She is deliberately opposing us, rejecting everything we say to assert her authority over the Su family, showcasing her status as the president. Tong Huijin scoffed. You fear the Zheng family? I do not. Grandfather entrusted me with managing the Jinxiu group, not to hand over the family business. If you bring up Zheng Junfeng again, there is nothing left to discuss. Aunt Jiang, show them out. Su Qingxue stood from the sofa, her voice icy wide. As Yifan entered, he heard Su Qingxue demanding they leave, prompting a wry smile from him. This conversation had progressed rather quickly. Upon seeing Yifan enter, Tong Huijin frowned. Where is Zhang Dong? How is it that only you returned? Oh, that driver. He found it boring and wanted to arm wrestle with me. Unfortunately, he accidentally injured himself. Should we send him to the hospital? Yifan feigned innocence. What? How could that be possible? Tong Huijin exclaimed in disbelief. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. Knowing Zhang Dong was someone Tong Huijin trusted deeply as both a driver and a bodyguard. He should not have been so inept. Su Changping appeared displeased. What is wrong with Zhang Dong? Has he lost his mind? Why engage in such a futile contest? He claims to be a retired Special Forces soldier. I always said not to hire such braggarts as bodyguards. We should find a proper security company instead. Tong Huijin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated, and she cursed Zhang Dong 1,000 times in her mind before stomping out in a hurry. Seeing his wife rush out, Su Changping followed but seemed unable to let go of his daughter, turning back to ask, by the way, Qingxue, earlier you mentioned the Zheng family was secretly sabotaging our company. What exactly has happened? Perhaps you should focus on your wife and son. The company's matters do not require your concern, Su Qingxue replied coldly. You, this child. Father is worried for you. You are my flesh and blood. Su Changping exclaimed, patting his chest. Su Qingxue turned her head away, scoffing. I have no need for your concern. Just ensure you are not used as a pawn. Su Changping, exasperated, retorted, in your eyes, am I truly so utterly useless? Aunt Jiang, witnessing the rising tension, quickly interjected, Master, the young lady is just speaking in anger. Do not take it to heart. With reddened eyes, Su Chongping sighed deeply, turning to leave, his back portraying an unspoken helplessness. Ironically, it was Su Chongping who drove himself away due to Zhang Dong's injury, making the situation even more awkward. After this commotion, the atmosphere at home felt stifling as Yu Qingxue ascended the stairs in silence, leaving only Yi Fan and Aunt Jiang in the living room. Yi Fan inquired, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have any siblings? Aunt Jiang nodded. Indeed, she has a younger brother, Su Weiming, who is 3 years her junior and still in university. However, they are not from the same mother and have never been particularly close. When the old master passed, he bequeathed the company's shares to the young lady, securing her position as president. This has caused the young master to feel even more discontent. Aunt Jiang explained. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. It was common for aristocratic families to prioritize sons over daughters. Yet, the old master chose to entrust the Jinxiu group to his granddaughter, indicating either Su Qingxue's exceptional capabilities or Su Weiming's inadequacies. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled the matter of the fairy-like sister and asked, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have any sisters? Sisters? None at all. The young lady's mother passed away when she was 7, leaving her alone. She spent time in an orphanage until she was 10 when the old master brought her back to the Su family. I have never heard of her having any sisters, Aunt Jiang replied. Yi Fan sighed with regret. It seemed he had overthought things. Perhaps the resemblance was merely coincidental. Aunt Jiang now wore a sorrowful expression, saying, since the old master passed the company to the young lady, the madam and young master have been quite unhappy. The master is caught in the middle, making it difficult for him. What will become of this family? At that moment, a voice from the second floor interrupted. Filled with frustration, Yi Fan. What on earth are those things? They smell terrible. Yi Fan was taken aback and hurried upstairs, only to find Su Qingxue standing at his door, holding her nose, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Xiao Shui, are you referring to my clothes? Yi Fan pointed to the disheveled garments scattered around his room, awkwardly smiling. I thought it was more convenient to leave them out rather than putting them in the wardrobe. Looking at the filthy, foul-smelling, and tattered clothes, Su Qingxue frowned in distaste. Did you not smell anything? She asked incredulously. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, earnestly replying, indeed. I have a rather strong masculine scent. Su Qingxue's gaze turned increasingly frigid. She wished she could kick him off the second floor. Noticing her displeasure, Yi Fan awkwardly chuckled. There are a few pieces I forgot to wash. My apologies, Su Qingxue commanded. Quickly dispose of all these clothes. I will give you money. Go buy some new ones. Yi Fan shook his head vigorously in response. That won't do. These clothes can be washed and worn again. Throwing them away would be wasteful. If you find them smelly, I will wash them right away. I shall provide you with financial support, and there is no need for you to repay it. It is not merely a matter of money. Clothing, when worn for a long time, accumulates sentimental value. Some pieces were even gifted by dear friends, and thus cannot be casually discarded. With that, Yi Fan dashed into the house, packed the clothes into a suitcase, and hurried downstairs with it. Aunt Jiang, where's the washing machine? I need to do the laundry. Su Qingxue was momentarily speechless, having encountered frugality before, yet never to such an extreme. He outright refused new clothes, insisting on wearing a collection of tattered garments. Aunt Jiang, however, smiled warmly from downstairs and remarked, Miss, you have found yourself a good man. His attachment to clothing speaks volumes of his fidelity to his wife. Su Qingxue bit her lip, a flicker of complex thoughts passing through her eyes. Aunt Jiang, please have him bring the clean clothes to my study. Chapter 0014. Not so close after attending to his soiled garments. Yi Fan ascended the stairs to Su Qingxue's study. Her study exuded simplicity, with 2 rows of bookshelves filled with a diverse array of literary works, all meticulously organized by category and arranged alphabetically. A spacious desk stood untainted by dust, with documents and office supplies arranged with precision, even the lengths and colors of pens distinctly categorized. It was evident that the woman approached her work with a rigorous attitude, striving for perfection in every detail. Seated behind the desk, Su Qingxue was engrossed in a document, her demeanor serious, her aura exuding intelligence and elegance. Upon Yi Fan's entrance, she remained silent, seemingly intent on finishing her reading before engaging in conversation. Yi Fan, unhurried, leisurely perused the bookshelves, though the majority of the titles pertained to management and economics, which he found rather uninspiring. After a quarter of an hour, Su Qingxue finally lifted her gaze and Noticing Yifan absorbed in a book, inquired, "Do you enjoy such literature?" "Being a businessman is not suited for me." Yifan shook his head. By the way, what did you need to discuss with me?" "Qingxue?" Su Qingshue's expression remained impassive, her beautiful eyes harboring a coldness akin to a frigid lake. "Why, Yifan? There are several matters I wish for you to comprehend." What are they?" Yifan sensed an air of detachment emanating from her. Despite the mere 2 to 3 meters separating them, it felt as though they were worlds apart. "Firstly, we are merely contractual partners. I am your employer, and you are my contracted worker. When we are alone, you may call me by my name, or refer to me as boss or President Su, but you must not address me as Qingxue, for we are not that close. Secondly, your presence in my home today is solely due to my concern for your safety and the need to maintain appearances. It is not indicative of a desire to advance our relationship. There exists a distinction between genders. You cannot simply shed your clothing as you did today. Thirdly, our contract will conclude in 3 months at the latest, and it may be terminated sooner. Do not presume that by currying favor with Aunt Jiang, I will soften my stance. Your conduct today has crossed the boundaries of a contractual boyfriend, and I hope you will behave more circumspectly." Yifan, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of disappointment within. "So, you believe I was merely trying to curry favor with Aunt Jiang?" A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he shook his head. "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. You and I are from entirely different worlds. I am more aware of this than anyone." Hu Qingshue's brows furrowed slightly. Her understanding of the phrase different worlds resonated deeply with her. "As long as you comprehend, I hope you can maintain your boundaries. I do not wish for Aunt Jiang to be upset when you leave," she said. Wei Yifan nodded, his hands tucked in his pockets as he hesitated before speaking. "Qingxue, there is something I believe you ought to consider." "What is it?" Su Qingxue inquired blandly. Wei Yifan's expression turned earnest. "I can see that your father genuinely cares for you, but he is kept in the dark about many matters, leading to misguided judgments. After all, he is your biological father. You should clarify the company's affairs and the underhanded tactics employed by the Zheng family to him, rather than silence." Su Qingxue abruptly interrupted, her voice icy as she stood, her gaze piercing. "Do you know what has transpired in the past? Do you understand how I grew up in this household? Who are you to meddle in my family's affairs? This is a private matter that does not require your interference." With that, she pointed towards the door and commanded, "Get out of my house. I do not wish to see you." At that moment, Aunt Jiang entered with a fruit platter, only to be taken aback by Su Qingshue's loud reprimand. What is happening? Are you two arguing?" Aunt Jiang inquired, her concern evident as Su Qingxue, seemingly provoked to her limit, snapped, "Aunt Jiang, do not interfere. Have him pack his belongings and leave immediately." Yifan, surprised that their conversation about father and daughter had incited such fury in Su Qingxue, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had no desire to argue further, so he approached the door, offering Aunt Jiang an apologetic smile before descending the stairs and exiting the opulent residence. He could not take his belongings, as his clothes were still in the washing machine. However, Yifan was indifferent. He would never beg a woman to let him stay, and had his temperament been what it was in previous years, he might have confronted her with ire. Although he was generally easygoing, such an outburst left him feeling vexed, especially since he had only intended to act out of kindness. Deciding to escape the tension, Yifan left the residential area and took the subway to the lively bar district known for its nightlife. He had not indulged in bar hopping for quite some time, partly to save money, and partly due to his busy schedule filled with various part-time jobs, which had kept him content. Yet today, he craved a night of revelry, and if he could meet a beautiful woman, that would be even better. The Hongfinjaren Bar was a mid-range establishment that primarily attracted white-collar workers, providing a serene atmosphere for drinks alongside the option for some excitement. Upon entering the bar, Yifan approached the counter and ordered a glass of whiskey. Just as he began scanning the room for potential conversation partners, he heard someone call his name. Wei Yifan. "Is that you? Yueying Jia?" Turning around, he found Feng Yueying seated at a round table with several other women, all clad in office attire. "What brings you here for a drink? I haven't seen you around before," Feng Yueying remarked, her cheeks flushed, likely from imbibing a bit too much, and her enchanting smile brightening the atmosphere. Seeing a familiar face, especially one as captivating as hers, lifted Yifan's spirits, and he approached with a smile. "This is my first visit." A petite woman in a black uniform giggled, "Minister, is this your boyfriend? He certainly has a masculine charm. I see you have a preference for this type." "Shaolian, what nonsense are you spouting?" "This is my younger brother," Feng Yueying replied vaguely. Another woman in a white shirt with a short haircut chimed in. "Minister Feng is shy. Just admit your relationship. We won't spill any secrets to the office. Who would have thought Minister Feng had a beau? Those suitors of hers will surely be heartbroken, another white-collar worker said teasingly. Feng Yueying rolled her eyes and retorted, you all just love to tease me. Just wait until work resumes, and you'll see how I deal with you. As she spoke, she shifted her position, making room on the sofa beside her. Yifan, why don't you join us? After all, you're here alone. Initially, Yifan had considered finding a woman to indulge with, but with such a delightful group of ladies to share drinks with, he readily agreed. As they conversed over drinks, he learned that these women were all part of Feng Yueying's department and shared a close camaraderie, often gathering after work. Curious, Yifan asked, Yueying Jia, is the White Shark Gang still bothering you? Feng Yueying's face lit up with a radiant smile. You might not believe it, but today the leader of the White Shark Gang actually came to the office to apologize. I am unsure what transpired. But regardless, it is all behind us now. That's wonderful. Yifan nodded. Shaolian eagerly interjected, Minister Feng, trust me, it must be some wealthy suitor of yours who intervened and dealt with those thugs. Fool, do you think this is some sort of drama? Such fortunate events do not occur. Shaoling shook her head. Feng Yueying, though puzzled, could not recall anyone who fit that description and thus let the matter rest. Raising her glass to Yifan, she declared, regardless, let us toast. I owe you my safety yesterday. Upon hearing this, the group of white-collar workers perked up with curiosity, eager to learn what had happened the previous day. Feng Yueying, however, did not divulge any details, merely offering a brief summary. So it was a case of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Minister Feng, you can't just say Yifan is your younger brother. We certainly don't buy that. Shaolian giggled. Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed deeper at their remarks, and just as she was about to defend herself, she noticed a group of individuals approaching. The moment she laid eyes on them, Feng Yueying's expression soured, her gaze reflecting a hint of animosity. The shift in the atmosphere was palpable. Everyone present could sense the change and turned their curiosity towards the newcomers, a young man clad in a Givenchy floral t-shirt, sporting a Rolex and possessing a fair complexion with a tall, lean frame, sauntered over with a few similarly dressed companions, exuding an air of arrogance. How familiar, my dear Ying. How have you been lately? Feng Yueying suppressed her emotions, choosing to ignore him as she continued to sip her drink. Shaolian and the others were visibly outraged, but remained hesitant to speak out. As Yifan mulled over the peculiar situation, the young man directed his attention towards him. Hey, you little brat, get lost and give me your seat. The man casually beckoned with his finger, completely disregarding Yifan. Chapter 0015. Accompanying my sister to a place Yifan certainly would not yield. Swirling the whiskey in his glass. Feel free to come and take it. You little rascal, do you even know who I am? Anyone who dares to be insolent in this territory has already lost limbs. The man sneered contemptuously. Is that so? Yifan remained unfazed, continuing to sip his drink. Seeing that Yifan was genuinely unwilling to move, the man slammed the table and warned, I'll give you one last chance. Don't refuse to drink the toast and instead opt for the punishment drink. At this point, Feng Yueying, unable to endure any longer, raised her head with reddened eyes and scolded fiercely, Zhou Can, have you had enough? I don't want to see you. Take your scoundrel friends and leave. Zhou Can smirked wickedly. Ying, you finally deigned to call my name. Don't be so fierce. I'm merely here out of concern for an old friend to check on you. Not needed, besides, we were never friends. Feng Yueying retorted. Zhou Can, with a frivolous demeanor, remarked, so heartless. I was just planning to give you some money to spend. I heard your comatose brother's medical bills are quite steep. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying's pretty face turned pale, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Zhou Can, her voice trembling. You? How dare you bring up my brother? You beast, you monster. May you meet a terrible end. In a fit of rage, Feng Yueying splashed the contents of her glass onto Zhou Can's face and clothes. You crazy woman. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Can, drenched in alcohol, instantly exploded in fury, raising his hand to slap Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying gasped, bracing for impact, only to find that the hand was halted mid-air. Yifan, with a steady grip, held Zhou Can's wrist firmly. Hitting a woman isn't a skill. Yifan's voice turned low and resolute. Let go. You're courting death. Zhou Can, inflamed with rage, swung a fist toward Yifan's face. Yet before he could land the punch, Yifan's other hand had already pushed against his chest, sending Zhou Can crashing to the ground. Confused, Zhou Can found himself toppled over, feeling as if his body had fallen apart, pain radiating through him. Boss, are you all right? A group of lackeys rushed to help Zhou Can up. Feng Yueying and several other women were pale with fright. while many patrons in the bar turned their attention to the unfolding chaos. Why, Fan? You should leave quickly. You can't afford to provoke this guy. Feng Yueying urged anxiously, pushing Yifan to flee. Yet, Yifan remained composed, countering, if I leave, what will happen to you? Me? Feng Yueying was momentarily taken aback, a strange warmth blossoming in her heart. Did this man wish to protect her? At that moment, Zhou Can, rising with a sinister expression, declared, You think you can leave? Not a chance. If you dare to hit me, I'll call my dad and have him send someone to take you out. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying quickly interjected, Zhou Can, I was the one who splashed you with the drink. If you want to settle scores, come at me, not anyone else. Zhou Can chuckled mockingly. Feng Yueying, are you scared? There are surveillance cameras here. This guy can't escape. If you want to protect him, you'll have to accompany me to a hotel tonight. Heh. Feng Yueying's face flushed crimson at the lewdness of his laughter. And she retorted angrily, shameless, despicable. If you refuse to sleep with me, then I'll just have to call my dad, Zhou Can said, pulling out his phone. Feng Yueying trembled, feeling helpless. She understood that if Yifan truly caught the attention of the Zhou family, he would endure unimaginable suffering, and Yifan was only acting to protect her. How could she bear to watch him get hurt? Wait, Feng Yueying wanted to agree, but the humiliation choked her words. What is it? My patience is limited, Zhou Can taunted, his finger hovering over his phone screen. Just as Feng Yueying clenched her teeth, preparing to consent, Yifan sprang into action like a tiger unleashed, landing a punch squarely in Zhou Can's abdomen. Ouch! Zhou Can felt as though a storm raged within him, his insides threatening to explode, and he immediately retched. Yet, before he could recover, Yifan delivered another kick that sent him tumbling 3 meters away, crashing into a table, feeling as if his bones had shattered. The bar erupted in gasps of astonishment. No one expected the seemingly refined Yifan to be so domineering when provoked. Seeing Zhou Can downed, his lackeys rushed to attack Yifan, but he barely glanced at them. With swift punches and kicks, he dispatched them effortlessly, leaving them groaning on the floor. Why, Yifan observed Zhou Can, curled up and trembling on the ground, retching uncontrollably, and calmly pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, Yifan remarked, coercing a woman into bed is no different from being a rapist. People like you are looked down upon even in prison. Zhou Can, surrounded by his own vomit, tears mingling with blood in his eyes, shouted, I'll call my dad to arrest you. You're dead meat. With that, Zhou Can and his lackeys fled the bar in disgrace. Yifan sighed and returned to his seat, addressing the women who were still in shock. Don't mind them. Let us continue drinking. Feng Yueying and the others exchanged bitter smiles, given the chaos. How could they stay to drink? I think we should head back for now, said Xiaolian and the other white-collar workers, gathering their bags and leaving. With everyone gone, the now empty table felt awkward with just Yifan and Feng Yueying sitting together. So, they settled the bill and exited the bar, walking toward the subway station. The warm breeze swept through the dimly lit streets, and the two walked side by side, resembling a couple. Feng Yueying sighed, her face etched with worry. Yifan, you were too reckless. What's wrong? Yifan inquired. That Zhou Can, his father is Zhou Haiyang, the leader of one of the 3 major gangs in Huahai City, Zizulian. Although they keep a low profile, they're power rivals that of the White Shark Gang. We can't compete with them. Is that so? I simply didn't want you to be bullied. Yifan smiled, completely unfazed. Hearing this, Feng Yueying felt a peculiar warmth in her heart, her gaze complex as she looked at him, stopping in her tracks. Why Yifan walked a few steps forward, noticing she had halted, and curiously turned back to ask, What's wrong, Sister Yueying? Feng Yueying pursed her luscious red lips and softly said, Could you accompany me to sit by the river? Under the tranquil and enchanting night sky, the spring river flowed through the city, rushing towards the sea. After purchasing a bag of canned beer from a 24-hour convenience store, the two settled on a slope by the riverside, gazing at the rushing waters and passing boats while enjoying their drinks. Through Feng Yueying's recounting, Yifan learned of the history between her and Zhou Can. 2 years ago, Zhou Can pursued me relentlessly for quite some time, but I knew he was no good, so I kept rejecting him. One time, he came to my house and attempted to force himself on me. Fortunately, my brother returned home just in time, and they got into a scuffle. He pushed my brother down the stairs, causing severe brain damage and leaving him in a comatose state. Tears glimmered in Feng Yueying's eyes as she whispered. Because of Zhou Can's family background, he was only detained for a few weeks before being released, while my brother has been lying in a rehabilitation center for over 2 years. This incident has aged my parents significantly. They blame me for not taking care of my brother. I can't even bear to return home to see them. Though Yi Fan had surmised the general circumstances, hearing her story still filled him with a sense of melancholy. Behind the glamorous exterior of this woman lay immense pressure that she bore alone. Perhaps it was this inner turmoil that drove Feng Yueying to reside in the company's apartment. Immersing herself in work, the whiskey from the bar combined with the beer made the effects of alcohol particularly potent. Feng Yueying's delicate face was flushed, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Yi Fan, why are you so kind to me? She asked, hugging her knees, resting her head on them as she gazed dreamily at him. Yi Fan burped lightly and replied candidly, I merely did what I ought to do, besides, I'm a man. Seeing a beautiful woman naturally makes one a bit more attentive. With a chuckle, Feng Yueying smiled brightly, giving him a playful glare. You're quite frank, but I still want to thank you. Yi Fan retrieved another can of beer, cracking it open and offering it to her. Another one. Feng Yueying puffed out her cheeks. I need to use the restroom. I've had too much to drink. I'll drink it then, Yi Fan said, attempting to take it back. No, I still want to drink. Feng Yueying snatched the beer and gulped down a few more sips. Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel at how difficult it was to decipher a woman's thoughts. Seeing that the beer was nearly finished, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. As they finished the last can of beer, the alcohol began to take effect, and Feng Yueying clearly felt a bit tipsy. Leaning her head on Yi Fan's shoulder, mumbling incoherently, Yi Fan turned his head, catching a whiff of her fragrant hair. Sister Yueying, let me take you back to your apartment? After a few seconds, Feng Yueying slowly lifted her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at Yi Fan. Would you dare to accompany me to another place? Chapter 0016. The housewife. Yi Fan certainly dared. There was no place he would shy away from. Moreover, the place Feng Yueying referred to was merely a property she had purchased herself. The Moon Bay Community, a 150 square meter apartment that Feng Yueying had bought with her own money, located in a relatively good area within the third ring of Huahai City. However, Feng Yueying usually resides in her apartment, seldom returning to this home. The solitude here must particularly remind her of her brother in the sanatorium. Taking the elevator up to the 20th floor, as she reached the door, Feng Yueying fumbled for her keys, her hand trembling slightly. Perhaps it was the chill of the air conditioning in the subway that had somewhat sobered her from her inebriation. She realized how ambiguous this invitation truly was. How could she have brought a man here, especially considering their relationship had only deepened over the past 2 days? Yet, having invited Yi Fan, it would be unreasonable to send him away. They were both adults, and the invitation to her private abode late at night was already quite explicit. To dismiss him now would be akin to trifling with his feelings. Remembering how Yi Fan had stood up for her, Feng Yueying resolved herself. Yueying, what's wrong? Did you grab the wrong keys? Yi Fan observed the woman's nervousness, finding it somewhat amusing. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yueying opened the door and, in a whisper as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, said, Come in. Stepping inside, the decor exuded warmth. The ochre sofa and furniture, alongside beige walls adorned with landscape paintings, created a cozy atmosphere, though the absence of regular habitation rendered the air devoid of a homely scent. Tossing her bag aside and shedding her coat, Feng Yueying was left in a sheer white blouse, which appeared particularly enchanting under the soft lighting. The alcohol amplified the fragrance she emanated. She turned gracefully, her beautiful eyes fluttering, long eyelashes quivering, exuding an unutterable allure. Yi Fan, are you single? She felt it necessary to clarify. Yi Fan nearly chuckled, realizing Feng Yueying had genuinely sobered up and was contemplating such matters. I do have a girlfriend, but she's fictional. Does that count? He replied. Feng Yueying dismissed his jest with a glare. Whether real or not, it mattered little to her. Yi Fan shrugged. Really? Then, there's none. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying sighed in relief, stepping closer to him, tilting her head up, her eyes shut, her expression tinged with anxiety. The sight of her, seemingly inviting yet clearly apprehensive, left Yi Fan in a state of amused bewilderment. Yueying, what are you doing? Yi Fan asked playfully. Feng Yueying opened her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, You're bullying me? You know exactly what I mean. Know what? Feng Yueying bit her red lip, exasperatedly replying, If you don't know, then forget it. With that, she turned to leave. In that instant, Yi Fan grasped her fragrant shoulder, spinning her back around, while his other hand supported her back, leaning down to capture her icy lips with his own. Before Feng Yueying could utter a sound of surprise, she found herself kissed by Yi Fan. Her bright eyes fluttered as she gazed closely at him, her delicate form trembling slightly. Wait. she stammered, startled by Yifan's touch. He halted, breathing heavily, and asked, "What is wrong?" Feng Yueying's cheeks were a vivid crimson as she stuttered. I need to use the restroom first," Yifan chuckled. "Can't hold it in anymore." "Uh-huh." Feng Yueying wished to disappear beneath the sofa. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Yifan said no more, rising from her. "Go ahead." Feng Yueying quickly got up, fleeing to the bathroom and shutting the door. Once inside, she leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, her heart racing, instinctively touching her lips, which still bore the trace of his presence. What a man Yifan was. He appeared honest, yet his skills were extraordinary, Feng Yueying mused, increasingly curious about his background. However, as her mind began to clear, unease crept in about how to proceed after she emerged. To put it plainly, she was still a traditional and conservative woman. Had it not been for the stimuli of the night and Yifan's supportive presence, she would not have impulsively invited him to her home. Of course, it wasn't that she disliked him. Rather, she felt their relationship had yet to reach that stage point. 5 minutes later, hesitating, Feng Yueying returned to the living room, her heart racing, only to find Yifan had stripped down and was peacefully snoring on the sofa. She paused, then exhaled in relief. Since he was asleep, there was no need for further complications. Fool, not afraid of catching a cold. Feng Yueying smiled and shook her head, retrieving a blanket from the bedroom to cover him, being cautious not to disturb his slumber. After a long day, she too felt tired. With the weekend ahead, she planned to bathe in the morning, lying down on the bed until sleep overtook her. Unbeknownst to her, once she fell asleep, Yifan, in the living room, opened his eyes with a resigned expression. He had feigned sleep, realizing that Feng Yueying seemed rather inexperienced, both in her skills and reactions. Fortunately, her trip to the restroom had provided him the opportunity to compose himself and remain still. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the living room. Yifan awoke to the enticing aroma of breakfast, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered a captivating figure clad in a loose white t-shirt and apron. Her long hair tied back, preparing a meal in the kitchen. Wearing orange shorts, she stood with her legs neatly together, her movements exuding an irresistible charm. Yifan's gaze lingered, captivated by the domestic scene. A warm little nest that evoked a sense of longing. Just then, Feng Yueying turned to grab a plate and noticed Yifan's gaze upon her, a hint of bashfulness and delight gracing her unadorned face. "You woke up without saying a word, just staring at me? Ying, you're truly beautiful," Yifan blurted out. Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed instantly. "What did you just call me?" Yifan grinned, having kissed and touched. "Isn't it reasonable to call you Ying?" Feng Yueying found herself at a loss for words, not entirely averse to the nickname, so she settled on, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready." As Yifan entered the bathroom, he was surprised to see towels and a toothbrush laid out for him, feeling grateful for a woman's care. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining table, where a generous serving of fried rice and a bowl of seaweed soup awaited him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Feng Yueying, sensing he might find the breakfast too simple, smiled sheepishly. "We don't live here often, so there aren't too many ingredients. Next time, I'll buy some groceries and cook something delicious for you." "I really can cook." Yifan quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. It's just, I haven't had breakfast at someone's home in ages. It feels a bit strange." Feng Yueying fell silent for a moment, feeling a pang in her heart, then gently smiled. "You can come find me anytime. I'll cook for you." Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but tease. "Ying, are you suggesting you want to live with me?" That's not what I meant." Feng Yueying's face turned a vivid red, secretly scolding herself for being so foolish as to blurt out such a statement. Just as they were about to sit down for breakfast, the doorbell rang. Feng Yueying was puzzled. Who could be visiting so early? Approaching the door and peering through the peephole, her complexion drained of color. "Open the door, damn it, hurry up. We know Yifan is inside," a loud voice shouted from outside. Feng Yueying's face turned anxious, yet she felt powerless, turning back to ask, "What should we do?" "It's the local gang looking for you. It must be Jokin who told them something." Yifan continued eating his breakfast calmly, then slowly took out his phone and sent a text. After finishing, he stood up and said, "Don't worry, just open the door. It won't be a big deal. You don't understand, they're particularly ruthless. And they're tied up with the Defense Department. If they take you away, you'll suffer greatly." Feng Yueying's eyes brimmed with tears as she blamed herself. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday." Yifan stepped beside her. "Silly girl, you did nothing wrong. Why blame yourself?" Without waiting for Feng Yueying's dazed look, he opened the door. Standing outside were 4 burly men in black shirts, led by one with dyed purple hair and piercings. So, you're Yi Fan? You thought hiding in a woman's lair would keep you safe. Quite bold of you to even hit our young master. Yi Fan shrugged. Hitting someone doesn't require bravery. Hey, you've got quite a mouth on you. You want to have some fun with my brothers? The purple-haired man smirked. Yi Fan had already anticipated this. He didn't want to create a bloody scene in front of Feng Yueying. So he nodded. Sure. Where are we going? Haha, you really don't know when to quit. Since you're seeking death, then come with us. With that, two thugs approached and shoved Yi Fan towards the elevator. The purple-haired man turned to Feng Yueying, threateningly stating, You better not call the cops, or you'll know the consequences. Feng Yueying stood helplessly at the door, suddenly realizing how powerless she truly was. As silent tears streamed down her cheeks, Yi Fan was pushed into the elevator. Feng Yueying gritted her teeth, fully aware that calling the police might prove futile, and that she herself could fall into crisis. Yet, she could not bear to watch Yi Fan being taken away, so she took out her phone and dialed the emergency number. Over half an hour later, Yi Fan was transported by a van to a nightclub. Being morning, the establishment was desolate, with hardly anyone around. Upon entering the first-floor dance hall, Yi Fan discovered a circle of over 20 formidable thugs, while a middle-aged, portly man stood alongside Zhou Ken. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhou Ken's face broke into an excited yet sinister grin. Dad, this is the guy who hit me last night. He called me a rapist. Zhou Haiyang, with his dark skin, adorned with a jade ring and a cigar clenched between his lips. Though shorter in stature, emanated an aura of ruthlessness. Do you know who I am? Zhou Haiyang asked, exhaling smoke. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating he did not. Which gang do you belong to, or which family? Zhou Haiyang inquired further. I am a lone wolf, without faction or family. Yi Fan recalled the phrases from martial arts novels. Zhou Haiyang chuckled. Then do you bear a grudge against our Zizhu Lin? Or the Zhou family? Yi Fan replied. I only met your son yesterday. How could I harbor animosity? Zhou Haiyang's expression darkened instantly. So you're the one seeking death. Beside him, Zhou Ken was already impatient, shouting, What are you waiting for? Pin him down and beat him up. Leave him alive. I want to kick his balls. Yes, young master. A group of thugs surged forward, eager to be the first to curry favor with their boss. Just then, a flying dagger sliced through the air like lightning, producing a sharp whistling sound as it flew towards the center of the dance hall point. One of the rolling lights was severed by the blade, crashing down and shattering with a loud crash. The thugs stood frozen in shock, unsure of what had just occurred. Zhou Haiyang, recognizing the dagger's owner, instantly changed his demeanor and turned to look towards the entrance. The president? What? The president has arrived. The group of subordinates also wore expressions of astonishment as they respectfully moved to greet her. Ning Zimo simply stood at the entrance, and it felt as though the entire spacious hall revolved around her. She was the queen of this domain, and no one could resist her presence. It was evident that today, the queen had come in haste, dressed rather casually. She wore a loose-fitting gray sleeveless dress paired with black open-toed sandals, her hair cascading carelessly, yet her regal demeanor rendered her simple attire strikingly elegant. Behind Ning Zimo trailed only Zhao Zhong, whose expression was grave. President, why have you come so suddenly without prior notice? Zhou Haiyang forced a smile, feeling anxious. After casting a cold glance at the father-son duo, Ning Zimo stepped directly into the dance floor. Standing before Yi Fan, a flicker of deep remorse and shame passed through her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. The gathered Zizhu Lin members were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. The formidable president of Zizhu Lin, the underground queen of Huahai with a reputedly noble and mysterious lineage, was actually bowing her head in apology to a seemingly impoverished youth? Yet the next scene left everyone even more astounded. Yi Fan lifted a finger, gently tilting Ning Zimo's chin, as if he were an emperor bestowing favor upon a concubine. Sister Ning, why are you apologizing? It was I who struck your Zhou Hall master's son. They did not do anything to me. Ning Zimo, visibly anxious, asked, Are you really not angry with me? Yi Fan smiled, shaking his head. If I were truly angry, would I still send you a message? Hearing this, Ning Zimo finally sighed in relief, but immediately turned her icy gaze towards Zhou Haiyang and his son. It was these scoundrels who had tarnished her image in Yi Fan's eyes. I have warned you countless times. Those from Zizhu Lin who dare to act recklessly behind my back will face severe consequences. Ning Zimo's voice resonated with authority. Zhou Haiyang, noticing his son trembling beside him, forced a smile and stepped forward. President, I truly had no idea that you knew this brother Yi. Had I known he was one of our own, there would have been no misunderstandings. Haha. Who is your brother? Yifan replied indifferently. Zhou Haiyang could only force a smile and ask, President, I truly did not know this Mrd. Why he was acquainted with you. Would you kindly introduce us? Ning Zimo replied expressionlessly, You are not worthy to note I in truth. Even Ning Zimo herself was unclear about Yifan's background. She simply knew that this man was not someone easily contained within the confines of Huahai. Yifan, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Ning Zimo cautiously inquired. Why Yifan, appearing nonchalant, replied, No need for too much trouble. Just ensure I do not see these two father and son again. Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo furrowed her brows, murmuring in agreement, I see. Zhou Haiyang, feeling awkward, stammered, President, Mr. Yi, if we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Allow me to treat you to a meal as an apology. How does that sound? Suddenly, Ning Zimo smiled, yet her beautiful visage bore a chilling undertone. Zhou, you are a veteran in the association. When my grandfather was still around, you were already a hall master. Originally, with your seniority, even if you betrayed me, I would have spared you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed in shock, President, what do you mean? Are you going to kill me? The other members of the Zhou family were also panicked. Unable to believe that Zhou Haiyang, a senior figure in the association, would be killed simply for offending Yifan. Ning Zimo sighed, I have no choice. I cannot allow Yifan to take action personally, as that would be an even greater disrespect to you. I will have Xiao Zhao deal with it quickly. There will be no pain. Zhou Haiyang staggered back, drenched in sweat, his face ashen. No, it can't be. Why? I have worked hard for Ziju Lin. Why must I die just because of some random brat? Ning Zimo, are you insane? I am your elder, Dad. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Zhou Ken cried as he rushed over, embracing Zhou Haiyang and weeping. Zhou Haiyang, with a fierce expression, reassured, Don't be afraid, son. We are among our people. They can't do anything to us. Once we get out, we'll gather the other members and tell them this woman has gone mad. Let us see how she handles it. As he spoke, Zhou Haiyang shouted, Someone, come, block them and protect our retreat. A few of Zhou's thugs hesitated for a moment, but eventually, several of them stepped forward to try to shield their boss's escape. Yet in that instant, 2 flying daggers pierced through the brows of 2 thugs with a swift rustle. The 2 thugs collapsed instantly, eyes wide open in death. Ning Zimo held several willow leaf daggers, cold as ice, stating, This is Ziju Lin. Who do you truly pledge your loyalty to? This display of dominance utterly stunned everyone. The gangsters all knelt, crying out for mercy from the president. You all? Zhou Haiyang's face turned ashen, unable to believe that his own men had submitted to Ning Zimo. Suddenly, a ghostly voice emerged from behind Zhou Haiyang, Hall Master Zhou. I apologized. A bloodied hand pierced through Zhou Haiyang's chest from behind. Xiao Zhao had appeared without anyone noticing, his right hand adorned with 5 metallic finger guards, razor-sharp, as he pierced Zhou Haiyang's body while simultaneously crushing his heart. Dad! Zhou Ken screamed, fainting from terror. Just as Xiao Zhao intended to kill Zhou Ken as well. Yifan intervened. Xiao Zhao, don't kill this guy. Just crush his balls and strip him, then toss him out on the street, Yifan instructed. Xiao Zhao nodded, shaking off the blood and flesh from his hands. No problem, brother Fan. Your wish is my command. The surrounding thugs looked at Zhou Ken with pity, having mocked Yifan, only to find themselves in a dire situation. At that moment, Zhou Haiyang's phone rang from his lifeless body. Ning Zimo picked up the phone and activated the speaker. This Hall Master Zhou? A woman named Feng Yueying is on the line, reporting that she wants to capture you. The situation has been handled for you, so you should deal with her. Hello? Are you there? Ning Zimo smashed the phone to pieces, her voice laced with resentment. So it turns out, you did this for that woman again? Yifan was taken aback, realizing the implication, and replied with a chuckle, Just a coincidence, merely a coincidence, I understand. No need to explain. Yet Ning Zimo's face was filled with disappointment and sorrow as she turned to leave. Why Yifan? Speechless, pondered the absurdity of the situation, but whether her sorrow was genuine or feigned, he felt compelled to console her. He quickly followed her outside, arriving at the Mercedes S600 she was seated in, which was equipped with bulletproof glass and a modified engine, far from ordinary. Sister Ning, don't be like this. My relationship with Yingying isn't as complicated as you think, Yifan said. Yingying? So you're already calling her Yingying? Ning Zimo leaned against the window glass, her voice tinged with melancholy as she remarked, So all along, there has been someone else in your heart. No wonder I could never penetrate the depths of your feelings. Yifan, caught in a mix of laughter and tears, could only sigh and respond, The reason you cannot enter my heart is that you have already taken residence there, T last. Ning Zimo lifted her gaze. A sweet smile gracing her lips. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I have sent you a message? I could have dealt with those rascals myself. I did it to maintain your dignity as the president. Didn't I? If I single-handedly eradicated your faction in the Zizhu forest, how could you retain your authority within the association? How would you explain it to your followers? Yifan explained. Ning Zimo pondered for a moment. Recognizing the validity of his words, but still feeling unfulfilled, she eagerly inquired, between me and that Feng Yueying, who is more beautiful? Without hesitation, Yifan replied, of course it's you, Ning Jia. You are a goddess. Ning Zimo's joy blossomed further, yet she feigned indignation, saying, you're just placating me. If I am more beautiful than her, why don't you call me by my name? After all, we are of the same age. What? You even checked her age? Yifan was nearly exasperated by her antics. Ning Zimo felt a twinge of embarrassment and murmured, what can I say? You always seem indifferent towards me. I want to see which vixen could possibly steal you away. I am not indifferent to you. It's just what? Ning Zimo pressed, her curiosity piqued. I'm someone without grand ambitions. I just want to work, earn some money, and live a stable life. Being with you doesn't seem quite right? Yifan confessed. Instantly, Ning Zimo's expression shifted. Her eagerness turned into a cold fury. Pointing at the car door, she exclaimed, get out. Exit the vehicle. Startled, Yifan scratched his head, bewildered as to how he had incited her anger. Ningjia, did I say something wrong? Get out. Ning Zimo shouted once more. With no other option, Yifan exited the car, still perplexed. Ningjia, what exactly are you angry about? Am I merely a woman who approaches you for personal gain in your eyes? Yifan, you have truly disappointed me. Tears welled in Ning Zimo's eyes as she forcefully slammed the car door shut. Yifan stood outside the car, speechless for a long moment. He certainly did not mean it that way. Yet his actions seemed to suggest otherwise. Xiao Zhao, having washed his hands somewhere, hurried into the car. Realizing there had been a spat between his boss and Yifan, he dared not speak, merely offering a sheepish smile before driving off. Standing at the roadside, Yifan tugged at his hair in frustration, deciding not to provoke Ning Zimo further. He took out his phone, intending to call Feng Yueying to inform her of his safety, but then remembered he had never saved her number. Thus, he made his way to the nearby subway station, preparing to return to Feng Yueying's residence. However, as soon as Yifan stepped into the underground station, he felt a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Narrowing his eyes, he maintained his composure and continued to ride the subway. Yet, when he was just one stop away from the Yueya Bay community, he exited the train prematurely. Upon reaching a desolate little street, he turned into a dark alley, ensuring he was alone before halting his steps. Come out, it must be rather dull to keep lurking behind me, he remarked, lighting a cigarette with a resigned expression. After a while, the previously empty alley indeed saw a hesitant figure enter. Chapter 0019. The Elephant-Headed God Within the Grand Residence at Number 6 by Lu Jun. Su Qingxue, enjoying her weekend off, sat in the downstairs dining area, indulging in a fruit platter for breakfast while watching the morning news. Aunt Jiang, bringing out some dried clothes, glanced at the garments left by Yifan. Sighing deeply, Miss, after you sent Yifan away last night, he hasn't returned. He didn't even take his belongings. Do you think he might be sleeping on the streets? Su Qingxue paused, furrowing her brows. He really hasn't he come back? Yes, I checked early this morning and the room was empty. What if something happened? Aunt Jiang suggested. He is a grown man. It's not winter outside. He'll be fine. Perhaps he just returned to his own place, Su Qingxue retorted, unwilling to call him. Aunt Jiang hesitated before remarking, Miss, please don't mind this old woman's prattle, but what Yifan mentioned about the old master last night is actually related to his own experiences. Su Qingxue looked at Aunt Jiang, puzzled. What do you mean? Think about it. Mississippi Yifan lost both his parents at a young age and grew up alone. He must yearn for the presence of biological parents. Seeing you and the old master in conflict must have stirred something within him. He longs for a father but has no opportunity to argue with one. Aunt Jiang lamented. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, her mind racing as she absorbed the information. Are you saying he is an orphan? Aunt Jiang was taken aback. Didn't he, miss? Su Qingxue bit her lip, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she recalled Yifan's words from the previous night. Suddenly understanding much more, I'll give him a call, she declared, picking up her phone, adding, just to be clear, this is at your behest, Aunt Jiang. It's not my doing. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Yes, it's my suggestion. You truly are magnanimous. With a cleared throat, Su Qingxue dialed the number. The call connected shortly after. Su Qingxue softened her tone, asking, "Where are you?" "Out," came Yi Fan's curt response. "I know you are out, but where exactly?" She pressed up. Yi Fan countered. "Is there something you need?" Su Qingxue frowned, initially wanting to inquire about where he had spent the night, but his indifferent tone made her abandon that thought. "Oh, it's nothing. Just checking. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up." Before Su Qingxue could say another word, he had already ended the call. Her expression gradually turned cold as she slammed her phone onto the table, piercing a piece of cantaloupe with her fork, as if the fruit were her adversary. "Aunt Jiang, let him be. He can do as he pleases." The elderly woman, full of resignation, thought to herself that perhaps it would have been better not to make that call at all. In the alley, Yi Fan returned his phone to his pocket, taking a drag from his cigarette as he surveyed the dark-skinned, slender man before him. The man was dressed in ordinary street attire. Sporting braided hair and a cap, the contours of his features suggested he was not of Huaxia descent. "How did you discover my presence, Mr. Yi?" the man inquired in English, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He prided himself on his exceptional tracking skills and was astonished that he had been detected so swiftly. Yi Fan exhaled smoke, his expression impassive as he replied, "It's you, I sent it? UVE switched trackers 3 times, comprising 1 woman and 2 men, and your accents reveal you are from the Samar region of the Philippines, if I am not mistaken. The tattoo on your hand and the eagle-headed ring you wear indicate that you are bounty hunters from the B-class organization Monkey Eagle." The braided man gaped, momentarily stunned, before forcing a tense smile. "It seems Mr.Ye is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you could befriend Dr. Ganesha." Upon hearing the name Ganesha, Yi Fan swiftly grasped the man's intentions. Stating solemnly, "I do not care what Monkey Eagle seeks. You should not have come here." Mindo smiled. "Our organization is currently in pursuit of Dr. Ganesha worldwide. In the laboratory of the elephant-headed god, there is a piece of information that points to a residence in Huahai City, which happens to be the address of your apartment. An address that the elephant-headed god specifically noted must belong to someone he holds in high regard. Mr. Yi, do you know where the elephant-headed god is?" Yi Fan frowned. The elephant-headed god had left such a clue behind. He hoped the Monkey Eagle had not leaked this information. "He is already deceased." "That is no secret," Yi Fan stated. Mindo paused, contemplating. "That's true, but he is the elephant-headed god. So, anything is possible. I will reiterate, Ganesha is dead." Yi Fan's tone grew more forceful, and his gaze hardened. Mindo instinctively swallowed, feeling an invisible pressure that began to stiffen his body. Who exactly was this man? Mindo's heart raced. As a bounty hunter who danced with death, his instincts for danger were finely tuned. "May I ask, Mr. Yi, do you know where Dr. Ganesha left the ain cage before his death?" Mindo ventured, testing the waters. Yi Fan replied coolly, "It's merely an elusive rumor, something that no one has ever seen. Yes, that's so. Some rumors suggest that Dr. Ganesha entrusted his legacy to a mysterious friend for safekeeping." Mindo scrutinized Yi Fan's eyes and expression, attempting to glean any insight. However, Yi Fan remained unfazed, growing increasingly impatient. "I've made myself clear. You have 5 seconds to leave. 5. Mindo, startled, felt a sudden jolt of fear, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed far from the street corner, moving with remarkable speed. After finishing a cigarette, Yi Fan extinguished the butt beneath his heel. A flicker of weariness and resignation passing through his eyes, he murmured to himself, "Xiang Nyozi, you say you've died, yet you've left me with all this mess." Shaking his head with a sigh, Yi Fan reflected on how he had contemplated the inevitability of being found, but he had not anticipated it to occur so swiftly, and all because someone had left an address. He had initially wished to lead a quiet life as an ordinary citizen, earning a modest income to enjoy a tranquil existence, but it now seemed that this aspiration might be dashed. Remaining low-key wouldn't he resolve anything, he mused. Am I merely a firefly in the dark? He harbored no fear of being dragged back into conflict, but he was concerned about unscrupulous individuals targeting those near him, which inevitably stirred some anxiety within him. Lost in these tangled thoughts, Yi Fan continued his way to Feng Yueying's residence. 2 blocks away. In a white car, Mindo and 2 other bounty hunters from the Shihuiying organization were discussing their predicament with furrowed brows. "What did you say? He has already discovered us?" inquired a flamboyantly dressed woman. "He seems quite ordinary. Could he be bluffing to intimidate you?" speculated a portly man. Mindo shook his head with a wry smile. "Impossible. This person is undoubtedly a master." Standing before him, "I didn't dare to breathe." Nearly tripping over my own tongue despite the apparent flaws in his posture, Mindo felt he could not possibly defeat him. I have a premonition that if I were to make a move, I would never return. His companions gasped in surprise, while the woman expressed skepticism. Surely it can't be that terrifying? Your skills rank among the top 5 in our organization. The portly man interjected. So what if you're in the top 5? The Wishihuing are a B-level organization with some standing in the underworld. This is Huaxia, a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Caution is paramount. Mindo and the woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, infiltrating Huaxia had proven to be quite a challenge, and they must not take it lightly. The portly man continued, I trust Mindo's words. Anyone who can befriend Xiang Tudi is certainly not ordinary, likely a formidable opponent. Are we really going to give up just like that? We finally obtained information on ANKH, and the commander has entrusted us with this mission. If we hand it over to someone else, what will be left of our reputation? We are bounty hunters, thriving on the edge of danger. We cannot forfeit such a significant opportunity just because our opponent might be skilled, the woman protested. Mindo stroked his chin, murmuring, although he may be stronger than us, he is still a member of society and likely has many ties. Just now, I overheard him speaking with a woman. Perhaps we could investigate his associates. Upon hearing this, both the woman and the portly man exchanged knowing nods. Chapter 0020. Identity revealed upon returning to Feng Yueying's South residence in Crescent Bay. Yifan pressed the doorbell. Soon, Feng Yueying opened the door, her face displaying a mix of joy and astonishment upon seeing Yifan standing there unharmed. Yifan, they didn't harm you, did they? Are you injured? Yifan spun around, spreading his arms with a grin. Do I look like someone who's been hurt? Feng Yueying let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. Come in quickly. Tell me what happened. I was worried sick at home, and after calling the police, I didn't know if it would make things worse. A warm feeling enveloped Yifan. Feng Yueying reporting to the police was also a risk on her part, yet it stemmed from genuine concern. Once inside the living room, he casually concocted an excuse, claiming that the Defense Bureau had intervened. Warning the Zhou father and son before releasing him, he felt it unnecessary to share the gruesome details, fearing it would frighten Feng Yueying. Really? I thought calling the police would be futile. It seems the security in Huahai is quite good. Feng Yueying remarked with concern. Why, Yifan, you mustn't act so impulsively in the future. I know you possess some skills and are formidable in a fight, but sometimes it's better to endure and let things pass. Many out there are desperate individuals. There's no need to confront them. Why, Yifan gazed at her with a smile. Ying, you're concerned for me. Is it love? Feng Yueying's face flushed a deep crimson, and she tossed a cushion at him, scolding. What nonsense are you thinking? You're in danger to protect me. It's perfectly normal for me to care about you. Seeing her shy demeanor and the blooming beauty of her face, Yifan felt a stirring within him. Having been away from women for so long, encountering such a captivating mature lady was quite fortuitous for him. He seized Feng Yueying's delicate hand, pulling her from the other side of the sofa into his embrace. Ah, she gasped, looking up to find Yifan gazing at her with burning intensity. Before she could finish, Yifan pressed his lips to hers with fervor. With Yifan's skilled touch, Feng Yueying quickly felt a warmth enveloping her, a sensation that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Yet, her deeply ingrained traditional values kept her tethered to a final thread of clarity. Gently pushing Yifan away, her eyes sparkling with emotion, she softly said, Yifan, let us not rush things. We've only known each other for a while, but we hardly know each other well enough to justify such intimacy. Yifan halted his advances, feeling a pang of regret. After all, Feng Yueying was not like the women he had encountered abroad, who viewed such affairs as mere entertainment. For her, it was a sacred and solemn ceremony. Not to be taken lightly. I apologize, Ying. I was too reckless. Won't happen again, he said, releasing her and suppressing his desires. Observing Yifan's respect for her feelings, Feng Yueying felt a sense of satisfaction. It indicated that he cared for her. With a glimmer in her eyes, she wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, offering him a sweet kiss. As long as you treat me well, I will eventually be yours. Let us give each other some time, shall we? Yifan inhaled sharply, the sudden sweetness of her response striking his heart, leaving him feeling utterly enraptured. This woman, though appearing poised and dignified, harbored a potential for mischief within. After uttering those words, Feng Yueying became bashful, quickly adjusting her attire. All right, now that you're safely back, I can relax. Next time, I'll buy some delicious ingredients and cook my specialties for you. Yifan, wishing to embrace her a little longer, was puzzled. Why next time? Isn't today the weekend? We could have lunch together. Feng Yuang replied apologetically, "It is indeed the weekend, but my superior has called for me. I need to meet with him immediately. I was worried about you. But now that you're all right, I must hurry out. I see that I shall take my leave as well." Yifan recalled that Su Qingshu had called him. And since his toolkit was still at Bai Lu Jun, he needed to return to tidy up, for even if he were to be ousted, he couldn't afford to lose his means of sustenance. Feng Yuang owned a red Audi S3, parked conveniently at Crescent Bay. The car was elegant and compact, reasonably priced, fitting for a corporate executive like her. However, she usually resided in an apartment close to her office and seldom drove. She intended to offer Yifan a ride, but since he could conveniently take the subway, she didn't press the matter further, merely exchanging contact information for future communication. After a 30-minute subway ride and a short walk, Yifan arrived once more at number 6. By Lu Jun, he pressed the doorbell, and Aunt Zhang promptly opened the door, her face lighting up with joy at Yifan. "You've finally returned. I was so worried." "Come in." Yifan, seeing Aunt Zhang's genuine happiness, felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed she regarded him as family, and he indeed should have called to reassure her. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar female voice ask, "Yifan, what are you doing here?" Yifan froze, looking up to find Feng Yuang sitting on the sofa. His mind raced, recalling her earlier mention of a meeting with her superior. Could it be that her superior was Su Qingshu? The cold and composed Su Qingshu sat quietly, sipping her tea, her autumn-like eyes reflecting various thoughts as she calmly inquired, "Minister Feng, do you know Yifan?" Though puzzled, Feng Yuang responded truthfully, "Yes, we've known each other for some time. Previously, I was nearly abducted by the White Shark Gang in my apartment, and Yifan helped me." Feng Yuang dared not mention their recent encounter, given the somewhat ambiguous nature of their relationship. Su Qingshu had not anticipated that Yifan was the man who had rescued Feng Yuang, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "How did you two come to know each other?" "Su, you don't know?" He asked the maintenance worker we hired for the Jinsei apartment. "His repair skills are excellent," Feng Yuang chimed in, not forgetting to praise Yifan. However, this revelation struck Su Qingshu with a sense of realization. No wonder this fellow had left a toolkit at home, and no wonder he could fix the television. It turned out his identity was not merely that of a tutor. Yifan, feigning innocence, smiled sheepishly, trying to appear nonchalant. Feng Yuang then curiously asked, "Su, did you ask Yifan to repair something?" Actually, Yifan was pondering how to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Su Qingshu also felt a headache. In truth, she wished for this matter to remain known only to a select few. After all, she had only signed a 3-month contract with Yifan, and once this particular period elapsed, their relationship would no longer hold significance. Therefore, this semblance of a romantic relationship only needed to be known by those who truly required it, as many subordinates in the company had no need to be informed. To put it bluntly, the idea of finding a man to masquerade as her boyfriend was something that, if revealed, would be quite embarrassing and could even become a source of ridicule and stigma. Maintaining her composure, Su Qingshu pondered briefly before saying, "Minister Feng, let us discuss this in my study. There are some documents that I need you to review as well." Feng Yuang, being a strong woman in the workplace, prioritized work and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us head upstairs." Once the two women ascended, Yifan finally exhaled in relief and hurried to the kitchen to request 2 glasses of iced water from Aunt Zhang. He gulped them down, feeling somewhat calmer. Aunt Zhang regarded him with a knowing look, her gaze hinting at something significant, which made Yifan feel quite awkward. Chapter 0021. Caught off guard. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang soon smiled slightly and asked, "Yifan, you have returned at last. The young lady is concerned about you. She called you, yet you hung up without clarifying anything." Upon hearing this, Yifan blinked in surprise. "What? Qingshu is concerned about me?" "Aunt Zhang, please do not jest. She just kicked me out last night. It is true. The young lady was unaware of your background, so after I explained it to her, she naturally came to understand your good intentions," Aunt Zhang stated, eager for the two to reconcile. Only then did Yifan grasp the situation, reflecting inwardly that this girl indeed had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, if that were the case. He need not move out after all. Over an hour later, Feng Yuang descended from upstairs and bid farewell to Aunt Zhang in the kitchen. Yifan, who was watching television, quickly followed her as she was about to leave. Ying, please let me explain," he interjected, blocking Feng Yuang's path to the garage. Feng Yuang wore an expression of indifference, sighing, "What is it that you wish to say? The situation is not as you think. I and Qingshu are merely..." Yifan began to clarify, but then reconsidered. Revealing the details of the contract would be improper. How could he explain this to Su Qingshu? Feng Yuang remained silent, her face gradually revealing a mischievous smile. Yifan sensed something was amiss and inquired, Ying, do you already know? Feng Yueying shot him a glance filled with disdain. You are trying to surprise me, aren't you? What is there to hide? By Monday, the entire company will be aware. Just how long do you plan to conceal this? Yifan's face turned blank, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, Su Qingxue descended the stairs, her voice cold as she called out. Yifan, come to my study. Feng Yueying patted Yifan on the shoulder. You should go. The boss is calling for you. Special? Assistant? Yifan felt as though he might cry. What on earth was happening? Feng Yueying glanced at her wristwatch, her urgency apparent as she said, I must hurry to the high-speed rail station. Su Zong wants me to leave for a business trip immediately. Until next time. See you at the office. Goodbye. With that, Feng Yueying flashed him a radiant smile before heading to the garage. Yifan, utterly confused, silently made his way upstairs and entered the study. After closing the door behind him, Yifan scratched his head and asked, Qingxue, what did you tell Yueying? Seated at her desk, Su Qingxue was busy printing documents and replied coolly, I told her that we are friends from the orphanage who have only recently reconnected. Noticing you were unemployed, I decided to hire you as my special assistant. Given that your living conditions are rather poor and Aunt Jiang could use a helping hand, I thought it best for you to stay here. Yifan's lips twitched. She actually believed that Feng Yueying was my senior in college, and her work capabilities and loyalty were beyond question. As long as what I said was not too outrageous. She would trust me. Clearly, Su Qingxue understood Feng Yueying's character well. Why Yifan felt uneasy. Was this not merely exploiting her trust to deceive her? What harm is there in deceiving her? Do you wish for the entire company to know that we are merely pretending to be a couple? Do you want to solidify this farce? Besides, my deception has no bearing on you. What loss could it cause her? Su Qingxue countered. Yifan was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had perceived this woman as cold yet passionate. But now she appeared utterly heartless. Instead of worrying about others, perhaps you should focus on signing this contract, Su Qingxue said, handing him a document. Yifan glanced at it, astonished to find it was a temporary employment contract. You truly want me to be your special assistant? I made a promise to my senior, so I must fulfill it. Moreover, your current situation is fraught with danger. Working for our company is comparatively safer. Besides, you previously deceived me into thinking you were a tutor, only for me to discover you are an electrician. Who knows what other odd jobs you might take on? When I called you earlier, you answered so reluctantly that it is best you stay here to avoid any issues that may arise. Su Qingxue's icy gaze held a hint of strong dissatisfaction. Feeling embarrassed, Yifan rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Qingxue, I truly had something to attend to this morning. It was inconvenient for me to answer. Su Qingxue slammed her hand on the desk, pointing at the contract. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I am uninterested in what you do. Sign the contract. No, it's he once. Overwhelmed by the commanding presence of this ice queen, Yifan hastily picked up the pen, but then hesitated, shaking his head. No, I cannot. I do not even know what I will be doing in the company. Wouldn't he that exposed the truth from the very start? Monthly salary of 50,000. I'll sign. Yifan wrote his signature with lightning speed, hastily completing every page, grinning as he handed the contract back to Su Qingxue. A monthly salary of 50,000, totaling 150,000 over 3 months, especially since he would be free afterward. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Qingxue's eyes. This man had potential, being quick-witted and fluent in French. With proper nurturing, he could become a valuable asset, yet his shortcomings were glaringly obvious. He was far too easily swayed by money. From this day forth, I shall be your special assistant, and I shall serve as your part-time boyfriend, Yifan declared, saluting playfully. A peculiar smile crept onto Su Qingxue's lips. Oh, I forgot to mention, my assistant salary starts at 100,000 a month. What? Are you trying to cheat me? Yifan felt as if his heart were bleeding. With a light scoff, Su Qingxue tucked the contract away and regarded him with a hint of disdain. For dealing with a man who spouts nothing but lies, this is merely tit for tat. Be honest with me from now on. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. Yifan was engulfed in a sense of despair. He had truly underestimated this woman's cunning. The next day, Yifan intended to head to a neighborhood to repair an air conditioner but was promptly thwarted by Su Qingxue, who insisted he stay home to review company materials, requiring him to familiarize himself with the company's basic operations and situations. With no other options, Yifan resigned himself to following the orders of his superior girlfriend for the next 3 months. Having already signed 2 contracts in the evening, Yifan remembered that his bicycle was still at the old apartment, so he brought it to Bailu County. However, due to its outdated appearance and the rust covering it, Even leaving it on the street might not attract any interest. Upon entering the gate, he was stopped by the security guard. Thankfully, Aunt Jiang happened to be there. Recognizing a familiar resident, she helped him bring the bike back home. Upon learning of this incident, Su Qingxue was infuriated, wondering how this man could be so foolish. Something worth only a few dozen yuan as scrap metal. Was it really necessary to be so stingy? Yi Fan was unconcerned. Having ridden that bike for over a year, he had feelings for it, and it was not something he could simply discard. On Monday morning, Yi Fan prepared for his first official day at work. Dressed in a shirt and trousers gifted by Su Qingxue, complete with a tie and polished shoes, he looked quite presentable. Somehow, Su Qingxue had procured a driver's license for him, appointing him as her driver. Yi Fan could not help but marvel at the power of money. Given how difficult it was to obtain a license nowadays, Su Qingxue had managed to secure one for him with such ease. What a stark contrast. Driving a black Lexus LX 570 through the congested morning cityscape, Yi Fan gripped the steering wheel, stifling yawns. The pace was slower than that of his old, dilapidated bicycle. In the rearview mirror, he noticed Su Qingxue seated behind him, diligently working on her Apple laptop. As there were no formal meetings scheduled, Su Qingxue had opted for a casual outfit today. A light blue off-shoulder dress that accentuated her fair skin, creating a striking contrast with her dark, silky hair. The white pleated skirt fell just above her knees, revealing her flawless calves that resembled delicate jade. How could this woman's figure be so perfectly proportioned? How could her skin be so exquisitely smooth? Beep, beep. A car horn blared from behind. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, glancing up just in time to catch a pair of piercing eyes staring at her through the rearview mirror. Why, Yi Fan? What are you staring at? The light is green. Yi Fan hurriedly started the car, his face flushing with embarrassment. How had 2 minutes of red light passed so quickly while he was lost in admiration? What were you looking at just now? Su Qingxue's eyes glinted with irritation. Chapter 0022. Company morning meeting. I wasn't looking at anything. I got up early and was just dozing off. Yi Fan feigned nonchalance. Su Qingxue scoffed, biting her silver teeth, and remarked, a liar with a mouth full of deceit. A miserly Scrooge, greedy and lecherous. At least you are a man. Can you not aspire to something greater? Yi Fan felt thoroughly insulted. Unwilling to accept such accusations, who says that? I may have deceived you about some things, but I am not miserly. Who doesn't like money? Moreover, it is precisely because I am a man that I find delight in admiring beautiful women. Do you dare to argue otherwise? I shall refrain from mentioning your bicycle incident from yesterday, but do take a look at this. As Su Qingxue spoke, she retrieved a bag from the rear seat of the car, revealing the very outfit that Yi Fan had discarded in the garage a few days prior, which had been forgotten in the vehicle. You cannot even bear to part with these worthless clothes? Yet you had Aunt Jiang wash and iron them for you. Are you really that miserly? Even the clothes you wear to work were prepared by me. Do you have the audacity to refute me? Su Qingxue tossed the bag back onto the rear seat, fearing that the old garments might emit an unpleasant odor, and her agitation only grew. Why, Yi Fan muttered to himself, such a beautiful girl. Yet she speaks so bluntly. I do not mind wearing those old clothes to work. After all, it was you who insisted I wear these new ones. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, for it is futile to reason with women. Upon arriving at the Jinxiu building, Yi Fan parked the car in the underground garage, in the designated space for the president. Before exiting the vehicle, Su Qingxue warned him, remember the 2 rules while at the company. Understood. I shall address you as President Su and must not disclose our relationship, Yi Fan replied with an okay gesture. Once confirmed, they exited the car, and after taking a few steps, they encountered a VIP elevator reserved for the company's upper management. A young female office worker, appearing to be around 25 or 26, was already waiting there, dressed in a black OL uniform, a white shirt, and sporting silver-rimmed glasses. Her features were delicate, yet her demeanor was composed. As she held a briefcase and saw Su Qingxue approaching, she immediately bowed respectfully and greeted, Good morning, President Su. Su Qingxue nodded and turned to Yi Fan, introducing, This is Chenya, my chief assistant. You should learn well from her. Yi Fan quickly smiled and extended his hand to Chenya, saying, Hello, I am Yi Fan, pleased to meet you. Chenya hesitated briefly before giving Yi Fan a perfunctory handshake, not bothering to make eye contact. Evidently dismissive of him. Why, Yi Fan thought to himself, no wonder she is Su Qingxue's chief assistant. She truly is aloof. Chenya promptly opened a tablet in her possession and reported, President Su, today is the 7th, 9th, 13th, 18th, 26th, 34th. Hearing this string of numbers from Chenya, Yi Fan was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp her meaning. Su Qingxue remained silent as she approached the elevator, opened the door, and stepped inside. The moment she entered, her demeanor and aura shifted, becoming noticeably more serious and cold, exuding a formidable presence befitting a superior. Yi Fan could not help but swallow hard. This woman transforms into an entirely different person in work mode. A stark contrast to the Su Qingxue lounging on the sofa, indulging in fruit and watching television at home. Subsequently, Su Qingxue pressed a series of buttons in the elevator. 7, 9, 13. Yi Fan realized these numbers corresponded to the floors Chenya had just recited, all of which were indeed levels of the building. What's more, Su Qingxue had memorized them after hearing them only once. President Su, isn't your office on the 66th floor? Why are we stopping at so many levels? Yi Fan was already familiar with Jinxiu Group's information and knew the purpose of each floor. Chenya answered on Su Qingxue's behalf. This is President Su's routine morning meeting. We address various issues on the way to the office, saving numerous employees from running around and enhancing operational efficiency. Just as Chenya finished explaining, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor. Chenya held the door open, and a well-dressed manager from the investment department was already waiting, ready to present a document to Su Qingxue. President Su, DL Chemical Company's latest raw materials can replace outdated synthetic rubber technology in various fields, significantly reducing production costs of rubber products by 45%. Our meeting unanimously approved the recommendation to increase our holdings in DL Company's stock to 4.3. The manager reported quickly. Su Qingxue perused the report briefly before tossing it out of the elevator with a cold remark. Sell off all our shares in DL Company. The manager was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. What? President Su, why would we sell now, just as it's about to rise? Their raw materials will face stagnation in sales, causing their stock to plummet soon. We must act now, Su Qingxue explained. Seeing the manager's continued confusion, she frowned and added, have you not noticed the recent personnel changes at DL? They are increasing staffing in the logistics department to manage the warehouse. What do you think that signifies? The manager suddenly understood, realizing that they had overproduced, causing pressure on their storage capacity. President Su is astute. How did I miss that? Before the manager could shower her with more praise, Su Qingxue signaled to Chenya. Chenya understood immediately, closed the elevator door, and continued ascending to the 9th floor. The elevator opened again, and this time a middle-aged female supervisor presented another document. President Su, the Taihang Group is unwilling to transfer that land and demands an additional 20 million. What are your thoughts? Without hesitation, Su Qingxue took a red pen and swiftly scribbled a few large words on the document. Increase by 50 million. The female supervisor looked astonished, thinking Su Qingxue had made a mistake. President Su, they only require an additional 20 million. Follow my instructions, and once they agree, bring it back for my final approval, Su Qingxue instructed. The female supervisor gaped, utterly bewildered, but could only nod in compliance. As the elevator closed again, Yi Fan stood behind the woman, utterly dumbfounded. President Su, did you mishear? They only asked for an additional 20 million. Why offer an extra 50 million? That's giving away 30 million for free. Su Qingxue ignored him altogether, as the elevator had reached the 13th floor. Another document was handed in, and once more, Su Qingxue signed it with just a few words. Thus, they continued ascending, pausing at each level for no more than 2 minutes. Each decision made with unwavering resolve, and the executives, even if somewhat puzzled, obediently nodded to execute her orders. It was as if they firmly believed that as long as they followed Su Qingxue's lead, they would never err. The middle managers, ranging in age from 30 to 50, displayed absolute trust in this young woman in her 20s. Yi Fan, standing behind, could not help but wonder, is this girl truly that formidable? After all, Jinxiu Group ranks among the top 10 in Huahai, a renowned corporation across all of China, with extensive ventures including venture capital, luxury goods, fashion, real estate, high-end hotels, and also delving into education, e-commerce, brewing, auto parts, advertising, engineering design, and more. In other words, as president, Su Qingxue must possess considerable knowledge across all these sectors to oversee the grand scheme. After managing more than a dozen tasks, approximately half an hour had passed when the trio finally arrived at the 66th floor. Entering a vast presidential office, 3 walls were adorned with floor-to-ceiling tempered glass windows, reinforced with bulletproof glass. From this vantage point, one could gaze down upon the sprawling cityscape of Huahai, as if the entire metropolis lay beneath one's feet. The decor was minimal, featuring only a few simple green potted plants, devoid of extravagance, embodying a sleek and cool color palette that perfectly complemented Su Qingxue's demeanor. Su Qingxue settled into her presidential chair, while Chenya began retrieving some documents that needed to be reviewed in the morning, organizing the files and presenting them to her superior. Yi Fan, feeling somewhat bored, sat on the sofa and began playing Snake on his outdated phone. Su Qingxue glanced at him and remarked, "Chunya, provide him with the Taihang Group's documents for review." Chunya paused, momentarily taken aback, but promptly retrieved the information from her tablet and handed it to Yifan. "What is this for?" Yifan inquired, puzzled. Chapter 0023-108 Su Qingxue replied coolly, "Aren't you curious as to why I am willing to spend an additional 30 million on that piece of land?" Yifan nodded, indeed perplexed by her decision. "I will give you half an hour. Find the reason within Taihang Group's investigation materials, and if you can ascertain it, I will arrange for you to have an independent office." Su Qingxue stated. Why Yifan's eyes brightened at the prospect. An independent office. Does it come with a computer? With a computer, he could play games and earn money by leveling up. Of course, there will be a computer. Su Qingxue assured him. Why Yifan grinned widely, taking the tablet and quickly beginning his review. Su Qingxue paid him no further mind, believing that if he could unearth even a tenuous reason in 20 minutes, it would be commendable. Even Chenya, who had been with her for 3 years, would likely only formulate a rationale after entering the office. However, to her surprise, less than 5 minutes later, Yifan exclaimed, "Oh!" Su Qingxue looked up in surprise. "What is it?" Chenya furrowed her brow, admonishing, "Do not disturb President Su while she is working." No. Yifan waved his hands, chuckling. "I just found the reason." So soon? Su Qingxue cautioned. "I am only giving you one chance. Think carefully before you speak." Chenya remained skeptical, thinking it impossible to identify the key reason in such a short span. Why Yifan stood up, returning the tablet to Chenya, and confidently declared, "The Taihang Group appears stable, but their financial chain is actually at risk. If that piece of land cannot be sold quickly to secure the funds, they could very well face bankruptcy." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. Tio discerned such hidden details about the financial chain in such a brief time. This man's reading speed is astonishing. Not to mention his comprehension. Chenya was equally astonished, unable to fathom that this individual had truly perused the material in its entirety. Wai Yifan, however, continued to articulate smoothly, "General Manager Su, I must say, your tactic is quite ingenious. If you were to increase the offer by an additional 20 million, they would undoubtedly sell immediately. Yet, should you raise it by 50 million, suspicions would inevitably arise. Why would you invest so heavily? Is there some immense profit to be gained from this land? This would lead them to ponder whether they have overlooked something crucial. Such an outrageous price would deter other companies from making a purchase. Consequently, they would squander precious time, and when they finally resolve to sell the land at the inflated price, all you would need to do is decline, leaving them utterly at a loss. In the end, they would have to accept the original price, missing out even on the additional 20 million, as they would lack the time to seek alternative buyers." As Yifan expounded this series of deductions, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Su Qingxue's bright eyes. She had indeed not misjudged him. Although this man displayed a certain lewdness and frugality, his mind was quite agile, and he would surely learn quickly. With proper guidance, he might accomplish something significant. Meanwhile, Chenya was left somewhat dumbfounded, realizing she had underestimated the new assistant her boss had chosen. After all, how could Su Qingxue possibly hire a fool as her assistant? Chenya naturally attributed the credit to her boss. Wai Yifan then remarked, "General Manager Su, if this strategy succeeds, the people at Taihang Group will surely loathe you. It would be a devastating loss for them. Deception is the essence of warfare, and the business realm is no different. Since they were the ones to act greedily, they cannot blame me for being ruthless. Moreover, if they were truly astute, they would have approached me immediately to agree to sell the land. Their own guilt and insatiable greed render them susceptible to my scheme," Su Qingxue stated with an air of calm confidence. Wai Yifan shrugged, conceding a point. "General Manager Su, you are indeed clever. Few would think of employing such an inverse approach. I think you are commendable as well. At the very least, you managed to decipher this in 5 minutes. Su Qingxue complimented him, a rare praise. Upon receiving the compliment, Yifan smiled broadly, though he feigned modesty. "Oh, it's nothing, just average. Humph. Don't get too full of yourself. Our General Manager Su is a member of Par Society. Don't think that a bit of cleverness makes you exceptional," Chenya interjected proudly, puffing her chest as if it were her own honor. Yifan was taken aback, blinking in surprise. "General Manager Su is a member of the Intelligence Society? Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, including the Intelligence Society. Indeed, our General Manager Su possesses an IQ of 180. She is undoubtedly a genius. Otherwise, why do you think the people in the company hold her in such high regard?" Chenya replied. "The Intelligence Society is one of the most prestigious organizations for high IQ individuals globally. with reportedly fewer than 50 members. The entry threshold is an IQ of at least 175, and each member is a genius among geniuses, not merely someone who has wealth or status. Ye Fan considered further. Knowing that most individuals with an IQ of 180 often excel in specific areas such as scientific research, creative endeavors, or business. However, they tend to be rather mediocre in other respects, sometimes even less capable than the average person. Additionally, it is not uncommon for such geniuses to exhibit eccentricities, appearing as outliers in society. Reflecting on Su Qingshua's demeanor, her cold nature, her strained familial relations, and her romantic void, Ye Fan began to understand much. Yet, Su Qingshua's expression remained icy as she shot a glare at Qinya, her voice cold as ice. Do not mention the Intelligence Society again. Qianya's face turned pale as she realized her blunder, hastily lowering her head in response, visibly anxious. In truth, many executives within the company were aware that Su Qingxue was one of the rare members of the Intelligence Society, but they refrained from discussing it openly. It was said that the late chairman had chosen to bring Su Qingxue, a rather disreputable illegitimate granddaughter, back into the family not only because she was of direct lineage, but also due to her remarkable intellectual prowess exhibited from a young age. Many believe that had it not been for Su Qingshue's brilliance, she would not have been able to reclaim her place in the Su family, let alone rise to the position of president. Such circumstances are rather cruel for a young woman. Even the honor of being a member of the Intelligence Society carries a tinge of tragic undertone for her. You may leave now? Qinya, please show him to the office. Su Qingshue's mood had evidently soured. Ye Fan, unable to contain his eagerness to use the computer, dashed out ahead. Following Qinya, they arrived at a private office on the same floor, which indeed housed a computer. Ye Fan was delighted and curiously inquired, Assistant Qin, if I fail to answer the questions, where will you assign me? A hint of mockery twinkled in Qianya's eyes. From the very beginning, this office was designated for you, regardless of whether you answered correctly. Ye Fan's smile froze. He was, indeed, outsmarted by Su Qingshuo once more. Was her cunning intellect in this regard also at the level of 180? Being outplayed was no issue for Ye Fan. He remained unfazed. Previously, he had played games in internet cafes or at Mu Mu Mu's house, where he worked as a tutor. Now, he had an office and a decent computer at his disposal, and he could hardly wait to showcase his skills. Just as he was about to power on the computer, Qinya placed a thick stack of documents on his desk. What is this? Ye Fan glanced at it, noting that the cover was entirely in French. General Manager Su mentioned you speak French, so this is your assignment for the next 3 days. Please translate it according to the format and print it out for me. My office is next door, Qinya stated in a very formal tone. Ye Fan blinked, realizing this was an evaluation document from a French company, detailing the company's status from the previous year. Clearly, this document had required significant effort to obtain, and to prevent leaks, they had not sought other translation companies, so I actually have work to do. Ye Fan murmured, recognizing that this had likely been planned by Su Qingshuo all along. Of course, did you think you were brought in to merely sit idle? Our company does not employ idle hands, Qinya retorted before turning on her heel and leaving. Understood. Ye Fan nodded with a smile. But once Qinya was gone, he promptly locked the office door. Returning to the computer, he began downloading games. Chapter 0024. Is it really you? As expected of a large corporation, the internet speed was remarkably fast. Ye Fan pushed the stack of documents aside, busily downloading QQ as well. Upon logging in, he was immediately bombarded by a friend named Mu Junju, whose window began to shake vigorously. Wah, teacher, you're finally online. Hurry and come to my house to help me level up in. This Mu Junju was none other than Ye Fan's student, Mu Mu Mu. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Fan lit a cigarette. Typing back, Dear student, the teacher is at work. You have a month until school starts. Focus on reviewing your studies for now. $500. Just help me get back to Diamond. I have pocket money now. Mu 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 quickly responded. Hearing the mention of pocket money, a smile spread across Ye Fan's face as he typed back. Since you are so ambitious, I shall extend a helping hand. Hee, teacher Yi, when will you come to my house? Mu 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 eagerly asked. Ye Fan replied. I'm currently at the company, and with a computer here, I can assist you without needing to come over. What? You found a job? Which company? Mu 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 pressed. Jinxiu Group, Ye Fan declared proudly. You're lying? The threshold for Jinxiu Group is that you must be a graduate of a key university, and they have rigorous screening processes. Don't tell me you don't even have an elementary school diploma? Ye Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette, realizing there was no ashtray nearby, and let the ash fall directly onto the desk. Your teacher is handsome. I charmed the CEO of Jinxiu and became the special assistant. Yifan replied. Mumu sent a series of laughing emojis. You're crazy. Delusional. Did you see a pretty picture of Su Qingxue and get carried away? I'll tell you a harsh truth. Many people in Huahai secretly call her a female tyrant. She is notorious for being an ice queen, ruthless in her pursuits, and many label her as a heartless money-making machine. Yifan frowned and responded. Is it really that exaggerated? Machines have feelings too besides. How do you know all this? Humph. As a member of Huahai's high society, I hear plenty about her. Su Qingxue is a figure of considerable renown in the business world. Such news is rampant. Yifan remained silent for a moment, exhaling smoke, internally believing some of it while simultaneously feeling pity for Su Qingxue. Although she brought immense profit to the company, she was likely the subject of much envy and disdain. Ultimately, after Yifan reiterated his position multiple times, Mumu reluctantly accepted reality and agreed to let Yifan assist her online. While Yifan's salary was considerable, he enjoyed the idea of playing games while earning money. So he was happy to take on the task for $500. However, before diving into gaming, Yifan intended to complete the translations due over the next 3 days to avoid any salary deductions from Su Qingxue. He opened the thick stack of documents, scanning them briefly, and discovered that the French was not particularly difficult. It consisted mainly of commonly used business terminology, devoid of obscure scientific vocabulary, making the translation quite effortless. As he reviewed the French documents, his fingers flew across the keyboard, swiftly inputting the translated material. In a mere 2 hours, Yifan accomplished a 3-day task, pausing only briefly to brew a cup of coffee and use the restroom. After fulfilling the assignment given by Su Qingxue, he indulged in some gaming. It was not until 11 o'clock that he realized time had flown by, and just as he completed a round, a voice from outside the office called out, Yifan, open the door. Why is it locked? Hastily, Yifan exited the game and rushed to unlock the door. Assistant Chen, is there something you need? Upon entering the office, Chenya was greeted by the unmistakable scent of smoke and the sight of a cluttered desk strewn with cigarette butts and ash, her expression darkening. Who permitted you to smoke in the office? Yifan scratched his head, replying, no one told me I couldn't. You? Chenya glared at him. Next time, go to the smoking room on the 55th floor. Yifan readily agreed, though he thought to himself, running up and down 10 flights just to smoke seemed rather excessive. Chenya glanced at the computer screen and scoffed, where have you hidden your games? Why aren't you playing anymore? Go on. Momentarily taken aback, Yifan realized he should have concealed the game icons better. How did Chenya know? Seemingly sensing his astonishment, Chenya disdainfully remarked, do you think our agency's technical department is for show? We are fully aware of any abnormal traffic from employees' computers, including any game files being downloaded. Don't presume we are oblivious to your gaming in the office. Why Yifan felt a wave of despair. This was absurd, monitoring employees' computers? Having never worked as a white-collar employee before, he was entirely unaware of such practices. I will report this to General Manager Su. You neglect your work for gaming, and according to company policy, 20% of your salary will be deducted. After delivering this ultimatum, Chunya flipped her hair and prepared to leave. Hearing about the 20% deduction, which equated to 10,000 yuan, Yifan exclaimed, wait, I've already completed my work. You can't deduct my salary for that, can you? I have nothing else to do. Chunya turned back, scoffing, what are you saying? You finished that 3-day translation task? Indeed, Yifan replied, handing her a printed document. You can take a look. I simply haven't had the chance to give it to you yet. Initially skeptical, Chunya recalled Yifan passing Su Qingxue's test earlier in the morning, causing her heart to flutter with uncertainty. This was a workload designed for a professional translator. Could he truly have completed it in just half a day? Hesitantly, she accepted the folder and skimmed through it, her frown deepening with each glance. Could it be? He genuinely finished the translation? However, it was utterly bewildering, prompting Chunya to approach the computer and open a French translation software, randomly selecting words for verification. After sampling over 20 words and finding them all accurately translated, her expression stiffened. Adjusting her glasses, she scrutinized Yifan with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. How did you manage this? Chunya found it hard to believe. Did he not require any reference materials or contemplation while translating? It was as if he transformed French into his mother tongue. Logically speaking, even a commercial document in Chinese would require considerable thought to comprehend. Yifan replied nonchalantly, is it really that difficult? I simply read and translated it. He then added, by the way, there's a term in the document that the French company may have written incorrectly. I've marked it for correction. You can verify. Chunya felt her mind racing. Astonished that he had even identified a mistake in the French terminology, she inquired, somewhat dazed, Where is it? On the 7th page. Regarding the color of the llama's fur, Tain means brown. They should have used John Brun for yellow-brown. These are not the same color. You can check, Yifan explained. Chunya inhaled deeply, her gaze complex as she regarded Yifan. And after a prolonged silence, she stated, "It's already lunchtime. You should go eat. I will deliver the materials to General Manager Su." Although Yifan felt hungry, he hesitantly asked, "Assistant Chen, what about my salary, this time?" "I'll let it go, but if you play games again, I will still deduct it." Chinya huffed and breezed out. Relieved to hear there would be no salary deduction, Yifan's spirits lifted. "Assistant Chen? It's already noon. Aren't you going to lunch with General Manager Su? Come join me." Without turning back, Chinya replied, "I'm on a diet. General Manager Su doesn't eat lunch at the office. So mind your own business." Why, Yifan thought to himself, "You're already so thin. At this rate, you'll become a mere shadow." However, he was less concerned about Chunya and more troubled by the fact that Su Qingxue was working through lunch, which made him feel a twinge of sympathy, especially after hearing Mu Mu's remarks earlier, which made him feel for the woman. It was one thing to be dedicated to work, but how could one neglect meals? This was something Aunt Jiang at home surely did not know. Otherwise, she would be deeply worried. Contemplating these matters, Yifan took the elevator downstairs to the Jinsei Employee Cafeteria, a publicly listed company. The employee benefits were undoubtedly commendable, and the cafeteria boasted an elegant environment, offering a blend of Chinese and Western buffet styles for employees to select their meals. After filling his plate with a generous serving of food, Yifan glanced around, noting that the Jinsei group was predominantly staffed by female employees. While there were many beautiful women, he sought a spot with a concentration of attractive ladies. Since he was there, he should take advantage of the view. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Yifan? Is that really you?" Yifan innocently remarked, "I said you're the most beautiful here. Isn't that enough?" he added with a hint of playfulness. "If you say another word, I'll give you a beating." Su Lingshan glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Silently, Yifan picked up a glass of orange juice and took a sip, saying, "Well, I won't say anything else. Just don't hit me." The sudden display of submissiveness from the man left Su Lingshan feeling at a loss for her own strength, as if she had been outwitted by Yifan, which irked her immensely. After taking a few bites of her meal, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, for every time she glanced up, she found Yifan gazing at her intently. Why, Yifan was thoroughly enjoying the moment, for he had discovered that from this angle, he could catch a glimpse of a delightful view peeking from Su Lingshan's neckline. Unexpectedly, he mused internally, "She's quite alluring after all." "What are you staring at?" Su Lingshan demanded. Why, Yifan blinked and replied, "Do you really want the truth?" "Of course," she snapped. "The egg on your plate," Yifan stated earnestly. "What egg? You're lying," Su Lingshan exclaimed, her fury palpable as she slammed her hand on the table. This startled those around them, who thought, "Has that guy lost his mind, daring to tease a fierce woman like her?" Yifan picked up a fried chicken leg and took a bite, saying, "Captain Su, you indeed had an egg earlier. Perhaps you consumed it and forgot? Go to hell, pervert. Do you think I don't know? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll gouge your eyes out today," Su Lingshan threatened, brandishing her fork menacingly. Wai Yifan, however, would not concede, sighing, "Why don't you believe such an honest person like me? Then tell me what I'm looking at. You dare to argue? Do you really think I'm just trying to scare you?" Su Lingshan felt the need to teach the man a lesson, and she lunged the fork toward Yifan's eye with determination. Many onlookers averted their gazes, unable to bear the impending drama. It was simply too frightening. Yet, Yifan remained utterly unmoved, sitting there with a smile, watching the silver fork approach within a mere centimeter of his eye. Not even blinking, Su Lingshan certainly could not stab him in the eye. But anyone else would have instinctively flinched at such a sudden action, making for a rather awkward scene. Even those nearby felt their hearts race, sensing the tension. Wai Yifan's calm demeanor, however, only served to heighten Su Lingshan's embarrassment. "Captain Su, everyone is watching. Isn't this a bit too thrilling?" Yifan thought to himself, amused. Even if this woman pointed a gun at his head, he wouldn't feel an ounce of fear. What was a mere fork? Nevertheless, Su Lingshan's threatening gesture left Yifan feeling somewhat disgruntled. Was it really necessary to harbor such animosity for merely admiring a beautiful woman? Su Lingshan's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the fork, puzzled by Yifan's sudden boldness. Although she was unwilling, she reluctantly relented, saying, "Fine, you have a bit of courage. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to gawk again, I'll make you regret it." Yifan, with a seemingly innocent smile, asked, "Captain Su, may I inquire about something?" "What is it?" Su Lingshan replied curtly. Are you a D or an F? Upon realizing the nature of the question, Su Lingshan's eyes flared with fury, and she shouted, "Bastard! You were indeed peeking at me." Before she could finish, she became acutely aware of the inappropriateness of her statement in such a public setting. Sure enough, dozens of eyes in the restaurant turned toward her with peculiar expressions. Su Lingshan's face flushed crimson, reaching her ears, and she stamped her foot in frustration. She had never felt so humiliated at work. "Yi Fan, come outside with me," Su Lingshan demanded, unwilling to cause a scene in the restaurant. "But I haven't finished eating," Yi Fan protested, shaking his head. "You?" Su Lingshan noticed the amused glances from those around them. Her teeth clenched in anger as she approached Yi Fan, trying to grab his collar with a military maneuver. Yet Yi Fan suddenly leaned back, narrowly avoiding her grasp. Su Lingshan assumed it was just luck and circled the table again, reaching out for his shoulder. Chapter 0026. For the sake of dignity, Yi Fan remained calm, casually kicking a nearby chair a few centimeters away. Just as Su Lingshan was about to exert her strength, her knee collided with the chair, causing her leg to buckle, and she fell to the ground. "Ah!" she exclaimed, having not even noticed Yi Fan's movement, momentarily believing she had simply tripped over the chair. Just as Su Lingshan worried about the embarrassment of her fall, a strong arm caught her. Yi Fan's arm naturally crossed her chest before he helped her regain her balance. The contact sent a jolt through Su Lingshan, causing her to tremble involuntarily, and she clutched her chest. Cursing pervert! You touched me? What did I touch, Captain Su? Yi Fan inquired mischievously. Su Lingshan stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yi Fan feigned innocence, saying, "Captain Su, you came to hit me and almost tripped. I merely helped you up. Yet you scold me? How is that fair? I feel like it's about to snow outside." Su Lingshan noticed more and more people were watching, and she had no desire to linger any longer. She shot Yi Fan a fierce glance. "Just wait, Yi. I will make you regret everything you've done today." Su Lingshan huffed, leaving the restaurant in a huff. A crowd of colleagues looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. It was the first time they had seen Su Lingshan subdued by a man. At that moment, 4 men dressed in security uniforms approached Yi Fan. The lead man, sporting a buzz cut and a mole on his chin, wore a broad smile as he clapped Yi Fan on the shoulder. "Buddy, impressive. You managed to tame the tigress. You must be the new assistant, Yi Fan, hired by Mr. Su, right?" Yi Fan, uninterested in the man, replied casually. "That's me. Is there something you need?" "Hee. I'm Jiang Chao, the captain of the security team, and these 3 are my brothers from the team," Jiang Chao said, introducing himself. "Captain of the security team? Isn't that Su's title? How come you're also a captain?" Yi Fan inquired curiously. Laughter erupted from several female employees nearby. "Haha, they're from the water lifting team. Aren't they from the toilet cleaning team?" giggled another. Hearing these comments, the male security guards lowered their heads in embarrassment. Jiang Chao rubbed his nose and sighed. "Our company's security team is divided into male and female divisions. The female team is led by Captain Su for training and security, while our male team, well, we take care of the employee's working environment." After listening to the surrounding chatter and reflecting on it, Yi Fan finally understood the situation. It turned out that in the Jin Shou group, women dominated. Even in the security team, where Su Lingshan had trained a group of remarkable female guards proficient in taekwondo and various martial arts, surpassing the combat abilities of Jiang Chao and his fellow male guards. Consequently, Jiang Chao and his team found themselves in a rather lowly position, relegated to tasks like fetching water, taking out the trash, and even cleaning the men's restroom, with their most dignified role being that of a doorman. Yi Fan felt a sense of admiration for these men. For the sake of the excellent benefits offered by the Jin Shou group, they were willing to endure such indignities. "Captain Jiang, did you need something?" Yi Fan asked, preparing to leave as he finished his meal. Jiang Chao quickly detained him, a hopeful expression on his face. "Yi, our company has few male employees and even fewer young men. We should unite and strive for our own interests." "Right? What exactly are you trying to say?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Well, I'll be straightforward then. I saw how fearless you were just now, standing up to Captain Su. You have great potential. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to join our company's basketball team and help us compete in the Hua High Business Basketball Tournament," Jiang Chao said, clenching his fist in enthusiasm. Yi Fan frowned. "A basketball team? Does the company even have one?" "Of course. Every prominent company in Hua High has a basketball team, but ours is a bit special. With women in charge and a shortage of men, the higher-ups don't prioritize it, so we usually end up at the bottom of the rankings. But this year is different. It's an Olympic year. The government is promoting sports, making this tournament quite significant. Our SU has mandated that we achieve some results. or else we risk disbanding the team and not participating. Jiang Chao continued passionately, although the task is daunting. This is our only chance for the Jin Xiumin to shine. If we succeed, we become heroes. Yi Fan scoffed. I'm not really interested in basketball, and waved his hand dismissively, as long as you're a male employee of the company. That's all that matters, Jiang Chao insisted eagerly. Yi Fan feigned reluctance, saying, I don't know how to play. Just forget it. Don't know? That's fine. We can teach you, Jiang Chao urged, grabbing Yi Fan's hand with a pleading expression. Just join us for now. Basketball isn't hard to learn. Yi Fan was puzzled. Are you really that short on players? How many do you have in the team now? Jiang Chao's expression stiffened as he glanced at the 3 security guards behind him. Don't tell me there are only 4 of you? I thought you needed 5 to play basketball. Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy. Last month, one guy couldn't stand the pressure from the Tigress and quit after being humiliated for cleaning the restrooms for 3 months. I've been searching for players throughout the company, but no one dares to join, fearing that Sue will humiliate them. Only you, Brother Yi, are brave enough not to fear her. Stop right there, Yi Fan interrupted. I'm really not interested in playing basketball. Find someone else with that. He turned and left. Behind him, Jiang Chao wore a face of gloom, accompanied by 3 other male security guards, listlessly subjected to the mockery of passing female employees. Brother Chao, just concede. We truly can't find anyone, one guard remarked. It's a pity about the prize money. In previous years, we could at least snag 1,000 or so, another guard lamented. Sighing heavily, Jiang Chao and his companions felt their standing within the company plummeting, seemingly devoid of hope for redemption. Just then, Yi Fan, who had walked away moments before, unexpectedly returned before them, with eyes aglow and a warm smile gracing his face. Yi Fan inquired, Did you mention that there are prizes for the competition? Jiang Chao and his companions were taken aback, quickly nodding vigorously. Indeed, there are prizes. It's organized by the Chamber of Commerce and the government. Even the lowest participating teams receive at least 5,000 or 6,000 in participation rewards. Yi Fan squinted, and what about the champion? Last year it was 500,000. I heard this year it's rumored to be 600,000. Jiang Chao mused after a moment's thought. Is the prize money exempt from being turned over to the company? Yi Fan asked. Jiang Chao shook his head emphatically. Not at all. Other companies might, but our company absolutely wouldn't. President Sue is quite generous. She only rewards us and never deducts from our bonuses. It's just a pity we're consistently at the bottom. Yi Fan's smile brightened further as he clapped Jiang Chao on the shoulder. Captain Jiang, for the dignity of the male colleagues in our company, I have decided to set aside my personal interests and join you in this endeavor. Jiang Chao and his companions were so moved that tears nearly fell, immediately embracing one another and joyously beginning to high-five. After exchanging phone numbers and agreeing on practice and competition schedules, Yi Fan intended to return to the office. However, before leaving, he grabbed a food container filled with fresh fruits, not forgetting that Su Qingxue hadn't had lunch yet. Even if women might skip meals, they ought to consume some fruits. Starving oneself is detrimental to health. Upon returning to the top floor, Yi Fan headed directly to the president's office. After knocking lightly, a cool voice from within beckoned. Come in. Yi Fan pushed the door open, discovering Su Qingxue seated before her computer, engrossed in the screen while jotting down notes, with a plethora of documents spread across her desk, exuding an air of busyness. Leave the reports on the table. You may step out for now. Su Qingxue presumed it was Qinya and didn't even lift her head. Only when Yi Fan placed the fruit container on the desk did she furrow her brow and glance up. Why are you here? I heard from Qinya that you haven't had lunch. That's not good. Please have some fruits, Yi Fan said with a broad smile, as Su Qingxue's expression turned displeased. I've already eaten, and what I consume is none of your concern. Eaten? Yi Fan glanced around and noticed a heap of empty plastic wrappers in the trash, amounting to at least 10 or so. Roughly 300 to 400 milliliters in volume. Duckum syrup? Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment. You're using tree sap syrup as lunch? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes as she set down her pen. Asking, you even know the English term for tree gum syrup? It seems your English proficiency is commendable. Have you passed the professional level 8 exam? Yi Fan had no interest in discussing language skills. He sighed, Are you out of your mind? Even to replenish the sugar your brain needs, you ought to eat proper food. Drinking syrup is absurd. Food affects the blood and oxygen supply to the brain. My working hours are precious. I cannot waste them on drowsiness. Besides, you have no right to dictate my actions. Know your place. Su Qingxue retorted coldly. Yi Fan suddenly realized that the woman before him was not merely a workaholic, but also a self-abuser. He recalled Mu Mu's words, a money-making machine. While others viewed Su Qingxue as a machine, It seemed she viewed herself as one too. She extracted energy like a machine rather than savoring food as a human would. A complex emotion flickered in Yifan's eyes as memories of his own past resurfaced. He too had once been a machine, and the experience was far from pleasant. Shaking his head, Yifan pushed the fruit container towards Su Qingxue, speaking in an unusually gentle tone. Please eat some fruit. Don't let your stomach go empty. Su Qingxue's gaze froze for a moment. She didn't understand why, but the sound of his voice and the expression on his face felt strangely unfamiliar. It was as if, for that brief moment, Yifan was not the Yifan she knew. I want to eat. Take it away, Su Qingxue stubbornly replied. Why? Yifan chuckled lightly, pulling out his phone to make a call. What are you doing? Su Qingxue frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. I'm going to call Aunt Jiang to tell her you are not eating lunch at the office. You're just drinking sugar water like a car refueling. Yifan stated as Su Qingxue became anxious. Aunt Jiang had been her caretaker since childhood, one of the few elders she truly cared about. If Aunt Jiang were to find out, she would undoubtedly be deeply saddened. Do not call. Put down the phone. Su Qingxue slammed the table to stop him. Yifan smirked playfully, knowing she wasn't truly heartless, and continued to threaten. Unless you finish this box of fruit, I'll make the call. If Aunt Jiang finds out, I doubt you can make me pay for it. You, shameless, despicable. Su Qingxue fumed, her delicate face slightly puffed up. Yifan shrugged, unfazed. What I eat or don't eat is none of your business. Why do you care? Su Qingxue questioned, perplexed. Yifan, without a second thought, blurted. Seeing you starve makes me uneasy. The office fell silent as Su Qingxue stared at him, seemingly taken aback by such a response. After a long pause, she huffed, pursed her lips, and her gaze shifted as she muttered, Who would believe you? Not a single genuine word from a liar. Yifan laughed, self-deprecatingly rubbing his neck. Well, it's not like you. He hesitated. Why ask so many questions? It's rather embarrassing. So, are you going to eat or not? Su Qingxue sighed, took the container. Fine, I'll eat it. You're so annoying. Now that's more like it. I'll sit on that sofa and watch you eat. Yifan was about to turn when he noticed Su Qingxue's expression turned troubled again. What's wrong? Su Qingxue pointed to the grapes in the container. I don't like grapes. Why not? Grapes are great. They contain glucose and amino acids, which help combat fatigue and aid digestion, Yifan argued. Su Qingxue avoided his gaze, seemingly embarrassed as she confessed. I'm too lazy to peel them. Yifan couldn't help but twitch his lips, muttering, So you're that lazy? Su Qingxue protested, frowning. What are you saying? I just don't want to eat grapes. Do you have to interfere? Yifan didn't want to debate such trivial matters. He walked beside her, picked up a grape, and said, Look, this grape doesn't need peeling. Just squeeze it and it's ready to eat. After demonstrating by squeezing a grape into his mouth, leaving only the skin, Su Qingxue wrinkled her nose in disdain. That's too ugly. I don't want it. Are you really concerned about how you eat a grape? Is it that serious, young lady? Yifan had never heard of such a thing before. Su Qingxue stood her ground. I don't care. I simply want to eat it. With no other option, Yifan sighed and took out a small bunch of grapes from the container. Only then did Su Qingxue pick up a toothpick and begin eating the remaining cantaloupe, watermelon, and cherry tomatoes. Yifan grabbed a cup from the water dispenser, seated himself on the sofa, and began peeling the grapes, placing them one by one into the cup. His hands moved swiftly, and in no time, a small bunch of grapes was ready, their bright green hue enticing. As Su Qingxue focused on her fruits, eager to finish quickly and return to work, she was taken aback when a cup of peeled grapes suddenly appeared on the table. Lifting her gaze, she regarded Yifan with surprise. What's this for? You said you were too lazy to peel them, so I did it for you. You can eat them now. Surely you're not too lazy to spit out the seeds. Are you? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue eyed him suspiciously. What's your ulterior motive? Why are you so bent on making me eat grapes? Yifan chuckled, bemused. Su de Beauty, do you have a persecution complex? I merely thought today's grapes looked fresh. It would be a pity if you didn't eat them. Why complicate things? Do you need me to say I've poisoned them and that you'll be consumed with desire after eating them for you to believe me? Of course not, but you're quite suspicious, Su Qingxue replied, trying to discern something from Yifan. Yifan was at a loss with her. Suit yourself. I just think eating some grapes would be beneficial for your health. If you don't want to eat, then so be it. With that, Yifan went to the coffee table to grab a tissue and wipe his hands. Su Qingxue glanced at the cup filled with glistening grapes and then at Yifan. A strange feeling washing over her. It seemed that since her mother's passing, she hadn't eaten grapes again. Even Aunt Jiang had never thought to help her peel grapes. Taking a peeled grape, she popped it into her mouth. It was a little sour, A little sweet. Yifan turned back to see her eating, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he sat quietly on the sofa. Watching her gradually finish, after she had eaten most of the fruits, she seemed to remember something and said, "The French document you translated. I reviewed it. It's more precise than what we got from the previous translation company. And the grammar flows smoothly. Your French must be at C2 level, right?" Yifan was puzzled. C2? What's that? Don't you know? Su Qingxue remarked with curiosity. Did you not take the DLF certification? C2 is the highest level of proficiency in French, which is commonly regarded as quite challenging for the French themselves. Achieving C2 is no small feat. Wai Yifan shook his head. I learned through unconventional means. While abroad, I conversed with some French individuals. And naturally, I picked it up without any formal education. Have you studied abroad? Su Qingxue felt compelled to reassess her understanding of Yifan, as many aspects of his background differed significantly from the resume he had submitted online. I was adopted and taken abroad as a child, never fond of school, constantly getting into fights. Later, I worked various odd jobs, and when I couldn't earn enough, I returned home. But if you insist on calling me a sea turtle, I suppose that could work? Yifan casually fabricated. Su Qingxue scrutinized the man with suspicion. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yifan was deceiving her. How could a man proficient in both French and English be reduced to doing electrical repairs under the scorching sun while seeking part-time work? It seemed deliberate, as if he had ulterior motives. Yet, Su Qingxue found herself unable to gather any evidence, and pressing further seemed futile. Having consumed most of the overly sweet fruit, she stood to fetch a cup of warm water from the water dispenser. Observing this, Yifan rose and offered, "Need some water? Allow me to assist you. No, I can manage on my own." Su Qingxue was determined not to accept any additional care from him. Wai Yifan shrugged and returned to the sofa. But his composure faltered when he saw Su Qingxue bend over to retrieve a cup, inadvertently raising the hem of her skirt and revealing a glimpse of pristine white beneath. Chapter 28. A question for you. Yifan was intrigued. What might lie beneath the icy exterior of this female CEO? Without thinking, he tilted his body to get a better view from an angle below. The office was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, and the water dispenser was positioned in front of one, allowing the reflection of the scene within. Although somewhat unclear, Su Qingxue remained vigilant and, upon glancing at the window, caught sight of the man leaning awkwardly. Mouth agape, eyes fixated on her. "Ah!" Su Qingxue gasped, straightening up, pressing her hand against her skirt's hem, and turning to face him. Her icy gaze bore into him, and she felt an urge to do away with this man. "Pervert!" Su Qingxue exclaimed, casting aside any semblance of her previous elegance or poise. Wai Yifan, having swiftly regained his usual posture, feigned innocence and asked, "Miss Su, what's the matter? Why are you scolding me?" In that moment, Yifan felt he could win an Oscar for his performance. "Have you never seen a woman before? Are you insane?" Su Qingxue's eyes reddened with anger, having never encountered such a shameless man. Yifan, with a pitiful demeanor, replied, "Miss Su, if you wish to chastise me, you should at least provide a reason. I haven't done anything. I have never seen a man as brazen as you. You were just spying." "Spying on me?" Su Qingxue stammered, struggling to continue. Wai Yifan continued to play the fool. "What was I spying on? I was merely admiring the scenery of Huahai City. You must have misunderstood. Are you still trying to wriggle out of this?" Su Qingxue turned back to fill her cup with steaming hot water and then stormed toward Yifan. "Miss Su, what are you doing?" Yifan asked with confusion. "Do you believe I want to pour this hot water into your eyes and blind you?" Su Qingxue threatened, brandishing the cup of hot water, ready to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Wai Yifan, unwavering, replied, "Miss Su, you truly misunderstand me. If I must be blinded to satisfy you, then I will have to escape. You think you can run?" Su Qingxue's emotions flared, and in her agitation, she accidentally splashed some of the hot water. Just as it seemed the boiling liquid would scald her delicate arm, Yifan sprang into action, swiftly shielding her from the scalding water. Su Qingxue, startled, stared at the man, regaining her senses and hurriedly placing the cup down. "Are you all right?" Yifan smiled, shaking off the water from his arm. "I'm tough. This temperature is nothing." Su Qingxue observed Yifan's arm, noting that it appeared unharmed, which provided her with a measure of relief. She hadn't anticipated that Yifan would act to protect her from the hot water in such a critical moment. And a flicker of gratitude softened her irritation toward him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," Su Qingxue murmured, avoiding his gaze. Wai Yifan, with a simple grin, replied, "No need to apologize. I couldn't let a beautiful woman get burned. As long as you don't misunderstand me, all is well." Seeing Yifan's calm and sincere demeanor, even Su Qingxue began to doubt whether she had misjudged him. You truly weren't spying? She asked, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. Why? Yifan sighed. Miss Su, since you don't believe me, there's little I can say. I'll return to the office now. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Su Qingxue deep in thought. Just as Yifan was about to exit, he cleared his throat and said, Miss Su, before I go, I have a question for you. Yu Qingxue paused, thinking it was work-related, and nodded. Go ahead. Why? Yifan inquired earnestly. Do you prefer the pink fabric, or do you like the little strawberries on it? After posing the question, Yifan swiftly closed the door and made a hasty exit. In the office, Su Qingxue, nearly simultaneously, grabbed her cup and hurled it at the door with a resounding crash. Yifan, she yelled, her face flushed with indignation. She realized that her earlier hopes of cultivating this man's potential were utterly foolish. Any fondness she had just felt was surely an illusion. This fellow was nothing short of a pervert, a lecher, a beast. Meanwhile, back in his office, Yifan lit a cigarette, reclining in his chair with a contented smile. He wondered how the company's employees would react if they discovered that their esteemed Ice Queen CEO wore a pink cotton panty adorned with little strawberries to work. They would surely be taken aback. As he hummed a tune, Yifan began to work on his computer, manipulating various programs to avoid the company's network surveillance while gaming. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, Assistant Chenya entered, carrying a mountain of documents, translated into both French and English, that needed to be completed by the DSEND Dynamist. You has requested this, Chenya stated coldly. Why? Yifan's jaw nearly dropped. You can't be serious, Assistant Chen. This much in one day? You said that since you possess such outstanding abilities, you should take on more work to ensure your talents aren't squandered. Chenya adjusted her glasses with a hint of pride. She suspected that Yifan had crossed Su Qingxue earlier, having overheard her shouting from the adjacent office. Little did she know, her boss had unwittingly allowed the man to glimpse her in a rather compromising state. This was pure retribution, Yifan lamented internally, but under the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Fearing a pay deduction, he regretted not keeping his mouth shut and pretending not to have seen anything. He toiled through the evening, and despite his best efforts, he had only managed to translate half of the documents. Why? Yifan's face turned green. This was not work. It was torture. He needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from this predicament. But the thought of losing his wages was disheartening. Finally, when the clock struck quitting time, Chenya entered the office and announced, You may leave now, but first, go to the underground parking lot, start your car, and turn on the air conditioning while waiting for Miss Su. Why? Yifan was eager to escape this dreadful place, so he took the elevator down to the parking garage. Just as he was about to start the car, he noticed Su Lingshan, clad in her uniform, glaring at him with her arms crossed defiantly. You scoundrel, you've finally come down, Su Lingshan said with a cold smile. Why? Yifan feigned ignorance. Team leader Su, you're off work too. Hee, see you. Who is bidding you farewell? Su Lingshan stepped forward, blocking his path. You don't think this morning's events will just be brushed aside, do you? Yifan pondered for a moment and replied, What happened this morning? I don't recall anything. You lecherous, despicable man. You did it and still won't admit it. You embarrassed me in front of so many people. If I don't make you cry today, I won't be called Su Lingshan. With that, Su Lingshan swung a long leg, aiming a swift kick at Yifan's knee. Yifan stepped back smoothly, maintaining his composure. Team leader Su, if you keep this up, I might get upset. A good man doesn't fight with women. I'm a decent man. A decent man? You're nothing but a coward. A rat? If you have the guts, come at me, you coward. Su Lingshan taunted, preparing to strike again. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Su Qingxue stepped out. Upon witnessing the scene, she paused, furrowing her brows. Lingshan? What is going on, Miss Su? Su Lingshan didn't back down, boldly asserting, I seriously suspect this man's character. He was leering at me in the cafeteria at noon, causing me to lose face. I am about to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it will corrupt the company's atmosphere. Yifan thought to himself, this is it. This woman dares to speak up. He quickly defended himself. I didn't do anything. Miss Su, please don't listen to her nonsense. I was merely sitting across from her at lunch. I told her she was pretty, and she got angry. How is that reasonable? Regrettably, at this very moment, Su Qingxue finds herself in a state of shared lament with Su Lingshan, her heart brimming with resentment towards Yifan. To her astonishment, this man not only indulges in peering at her, but also does not spare the female security personnel within the company. In an instant, Su Qingxue is seized by a fervent desire for united vengeance against such a scoundrel. This wicked man deserves a thorough reprimand. He ought to learn to control his lascivious gaze. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Qingxue promptly nods in agreement. Since that is the case, I shall not interfere in your personal grievances. Just ensure he does not enter the hospital. We still have work tomorrow. Huh? Yi Fan gasps, taken aback by the venomous heart of a woman. Su Lingshan, already eager for confrontation, raises her elegantly arched willow-like brows, mockingly observing Yi Fan. Rest assured, President Su, I shall exercise restraint. Upon further contemplation, Su Qingxue realizes that while the area is temporarily devoid of people, employees will soon pass by, and witnessing the security chief assaulting the president's assistant would reflect poorly. Thus, she adds, let us wait a moment. We shall proceed to the security training room on the second floor, considering it an opportunity for you to spar. Spar? Yi Fan grimaces, is it truly necessary? President Su, what grievances do we have? Believing that the man is intimidated, Su Qingxue, with a stoic expression, replies, I heard from Minister Feng that you previously drove away the White Shark gang from the Jinxiu apartment. I believe you possess some skills. And it would be a good opportunity to witness them. That guy? Driving away the White Shark gang. Su Lingshan scoffs. When he returned to his rented place for his belongings, he was like a mouse encountering a cat upon seeing a group of ruffians. If it weren't for me, he would have been beaten to a pulp. I simply do not believe it. Upon hearing such revelations, Su Qingxue casts a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth will be revealed through practice. Yi Fan, with no other option, begrudgingly follows the two women to the second floor. The Jinxiu group, predominantly staffed by women, places great emphasis on security, resulting in rigorous training for the security personnel. Although there are many female guards, each one is either a retired soldier or a special police officer, or possesses martial arts skills. With such a multitude of formidable women training here, the facilities are naturally well equipped, accommodating various martial arts practices such as sanda, taekwondo, boxing, and traditional martial arts. The entire second floor is nearly half dedicated to the daily training of the security staff. At this hour, as it is after work, few people are present. Su Lingshan compels Yi Fan to stand on a platform, assuming a military fighting stance. This posture accentuates her curvaceous figure, exuding both elegance and vigor. Are we truly going to fight? Yi Fan's expression is one of distress. Humph, fear not. I shall loosen every bone in your body, but I will not take your life. Su Lingshan assures him. Yi Fan forces a smile. Very well then. Fists and feet have no eyes. Let us each be cautious, Captain Su. Faint-hearted coward, you should worry about yourself. Su Lingshan retorts, and with that, she launches a swift strike toward Yi Fan's shoulder joint. In that split second, Yi Fan, with impeccable timing, crouches down and evades Su Lingshan's punch. Simultaneously, his left hand stealthily veers off. Su Lingshan gasps, feeling a hand graze her left side. Perverted scoundrel, she scolds, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. Yi Fan retreats to the corner of the platform. Feigning innocence, Captain Su, why do you scold me again? You touched me. Touched? Well, if you can strike me, am I not allowed to make contact? Might as well let me ingest poison and perish on the platform. Nonsense. I meant you touched me there. Su Lingshan's face reddens. Where is there? Yi Fan pretends not to understand, secretly reveling in the moment. Of course, he would never actually touch her. That would be crossing a line. A minor punishment for this fierce female guard would suffice. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue stands off to the side, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yi Fan's movements are so swift and his angles so concealed that she cannot discern what has transpired. Su Lingshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, charges forward once more, this time employing her long legs to deliver a direct kick to Yi Fan's groin. By the heavens, I merely grazed her, and this woman seeks to render me incapable of procreation? This is too ruthless. Yi Fan internally laments, yet his body acts quickly. As the kick approaches, he adeptly sidesteps and lunges forward. Su Lingshan, upon executing her kick, realizes that her target has vanished, only to discover Yi Fan has already positioned himself behind her. How did this guy escape so swiftly? Su Lingshan wonders in astonishment. However, fueled by anger, she disregards her surprise and launches into a series of rapid strikes, her fists slicing through the air with ferocity. Yi Fan pretends to be panicked, darting around the platform in apparent disarray, yet in reality, he moves with the ease of a leisurely stroll, completely unscathed. As Su Lingshan pursues him, she soon finds herself winded from the relentless chase. Yi, are you truly that cowardly? Running around like a mouse? If you are a man, let us engage in a fair fight. Su Lingshan grits her teeth. Yi Fan raises his hands in surrender, chuckling, Captain Su. Are you not asking too much? I possess no formal combat skills. All I know is how to run. Do you not have an ounce of male pride? Su Lingshan shouts. Even Su Qingxue, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjects, Yi Fan, can you not be a bit braver? Yi Fan shakes his head. No, bravery cannot fill one's stomach. I fear that should an accident occur, it would be disastrous. You coward. I shall take you on. Su Lingshan seethes, charging at him with a flurry of military punches. Unfortunately, to Yi Fan, her strikes lack both power and speed. He evades each one effortlessly, akin to a slippery eel, impossible to capture. Gradually, Su Lingshan realizes that Yi Fan must be concealing some hidden strength. After all, how could an ordinary person possess such stamina, running for so long without even breaking a sweat? What is more infuriating is that he seems to be merely toying with her, refusing to reveal his true abilities. This realization fills Su Lingshan with humiliation. After yet another failed attack, an idea strikes her. Suddenly, she drops to her knees on the platform, covering her pretty face with her hands, and begins to sob softly. The sound of a woman's weeping, filled with grievance and helplessness, evokes a sense of sorrow in anyone who hears it, like a forsaken wife abandoned by her husband. In this moment, Yi Fan feels awkward, pondering the futility of this contest with a woman. If one cannot win, then resorting to tears seems rather unamusing. Su Qingxue, upon witnessing this scene, is taken aback, as it is the first time she has seen Su Lingshan brought to tears. The irony lies in the fact that Su Qingxue has not seen Yi Fan strike Su Lingshan. Rather, Su Lingshan has been the aggressive one, while Yi Fan has merely evaded her attacks. Yet, as a woman herself, Su Qingxue instinctively sides with Su Lingshan, scolding Yi Fan loudly, Yi Fan, will you not apologize to Lingshan? You are a man. Do you not know when to stop? Yi Fan, feeling unjustly accused, retorts, but I have not hit her even once. Nonetheless, fearing women's tears, he approaches Su Lingshan, crouching down to offer consolation. Captain Su, do not cry. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Before he can finish, Su Lingshan suddenly delivers a sharp slap to Yi Fan's left cheek. With a resounding crack, she follows up with a punch to his abdomen. Yi Fan emits a pained cry, clutching his stomach as he rolls on the platform. It hurts. It hurts. Captain Su, please spare me. Su Lingshan coldly snorts, standing up, feeling a sense of relief as if she has avenged herself. Perverted scoundrel, coward, let you dodge. Su Qingxue furrows her brow from the sidelines, realizing that Su Lingshan had intentionally feigned weakness to catch Yi Fan off guard. Those two strikes seem to have inflicted considerable pain on him. She wonders how the man is faring, whether he has sustained any injuries. Lost in thought, Su Qingxue shakes her head, mentally chiding herself for concerning herself with that fellow. After all, who invited him to leer at women? Having successfully brought Yi Fan down, Su Lingshan feels neither joy nor a sense of accomplishment. She knows full well that, in reality, she is lost. This man increasingly appears extraordinary. Perhaps Su Qingxue has recognized this, which is why she invited him to be her assistant. Su Lingshan muses to herself as she descends from the platform. President Su, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Su Qingxue nods. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, Su Lingshan exits the training room, leaving Yi Fan sprawled on the platform, looking utterly defeated. Su Qingxue gazes at him for a moment before inquiring, are you feeling better? If you are not dead, get up. Yi Fan, in a weak tone, replies, Xiaoxue, I think I may have internal injuries. Stop feigning. If you do not get up soon, I shall drive away by myself. Su Qingxue retorts, exasperated. Yi Fan turns his head, looking at her with longing eyes. I need a kiss from my girlfriend to get up. Su Qingxue is momentarily taken aback, then bites her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, instead of becoming angry, she asks with a glimmer of curiosity, where do you want to be kissed? Here. Yi Fan grins widely, thinking he might actually receive a reward. He quickly points to his lips. Here. Su Qingxue takes a deep breath, her gaze turning icy as she glances around. She picks up a heavy dumbbell weighing over 10 pounds, poised to strike Yi Fan's mouth. Kiss you? Not on your life. Yi Fan immediately jumps up in fright, knowing full well he has nothing to fear, having deliberately allowed Su Lingshan to strike him earlier to avoid an awkward conclusion to the day. Calm down. I was just joking. Su Qingxue, with a knowing expression, raises the dumbbell in admonition. If you keep talking nonsense, I will deduct your salary. Yi Fan hurriedly descended from the platform, offering a smile. Please, Mr. Su, do not be angry. I shall drive at once. He was reluctant to lose even a small sum over such trifles, having worked hard for the translation materials. After all, working hours were not easy. The journey home was somewhat congested, and after an hour, the two returned to Bai Lu Jun. Aunt Jiang had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Having witnessed Yifan's hearty appetite previously, she had little concern, presenting no less than 7 or 8 dishes. Yifan, how did your first day at work feel? Aunt Jiang inquired with genuine concern at the dining table. Why Yifan was about to express how he felt tormented throughout the day when, under the table, Su Qingxue kicked him, her eyes warning him to remain silent. Thus, Yifan could only chuckle awkwardly, quite well, to say nothing else. It was truly a feast for the eyes. This statement was double-edged, causing Su Qingxue, seated across from him, to seethe with indignation, nearly appending her bowl of rice in frustration. Just as the atmosphere was jovial, a phone call interrupted. Aunt Jiang quickly answered, discovering it was Su Changping calling, and promptly handed the phone to Su Qingxue. Miss, it's your father on the line. Su Qingxue frowned slightly but took the call, her tone cool as she asked, Dad, is there something you need? Xiaoxue, after much contemplation, I believe your intention to acquire the Feek software company in Huahai City is unwise. The company's stock prices have been steadily rising, and the acquisition would cost over 4 billion. With such a significant investment, how can you decide without consulting our uncles in the company? Zhu Bo and Wang Bo are both anxious to death, Su Changping expressed with evident concern. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression darkened immediately. This plan had already received approval from the shareholders' meeting. The shareholders may have approved, but that merely reflects their blind trust in you and their unfamiliarity with the industry. Mind you, several senior directors have yet to give their nod. Su Changping argued. Su Qingxue retorted. Why did they not voice their objections during the meeting yesterday? Child, they refrained from opposing you to spare you embarrassment. These uncles, having founded Jinxiu alongside your grandfather, are merely cautious that your unilateral decisions may lead to missteps and jeopardize the company. Dad, although you are one of the major shareholders, you hold no position within the company, and I shall not discuss this matter further with you. If they wish to talk, let them do so directly with me. Su Qingxue stated firmly, showing no regard for his feelings. Su Changping, feeling disregarded, intensified his tone. Very well. Tomorrow, a full board meeting will convene. You must present substantial evidence to persuade us. Should you fail to convince us, do not be surprised if the board executes the impeachment clause and votes to revoke your position as president. Continuing down this path, you will become uncontrollable. That simply cannot be tolerated. The exchange between father and daughter escalated tension sharply, leaving Yifan speechless and Aunt Jiang with a furrowed brow. From Yifan's deductions, the mention of Zhu Bo and Wang Bo referred to the two vice presidents of the company. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren, both esteemed veterans. Despite Su Qingxue's remarkable acumen securing her presidency, the older generation retained considerable influence within the company, making it challenging to replace them swiftly. Young talents like Feng Yueying reaching high ranks were indeed rare. Thus, while it appeared that Su Qingxue wielded great power, significant internal conflicts often arose over major decisions. Undaunted, Su Qingxue declared, a board meeting is a board meeting. I shall see you in the conference hall tomorrow morning. With that, she hung up decisively. Aunt Jiang sighed. Miss, is this truly necessary? There is no need to escalate work discussions to such anger. Aunt Jiang, please do not concern yourself. Su Qingxue stood. I am full. Yifan blinked. Surprised by her abruptness, so soon? You've barely eaten half a bowl. Ignoring him entirely, Su Qingxue furrowed her brow and retreated to her study on the second floor. Lost in thought, Yifan, do not try to persuade her. Whenever she faces work-related troubles, she loses her appetite. Aunt Jiang shook her head, her expression filled with concern. Yifan mused that the company's operations had little bearing on him, thus he chose to focus on his meal. That evening, at a private club by Qingshan Lake, the Zheng father and son were drinking by the lake with two men in their 50s. 4 female attendants, dressed in alluring off-shoulder dresses, served drinks to the men while catering to their other whims. Mr. Wang, is Su Qingxue truly intent on acquiring Feek? Zhang Hongji asked with a smile. Zhu Wanghua, with thinning hair, was embracing a young girl, his hands wandering inappropriately. Upon hearing the inquiry, he scoffed, absolutely. The shareholders' meeting has already approved it, but we still have the board meeting tomorrow. Old Wang and I, along with a few others, have roped in that young fool Su Changping, and regardless of what Su Qingxue says, we will vote against it. Oh, Su Changping has agreed? Zhang Hongji questioned. Wang Liren laughed heartily. That kid is utterly clueless. All we need to do is say a few words, and he'll believe us completely. Besides, Su Qingxue won't take him seriously. Deep down, He is not satisfied either. Zhang Hongji sipped his drink, narrowing his eyes. At the board meeting tomorrow, Su Qingxue will undoubtedly present her reasons and materials for acquiring Fiki.it. Would be troublesome if the two of you could share those materials with us. Rest assured, Director Zhang, after our long collaboration, such a request is unnecessary. Moreover, we will surely obstruct Su Qingxue and prevent her from acquiring it smoothly, Zhu Wanghua affirmed. Wang Liren nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are eagerly anticipating the day when Zhang shall marry Su Qingxue. Uniting our families, damn it, the company we built together cannot fall into the hands of a mere girl. Zheng Junfeng raised his glass, laughing heartily. I thank Mr. Zhu and Mr. Wang for your support. Allow me to toast you both. When our merger with Jinxiu occurs, I assure you, your shares in the Jinxiu group will not disappoint. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren beamed. We are well aware of the Zheng family's grand aspirations. They are worlds apart from that ungrateful girl, Su Qingxue. With that, the four clinked glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Zhang Hongji signaled to a nearby female attendant, who immediately draped her arms around Zhu Wanghua's neck, playfully saying, Mr. Zhu, it's so late. I'm quite scared to go home alone. Would you mind driving me back? Zhu Wanghua, his inebriated face breaking into a mischievous grin, stroked the attendant's hand. No problem. Where do you live? If it's far, we should head back soon, right? Oh, Mr. Zhu, you're so naughty. How infuriating. The attendant feigned annoyance, but her body was already nestled against Zhu Wanghua's chest. Meanwhile, Wang Liren could no longer contain himself. Embracing a young woman and indulging in intimate gestures, Zhang Hongji and his son exchanged glances, each revealing a sinister smile. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Yifan configured his computer to evade monitoring by the IT department. He had come to terms with the fact that the workload was never-ending, so he resolved to deliberately slow his pace, indulging in games and completing tasks only on the last day, allowing himself a couple of days of unrestrained enjoyment. Feeling quite pleased with his cleverness, Yifan played games until lunchtime, then descended to the cafeteria. He filled a large plate with food and sought out Su Lingshan, who was seated by the window. Following yesterday's events, many employees had learned that Yifan was the new assistant to the president, and curiosity abounded regarding the potential sparks between Captain Su and assistant Yi. Yifan plopped down across from Su Lingshan. Beaming, Captain Su, good afternoon. Su Lingshan glanced up, ignoring him entirely. This unexpected turn left many observing employees astonished. Could it be that Captain Su had succumbed to Assistant Yi and ceased her resistance? At that moment, noticing Su Lingshan had Italian sausage on her plate, he smiled and asked, Captain Su, do you enjoy sausage? If you'd like, I could share mine with you. The words slipped out as a polite gesture, but they carried an oddly suggestive undertone. Indeed, a faint blush crept onto Su Lingshan's face as she fixed her gaze on Yifan, clearly perceiving his intention. Why Yifan, feeling awkward, quickly clarified, I meant the one on my plate. Not my other one. The statement only deepened the awkwardness, and nearby employees stifled their laughter. If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Su Lingshan's brows twitched, but she ultimately restrained her temper. Many employees were baffled. The usually fiery Su Lingshan was surprisingly tolerant today. If it had been any other man, she would have likely retaliated already. Assistant Yi truly was formidable, Yifan merely exclaimed. Oh, and continued with his meal, though his gaze inevitably wandered towards Su Lingshan's chest. Unfortunately, having learned from yesterday's experience, Su Lingshan had buttoned her collar tightly, concealing any enticing views. After 3 minutes, Su Lingshan, noticing Yifan's silence, casually inquired, Where did you learn your skills? Yifan, seemingly oblivious, continued to devour a piece of steak. Growing impatient with his disregard, Su Lingshan finally slammed her hand on the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yifan feigned innocence, replying, Captain Su, didn't you ask me not to speak? Now you want me to? I'm quite conflicted here. You? Su Lingshan gritted her teeth in frustration, convinced this man was deliberately evading her question. Realizing her efforts were futile, she huffed, grabbed her plate, and walked away. A playful smile flickered in Yifan's eyes as he turned to gaze out the window, taking in the picturesque scenery of Huahai City. He couldn't help but reflect that going to work and teasing female colleagues could indeed be quite enjoyable. Yes, he made his way back to the top floor. Yifan, just like the previous day, brought along a box of fruit. However, this time he had opted for strawberries instead of grapes. Upon arriving at Su Qingshue's office, he was about to enter when he overheard a heated argument from within. Vice President Zhu, Vice President Wang, tell me, what reason do you have to lead the opposition? You are deliberately going against me. Su Qingshue's voice was icy and filled with fury. Ah, Ms. Su, you are still young. The market is treacherous. Your acquisition this time is clearly impulsive, Zhu Wangwa retorted. Impulsive? I think it's you who are afraid of me elevating the company further, fearing for your positions, Su Qingxue challenged. Why not just tell me how many shares you want to avoid opposing me? Wang Liren interjected urgently, Miss Su. We are all veterans who helped the old chairman build this company from the ground up. We love Jinxiu more than anyone. You cannot speak so recklessly. I do not wish to hear your hollow, meaningless rhetoric. I give you 3 days. If you do not manage to change your group's minds, be prepared for all of them to be dismissed, Su Qingxue declared, issuing an eviction order. Zhu Wangwa trembled with anger. How can you treat us like this? We are your elders. In this company, there are only superiors and subordinates. There are no elder or junior distinctions, Su Qingxue replied coldly. Very well, Ms. Su, let us not continue this discussion. Wang Liren snapped, slapping the sofa in frustration. Soon, Zhu Wangwa and Wang Liren stormed out of the office, their faces darkened as they glared at Yifan, who stood at the door at Yifan's side. This did not concern him, so he proceeded into the office. Su Qingxue stood there, her expression frosty, and upon seeing Yifan enter, she asked curtly, What are you doing here again? Yifan approached, offering the fruit box with a smile. Have some fruit to ease your frustration. It's important not to neglect your health for work. Su Qingxue remained expressionless, glancing at the fruit before dismissively saying, I have no appetite right now. Take it away to at least have a couple of bites. I brought it for you, Yifan insisted, his confusion evident. I do not need it, Su Qingxue stated flatly. What a waste of such good fruit. Yifan replied. Su Qingxue turned back to her desk. I have many things to do. You can eat it yourself. Yifan frowned. Are you going to have tree sap syrup for lunch again? If you continue like this, I will call Aunt Jiang. Hearing this, Su Qingxue turned back, her impatience palpable. Are you annoying? Whether I eat or not is none of your business. We are merely contractual partners, not a real couple. Why do you concern yourself so much with me? Besides, you, a grown man, keep threatening me with Aunt Jiang. Can't you have some dignity? Yifan observed her quietly for a moment, then smiled calmly, placing the fruit box on her desk. I told you to take it away. Su Qingxue frowned. Yifan remained unfazed, replying coolly, You are right. I am merely a contractor, and your health is not my concern. Even if you were to develop stomach issues or cancer, it wouldn't affect me in the slightest. However, offering you food is my prerogative. I placed the fruit there. You may eat if you wish or discard it as you see fit. Oh, and one more thing, Yifan interrupted before she could respond. Aunt Jiang has watched you grow up. Not me. I have only been by your side for 3 months. After that, whether it's you or Aunt Jiang, I will have no connection to either of you. That's so. I never intended to use her as leverage against you. That has nothing to do with my integrity. I merely remind you that while being willful and angry is acceptable, you should consider those who care about you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, biting her lip. You do not need to lecture me. There was a hint of defiance on her face. Yifan chose not to say more and simply turned to exit the office, closing the door behind him. Once the office fell silent, Su Qingxue hesitated before returning to her desk. She opened a drawer to retrieve the tree sap syrup but paused. Consider those who care about you. Yifan's words echoed in her ears as Aunt Jiang's warm smile floated before her eyes. With a sigh, Su Qingxue shut the drawer and retrieved the fruit-filled box. Upon opening it, she discovered it was nearly half strawberries, and she understood immediately why. Her cheeks flushed slightly. You rascal! Su Qingxue muttered under her breath as she picked up a strawberry and popped it into her mouth, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Eager to finish quickly and return to work, she hastily stuffed several pieces of watermelon and cantaloupe into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as if she were a chipmunk. Just then, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Yifan stood at the threshold, a grin on his face, his gaze playfully scrutinizing her. Ugh! Su Qingxue gasped, hastily covering her mouth, but it was futile. Her mouth was too full of fruit to swallow at once, and her cheeks were puffed up like a bun, juice trickling from the corners of her lips. Her wide, bright eyes reflected her surprise and confusion, looking even larger than usual. Seeing her in such a charming and cute state made Yifan laugh heartily. This was precisely how a young girl in her 20s should appear. Haha, I knew my dear little Shui is still kind and sensible. Take your time eating. Don't choke. Let me take a picture. Saying this, Yifan pulled out his phone, ready to capture the moment. Su Qingxue felt like going mad. This scoundrel was still lurking at the door? Could he have anticipated that she would eat the fruit? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? If he captured this moment, her image would be utterly ruined. Covering her face with her hands, Su Qingxue quickly swallowed all the fruit and then slammed her hand on the desk. her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "What are you taking pictures of? Do you believe I want to dock your salary? Get out!" Yifan feigned an innocent expression, shaking the old phone in his hand. Ms.Su, please, this phone doesn't even have a camera. I was just joking. Only then did Su Qingxue remember that the phone he used was a freebie from a prepaid plan. Recalling her earlier embarrassment, she felt her face grow even warmer. She didn't understand why she kept losing control in front of this man. After smoothing her hair, clearing her throat, and wiping her mouth with a tissue, she regained her icy demeanor. "If you dare do this again, I will definitely dock your salary," she declared with the authority befitting a superior. Wei Fan grinned widely, nodding in understanding and waving goodbye. "Sure, I'll take my leave now. Bye." Once he exited, Su Qingxue slumped back into her chair, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Reflecting on the earlier scene, she felt both amused and annoyed, especially at how flustered she had been when Yifan returned to the doorway. She didn't need to see it to know she looked foolish. Yet, upon further reflection, all of this was rather amusing. Unconsciously, a smile spread across Su Qingxue's lips, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop a long frozen mountain, like a fairy detached from the mundane world. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness this moment. In the afternoon, while playing a game, Yifan received a call from Jiang Chao, the captain of the security team, regarding the company basketball team. Jiang Chao informed him that the match was approaching, and they needed to intensify their training. Since there was a gym nearby, he invited Yifan to join them for some practice. Naturally, Yifan was reluctant, but seeing Jiang Chao's earnest tone, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the brother and agreed. When it was time to leave work, Yifan had no choice but to ask Su Qingxue for leave, informing her that he wouldn't be able to return home with her that evening. Su Qingxue, uninterested in his plans, simply drove home without questioning him. This made Yifan feel somewhat helpless. It seemed he was still just a dispensable character in her eyes. For reasons unknown, despite knowing there was no future between him and Su Qingxue, the realization of this truth left Yifan feeling a bit disheartened. Accompanied by Jiang Chao and 3 other security guards, he arrived at the gymnasium's basketball court. This was Yifan's first time handling a basketball. However, it wasn't that he didn't know how to play. This sport was merely a matter of desire for him. "Brother Fan, what position do you want to play?" "Position? Is that important?" Yifan replied nonchalantly. "ISNT basketball, just about throwing the ball into the hoop and scoring more points to win." Though he said this, without waiting for Jiang Chao to respond, Yifan suddenly tossed the basketball he held towards the distant hoop. Standing in the center of the court, the ball arced high in a graceful parabola, soaring over half the court before swishing through the net with a perfect three-pointer from an extraordinary distance. Jiang Chao and the others gaped in disbelief, thinking they were imagining things, and when they regained their senses, they exclaimed, "Wow, that was incredibly accurate." "Brother Fan, didn't you say you couldn't play?" Yifan narrowed his eyes. Seemingly aware that he had been performing exceptionally well, perhaps he should contemplate how to appear a bit weaker. Otherwise, others would undoubtedly notice something amiss. Consequently, Yifan attempted a few more three-point shots. But this time, his accuracy plummeted to 50. Nevertheless, Jiang Chao and the others regarded him as an idol, calling him Brother Fan with great enthusiasm in their eyes. With Yifan around, it seemed they could finally escape the bottom ranks. After training for over an hour, Yifan realized it was too late to return home for dinner. He agreed to join 4 security guards for nearby barbecue, accompanied by cold beer, perfectly suited for the summer heat. It had been a long time since Yifan had dined with so many men at the same table, smoking and sharing stories, which felt quite pleasant. He contemplated that even if he left the splendid surroundings, perhaps he should find a job at a company to meet some colleagues. Just as Yifan had drunk a few bottles of beer and urgently needed to use the restroom, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Aunt Jiang calling. He quickly answered, "Aunt Jiang, I'm eating out today. There's something wrong?" Aunt Jiang hurriedly asked, "Eating out? Is Miss here with you? Shue? She hasn't come home?" Yifan paused. Taken aback, "Isn't she with you? I can't reach her on the phone." "What on earth is happening?" Aunt Jiang inquired anxiously. Why Yifan furrowed his brow. "Don't worry, Aunt Jiang, I'll try to call her, and I'll let you know if I find anything." A sense of foreboding washed over him as he dialed Su Qingxue's number. To his surprise, the call connected immediately. "Qingxue, where are you? Why did Aunt Jiang say you haven't come home?" Yifan asked. The voice on the other end, however, made Yifan's expression darken instantly. "Mr. Yi, it seems this beautiful lady indeed shares an extraordinary relationship with you." Yifan recognized the voice as Mindo, the bounty hunter who had once stalked him but was thwarted. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yifan's voice turned icy. Mindo swallowed hard. instinctively fearful of the man, even through the phone. Had it not been for the overwhelming allure of the akin, they would not have taken such risks. Pulling hair from a tiger's head. But now that they were this far, Mindo decided to be firm, stating, "Mr. Yi, we are fully aware that our actions will provoke your anger. However, as an ancient Chinese saying goes, how can one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Even if you are indeed a formidable opponent, we must give it a T or Y. Fan narrowed his eyes. Speak, what do you want? It's quite simple. Hand over the akin, or tell us where the elephant god is, and we will immediately release this lady." Mindo declared. Yi Fan wasted no time and directly asked, "Where's the meeting place?" Mindo's tone grew urgent. "Surely, the akin is in your possession, correct?" "Yes," Yi Fan replied. Mindo promptly provided an address. "Mr. Yi, we only give you 3 hours. If you exceed the time limit, I fear you will never see this lady again." After noting the details, Yi Fan hung up the phone and strode out of the barbecue restaurant. Zhang Chao and the others initially thought he was going to continue eating, but they were taken aback when they saw Yi Fan dash outside. "Hey, Brother Fan, where are you going?" Zhang Chao shouted. "Enjoy your meal. I have urgent matters to attend to," Yi Fan called back, immediately hailing a taxi and leaving the 4 security guards in bewilderment. On the way, Yi Fan didn't forget to call the family's old nanny, Aunt Jiang. "I've contacted Shui. I'm going to bring her home." Aunt Jiang remained silent for a moment, asking no further questions, simply stating, "I'll wait for you both at home." "Understood," Yi Fan replied earnestly before ending the call. The location Mindo mentioned was on an island to the east of Huahai City. This area, primarily focused on fishing and tourism, was connected to the city by a cross-sea bridge, and many citizens often vacation there. Due to the fishing moratorium, the vicinity of the fishing port was desolate, and outside a warehouse where fishermen stored their belongings, a Lexus SUV was parked. Inside the warehouse, a strong fishy odor permeated the AI. Su Qingxue was bound hand and foot to a chair, utterly unable to move. Though her bangs were disheveled and she appeared quite disheveled, the woman refrained from screaming, instead maintaining a cold expression as she regarded a woman and 2 men before her. Earlier, on her way home, it was one of these individuals who had stopped her car, pretending to be a foreigner seeking directions. However, upon rolling down the window, she was overwhelmed by a fragrance and lost consciousness. When she regained her senses, Su Qingxue found herself tied in this warehouse. "What is your purpose? If it's money, you should let me call my family," Su Qingxue inquired in English. The dark-skinned female bounty hunter, adorned with a colorful flower hairpin, giggled. "You're so calm after being kidnapped. Your psychological resilience is quite impressive. Mississippi, do you expect me to cry and scream?" Su Qingxue retorted. Mindo chuckled lightly. "Madam, my companion Kalesha was merely joking. There's no malice intended. We simply wish to know your relationship with Mr. Yi, his identity and background. Yi Fan." Su Qingxue was taken aback, realizing that this group wasn't after her, but rather after Yi Fan. What was more perplexing was why they were inquiring about her relationship with him. Was it possible that Zhang Junfeng and his associates had sent these kidnappers to abduct her and extract the truth? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue felt increasingly convinced of its validity, leading her to answer directly, "He is my boyfriend, a tutor." "Boyfriend? Oh, so you are lovers. No wonder he cares so much about you, even willing to hand over the akin." Mindo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Akin? What does that mean?" Su Qingxue could only discern the phonetic sounds, but did not understand the significance of the term. Kalesha's expression turned sour. "A tutor? Someone who can see through our surveillance couldn't possibly just be a tutor." "Don't be ridiculous, woman. You better honestly explain." As she spoke, Kalesha produced a gleaming silver knife, positioning it beneath Su Qingxue's face, as if ready to slice through her delicate skin at any moment. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qingxue's face. Though she typically did not pay much heed to her appearance, every woman desires beauty, and the thought of disfigurement terrified her. "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, her heart racing, yet she maintained her unwavering gaze on Kalesha. Mindo raised a hand to stop the female hunter. "Kalesha, perhaps Yi truly is a tutor in his day-to-day life. A man like him could easily have several false identities. It's quite normal." "False identities?" Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, realizing they might have a point. Yi Fan indeed seemed enigmatic. Did he really conceal some unspeakable truth? "Madam, has Yi ever mentioned anything about the akin?" Mindo scrutinized Su Qingxue's eyes, wary of missing any detail. But Su Qingxue remained oblivious, countering, "You keep saying akin, but what exactly is it?" Mindo sighed. "It appears you genuinely know nothing." Naturally, he wouldn't casually divulge such vital information, even to his beloved. Listening to their conversation, Su Qingxue began to suspect that the focus was not on her relationship with Yifan at all. "You? Aren't you from the Zheng family?" she asked, though she felt the question was foolish. "The Zheng family? What family is that?" Mindo replied proudly, "We are bounty hunters of the monkey-eating eagle." Though Su Qingxue didn't fully comprehend, she began to believe these individuals were indeed unrelated to the Zheng family, realizing she had misjudged. The burly hunter remarked, "Mindo, I think we should take this woman onto the boat. Regardless of whether we obtain the akin or not, we should hold her hostage to avoid direct confrontation." "Nori, you are quite right. I will leave this matter to you," Mindo agreed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue grew anxious. Did this mean that because she was mistakenly identified as Yifan's genuine girlfriend, she would unjustly be captured? The key question was whether Yifan would truly come to her rescue. These three criminals, judging by their methods and the knives they concealed, were clearly not to be trifled with, especially that hefty one who had a handgun at his waist. This was life-threatening. Yifan, that fellow, was either a lecher or merely a money-grabber. He had been evasive during his match with Su Lingshan, never daring to confront directly. Such a timid person, how could he dare risk coming here to save her? "Wait, you've got it all wrong. Capturing me will not help you find this akin at all." Su Qingxue exclaimed. "Oh? What makes you say that?" Mindo inquired, puzzled. With a soft sigh, Su Qingxue replied, "He has known me for only a short time, and he is quite timid. He will surely be frightened of you all and wouldn't take risks for me. Your plan is utterly meaningless." Upon hearing her words, the three hunters burst into laughter, clearly finding her assertions ludicrous. Mindo shook his head, responding, "Madam, do you truly believe that at this point, we would take your words to heart? Why you would fear us? Ha, what a joke. Why wouldn't you believe it? Do you really know Yifan well?" Su Qingxue queried, perplexed. Kalesha sneered, "Woman, do you think we're fools? During your unconsciousness, we made a phone call. Your boyfriend is already on his way and is likely to arrive soon. He is quite concerned about your safety." "What? He has already come? How could that be?" Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? As she recalled Yifan's impending encounter with those three miscreants, anxiety surged within her. Surely this man wouldn't act so recklessly, would he? At the very least, he should have the sense to call the police. She could only hope he wouldn't do anything foolish. It was hardly surprising that Su Qingxue felt this way. Yifan had always been fearful of any deductions from his salary, appearing utterly spineless. It was one thing to lack backbone as a man, but quite another to surreptitiously gaze at her undergarments and peep at her legs through the rearview mirror. Such behavior was unbecoming of any respectable man. With expectations of such a man to rescue her from peril, Su Qingxue was certainly not willing to take that risk. Upon reflection, however, Yifan occasionally displayed a serious and dependable demeanor, showing moments of warmth. She could not entirely deny these qualities. Otherwise, she would have long since found him unbearable. Yet, overall, the impression this man left on her was far from favorable. His occasional brilliance was insufficient to redeem his overall image. Just as Su Qingxue was engulfed in confusion, unable to discern the true nature of Yifan, a resounding knock echoed from the large iron door of the warehouse. "He has arrived." Min Duo turned and commanded, "Nuali, take this woman aboard the ship. I will negotiate the deal with him." As the portly hunter approached to seize her, Su Qingxue stubbornly twisted her body, refusing to submit easily. "Don't touch me. Back off," she protested vehemently. "Wretched woman, taste this." Kalesha suddenly appeared before her, spraying a mist from a small canister. After inhaling a peculiar fragrance, Su Qingxue's head swam once more, and her body began to lose strength, plunging into unconsciousness. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded. The massive iron door of the warehouse was flung open with overwhelming force. The rusty lock, which had secured the door, fell to the ground, utterly ineffective. As the door collapsed, a cloud of dust was raised, revealing a man's silhouette, none other than Yifan. With his hands in his pockets and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he silently retracted a foot he had just kicked. Min Duo, Kalesha, and Nuali were all taken aback. Although the warehouse door could not be described as an impenetrable barrier, it weighed several hundred pounds and was secured with a lock. This man had effortlessly demolished it with a single kick. Yifan strode into the warehouse with a languid gait. Each step seemed light, yet resonated like thunder, sending tremors through the hearts of the three hunters. It was as if the shadow of a demon had suddenly enveloped the entire warehouse, with pairs of sinister, blood-red eyes fixated on the trio from all directions. Kalesha and Nuali understood why Min Duo had once fled in panic. It was evident that this man's aura was utterly terrifying. I recall telling you not to seek me out. It appears you have failed to grasp my intent, Yifan said, discarding his cigarette as he advanced toward the three hunters. Kalesha swiftly positioned her silver knife against Su Qingshua's throat, threatening, "Stop. If you dare come any closer, I will kill her." Yet Yifan seemed oblivious, continuing his approach with an expression that betrayed no change. As if he were merely strolling, however, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, sending chills to the core. Under the weight of that stare, the three hunters broke into a cold sweat. The stout Nuali drew a Colt handgun from his waist. Aiming it at Yifan, "Don't move. If you take another step, I will shoot," he shouted. Why Yifan merely scoffed. "You need to disengage the safety first, don't you?" Nuali froze, suddenly realizing that in his panic. He had forgotten to do just that. Such a blunder was utterly uncharacteristic of him. Though he hastily disengaged the safety, his face twitched, and his hands began to tremble. The oppressive aura emanating from this man was overwhelming. Min Duo, being the strongest of the trio, spoke up, "Mr. Yi, what we seek is the akin, as long as you hand it over. We will ensure that Miss Su does not come to harm." Yifan replied expressionlessly. "I do not possess the akin." "What?" The three exchanged incredulous glances, thinking they had misheard. Then, "Do you know where the god with the head of an elephant is?" Min Duo inquired once more. Yifan continued his advance. Now less than 10 meters away, and upon hearing the question, he shook his head. Min Duo's face flushed with indignation, realizing he had been deceived, and he became furious. "Mr. Yi, you underestimate us, the monkey-eating eagles. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to kill this woman?" As he spoke, Kalesha's knife edged closer to Su Qingshua's throat, while Nuali aimed his gun at Yifan's head. Yifan halted about 6 or 7 meters away, calmly responding, "If you dare to abduct someone, you certainly must be prepared to kill. Then you should cooperate with us and refrain from any tricks," Kalesha sneered. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Your willingness to act does not guarantee your ability to follow through." The trio was left bewildered by his words. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped them, suffocating their hearts. Yifan's figure lunged toward them. As the three reacted instinctively, Nuali pulled the trigger, firing at Yifan's body. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets sliced through the air, searing hot, yet curiously, every single shot narrowly missed Yifan, landing harmlessly. Observing his companion's inability to hit Yifan, Kalesha was about to viciously slice Su Qingshua's throat when she felt a firm grip seize her wrist. Yifan had appeared beside Kalesha without her even noticing. The three hunters were left in shock, gaping at Yifan as if he had teleported. What tremendous explosive power must one possess to cover several meters in the blink of an eye and interrupt Kalesha's movement? Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking echoed. And Kalesha, still dazed, found her wrist crushed before she could regain her senses. "Ah!" Kalesha screamed in agony, dropping the knife. Yifan seized her now limp hand. Taking a step back, he spun around, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, he hurled Kalesha like a sandbag. The force was unstoppable. Kalesha soared through the air like a human shot put, crashing against the warehouse's concrete wall with a resounding thud. The violent impact shattered numerous bones and injured countless internal organs, leaving her lifeless, a pool of blood staining the wall before she crumpled to the ground. Chapter 0035. Divine Retribution. Kalesha? The stout Nuali exclaimed, his gun empty of bullets. He swiftly drew a serrated dagger from behind his waist, lunging at Yifan's back. Yet Yifan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped the ambush and retaliated with a spinning kick. "Ugh!" Nuali cried out as the kick struck his chest, lifting his nearly 2-meter frame off the ground and sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his ribs piercing his heart and lungs, and in excruciating pain. He soon met his demise. In less than 3 seconds, Kalesha and Nuali had both perished, bewildered and unable to comprehend how Yifan had struck. The only one left, Min Duo, was on the brink of madness. The man before him was absurdly strong, inhumanly powerful. They were elite members of the B-level organization, the monkey-eating eagles, far surpassing ordinary soldiers, SWAT teams, or even special forces. Yet under Yifan's prowess, they felt as helpless as 3-year-old children. Despite his overwhelming fear, Min Duo's instinct for survival propelled him to draw a gleaming dagger from his waist, thrusting it toward Yifan's throat. This was Yifan's blind spot, and Min Duo had unleashed all his potential. Making the strike swift as lightning, far exceeding his usual strength. As the dagger neared Yifan's throat, however, Yifan's left hand, effortlessly blocked at point two fingers, accurately pinched the blade's edge. Min Duo thrust forward with all his might. But despite his efforts, he could not push the dagger even an inch further. Those two fingers felt as unyielding as reinforced concrete. Yifan turned his head, his gaze as deep as an abyss, exuding a chilling, desolate, murderous intent. The moment Min Duo met that gaze, he let out a terrified scream, releasing the dagger and collapsing to the ground in a heap. What kind of eyes were these? What sort of person possessed such a gaze that could terrify one awake from dreams? Min Duo's face turned ashen as he trembled, asking, Who exactly are you? Yifan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Divine wrath. As those two emotionless words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the warehouse, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a brief moment of blankness, realization struck Min Duo's mind like a thunderclap, awakening him to the full weight of that phrase's implications. No, it is simply impossible. Could it be that you are? Mindo had become so lost in his own thoughts, his mind a haze, overwhelmed by sheer terror that he had even stained his trousers with a mark of moisture. Having been so frightened that he had wet himself, the only thought lingering in his mind was, Shihuiying, would it truly mean his name would be erased from this world? My lord. Mindo pondered the significance of the man before him, disregarding his own embarrassment as he continued to wet himself, and he collapsed to the ground. He had never imagined that the address left by the elephant god would lead to you. Had he known you were his friend, even 1,000 times the courage of Shihuiying would not have dared to follow you. Please, in light of the price we have already paid, do not take out your anger on our entire organization. Mindo was beyond caring for his own survival. He only wished for this esteemed individual to show mercy, to prevent their organization from vanishing into thin AI art. At that moment, Yifan had already reigned in his aura, his gaze returning to its usual demeanor, as if he had transformed back into an ordinary urban youth. If your people do not seek me out, I have no interest in engaging with you. Yifan replied nonchalantly, Yes, compared to you, we Shihuiying are but ants. Mindo was drenched in sweat, his lips pale as he implored, My lord, please allow me to inform our leader. If he were to discover that you are the resident of that apartment, we Shihuiying would never dare to offend you in the slightest. Yet, Yifan remained silent, merely observing Mindo with an impassive expression. Mindo stared blankly for a moment before finally breaking into a self-deprecating smile. Right? My lord, since you are in hiding, how could you allow outsiders to know you are in Huahai? Yifan tossed the dagger back to Mindo. If this fellow possessed any sense, he should know what choice to make. He had no time to concern himself with Mindo any further, turning instead to carry the unconscious Su Qingxue as he walked out of the warehouse. Watching the man depart, Mindo picked up the dagger. Aiming it at his own heart, only through suicide could he possibly save Shihuiying from being erased. However, he was still in the prime of his life. The thought of sacrificing himself was ultimately unbearable. As this notion crossed his mind, Mindo felt a surge of audacity. Seeing Yifan holding the woman in his arms, his gaze sharpened, and he hurled the dagger directly at Yifan's back. In that split second, Yifan deftly tossed the woman into the air. As Su Qingxue soared, Yifan executed a one-legged spin. Just as the dagger was about to strike him, he caught it with his hand and then flung it back. With this swift motion, Yifan turned back, arms outstretched, and caught the descending Su Qingxue once more. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of an elegant waltz. Yifan strode out of the warehouse with purpose. Behind him lay Mindo, his forehead pierced by the dagger, collapsing into a pool of blood. When Su Qingxue groggily awoke, she found herself lying in the back seat of her car. Suddenly, memories of the earlier events flooded back, and she sat upright with a jolt, only to discover that Yifan was driving. Qingxue, you're awake? Is your head still spinning? Yifan turned back, flashing a bright smile at the woman. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered. After confirming her safety, she asked, Did you save me? I suppose so, but you need not feel overly grateful. After all, this incident stemmed from me. Yifan replied. Su Qingxue fell silent, her emotions complex. This man had truly risked his life to save her. How did you manage to rescue me? Su Qingxue had been unconscious and hadn't seen how Yifan had entered the warehouse. She was eager to know the details. Yifan had already prepared his response. It was nothing much. I just gave those 3 fellows a good beating, and they ran away. So I brought you back. Don't try to fool me. Those people had knives and guns. How could you defeat them all alone, unarmed? Su Qingxue was somewhat irate, feeling that this man was simply brushing her off. Wai Fan chuckled lightly. Qingxue, you misunderstand. That group of people was actually a bunch of buffoons. Merely trying to scare you. The guns were fake, mere toys. Fine, even if the weapons were fake, then tell me, what is Anka? Su Qingshue's gaze sharpened as she looked at the man. Chapter 0036. Quite uncomfortable, Yi Fan's expression momentarily froze before he smiled and countered. What Anka? Seeing the man still feigning ignorance, Su Qingshue's teeth clenched in frustration. Who exactly are you? Are your identities as a tutor and repairman all fabricated? Hearing the barrage of questions from the woman, Yi Fan sighed. With Su Qingshue's 180 IQ, even if she was somewhat slow in matters of life and love, crucial issues were indeed difficult to evade. However, if this continued, if the woman learned too much, she might be in danger. Yi Fan realized he ought to contemplate her safety more, to avert any unforeseen incidents. After turning onto a street, Yi Fan parked the car and turned back. Let us get out and have a meal. I promise to explain everything after we eat. All right. Su Qingshu then noticed that they had not returned home but had instead come to an old street lined with small eateries. Why are we here? A hint of nostalgia flickered in Su Qingshu's eyes. Why Yi Fan, both amused and exasperated, replied, Su Demei, it's almost 10 o'clock. It would be a hassle to go home for dinner. We'd have to make Aunt Jiang reheat the food. Consider it an opportunity for me to apologize and treat you to a meal. You must be hungry too, right? Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu recalled Aunt Jiang and quickly asked, Does Aunt Jiang know about my situation? I called her and told her you were out on a date with me. There's no problem. Yi Fan winked out a date. You say? Who would want to go on a date with you? Su Qingshu shot him a glare, but Yi Fan's attentiveness did bring her some satisfaction. She was indeed hungry. Feeling her empty stomach, she stepped out of the car. Come, there's a great place for sour cabbage fish. Let me take you to try it. I used to work as a gaming coach at an internet CAF nearby, and often came here to eat. Yi Fan waved to the woman. Su Qingshu felt an urge to strangle the man. A gaming coach? Just how many professions have you had? Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, if the woman knew he was still using the 50,000 salary she had given him while helping Moo with coaching, would she go mad? By this time, it was past mealtime and not yet late-night snack time, making the restaurant quite empty. After entering a place called Yule Sour Cabbage Fish, they found a quiet little table by the window. Although the environment was not particularly hygienic, and the air was thick with greasy odors, Su Qingshu did not seem overly displeased. In fact, she felt quite at ease. However, several waitstaff and passers-by who caught sight of Su Qingshu's beauty could hardly tear their gazes away. Clearly taken aback. Fortunately, Su Qingshu was accustomed to such attention. She often received requests for photos when shopping and had encountered her fair share of talent scouts. Yi Fan swiftly ordered a large portion of sour cabbage fish, along with 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, totaling less than 200 yuan. This meal is on me, ha. Yi Fan declared with a proud grin. Su Qingshu, however, wore no smile, coldly regarding him. You promised to explain what just happened. Go ahead now. Yi Fan pouted. Don't be so impatient. It's not every day we get to unwind. Come on, have a sip of water first. As he spoke, Yi Fan poured a cup of free barley tea for Su Qingshu and handed it to her. Su Qingshu exhaled. She was indeed both thirsty and tired. After gulping down 2 cups of tea, she gazed out at the street, lost in thought. Yi Fan had researched Su Qingshu's background, so he understood well why she might be deep in contemplation. After a while, Su Qingshu casually inquired, Where did you grow up? In an orphanage? Have you heard of Chuanting? Su Qingshu nodded. The orphanage I stayed at was just down that street. Called Qingxing, but it was demolished long ago. Yes, I know. Yi Fan took a sip of tea. Su Qingshu's beautiful eyes sparkled. You truly have investigated my background. Yi Fan did not deny it. With your beauty? I certainly had to check if you were a fairy. Su Qingshu shot him a disapproving glance. Not a single truthful word. Just as they were chatting, the sour cabbage fish arrived. Su Qingshu, who was famished, eagerly glanced at it, only to frown and refrain from using her chopsticks. Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? There are scallions on top, Su Qingshu said, visibly displeased. You don't like scallions? Why didn't you say so earlier, so I could tell the kitchen not to add them? Yi Fan was exasperated. I forgot. I usually eat at home. Also, why are you yelling at me so loudly? Su Qingshu pouted slightly. Yi Fan felt wronged. I wasn't yelling at you. Besides, if you don't eat scallions, just push them aside. Su Qingshu shook her head. No, I can't stand the smell. Yi Fan then recalled that Aunt Jiang's dishes seemed to never have scallions, so that was the reason. Sigh, you little princess, you're truly hard to please. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Mind your own business. If I don't eat fish, then I want tea, Su Qingxue retorted angrily, picking up her chopsticks to eat the potato shreds instead. Wei Fan chuckled, thinking this little girl was quite stubborn. Yet, in this moment, she appeared more endearing than that icy-cold CEO demeanor. Wei Fan took a small plate and began to use his chopsticks to remove the scallions from the large bowl of sour cabbage fish. What are you doing? Su Qingxue asked in surprise. Wei Fan replied, Of course, I'm taking out the scallions. Now you can eat it, right? Don't worry, I'll be very thorough. Su Qingxue gazed blankly at the man, meticulously placing the scallions back and forth, displaying an attentive demeanor. A sudden pang of emotion stirred within her, prompting her to say, Stop it, I truly don't want to eat anymore. Yi Fan responded with a gentle smile. It's all right. Although our time together has been fleeting, let me, as your boyfriend, fulfill my duties for this final meal together. Su Qingxue's delicate face registered a moment of astonishment as she questioned, What did you say? Yi Fan looked up at her, smiling, and enunciated carefully, I mean, after this meal, we shall part ways. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the chopsticks, pressed her lips together, and after a moment of silence, coldly asked, You said you would provide me with a reasonable explanation, and now you say we are breaking up? Yi Fan chuckled apologetically, continuing to place the scallions. In truth, our relationship has always been a facade. We cannot even speak of a breakup. It's merely the cessation of a contract. After much contemplation, I realized that in the future, I might attract all sorts of troublesome people, and those closest to me will likely bear the brunt of it. We have merely been pretending to be a couple, and there is no need for you to shoulder any risks. You are innocent. And of course, I will return the contractual payment to you. I won't claim any salary from the company since I haven't actually worked. A glimmer of tears flickered in Su Qingxue's bright eyes. She herself could not fathom why she felt aggrieved and uncomfortable at his words. Despite their contractual relationship, Chapter 0037, thankfully, it was only 3 months. How can you leave now? How am I to deal with the Jing family? How am I to explain to my family, leaving behind a mess for me to clean up? Su Qingxue's eyes slightly reddened with anger as she exclaimed, Selfish, you just want to walk away like this? Yi Fan replied earnestly, Qingxue, I know you will be upset. After all, this sudden turn of events will bring you considerable trouble. But regardless, it's better than endangering your life, isn't it? I am angry, but I am not afraid. I do not wish to escape, Su Qingxue declared with unwavering determination. Yi Fan looked at her in surprise. Yet he responded, But none of this truly concerns you. You are merely an outsider. There is no need for you to get involved because of me, an outsider, Su Qingxue retorted with a cold smile. Are you not one yourself? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked, puzzled that I'll ask you this. When I signed the contract with you, I did not inform you of the Zheng family's matters, nor did I mention my parents' affairs. Now, because of me, you have drawn the ire of the Zheng family and caught the attention of my parents in these troubles. You are also an outsider. Why didn't you terminate the contract then and choose to leave? Su Qingxue questioned fiercely. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had never considered such a question. Let me tell you the reason, Su Qingxue said softly. There is only one reason. You are not afraid of them at all. Though you speak many lies, your job is fake, your identity is fake, your background is fake. Perhaps even your name is a deception, but I know one thing for certain. From the very beginning, you have not feared the Zheng family's retaliation, have you? Yi Fan remained silent. Su Qingxue continued indignantly. This time, your troubles have ensnared me, and you wish for me to terminate the contract because you look down on me. You think I am beneath you? Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's gazes locked intensely. Seeing her aggrieved and furious expression, Yi Fan could no longer suppress a smile and lowered his head. I do not look down on you, to be honest. I do not think as much as you do. I merely wish not to implicate you. Su Qingxue interrupted. Do you think that even if we part ways, I will be safe for the rest of my life? The Zheng family, the White Shark Gang, various competitors in the business world, and those who wish to kidnap me for ransom. Do you think I was truly safe before? Do you think I emphasized the security team and have Ling Shan train them rigorously for no reason? As a man, is your only solution to flee from problems? Just like how you only dared to run away in the arena? After saying this, Su Qingxue scoffed, Coward. Yi Fan bristled at her words. He felt he was merely acting in her best interest, yet somehow, he was painted as a timid, useless coward. Su Qingxue, when did I say I wanted to escape? You are completely misinterpreting my intentions. If I were a coward, would I have gone to rescue you today? Yi Fan argued. Since you are not a coward and I, as a girl, am not afraid, what are you afraid of? Su Qingxue challenged, her clear eyes fixed intently on him. Wai Yifan stood there, lost in thought, the echo of her question reverberating in his mind. What am I truly afraid of? After a minute, Yifan smiled in relief and nodded. Fine, since you have said so, I will retract my previous statement. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshua's expression softened slightly, yet she remained displeased. You come and go as you please. Do you think being my fake boyfriend and assistant is a trivial job? Moreover, even if we truly were to break up, it must be on my terms. I am the employer. Did you hear that? Yifan smiled wryly and nodded. You call the shots. You call the shots. However, let's leave today's matter as it is. I want to elaborate further, as even in a real marriage, there must be mutual privacy. Though Su Qingxue was still curious, she acknowledged that Yifan was not wrong. Thus she replied, all right, I will let you off this time. After all, I will find out sooner or later. She could now almost ascertain that Yifan harbored numerous significant secrets, which piqued her subconscious interest. Yet, Su Qingxue was unaware that her curiosity towards a man signified a shift in her feelings. Wai Yifan gazed fondly at the woman, who resembled a proud swan, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. For the first time, this woman captivated him, not through her beauty, but through something else entirely. Yifan smiled contemplatively, prompting Su Qingxue to inquire, What are you laughing at? Yifan replied, My name is genuine. Huh? I mean, although I have spoken many lies, my name is real. I am indeed called Yifan, he earnestly explained. Realization dawned upon Su Qingxue. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned to gaze out the window, muttering, Fool, who cares what your real name is? I understand. Just a contract worker, nothing to worry about. Haha. Yifan chuckled to himself, continuing to busy himself with the scallions. Crazy. What's so funny? Su Qingxue grumbled. Hurry up. It's all your fault for wasting so much time with your nonsense. The fish is getting cold, and you still haven't finished with the scallions. All right, I'm on it. Yifan quickly moved his chopsticks, murmuring to himself, Thankfully, it's just 3 months. Otherwise, who could endure this? What did you say? Huh? I didn't say anything. Am I going to dock your pay? No way. In the depths of the night, at the fishing port warehouse, police surrounded the area while a team of forensic experts gathered evidence. The director of the Huahai City Defense Bureau, Yao Zhengong, a man in his 50s with graying hair, personally arrived at the scene. He was engaged in an intense discussion with a group of seasoned subordinates regarding the 3 corpses within the warehouse. At that moment, 4 men dressed in ordinary civilian attire, appearing unremarkable, approached the warehouse entrance. As the officers prepared to block them, one particularly fair-skinned and handsome man called out, Director Yao, let your men through. Upon hearing the voice, Yao Zhengong hurriedly turned to greet, You gentlemen have arrived. Please, allow the officers to let you in. The group of officers, although puzzled about the identity of these men, stepped aside. Yao Zhengong urged, Everyone, vacate the warehouse. No one is allowed entry. Not even technical personnel. This command left many staff members bewildered. Even if higher-ups were sending personnel, there was no need for such evasiveness. Curiosity brewed regarding the origins of this quartet. Regardless, under the director's insistence, the warehouse soon contained only the 4 men and Yao Zhengong. Black Hawk team leader, I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Yao Zhengong said courteously. The Black Hawk leader had a narrow face but appeared spirited, with small yet sharp eyes. In the face of such an incident, how could we possibly arrive the next morning? Black Hawk replied casually as he crouched down to examine the corpses on the ground. Chapter 0038. You are overthinking. The heads of the corpses had already shriveled, punctured by knives, with a significant amount of red and white fluid pooling around them. Yao Zhengong quietly remarked, Black Hawk team leader, in my experience, this method of death is far from a typical gang conflict. It suggests a skilled individual has tortured them. Do you think my assessment is correct? Boss, this guy seems somewhat familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere, one burly team member noted. A cold glint flashed in Black Hawk's eyes. Indeed, he is a skilled individual. He belongs to the B-class organization known as the Monkey-Eating Eagle. His name is Mendo. What? The bounty hunter Mendo? I'm shocked. He has quite a figure even in Southeast Asia. Even our team might not be able to capture him. So how did he end up in such a tragic state? A robustly built man remarked. If this individual is Mendo, then the other 2 are likely also people associated with the Monkey-Eating Eagle, capable of delivering a lethal blow with their immense strength. What manner of individuals are they? This person can dispatch the top experts of a B-level organization with such ease, making him exceedingly perilous. Black Hawk turned to Yao Zhenggang and said, Director Yao, we must immediately secure this area and conduct a discreet investigation. We cannot afford to alert the enemy. At this moment, Yao Jinggang also grasped the gravity of the situation. If even these esteemed individuals were wary, how could the personnel of the Defense Bureau contend with it? His complexion paled as he nodded vigorously, fully acquiescing to the commands of the senior officers. The matter of the kidnapping seemed to have faded into the background. Su Qingxue, possessing a heart of steel, remained largely unaffected, continuing her routine of going to and from work as usual. Not only that, but she also appeared to have recalled the importance of makeup, applying a subtle touch each morning that rendered her already captivating visage even more enchanting, as if she were born with an ethereal beauty filter. Her attire had also become more form-fitting. Whether it was the deep blue body-hugging jumpsuit or the off-shoulder white dress adorned with sheer fabric, each ensemble accentuated her curvaceous figure in an utterly mesmerizing manner. How could such a woman possess such extraordinary beauty? If the former version of himself had encountered such a woman, he would undoubtedly have driven to a secluded spot and pursued her relentlessly. Yi Fan felt a stirring desire and thought. Having shared a meal of pickled fish together, it shouldn't be too much to steal a few glances at her through the rearview mirror. I want to touch you. Merely looking should be permissible. Right? Alas, the woman chose to sit in the back row, leaving him with no opportunity for even the slightest peek. Yi Fan felt a pang of disappointment. The 180 yuan dinner seemed wasted. As the president's schemes ran deep, moreover, Su Qingshua's demeanor towards him had not changed significantly. She remained as frosty as ever, and her words had dwindled even further. This puzzled Yi Fan. Logically, having shared some heartfelt conversations, their relationship should have drawn closer, yet her sudden coldness left him bewildered. Was it due to the acquisition of Feek Company, with the likes of Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren continually causing disruptions that had soured her mood? This was the only explanation he could muster. Unbeknownst to him, the first week had swiftly reached Friday. On the morning commute to the office, Su Qingxue, usually reticent, unexpectedly spoke up from her seat at the back. Yi Fan, you must refrain from wandering about tomorrow. Why? Yi Fan was taken aback. Wasn't tomorrow Saturday? Did they have work? A very important guest may visit at any moment tomorrow. He is French, and as you are proficient in French and my assistant, it would be ideal for you to accompany me, Su Qingxue explained. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating his plans for the weekend, but as she insisted, he could only nod in agreement. All right then. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse with her, Yi Fan couldn't help but inquire, Qingxue, have I done something to upset you? Su Qingxue, engrossed in her materials, looked up and asked, what is it? I noticed that ever since our meal of pickled fish, you've been rather distant with me. I wondered if I had inadvertently angered you. Yi Fan replied candidly. Su Qingxue pursed her lips, her face slightly flushing, her gaze darting side to side before she asked, do you care if I'm angry? Well, it does leave me feeling unsettled, Yi Fan admitted. Su Qingxue's delicate features betrayed no emotion, but internally she felt a surge of delight as she said, you guess. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. How could I possibly guess? Humph, then ponder it yourself, Su Qingxue retorted dismissively, turning her attention away from him entirely. Yi Fan, feeling dejected, lamented that he should have kept silent. Now he was only more troubled. Upon arriving at the office, Yi Fan resumed playing games, yet his mind wandered to what Su Qingxue could possibly mean. Before he knew it, lunchtime had arrived. He descended to the cafeteria, gathered a small mountain of food, and sought out Su Lingshan, who sat alone. After sharing meals for several consecutive days, Su Lingshan had grown accustomed to his presence and no longer wore the sour expression she had previously displayed. With Yi Fan preoccupied with his own thoughts, he sat in front of Su Lingshan and quietly ate, observing how she meticulously covered her chest. This silence, however, seemed to unsettle Su Lingshan, who was used to his boisterousness. Hey, what are you thinking about? She asked, feigning nonchalance. Yi Fan looked up. Is Captain Su inquiring about me? Of course. Are there any others here? Su Lingshan shot him a glance. Yi Fan grinned. What? Suddenly so concerned about me? Who's concerned about you? I just worry that you, the lecherous one, may be up to no good. Su Lingshan huffed. Yi Fan remained unperturbed and sighed. Captain Su, since you've known President Su for a while, why is she so fickle? One moment she's engaging, and the next, she's as cold as ice. I can't fathom what I might have done to annoy her, and when I ask her, she simply leaves me to figure it out. What could be the reason? Upon hearing Yi Fan's dilemma, Su Lingshan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. After a moment, she disdainfully replied, you're overthinking it. How could President Su possibly be friendly with you? It's merely your own illusion. Yi Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Was that truly the case? Sighing, he mused, Women's thoughts are indeed intricate. Despite having experienced tumultuous events that many would never encounter in their lifetimes, having reached heights unattainable for most, he found himself utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Once he had viewed women as mere distractions. Yet now that he was genuinely attempting to share a life with one, he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. After finishing his meal and carrying a box of fruit, Yifan returned to the 66th floor. Even though Su Qingxue had not paid him much attention in recent days, the fruit he brought along was consumed, seemingly becoming a small routine. Just as he was about to exit the elevator, he spotted a beautiful woman in professional attire waiting outside. "Ying, you're back?" Yifan exclaimed joyfully, as Feng Yueying had been on a business trip for an entire week and had finally returned. Feng Yueying displayed a hint of delight upon seeing him but quickly retorted, "The company forbids you from calling me that." "Oh, Yueying," Yifan corrected himself, noticing her sulky demeanor. "What's the matter? Are you displeased to see me?" Feng Yueying stepped into the elevator and playfully pushed Yifan out, declaring, "I'm not upset. I have work to do." Yifan stood outside, bewildered, watching as she descended, a wry smile crossing his face. How had he managed to annoy her so? Entering the office, he found Su Qingxue engrossed in reviewing a pile of documents, evidently the ones brought back by Feng Yueying. "President Su, please have some fruit." "Don't work on an empty stomach," Yifan suggested. "Just leave it there," Su Qingxue replied without lifting her gaze. Intrigued, Yifan leaned forward, eager to glimpse what Feng Yueying had brought back after her week away. However, before he could catch a proper look, Su Qingxue abruptly leaned forward, obscuring the documents and glared at him. "No peeking. Get out." Yifan forced a smile and quietly exited the office, muttering to himself, "This powerful woman is impossible to please." Despite not having spoken to Feng Yueying for several days, he wondered if Su Qingxue had said something about him that had displeased Feng Yueying. Returning to his office, Yifan found himself increasingly perplexed. Su Qingxue and he shared only a contractual relationship. Even if they held the title of boyfriend and girlfriend, it meant little. Su Qingxue's indifference could be overlooked, as in less than 3 months, they would part ways, each merely a passerby in the other's life. However, Feng Yueying was different. Her qualities aligned perfectly with his desire for a comfortable life. They were mutually attracted, and their relationship was steadily deepening, as he hoped to eventually make her wholly his. Thus, Yifan made his way to the floor where the sales department was located. Seeking out Feng Yueying's office, as the president's assistant, the sales personnel assumed he was there for work, raising no suspicions. Knocking on the door, Feng Yueying's melodious voice rang out, "Come in." Upon entering, Yifan locked the door behind him. Feng Yueying, focused on her computer, appeared momentarily startled and flustered upon seeing him. "What are you doing here?" Yifan approached her desk, leaning on its surface, his expression earnest as he looked down at her. "Ying, have you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood?" Feng Yueying's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What do you mean? You seem unhappy to see me. Did someone say something negative about me?" Yifan inquired. Realizing the purpose of his visit, Feng Yueying set her work aside, crossed her arms over her chest, and shook her head, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. "No, then what have I done to upset you?" Yifan pressed. "Guess," Feng Yueying teased. Upon hearing this, Yifan felt exasperated. "Come on, Ying, please don't torment me. How could I possibly guess? I haven't spoken to you all week. How would I know what might have annoyed you?" "Humph," Feng Yueying pouted playfully. "So you do realize we haven't spoken in a week? Not even a phone call? Even if your phone doesn't support WeChat, you could at least send a text." Yifan paused, suddenly enlightened. "So that's what this is about?" Yifan could not help but awkwardly flatter. "Hee. Ying, I apologize. I have never pursued a girl before, and I didn't expect this whole phone call situation. Who would believe it? You, with your silver tongue, so skilled at—" I wanted to say kissing, but felt shy instead. So Feng Yueying changed her words. "Anyway, it's obvious you haven't taken me to heart." Yifan sighed. "This is a different matter from making a phone call. I had no idea what to talk about when I called you. It seemed like there was nothing to discuss, so I didn't think about it at all. Can't one just call for no reason?" Feng Yueying stood up, angrily pushing the man towards the door. "You need to leave. Don't disturb my work. I don't want to see you." Yifan realized that this was not going well, and decided to take a more assertive approach to quell the woman's temper. He swiftly pulled her into an embrace, disregarding the astonishment on Feng Yueying's petite face, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her soft, rosy lips. "Mmm." Feng Yueying let out a delicate moan, her small fists pounding against his shoulders and back. Her face was blushing fiercely, yet her body was gradually melting under the sweetness of the kiss. Growing increasingly weak, After more than a minute, Yifan finally released her. The sensation of holding her was simply too delightful. If he continued, he might be tempted to do something more, and this was still the office. So it was better to stop. Yifan gazed at the flushed and breathless woman, gently cupping her face, and said earnestly, "I promise, next time you go on a business trip, I will definitely call you, regardless of whether there is something to discuss or not." Feng Yuang felt a sweetness in her heart, but still responded with feigned dissatisfaction. "So you want to call when I'm not on a trip? Hee, when you're here, I'll just come find you directly. Why bother with a phone call?" Feng Yuang thought she had been too lenient with this man, and with a hint of pride, replied, "Well, it depends on whether I have the time. Of course, if you're free, we meet. If not, I'll call that I must successfully woo you." "Oh no, I mean win your heart. You truly are a deceiver. Not a single one of you men is good." Feng Yuang retorted. Yifan grinned. "I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Ying, how about we go out for dinner on Sunday, and catch a movie as well?" He thought that this was how ordinary young people in love typically behaved. Feng Yuang's cheeks flushed even more. Although she felt she shouldn't let him pursue her so easily, she couldn't help but agree. Very well. I will come find you the day after tomorrow in the morning. You will be free, right?" Yifan considered that after finishing his tasks tomorrow, he should be free the day after. Feng Yuang thought for a moment and nodded, as she had no other commitments. Just then, there was a knock at the office door, and Lu Xiaolian's voice came from outside. "Minister Feng, this is bad. Something serious has happened." Feng Yuang quickly tidied her clothes, took a deep breath to calm the redness in her face, and then went to open the door. "What's the matter?" Upon seeing Yifan inside, Lu Xiaolian nodded in greeting before continuing. "Just now, the midday news reported that the CEO of Fee Company and Zhang Hongji from Zheng Group have reached an agreement, stating that they will accept Zheng Group's acquisition proposal." Feng Yuang's expression sharpened, and she hurried out to the main office. In the large office of each department, several televisions were mounted for video conferences and news viewing. At that moment, nearly everyone in the Jinxiu Group was fixated on the news broadcast. Many were cursing Zheng Group for their shamelessness, but also expressed regret, as due to internal conflicts, Jinxiu had lost the opportunity to acquire Feek. In the sales department, Lu Xiaolian, Yu Ying, and several key members gathered around Feng Yuang, discussing animatedly. Yifan couldn't help but worry about how Su Qingxue would feel upon seeing this news. Chapter 0040. Bullying the younger generation. Had it not been for the opposing votes from the two vice presidents and several old board members, Zheng Group would not have succeeded. Indeed, President Su's foresight was undeniably correct. Otherwise, would Zheng Group have chosen to acquire Feek? I really don't understand why those elderly board members, despite their age, fail to grasp the current market trends, and why they would obstruct our company's development. The employees were indignant, feeling it was unjust for Su Qingxue and expressing their dissatisfaction with the old board members. Originally, Su Qingxue intended to acquire this software company to create a high-end luxury mobile sales platform, transitioning Jinxiu from a traditional enterprise into a blend of internet and conventional business, revitalizing some of the waning company operations. "Minister Feng, what should we do now? The Feek acquisition is definitely off the table. Will our company's online high-end sales platform be shelved?" Yu Ying and others asked with concern. Feng Yuang remained calm, stating, "We are the sales department. We just need to focus on our work. This is a matter for the board, the strategy department, and the marketing department to consider. We trust President Su. She will always find a way. Now, everyone, back to work." She clapped her hands to disperse the employees. Yifan observed all this with a heavy heart, knowing that Su Qingxue must be feeling quite miserable, clearly betrayed by her own people. He had no desire to continue his flirtation with Feng Yuang, and after confirming their meeting on Sunday, returned to his office. In the afternoon, several high-ranking company officials gradually entered Su Qingxue's office. The impact of the news seemed to weigh heavily on the company as a whole. When work ended, Yifan finally saw Su Qingxue, her expression cold and appearing somewhat fatigued. As they took the elevator down, Su Qingxue leaned against the wall in silence, and Yifan chose not to disturb her. It was the first time he saw her so listless, which made him feel uneasy. Upon reaching the parking lot, just as he was about to get into his car, he noticed a white Cadillac parked beside the president's parking space. Two bodyguards in black stood at either side, and leaning against the car door was Zhang Junfeng, clad in a white shirt, wearing a gold watch and holding a cigar, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside him stood a shorter, robust man in his 50s, dressed in a simple grayish-blue tunic, with a sinister look in his eyes. President Su Lingshan, accompanied by 4 uniformed female security guards, approached the elevator door. Looking remorseful. "I'm sorry, we didn't manage to stop them." Su Qingxue's gaze was icy. tinged with a hint of anger. After casting a glance at Zhang Junfeng, she walked towards her car without a word. Zhang Junfeng, however, grinned wickedly and stepped in front of Su Qingxue, blocking her path. He glanced at Yifan beside her and scoffed. "You're still here? I heard you've become her assistant. I suppose this is your true station in life." Yifan narrowed his eyes. It seemed Zhang Junfeng deliberately avoided mentioning that he was Su Qingxue's boyfriend. Likely considering it a disgrace, he preferred to ignore it as Su Qingxue, wishing to keep their relationship private from the nearby female security guards. Retorted directly, "Move aside, Xiaoxue, don't be so cold. Although I know you're in a bad mood today, business is business. Our personal matters shouldn't be affected," Zhang Junfeng said, puffing out smoke with a smug expression. "We have no personal matters," Su Qingxue replied coldly. Zhang Junfeng chuckled wickedly. "What's the big deal about Feek? Once we're married, Jinxiu and Zheng Group will be allied. My Feek will essentially belong to you. I am merely preparing some betrothal gifts in advance. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Lingshan could no longer tolerate this and stepped forward angrily. "Zhang Junfeng, don't be too presumptuous. This is Jinxiu. Our President Su commands you to step aside. Do you hear? Damn it, you filthy female guard. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Zhang Junfeng barked, his fierce demeanor directed at the female guards. "If it weren't for your President Su, I would have long since taken you to the White Shark Gang, where hundreds of men would have dealt with you. You? So the White Shark Gang's people were indeed sent by your Zheng family." Su Lingshan's face flushed red with anger. Zhang Junfeng shrugged. "So what? Do you have any evidence? Even if you do, what can you do about it? Bastard." Su Lingshan could no longer hold back and was about to strike. But Su Qingxue intervened, holding her back. "Lingshan, calm down. President Su, Su Lingshan felt indignant for her female superior. Su Qingxue sighed and asked, "Zhang Junfeng, what do you really want?" "I want nothing, Xiaoxue. Why must you perceive me so negatively?" "I simply love you deeply and would like to invite you to a candlelit dinner," Zhang Junfeng said with a smile, gesturing towards his cart. "I'm not feeling well, so I want to go." Zhang Junfeng narrowed his eyes. "Not feeling well? I'll take you to the hospital." "You?" Su Qingxue was taken aback by his relentless pursuit. Zhang Junfeng pressed forward. "Su Qingxue, you should understand, you've already lost. Continuing to struggle like this won't benefit you or Jinxiu. If you're truly wise, just stay with me, and I'll make you happy, alleviating your suffering." As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to touch Su Qingxue's chin. Su Lingshan, seeing Zhang Junfeng approach, stepped in front of Su Qingxue and commanded, "Stop! Don't come any closer." Zhang Junfeng's temper flared as he shouted, "Someone, get this filthy woman away." "Yes." Two bodyguards in black immediately rushed forward. Upon witnessing the scene, four female security guards rushed forward, colliding directly with the two black-clad bodyguards. Although the four women had the numerical advantage over the two men, the bodyguards were seasoned ex-special forces soldiers, and their combat prowess was undeniable. Coupled with the physical disparities between men and women, the ensuing skirmish resulted in a stalemate. Su Lingshan, noticing that her team was struggling to gain the upper hand, executed a swift dash, seizing the opportunity to deliver a flying kick that sent one of the male bodyguards sprawling 3 meters away. The remaining 4 guards quickly subdued the other bodyguard, thus bringing the confrontation to a close. Relieved at her team's victory, Su Qingxue exhaled deeply. However, Zhang Junfeng remained unfazed, casting a glance at the man in the gray-blue robe. "Old Ma, I told you, this woman is no ordinary female. If you choose to intervene, it won't be considered bullying a junior." Imogen Kuen's gaze was fixed upon Su Lingshan's figure, his old, enigmatic eyes glinting with interest. Heh. Such a woman, completely unaware of her place, certainly requires some proper education. Upon seeing the old man approach, Su Lingshan's expression grew notably serious. After all, Zhang Junfeng had brought this elderly figure for a reason, suggesting he possessed remarkable skills. Yifan's eyes briefly scanned old Ma's hands, a knowing look crossing his face as he frowned slightly. Su Lingshan, it seems she may struggle against this lecherous old man. He took a couple of steps forward and said, "Captain Su, leave this aged man who can't keep his eyes off young women to me. Hitting him would only soil your hands." Given that this was a colleague from his own company, and a woman he had shared several lunches with, Yifan felt compelled to assist. However, Su Lingshan, fiercely proud, retorted, "Step aside. I am the captain of the security team. What business is it of yours, assistant?" Yifan, feeling helpless, conceded to her determination and stepped back. "Captain Su, do be careful. Both Su and I will cheer you on," he quipped with a chuckle. "No need for your nonsense." As Ma Jiankuen observed the two squabbling, he couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. Turning to Zhang Junfeng, he inquired, "Young Master Zheng, Did you truly intend to take this female security guard back to the White Shark Gang? Zhang Juanfeng's expression darkened as he replied with a sinister smile. Rest assured, old ma, once we subdue Su Lingshan, I shall take my fiancée Yi, and this female guard will be at your disposal. I guarantee no one in Huahai will dare to intervene. Good. It's been ages since I've indulged, and this young lady's physique is quite to my liking, Ma Jianquan said with a sinister grin. His face wrinkling into a grotesque mask. At his advanced age, he still harbored such unscrupulous desires. Indeed, those who associate with Zhang Junfeng are not a virtuous character. Su Lingshan spat in disdain, as she readied herself in a military combat stance. She focused intently on Ma Jianquan. He beckoned her with a crooked finger. Come, let me see what skills you possess. You might regret that. Su Lingshan shot forward, lifting her leg to deliver a kick aimed at Ma Jianquan's jaw. Ma Jianquan raised his left hand to block, his fingers curling into a claw-like formation as he precisely jabbed at the instep of Su Lingshan's foot. Ah, she cried out in searing pain. Retreating 2 steps in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the old man's eagle claw technique. Su Lingshan hadn't anticipated that this old man would possess authentic ancient martial arts skills. It was well known that most martial arts circulating in society today were mere displays, intended to deceive the masses. True ancient martial arts were lethal techniques, not easily shared, akin to firearms, which are heavily regulated by the state. Thus, someone like Su Lingshan, who had served in the military and trained in martial arts, was already considered impressive. Yet, facing an opponent like Ma Jianquan, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, proved to be quite a challenge, especially since he was evidently no novice, having immersed himself in the eagle claw technique for countless years. If you possess a modicum of sense, you would comply and avoid unnecessary suffering, Ma Jianquan boasted. Yet, Su Lingshan would not yield so easily. Suppressing her pain, she charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, attempting to evade Ma Jianquan's eagle claws and target his vulnerabilities with swift strikes. However, despite his age, Ma Jianquan's speed was impressive, and with seasoned skill, he blocked Su Lingshan's onslaught before executing a swift, sharp claw towards her chest. Su Lingshan barely managed to retreat, narrowly evading the strike. Yet she heard the sound of tearing fabric as her uniform was slashed open at the waist. Despicable, shameless. Su Lingshan seethed, furious and embarrassed. Had she not evaded in time, her modesty would have been irreparably compromised. Behind her, Su Qingshua's brows knitted in concern, her expression grave, having not anticipated Zhang Junfeng would summon such a formidable expert. Zhang Junfeng laughed heartily. Old ma, do not take it too seriously. Just give her a light lesson, as I still wish for my fiancée Yi to retain some dignity. Jianquan, discarding the torn fabric, advanced closer. My dear girl, I relish your spiky demeanor. Come back with me, and I assure you it will be far more comfortable than being a mere security guard in your dreams. Su Lingshan executed a spinning kick aimed at Ma Jianquan's neck. Ma Jianquan's eyes flashed with intensity as he seized her ankle with fierce strength. So unruly, I shall cripple one of your legs and see how you defy me. Heh, with a menacing grin. Ma Jianquan raised his claw, poised to strike at the bend of Su Lingshan's leg. Just as her heart raced, believing her fate was sealed, she was startled to see that nothing transpired. Yi Fan? Su Lingshan stammered, gazing at the man beside her. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan had appeared at her side, gripping Ma Jianquan's wrist. Jianquan furrowed his brows, attempting to shake free, but found himself unable to escape. He released Su Lingshan's foot, transforming his hand into a claw aimed at Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan mirrored the gesture with his other hand, forming a claw to meet Ma Jianquan's in a direct confrontation. Their fingers connected, and Ma Jianquan let out a yelp of pain, feeling a numbing sensation in his fingers, nearly fracturing them. With a swift motion, Yi Fan flung the old man aside, stating, Old man, Captain Su could be your granddaughter. How dare you bully her? That's quite excessive. Ma Jianquan stared in shock at Yi Fan, while Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan gaped in disbelief, Zhang Juanfeng's face paling in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. You can also perform the eagle claw technique? Ma Jianquan stammered, bewildered, having just witnessed Yi Fan execute the very technique he prided himself on. Yi Fan raised both hands, nonchalantly swiping at the air. What is so difficult about it? Preposterous. That is hardly the eagle claw technique. Allow me to demonstrate true skill. Ma Jianquan, humiliated, leaped into the air, diving down with an eagle strike aimed squarely at Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan appeared to lack form, yet he had already extended 3 fingers in anticipation, perfectly countering Ma Jianquan's strike. Gripping Ma Jianquan's fingers, Yi Fan applied tremendous pressure, Ah! The sound of bones cracking echoed as Ma Jingquan's claw was crushed as if caught in a blender. He stared at his twisted fingers, wincing in pain, unable to comprehend the situation. Where did you learn your eagle claw technique? Ma Jingquan had never heard of such a young master of the technique emerging from the underworld. Su Qingxue, Su Lingshan, and the others stared at Yifan in astonishment, recalling how Su Lingshan had been utterly helpless against Ma Jingquan moments ago. Zhang Junfeng staggered back 2 steps, his expression shifting as he recalled his father's words. This individual was not to be underestimated. Yifan, beaming with pride, declared, "My master is a globally renowned figure. I assure you, the revelation would surely astound you. Have you heard of me?" Ma Jingquan bellowed angrily. "Do not feign mystique. According to the rules of the martial world, one must declare their school. I am a disciple of the Golden Eagle sect. Have the audacity to reveal your own lineage." Yifan raised 2 fingers, scratching the air, and earnestly replied, "Kato Taka, have you heard of him?" Ma Jingquan's face was a picture of confusion. Kato Taka? That name doesn't sound like a native of the summer country. Could he be an overseas practitioner of the eagle claw technique? Observing Ma Jingquan genuinely pondering the identity of this individual, Zhang Junfeng's face flushed with anger, itching to kick the old man. However, he couldn't publicly declare that Kato Taka was merely an actor, as it would tarnish his own status as the young master of the Zhang family. Su Qingxue, curious, turned to Su Lingshan. "Have you heard of Kato Taka? Is he quite famous?" Su Lingshan and the other female guards flushed with embarrassment, none wishing to explain to their naive CEO who he was. "Where is your school located?" "I have never heard of this person," Ma Jingquan demanded, baffled. Yifan scoffed. "If you haven't heard of such a renowned figure, I'm too lazy to explain. Go ask someone when you return." Fuming, Ma Jingquan trembled with rage. Had he not been injured, he would have relished the chance to retaliate. Acknowledging his age, he knew such injuries wouldn't heal overnight. With a huff, he turned to leave. "Zhang Xiao, we shall return if I, Ma Jingquan, do not avenge today's humiliation. I shall not be a man." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight ignited in Zhang Junfeng's eyes. Although he had lost face today, if Ma Jingquan unleashed his wrath in retaliation, it might ultimately serve his interests. As the Zhang family departed, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, her gaze thoughtful as she regarded Yifan, pondering how he had managed to save her. It seemed he indeed possessed remarkable skills. Su Lingshan was certain that on that day in the arena, Yifan had deliberately let her win, which left her feeling quite resentful yet powerless, her emotions tangled and complex. While driving back to Bailu County, they encountered the evening rush hour, making the journey slow and arduous. Sitting in the back seat, Su Qingxue remained curious and couldn't help but ask, "Is your master, Kato Takashi, someone you met abroad?" Just as Yifan was about to pull over, he heard the woman's earnest question, nearly pressing the accelerator and crashing the car. Once the vehicle came to a steady stop, he looked back with a forced smile and inquired, "Qingxue, you truly haven't heard of this name? Why would I lie to you?" "Just now, I asked Lingshan and the others, and they were all clueless too," responded Su Qingxue. Why Yifan thought to himself, "They're not ignorant. They're simply too embarrassed to speak up." However, Su Qingxue's innocence surprised him. It seemed she had little interest in matters of romance and devoted all her attention to her career. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously," Yifan replied. Su Qingxue, however, was unconvinced. "Why are you being so secretive? Are you embarrassed to admit you have a master?" Yifan was at a loss, genuinely having made it up. "Just drop it, please." Su Qingxue huffed. "If you want to tell me, I'll just look it up online." "Yo, you really think I can't find it?" With that, she pulled out her phone and began searching. Yifan shook his head in helplessness, pondering why this woman was so curious and what the point was. Less than half a minute later, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson, biting her lip, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing her expression, Yifan knew she had uncovered the truth. "Heh, Qingxue, I told you not to look, I was just making it up," Yifan chuckled. "You lecture." Su Qingxue felt both exasperated and amused, realizing she had even asked Lingshan about it, which was quite embarrassing. Yifan, feeling defiant, said, "I told you not to ask, yet you insisted. I was just joking. Besides, Kato Takashi may not even qualify to be my master. I possess quite impressive skills myself." "Shut up, drive your car." Su Qingxue couldn't take it anymore, wishing she could hit the man a few times. Why Yifan muttered, "Why are you so worked up? If I'm being honest, you can come and test it for yourself. Go to hell. If you say another word, I'll dock your salary." Su Qingxue shouted, her face reddening. All right, I won't say anything." Yifan quickly complied, while secretly chuckling to himself, wondering if he had a masochistic tendency. Why did he feel relieved when women scolded him, yet felt stifled when they were silent? That evening, the higher-ups of the White Shark Gang held an impromptu gathering. In the spacious hall of a private villa in Huahai City, a diverse group of well-dressed individuals, both young and old, filled several genuine leather sofas. Behind each person stood a few men in black suits, indicating their substantial status. Seated in the host's position was a middle-aged man with graying hair, impeccably dressed, and exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. He was the current leader of the White Shark Gang, Zhu Shoujing. If an ordinary person were to see him, they would never imagine that this refined gentleman was the notorious and ruthless leader of an old-school gang, as a senior member of the gang. Ma Jianquan sat beside Zhu Shoujing with his hand bandaged, I believe. All the brothers present have heard, Zhu Shoujing spoke in a smooth tone, that our elder Ma encountered a formidable opponent today while accompanying young Master Zhang to the Jinxiu group. Elder Ma's eagle claw technique was unexpectedly thwarted, which is a disgrace for our gang and has raised suspicions in the Zhang family. The days when the White Shark Gang could dominate Huahai City are over. We face interference from the Iron Lock Gang and the resurgence of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Our alliance with the Zhang family is crucial for us to maintain our foothold and suppress the other two gangs. Therefore, I would like to ask the brothers present for their thoughts on this predicament. I believe it must be the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest secretly aiding the Jinxiu group. Wasn't it Zhao Zhong from the Purple Bamboo Forest who sent a message to Wang Jiao, preventing him from pursuing that woman surnamed Feng? A burly man with a full beard, Zhang Huwei, the head of the White Tiger Hall, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao retorted indignantly, Zhang Huwei, why do you have to mention me? My seeking peace was approved by the leader. Do you think I'm afraid of the Purple Bamboo Forest? Humph, whether you're afraid or not, you know it best. I bet you're scared stiff by Ning Zimo's flying daggers, Zhang Huwei scoffed. You dare say that again? Wang Jiao glared fiercely, rising to his feet, his subordinates sharing his fierce demeanor. Zhang Huwei's faction also refused to back down, standing up and shouting, are we going to fight? You old nine, what do you think you are? Come on. Zhu Shoujing slammed his hand on the sofa. Enough. What kind of behavior is this? Sit down. Upon hearing Zhu Shoujing's voice, the two hall leaders reluctantly sat back down, glaring at each other defiantly. You were brought here to devise solutions, not to act recklessly, Zhu Shoujing said sternly. Turning to Ma Jianquan beside him, Elder Ma, as the party involved, what do you think we can do to restore our standing in the Zhang family's eyes? Ma Jianquan furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he replied. Leader, I believe we must ascertain that person's identity before devising a countermeasure. Otherwise, if we truly encounter someone we cannot provoke, it would be detrimental to our gang. Elder Ma has a point. Does that person have a master? Zhu Shoujing nodded. Ma Jianquan replied seriously, he only mentioned his master's name, but I have never heard of that person. I wonder if the leader or the other brothers have heard of a claw technique expert named Kato Takashi? An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. Why is everyone silent? After seriously asking, Ma Jianquan noticed the complex expressions on everyone's faces. Did they all know this person? Ma Jianquan felt even more puzzled. He had only stepped back for a few years. How could the world have changed so rapidly? Zhu Shoujing signaled to a servant, saying, Elder Ma is tired. Please escort him back to his residence to rest. Upon hearing this, Ma Jianquan felt displeased. Leader, why must you send me away? We're discussing that young man's master, aren't we? Finally, Wang Jiao could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Elder Ma, are you joking with us? He's just some guy from the little country of Fusang making movies. You claim he's a claw technique expert? What? Ma Jianquan's expression froze. Fusang. Making movies, coughing. Zhu Shoujing didn't know what to say. Only managing. Elder Ma. You getting on in years. Perhaps you're not well versed with computers and the internet, so not knowing is quite normal. That young man was deliberately deceiving you. There's no need to take it seriously. Seeing the entire gang stifling their laughter, Ma Jianquan instantly understood the absurdity of his mistake. Realizing this, a rush of blood surged to his head, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. That little brat! I'll skin him alive! Ignoring his injured hand, Ma Jianquan slammed his palm down on a nearby wooden coffee table, creating a hole in it. Elder Ma, getting angry won't he help? At least we can be certain that the young man isn't someone with a powerful background. Otherwise he wouldn't so carelessly disclose his master's name. This is a significant taboo in the martial world. Zhang Huwei remarked. Jianquan's face twisted in anger as he ominously stated, I must return to my master. Even if it means losing face, I will make that brat pay the price. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shoujing and the others were overjoyed. Since Ma Jianquan had mingled with the gang and acted as a killer, His relationship with the Golden Eagle sect was not particularly good. However, if Ma Jianquan truly was willing to swallow his pride and seek help from his sect, it would be a different matter. First, his seniority in the Golden Eagle sect would grant him respect, and second, the martial world values reputation. As long as he wasn't expelled from the sect, they would protect their disciples, so they would likely assist in restoring his honor. Elder Ma, we will await your good news. Zhu Shoujing grinned widely. The following day, with the sun shining brightly, and having no work obligations early in the morning, Yi Fan went outdoors to engage in physical activity at the public sports area outside the luxurious Bailu County villa. Yi Fan's exercise routine was far from ordinary. It resembled a mechanical dance, with his limbs and joints moving in various ways, sometimes fluid and sometimes swift. Akin to Tai Chi in simpler terms, it appeared as though he was simply flailing about, twisting and turning without any discernible pattern. Nevertheless, Yi Fan approached his practice with utmost seriousness, even closing his eyes as if he were listening to something. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy, acting like this so early in the morning? A melodious female voice interrupted Yi Fan's rhythm. He opened his eyes to find Su Qingxue standing there, dressed in a pink sports top and white pants, along with matching pink running shoes and a headband. She appeared as if she had transformed into a lively university student, exuding a playful charm that softened her previously aloof demeanor. Why are you staring at me? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed as she glared at him. Yi Fan chuckled. So, Qingxue, you do exercise too. On weekdays, one toils at work, while weekends are reserved for exercise. Otherwise, if one neglects their health, how can they perform their duties effectively? Su Qingxue, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, don't change the subject. What kind of nonsensical dance were you performing just now? Dance. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively and declared proudly, you simply don't understand. This is my self-created unique skill, an incredibly powerful technique. Oh, a unique skill? What is its name? Su Qingxue inquired. Yi Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully, admitting, as for the name, I haven't quite figured that out. If I choose something too imposing, it might make me seem boastful. While a common name would hardly do this skill justice, who are you trying to fool? Not to mention your clumsiness, you dare to call it a skill. Su Qingxue shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to herself that this fellow never speaks a word of truth. Seriously. Although there are many details yet to perfect, it truly is a skill. Yi Fan pondered, bewildered as to why she refused to believe him when he spoke honestly. If you're going to act crazy, do so far away from me. I don't want to see you and ruin my mood. Su Qingxue retorted lazily, turning away to continue her argument. Yi Fan, feeling helpless, muttered under his breath, women, with long hair but short sight. What did you say? I'll deduct your salary. Su Qingxue turned back, panting from her argument. Yi Fan's face paled. How could she hear that? Her hearing was astonishing. He quickly pretended he hadn't said anything and ran off in the opposite direction. Seeing the man scurry away, Su Qingxue let out a smug at that moment. She certainly didn't perceive him as a coward. It was merely amusing to tease Yi Fan. For the next half hour, Yi Fan indulged in his own chaotic movements, while Su Qingxue circled the nearby synthetic track, covering nearly 6 kilometers. Yi Fan observed that the woman had quite commendable physical fitness. From her running style, he noticed many details. If Su Qingxue had practiced martial arts since childhood, she might have become a formidable master. Nevertheless, compared to her potential for martial arts, engaging in business suited her far better. Of course, admiring her martial talent was merely an excuse. He was primarily captivated by the slight curve of her pert backside and the perfect arcs that occasionally formed due to her movements. After their workout, Yi Fan returned home for breakfast, where Aunt Jiang had already prepared a sumptuous spread. Su Qingxue, being a woman, took a shower first, dried her hair, and then came down to have breakfast, which consisted of only a glass of milk and a plate of fruit salad. Just as she finished half her meal, Su Qingxue received a phone call on her mobile. Yi Fan, with keen eyesight, noticed it was a local number, but it didn't display a name. Su Qingxue answered the call, directly asking, Chenya, has Mr. Fellaini arrived? Yes, Su zoned. Mr. Fellaini's plane has just landed in Huahai and is heading to the Hilton Hotel. Should we go there now? Su Qingxue replied, no need. Mr. Fellaini has traveled a long way. Visiting him now would only make him uncomfortable. Have someone email Mr. Fellaini's assistant to inquire what time they wish to meet. Understood, Su zoned. After hanging up, Su Qingxue turned to Yi Fan, who was sipping soy milk after his meal, saying, I've prepared several new outfits in your wardrobe. Go change into them. You are not allowed to wear those ragged clothes outside today. Chapter 0044 Knowing you would agree since it was the weekend, Yifan was dressed in his own clothes. He looked at his blue t-shirt and white shorts, asking, why? I've washed these clothes. And they're not torn. They're quite clean, just a bit wrinkled. Cleanliness matters little. Do your clothes even have a brand? What are they worth? I'm not sure, Yifan stammered, Xu Qingxue sighed, explaining, our guest, Mr. Fellaini, is the creative director of the LD Group from France, a world-renowned fashion icon. He is an extraordinary designer. If he sees your attire, he will be left with a poor impression, and we won't even need to discuss business. Yifan pondered for a moment, realizing it was pointless to argue with her, and nodded, all right, I'll go change. Just as he was about to get up, a phone call came in, and Yifan saw it was from his student. Moo moo moo. Hello, moo moo moo. What's wrong? Yifan answered, recalling that today was not a tutoring day. However, Moo Moo Moo's voice came through with a hint of tears. Yifan, you need to come save me. What happened? Yifan was taken aback. This girl was usually so lively. Why was she crying today? I'm trapped in an internet CAF by some people and I can't get out. Moo Moo Moo's voice trembled. Yifan frowned. Didn't you say you didn't have an ID? How did you get into the CAF? It's a neighborhood CAF. They didn't ask for my ID. Moo Moo Moo's response was weak. Yifan slapped his forehead. Wasn't this equivalent to an illegal CAF? No wonder she didn't dare call the police. She was likely afraid of being caught herself. Having known her for nearly a year, while they weren't particularly close, she was one of the few acquaintances he had in Huahai, and he couldn't just stand by. Where are you? I'll come right over, Yifan said. Moo Moo quickly provided an address. And Yifan noted that it wasn't too far by taxi. Hang in there, avoid any conflict. I'll be there shortly. After finishing, he turned to a puzzled Xu Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, my student is in some trouble. I need to head to the internet CAF. I'm leaving now. Student? Xu Qingxue found it strange. Wasn't he supposed to be a tutor? Did she look like a fool? As she watched Yifan dash out of the house, Xu Qingxue's teeth clenched in frustration. Where do you think you're going? We have work today. You, come back from a distance. Yifan's voice echoed back. Call me when it's time to meet. I'll make my own way there. Yifan, you're fired. Don't come back. Xu Qingxue was furious, wanting to throw something but unsure if he had heard her words. Aunt Zhang observed this scene, shaking her head, seemingly worried for the young couple. At the entrance of an old community apartment, there was a modest internet CAF. In this era of thriving internet CAFs, such small establishments had very little space to survive. However, due to its secluded location and its unremarkable appearance, it rarely attracted checks, and with cheap prices, many students in the vicinity frequented it to play games. Yifan took a quick taxi ride, arriving at the CAF just in time to see a familiar, beautiful girl anxiously waiting in a corner. The girl had long, flowing black hair, a light yellow cartoon t-shirt, denim shorts, a small handbag, and white sneakers. Though she was young, her figure was already quite developed, with a slim waist and shapely hips. Her long, fair legs accentuated by delicate features and a hint of youthful charm, clearly a beauty in the making. Beside her were three young men in tank tops, exuding a rough demeanor, smoking and blocking her way. Moo moo moo? Yifan approached, puzzled by the scene before him, and asked, what is going on? Yifan. Moo 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 rushed toward him like she had seen a family member, grabbing his hand. You finally made it. I was dying of anxiety. One of the thuggish boys with a small mustache taunted. So this is the master you mentioned? Doesn't he look very impressive? Yeah, doesn't he seem like a master at all? More like an old-timer. Another tattooed thug sneered. Moo 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 stamped her foot, countering, that is not true. Yifan is way stronger than you. If I had his skills, I would have wiped the floor with you just now. Stop boasting. We VE senior level already. The mustached thug scoffed. Why Yifan, confused, asked, what master? What are you all talking about? Moo 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 stuck out her tongue, playfully shaking Yifan's hand. My most respected teacher Yi. Could you help me out and have a solo match with these guys? Just one match. Win back the money I lost. Yifan immediately understood, glaring. You little rascal. You lost money playing games and tricked me into thinking you were in trouble with thugs? Moo 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 blinked innocently, her expression sweet and appealing. If I hadn't said it like that, you wouldn't have rushed over, would you? Now I know you care about me. I'm so touched. Yifan seized the girl's ear and scolded. Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Should I tell you all about it? Moo 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 squealed in pain, pleading, ouch, ouch, it hurts. My ear is going to fall off. Yifan, please, just help me this once. I want to dare again. Not interested. Yifan turned to leave. He had rushed out without considering how angry Xu Qingxue must be. He had no time to waste with these kids. 5,000. Suddenly, Moo shouted after him. 5,000 for a match? Yifan's footsteps halted, and when he turned around, a warm smile graced his face. Are you saying 5,000 for a match? Moo's big eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Are you kidding? 5,000 is nearly enough to buy a top-tier gaming account. Why are you betting so much? Yifan questioned skeptically to Moo pouted. Because I lost 5 games to them, 1,000 each? Yifan was speechless. This girl truly spent money like water. Let us settle it in one match, 5,000. If we win, I'll give you the money. Moo wore a pleading expression. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately thumped his chest and declared with righteous indignation, money is but a trifling matter. Yet I cannot stand by while my student is bullied. I must stand up for them. Tio speak grandly, this is a matter of the dignity of a teacher. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for this matter. Giggling, Moo patted Yifan's shoulder and said, I knew you would agree. You have always been so shameless. Inwardly, Yifan grumbled that it was this little girl who was shameless, but his face beamed with delight. For someone was about to bestow money upon him. The 3 youngsters paid no heed to Yifan, and the little mustached one sneered, Hey, 5,000 is fine, but do you have enough money on you? Yifan produced his bank card, revealing a password of 6 eighths and more than 20,000 within. Believe it or not. The 3 youths exchanged glances, and the lead mustached one grinned wickedly. This area is filled with our brothers. You needn't worry about us defaulting. Very well, let's have a solo match. I'll play Riven. Any objections? Are you the ones choosing the champions? Yifan feigned hesitation. If you're not playing, then scram. The mustached one sneered, exhaling a puff of smoke. Moo quickly interjected. Who said we're not playing? Yifan can do anything. Then let us begin. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the #1 Riven at Huahai Longzhong Technical Institute. The rules are you can venture into the jungle, but cannot farm it. We'll wager on who secures first blood. The mustached one declared. Yifan sighed. All right, but let me familiarize myself with this keyboard and mouse first. Give me 3 minutes. Seeing Yifan's anxious demeanor, the 3 youngsters felt even more confident and didn't mind waiting. Once Yifan was ready, the 2 sides created a room and officially entered the solo match. Yifan calmly controlled his hero, casually pulling out a Hong Shuangxi cigarette and asking Moo to light it for him. As the battle commenced, Yifan wasted no time in harassing his opponent. Fool, crossing the minion line? Clearly, a naive rookie. The mustached one laughed heartily, for in this matchup, the first to strike often faced a harrowing loss of health. Just as he thought victory was assured, he found that whenever he attempted to attack, Yifan had already evaded. Each time, Yifan adeptly dodged damage, striking at opportune moments, leaving the mustached one at a complete loss. It was as if he possessed great strength yet had no means to unleash it. Merely left to suffer in frustration. A true expert. Observed some onlookers in the internet CAF, while the 3 bystanders wore expressions of utter disbelief. When Yifan executed a flawless combination that took down the opponent, the mustached trio turned pale. First blood. Yifan had won. Moo beamed with triumph, as if the victory were her own, and extended her hand toward the trio. Come on, 5,000. After exchanging glances, the mustached 3 abruptly turned and strode towards the exit of the CAF, completely ignoring her. You're cheating. Hurry up and pay. Moo cried out, rushing to block their path. The tattooed man stroked his chin. Grinning defiantly, little girl, if you don't want to be harmed, you'd best step aside. Believe me, with a single call, I can summon a dozen people. Upon hearing this, Moo instinctively took 2 steps back. After all, she was merely a high school girl with limited experience in the world. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt wronged yet fearful. How can you do this? The tattooed man sneered. Good, you're scared. Now get lost. Just as the trio swaggered towards the exit, Yifan unexpectedly approached from behind and delivered a kick to the tattooed man's rear. Ouch! The tattooed man fell awkwardly down the steps, leaving the 2 younger ones stunned. You bastard! How dare you hit someone? The mustached one shouted, turning to face Yifan. Yifan raised his hand and slapped the mustached one, sending him crashing to the ground. His face contorting in pain. Can't you see? That was hitting someone. What you did earlier was just a kick. With those 2 swift strikes, the 3 ruffians were left bewildered, while Moo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. Yifan extended his hand toward another thug, demanding, hand over the money. I detest gamblers who refuse to pay. In a casino, you'd have your hands chopped off, understand? The remaining buzzcut thug trembled. Clearly terrified, Yifan's display of strength was unmistakable. He nervously pulled out his wallet, preparing to hand over a thick stack of cash. Give it to me. Yifan snatched the wallet, extracting all the cash before tossing the empty wallet back at the buzzcut thug. The thug was on the verge of tears. This big brother, there's over 200 in there that belongs to me. This is compensation for my student's emotional distress. Consider it a bargain? Yifan chuckled as he stuffed the money into his pocket. This moment, the tattooed man got back to his feet, clutching his nearly shattered rear, and shouted, "You've got guts. Don't you dare leave. I'll call for help, and they'll make you pay." Before he could finish, Yifan kicked the thug's knee. My leg. The tattooed man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He must have broken a bone. Who would stand here waiting for you to call for help? Have you been watching too many brainless dramas? Yifan waved to the girl beside him. Moo, let us go. Naturally, Moo happily obliged, wrapping her arms around Yifan's arm and playfully saying, Teacher Yifan, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Please treat me to some. All right, I'll treat you to some xiaobing. Yifan, feeling good after winning money, didn't he mind a meal? I want pizza. Pizza? How can Western-style pastries compare to our local xiaobing? Yifan refused to waste money. Soon, they found themselves in a small alley, sitting at a street vendor, enjoying xiaobing and savory soy milk. Although Moo incessantly complained about Yifan being stingy, she devoured her food ravenously, lacking any semblance of ladylike grace, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. After Yifan had his fill, he inquired, Why did you rush to the internet AF so early in the morning? You can't go wild during summer break. The girl licked the chives from the corner of her lips and replied, I went yesterday afternoon and spent the night at the CAF. What? You have a computer at home. Why do you need to go to the CAF for thrills? Yifan exclaimed in surprise. I ran away from home. Moo stammered. Why Yifan felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. What a peculiar girl he had encountered. However, accustomed to storms, he quickly regained his composure and asked with a smile. Why? Moo's face flushed with indignation. Yesterday my dad brought a woman home, saying he wanted to marry her, and he asked me to call her mom. I don't want to see them. Your mother passed away many years ago. Is it a bit excessive for your father to seek companionship? I don't care. I just hate that woman. Moo replied angrily. She looks just like a vixen. Intrigued, Yifan asked, A vixen? Do you have a photo? Let me admire her. Have you grasped the crux of the issue? What is so attractive about a woman who has had plastic surgery? Moo exclaimed. Just a glance won't hurt. Besides, that vixen is also your father's choice. Why did you run away? Over such a trivial matter, you chose to leave home. Yifan lamented. Today's youth truly do not appreciate the blessings they possess. Thus, Yifan withdrew 200 yuan and placed it before Moo. Here, take this 200. Catch a cab home, and stop wandering aimlessly. You're old enough. Why play at running away? If it weren't for your father giving you pocket money, you'd have starved to death out here, understand? After offering a few words of admonition, Yifan stood to leave. Moo hurriedly stuffed the money into her bag, but didn't he leave? Instead, she followed closely behind Yifan, gazing at him earnestly. After trailing him for over 100 meters, Yifan turned to ask, Moo, why are you following me? I don't want to go home. My dad hasn't called me yet. He doesn't care about me. I refuse to return. Moo pouted. Why Yifan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but following me won't solve anything. You re my tutor. Teachers must be responsible for their students. Moo exclaimed, tugging at Yifan's hand. Why Yifan? You were so impressive when you dealt with those bad guys. Do you know martial arts? Well, yes, I also know the 18 dragon subduing palms. Yifan chuckled awkwardly but then sighed, Kiddo, we both know this tutoring arrangement is merely a guise to facilitate my entry into your home to help you with gaming. You can't take me seriously as a teacher, Moo stubbornly asserted, but I'm so bored at home. I've been playing games all summer, and I'm nearly sick of it. I just want someone to play with. Yifan scratched his head. If you want company, you could invite friends or classmates over. Surely, you have some close friends? What is fun about them? Conversations revolve around LV or Hermes. Or Korean stars. They brag about buying something from Zara to seem like a rich girl, or spend hours taking hundreds of photos to choose one to post on social media. Lamenting how haggard they look during summer break, I absolutely refuse to hang out with them. Moo scoffed. Why Yifan could not help but chuckle. You little rascal, fine. Since you insist, I shall take you somewhere. Moo's face lit up with anticipation as she inquired. Where to? Century Park? I've heard they have roller coasters, and I've never been there. Perhaps the zoo to see the pandas? Yifan assessed the situation. considering that since they were already out, returning late should pose no issue. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "Let us first visit the bank to withdraw some money." With a head full of questions, Mu followed Yifan to the nearby bank. Yifan withdrew over 20,000 from his savings card and added the 5,000 he had just won from gambling into a black bag. The two took the subway for half an hour, disembarking near the Linchong area of South Huahai City. Upon arriving at the destination Yifan had mentioned, disappointment clouded Mu's delicate features. The Ivy Welfare Institute? Observing the aged structure, its walls adorned with verdant ivy, Mu curiously asked, "Yifan, why have you brought me here? Isn't this a place for orphans?" A glimmer of warmth flickered in Yifan's eyes as he smiled gently. "This is where I spent my childhood." Mu paused, a hint of remorse evident as she asked, "Are you an orphan?" Yifan shrugged, offering no further explanation as he stepped through the crimson-painted gate. Upon entering the courtyard, the laughter and playful shouts of numerous children filled the air. Uncle Yifan. A few children, seemingly still in elementary school, greeted him with innocent smiles. It was as if his arrival had infused the entire courtyard with a vibrant energy. "Brother Yifan, you're here?" A melodious voice chimed from the side. Emerging from the laundry room was a girl clad in a white striped waistcoat and light-colored capri jeans, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters. Her long legs were exquisitely shaped, her slender calves pale and delicate, as if sculpted by a master artist. Her face, fair and elegant, bore no makeup, with a pointed chin, a high-nosed bridge, delicate brows, and small red lips. Her long, lustrous hair was simply tied up, exuding an undeniable freshness. Yifan greeted her with a hearty smile. "Yun, are you doing laundry? Don't tire yourself too much." However, Mu's voice suddenly broke through with astonishment. "Teacher Du, what are you doing here?" Yun blinked in surprise. Mu, do you know Brother Yifan?" Yifan glanced around, recalling that Yun was a language teacher at Huahai one high school, where Mu happened to be a student. He hadn't realized they were acquainted. After Yifan briefly explained their connection through gaming, Yun understood and smiled gently at him. "Brother Yifan, you've been working so hard to earn money outside. At least treat yourself to a meal or two. The children here are living much better than before. I don't lack funds, so please keep it. I'll be happy to spend this money on helping the children with supplies and new books as school begins next month." Mu stood by, utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the notoriously frugal Yifan was actually donating money to an orphanage. Observing the warm exchange between the two, she couldn't help but whisper, "Teacher Du, what's your relationship with Yifan?" Yun's bright eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia as she smiled. "Brother Yifan and I are both orphans. We met here in our childhood. Although he was adopted later, we reunited when he returned 2 years ago." "Oh, so you two are childhood sweethearts." Mu clapped her hands in realization. Yun's cheeks flushed, though she did not deny it. "You should learn from Teacher Du. She works during the week and comes here on weekends to care for the children." Showing gratitude to the director for raising her. "Compare that to yourself," Yifan teased with a smirk. Mu pouted. "Yifan, please don't say such things in front of my teacher. It is so embarrassing." Confused, Yun inquired, "What is going on?" Chapter 0047. "Teacher Yi, this girl ran away from home." "Isn't that childish?" Yifan shook his head. "Hey, don't say that out loud." Mu retorted, exasperated. Upon hearing the explanation, Yun frowned. Mu, didn't you promise the teacher to study hard during the summer? Why are you throwing a tantrum? You're going into your senior year next semester. If you keep this up, you'll end up at the bottom of your class and want to even get into a vocational school. Yifan burst into laughter. "What? This girl's grades are that poor? Ha ha ha. Well, she spends all her time playing games. How could she do well? Don't laugh. You didn't even go to college. Who are you to mock me?" Mu's face flushed with indignation, nearly in tears. Unfortunately, she had encountered her teacher, adding to her embarrassment. Thankfully, Yun didn't intend to scold her further and turned to Yifan, saying, "By the way, Brother Yifan, you came at the right time. I was wondering if you would come today to is something wrong at the Welfare Institute?" Yifan quickly asked, "What happened?" Yun shook her head with a smile. "No, it's just that Brother Song invited our Welfare Institute's companions for a gathering, which happens every 6 months. You forgot, didn't you? Will you come with me?" Yifan blinked, about to respond when Yun continued. "You didn't attend the last 2 times because of your part-time job? And several people have been asking about you." Yifan chuckled. "I didn't say I wouldn't go. It's just that Song Xinghe didn't invite me. Is it okay for me to go?" Song Xinghe was also a companion from the orphanage, 2 years older than them, and currently the most successful among their peers. After being adopted by parents who took him abroad, he returned after completing his studies and established a biotechnology company, becoming a well-known young talent in Huahai City, reportedly nearing an IPO with a fortune exceeding 10 billion in the past 2 years since Yifan returned. He had heard quite a bit about Song Xinghe, who often treated their orphanage companions to lavish meals and was well loved by his peers. Diyun Er's face lit up with a radiant smile. Of course it's fine. Just like our previous gatherings. He want to personally invite everyone, as long as you're a part of the Welfare Institute. You're welcome. Besides, you two were quite close when you were young. The event was scheduled for the following Wednesday evening. Do you have time, Brother Yifan? Yifan pondered for a moment. Evening engagements should pose no problem. All right. It's settled then. Diyun Er seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Beside them, Moo giggled. Teacher Do, if so many of our Welfare Institute companions are going, you don't really need to drag Brother Yifan along, do you? Do you like him? At this unexpected question, Diyun Er's face turned crimson, flustered and unsure of how to respond. Yifan, meanwhile, playfully tugged at Moo's ear. You little imp, why are you saying such nonsense? Our relationship is close. Why is it strange for her to want me to accompany her? Ow, that hurts, Yifan. I'm sorry. I want to say anything silly again, Moo pleaded. Only then did Yifan release her, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, wondering why she struggled academically. Moo pouted, covering her now red ears, grumbling. Is this how you treat a beautiful girl? You have no compassion at all? I doubt Teacher Du would fancy someone like you. Diyun Er observed their playful banter, covering her mouth as she chuckled, diffusing the awkwardness. Just then, a woman in her 50s, slightly plump, exited a nearby room. It was Director Li Shuhua of the Welfare Institute. The kind-hearted director greeted warmly. Yifan has come. Oh, and you've brought a little girl with you. Is she your girlfriend? This remark made Moo's face turn beet red, while Diyun Er quickly clarified. Director, this is one of my students. She is just in high school. Upon hearing this, Director Li exclaimed, Oh, today's children are so well fed. I can hardly tell she is still in high school, Yifan chuckled, glancing at Moo, who was beginning to show signs of maturity. Director, this girl says she wants to come and stay at our Welfare Institute. You should take her in. What? She wants to stay with us? Director Li looked puzzled. Moo was equally bewildered, not understanding Yifan's meaning. Indeed, she had a falling out with her father and ran away from home. Now she has no parents and insists on following me. So I brought her here, Yifan stated earnestly, winking at Director Li. Understanding dawned on Director Li, and with a knowing smile, she beckoned Moo. In that case, little girl, come here. I'll help you with the paperwork. You'll be one of our children starting today. Paperwork? What paperwork? Moo gasped, shouting at Yifan. Are you trying to sell me? Yifan shrugged. You said you didn't want to go home. Plus, you have no money. Staying at the Welfare Institute means you'll have food and shelter, which is better than wandering outside, right? Moo was at a loss for words, shaking her head vigorously. I was just speaking out of anger earlier. I should head back. My father is probably worried about me. Your dad hasn't called you yet. He must not want a daughter like you. Yifan remarked, that is not true. He called several times, but I didn't answer. As soon as the words left her lips, Moo realized she had slipped up and quickly covered her mouth. Her large eyes filled with a timid expression. Yifan wore an expression that suggested he had known all along, sighing. So you finally admitted it. Did you think I wouldn't catch on to your little thoughts? Knowing your father is worried about you, you should stop throwing a princess tantrum. Do you understand how much every child here yearns for a father to call them? Yifan pointed outside at the orphans playing and said, They can't even receive a call from a parent, and you, when someone calls you, you don't answer. Is your heart made of stone? Moo was frozen in place, a wave of shame and guilt washing over her. Deanly and Du Yuner smiled gently, watching the two. Yuner, call a taxi for her. Let this girl reflect on herself as she goes home, Yifan instructed. Du Yuner nodded, pulling out her phone to summon a cab. Remarking, Yifan, if it weren't for your lack of a degree, I would genuinely recommend you to the school leadership to become a teacher. You truly know how to educate students. Yifan took out a cigarette and lit it. Forget it, the school doesn't allow smoking. I can't stand it. You little rascal, don't smoke here either. Don't lead the children astray, Deanly chided with a smile. Before long, a taxi arrived at the orphanage's entrance. At that moment, Moo seemed to have come to some realization. Pouting, she eagerly said, Yifan, I was wrong to deceive you today. Will you continue being my tutor in the future? Yifan grinned. As long as you pay the tuition, I would certainly agree. Joy radiated from Mumu's face as she nodded. Yes. It's a deal, I'll head home now. With that, the girl dashed outside, simultaneously dialing her home. After resolving Mumu's little dilemma, Yifan felt it was time to call and check on Su Qingshua's situation. However, when he made the call, Su Qingxue hung up immediately without any intention of answering. Chapter 0048. The fashion master Yifan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had inadvertently angered his employer's girlfriend again, all thanks to that little troublemaker Mumu. Yifan, what's wrong? Du Yuner asked with concern. Yuner, Dean, I have to leave. Our boss is upset with me, and I need to calm him down. Company? Have you found a job? No longer doing part-time work? Deanly asked, delighted. Sort of. Not exactly, I'll explain the details later, Yifan replied sheepishly, waving goodbye as he exited the orphanage. Seeing Yifan disappear in the blink of an eye, Deanly complained, this kid just arrived and is already leaving. He hasn't even had lunch. Du Yuner, however, smiled Dean. Perhaps Yifan really has something urgent. He finally has a more stable job. We should be happy for him, Li Shuhua chuckled. Yuner, Yifan is seriously looking for a proper job? When will you and Yifan officially be together? I'm eagerly awaiting to celebrate your wedding. Oh dear, Dean. Why are you saying this? We're just siblings, Du Yuner replied shyly, lowering her head. I've watched you grow up. You liked Yifan when you were little, I noticed it long ago. That boy left for over 10 years, yet you still have feelings for him. This is an ordinary sentiment. Though Yifan may lack wealth and status, he is dependable and I, this old woman, support you, Deanly stated. Du Yuner, with flushed cheeks, whispered, Yifan might not necessarily like me, silly girl. What man wouldn't he like you? You're so beautiful, even more than a star. The key is your kind heart. Otherwise, how could Yifan keep things from me and just hand over donations to you? He trusts you immensely, Deanly replied. Du Yuner looked up in surprise. Oh, so you? No? Do you two silly children really think I've lived all these years for nothing? I can see through you both. Deanly affectionately patted Du Yuner's cheek before turning away. Yifan recalled that Su Qingxue had mentioned the Hilton Hotel during their previous phone call. Fortunately, the hotel was only a half-hour subway ride from the orphanage, not too far. Upon arriving at the hotel's parking lot, he indeed spotted a black Lexus LX 570, which belonged to Su Qingxue. It seemed she had no intention of calling him and had driven herself over. However, Yifan felt distressed. The hotel boasted over 50 floors, and he had no idea which floor Su Qingxue and Chenya were on to meet Mr. Filini. Just as he hesitated whether to ask the front desk, he noticed two familiar figures in the CAF on the first floor, Su Qingxue and Chenya. Yifan hurried over, cheerfully saying, Ms. Su, Assistant Chen, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me? Upon seeing Yifan, Su Qingxue frowned, thinking how he managed to find them. She coldly lowered her head to sip her coffee, completely ignoring him. Having been quite irritated by him earlier, she wasn't about to let it go easily. Chenya, displeased, remarked, Ms. Su asked you to come as a translator, yet you're wandering around. We no longer need you for this job. You can leave. Wait, I came here, didn't I? You haven't met Mr. Filini yet, have you? Yifan said with a smile. Chenya scoffed, we can communicate with Mr. Filini in English, we don't need you. Besides, with your attire, you clearly look like you're here to cause trouble. Yifan glanced at his outfit, feeling helpless. How could you say that? I think my fashion sense is quite good, only you believe that. You look utterly outdated. Are you living in the last century? Chenya retorted sarcastically. It's retro style. It has its merits, Yifan insisted earnestly. Still trying to defend yourself? Just as Chenya was about to say more, she suddenly noticed someone exiting the elevator. Ms. Liu, I'm over here, come here. Mr. Filini called out from a distance. Upon hearing Mr. Filini's call, Su Qingxue and Chenya frowned and turned to look. Chapter 0049. You're far from enough. They saw a woman dressed in a black deep V-waist cinching top and leopard print-fitted skirt, donning black high-heeled leather boots, her makeup bold and confident as she walked toward the hotel. Her avant-garde, even somewhat exaggerated outfit, showcased her striking features and Western-style makeup, exuding a unique wildness and elegance that was quite captivating. Lu Jinger? A hint of worry flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. The woman, spotting Su Qingxue, smirked proudly. Su Qingxue, so you've come to talk business with Mr. Filini? Unfortunately, you might be disappointed. Curious, Mr. Filini asked, Oh, Ms. Su, do you know Ms. Liu? Indeed, we were once alumni of the same high school. However, I later moved to the United States, and given that the L family and their Jingsha are rivals, our relationship is, as you can understand. L. Jinger winked. Filini nodded in realization and suggested, since we are already acquainted, let us discuss collaboration. There happens to be a CAF nearby, so we need not change locations. let us enjoy a cup of coffee and share our thoughts. With that, Filini took the lead with his assistant to the CAF, prompting Su Qingxue and El Jinger to follow suit. Yi Fan, noticing the approaching group, refrained from greeting Su Qingxue for fear of inciting her anger. Opting instead to sit quietly and observe. In truth, Su Qingxue and Chenya were too preoccupied to pay attention to Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of El Jinger posed a challenge for Su Qingxue, who, though irritated, had to face it head-on. The El family is one of the prominent clans in Huahai City, specializing in the agency of high-end brands, with exclusive stores in many large department stores. Although their assets pale in comparison to Jingsha's, they possess far greater expertise in the luxury goods sector. However, the El family had not previously indicated any intent to compete for the LD Group's collaboration. So El Jinger's sudden return from studying design in the United States, where she has already made a name for herself in the fashion industry, was indeed unexpected. The three parties settled down and ordered drinks. The tension between Su Qingxue and El Jinger was palpable. Mr. Filini, Su Qingxue began, we had arranged this meeting, and the presence of a representative from the El family seems rather inappropriate. Filini, pulling out a pipe and taking a leisurely puff, smiled and replied, rest assured, Miss Su, I have met Miss L once at New York Fashion Week. I am aware she is the daughter of the El family in Huahai City, and it is perfectly reasonable to discuss collaboration with her, as my acquaintance with her is not profound. Therefore, as long as both of you present compelling ideas and conditions, I shall impartially choose whom to collaborate with. Su Qingxue, are you perhaps feeling intimidated? After all, the El family was among the first to engage in luxury brand representation in Huahai. Our deep-rooted experience and professionalism are vastly different from your Jingsha, which dabbles in a myriad of ventures. El Jinger teased. Su Qingxue maintained her composure, stating, experience does not equate to capability. Your El family was surpassed by us at Jingsha a decade ago. The LD Group seeks a powerful partner for the future, not a fallen aristocrat. El Jinger, toying with her hair dismissively, retorted, fallen? Where do you derive that notion? Do you truly believe that blind expansion signifies strength? We respect fashion, innovation, and, most importantly, tradition. The El family possesses a noble lineage that cannot be involved in just any industry. Wealth is not our ultimate pursuit. We engage in culture. Do you understand? The conversation continued in English, and Filini was evidently appreciative of El Jinger's perspective, nodding as he said, indeed, the LD Group does not select partners based solely on assets and stock prices. While economic strength is one aspect, understanding our culture and disseminating our philosophy is of paramount importance. Feeling flustered by El Jinger's sudden appearance, Su Qingxue quickly regained her composure and replied, Mr. Filini, I concede that the El family is relatively more specialized. However, we possess sufficient sincerity and confidence to ensure your company's rapid development in Xia country. Filini frowned slightly, exhaling a long puff of smoke. Miss Su, I must be frank. I have researched your background, and I hold great respect for you, as you belong to the elite circle of the smartest individuals globally, a member of Mensa. That is commendable. However, I have also discerned that your primary business strategy revolves around profit generation and expansion. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. Filini continued, as I mentioned earlier, we require a partner who comprehends our culture and conveys it. What we offer is not merely a product but an ideology, a service, a pursuit of human fashion culture. With a delicate grip on her skirt, Su Qingxue remarked, Mr. Filini, I understand your point. I do not intend to interfere with your product strategies. I merely wish to express that we have the capability to sell your products to a broader consumer base. After hearing this, Filini sighed again, shaking his head. El Jinger across from them chuckled derisively, saying, a nouveau riche is simply a nouveau riche. Su Qingxue, do you still not comprehend? Mr. Filini is seeking a partner, not a mere seller or distributor. If you, as a partner, show indifference to his products and are solely concerned with how to sell them, how can that be termed partnership? A true partner should involve themselves in all aspects of the LD Group's products, from design concepts and sketches to material selection and production locations. Only by genuinely understanding the cultural essence of the products can we convey the LD Group's culture to esteemed customers. Mind you, not consumers, but customers. Upon hearing this, Filini's expression brightened, and he nodded, saying, indeed, Miss L is absolutely correct. It is no wonder she is a graduate of Parsons School of Design in the United States. Her analysis is quite astute. That is precisely my point. El Jinger smiled and nodded graciously, then coldly addressed Su Qingxue in Chinese. Su Qingxue, you ought to concede. Engaging in land transactions, stock trading, and factory operations is your domain. The realm of fashion and nobility is far beyond your reach. Su Qingxue remained silent, her lips pursed, while Chenya beside her was visibly enraged. Chapter 0050. The resolve. Filene, appearing somewhat apologetic, stated, Miss Sue, it seems we have a fundamental misunderstanding regarding our company's development philosophy. It appears there may be no opportunity for collaboration this time. How can this be? Chenya finally erupted, pleading, Mr. Filene, we have diligently prepared a comprehensive collaboration proposal for our meeting with you. You have dismissed us without even reviewing our proposal, solely based on differing views on fashion, which is quite unfair. Jinger scoffed. You, an assistant, dare to speak. Su Qingxue interjected, placing a hand on Chenya's arm, shaking her head. Enough, Chenya. Mr. Filene is right. I indeed lack sufficient knowledge in the luxury and fashion sectors. I did not prepare adequately. Miss Sue, you are not the fashion creative director, nor are you a design student. How can this be held against you? Chenya protested on her superior's behalf. Filene seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable as well. After a moment of thought, he proposed, how about this? I see that both Miss Sue and Miss L are dressed remarkably today. Could you share with me the reasoning behind your attire? I would like to hear your perspectives on your clothing choices before making a decision. Clearly, he was willing to offer Su Qingxue another chance. Not wanting to appear overly harsh, Jinger stood up first, twirled around, and confidently remarked, Mr. Filene, you should be able to recognize that this is the latest collection from Jean-Louis Scherer. Filene nodded, acknowledging his awareness. Scherer is a world-class French haute couture brand, boasting over 2,000 celebrity clients, with bespoke dresses typically ranging from tens of thousands to millions of euros. Though these pieces might appear casual, they exude the designer's boldness and elegantly accentuate the female form. The daring cuts incorporate elements from the Balkan Peninsula, complemented by geometric belts that highlight a seductive yet wild characteristic, perfectly aligning with Scherer's futuristic dreamlike aesthetic. Of course, this dress resonates entirely with my essence, which is why I selected it. After finishing her statement, Jinger gracefully resumed her seat, sipping her coffee while casting a provocative glance at Su Qingxue. And what about you, Miss Sue? Filene inquired with a smile. Su Qingxue quietly assessed her own attire. A white dress adorned with crystal embellishments, before raising her gaze and responding with a faint smile. My dress is one of your LD Group's latest designs. I see. It is indeed one of my creations, titled Nordic Goddess. It truly looks beautiful on you, Filene praised, his expression revealing a hint of pride. Is that so? So it is called Nordic Goddess, Su Qingxue mused, shaking her head. I was unaware of its name. To me, it is simply a dress. The current price for this dress is 23,000 euros, but outside the LD brand, it would only sell for 2,600 euros in the market, with production costs under 500 euros. I chose to wear it because I find it quite lovely, but not out of personal affinity. My primary motivation was to bridge the gap with Mr. Filene and secure this business deal. After her revelation, Filene sat in astonishment, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. Chenya, tense and anxious, could not comprehend why Su Qingxue felt the need to articulate it this way. Even a fabricated reason would suffice. Meanwhile, Yifan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of admiration evident in his expression. It seemed the woman had grasped the essence of the situation. Jinger scoffed, arms crossed over her chest, and remarked, Mr. Filene, do you see? This is an unequivocal businessman, an unscrupulous money-making machine who knows nothing of fashion culture. Filene, equally disappointed, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, retorted with irony, Miss Sue, you are indeed forthright. Su Qingxue rose, saying, thank you for the compliment, but I hope Mr. Filene will learn from me in the future to be a person of integrity. Since you decided from the outset to collaborate with the L family rather than our Jinxiwa group, there was no need for today's discussion. Upon hearing this, Filene hastily waved his hands, insisting, no, I truly had not made a decision before. You have misunderstood me, is that so? Su Qingxue glanced at Jinger and continued. Throughout this meeting, you have focused solely on corporate culture and fashion culture, never once inquiring about the specifics of market or capital collaboration. You are well aware that my studies are in economics, marketing, and management. Discussing fashion theories is not my forte. Conversely, Jinger is a graduate of the Parsons School of Design in the United States. Her profession is designing clothing and attending various fashion events. You have created an excellent environment for Jinger to speak, making me feel utterly ignorant and at fault, thus losing this negotiation. Is that not so? Confronted directly, Filene's expression darkened, seemingly sulking. After taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, he stated, since you insist on thinking this way, let us conclude our discussion here. It is regrettable that we cannot collaborate. No. I am relieved that you did not choose us, for I have no desire to partner with someone who merely dwells in the realm of their own illusions. She shot back. You? You think I am foolish? Fellaini's face turned ashen. After 20 years of fame, he had always been treated with respect, yet now he was insulted as foolish by a girl from Xia country. Unfazed by his anger, Su Qingxue turned and left. Su Qingxue, stop right there. El Jinger shouted as she rose. What is this attitude? Mr. Fellaini is an internationally renowned master. How dare you insult him? Apologize to Mr. Fellaini at once. Never having endured such humiliation, Fellaini tossed his pipe to his assistant and exclaimed, Miss Su, you will pay for your words today. Do not forget that several high-end brands collaborating with your Jingxiwa have shares in our LD. Su Qingxue paused, turning around with eyes as cold as a winter lake. Are you threatening me? And what of it? The noble fashion world is not something you, a mere nouveau riche, can insult at will. El Jinger leaned against Fellaini triumphantly. Though Su Qingxue was indeed infuriated, her character would not allow her to easily back down. Suit yourselves in the end. I will not be the one to fall. No sooner had she spoken than applause erupted from the side. Bravo! As expected of our General Su. What courage! Absolutely splendid. Yifan laughed heartily, striding over with a spring in his step. Su Qingxue and Chenya were taken aback, suddenly recalling that Yifan had been quietly seated all along. His silence had nearly made them forget he was there. El Jinger, momentarily stunned, contemptuously asked, Who are you? Are you also a lackey of Su Qingxue? I am Yifan, the second assistant to General Su, essentially just a driver. He introduced himself. A driver? Yifan? El Jinger mocked. Su Qingxue, your taste is truly abysmal to have such a bumpkin as a driver. Indeed, Mr. Fellaini's choice of you would be an embarrassment of cosmic proportions. El Jinger laughed gaily, eager to see if Fellaini shared her sentiment. However, when she turned to look at him, she found that he was staring at Yifan with an exaggerated expression of shock. Rendered speechless, Su Qingxue and Chenya also noticed that Fellaini's demeanor was peculiar, as if he had encountered something extraordinarily terrifying. Mr. Fellaini, what is the matter? Is this fellow too rustic for you? El Jinger inquired anxiously. No, it cannot be, Fellaini murmured, cautiously inching closer to Yifan. When he stood before Yifan, he could not help but reach out, trembling as he touched Yifan's collar. The tremor in his hand revealed the depth of his agitation. Mr. Fellaini? What is wrong with you? El Jinger was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the foreigner's bizarre behavior. Su Qingxue was equally perplexed. Did Fellaini find Yifan's humble blue short-sleeve shirt intriguing? Had he become curious about bargain clothing after being accustomed to fine garments? Yifan, seizing Fellaini's wrist, frowned and admonished, Hey, what are you doing touching me? I'm not interested in men. Fellaini hurriedly shook his head, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he asked, Is it Mr. Yi? May I inquire where you acquired your attire? Oh, and your shorts? An old friend gifted them to me. I've had them for several years. Yifan replied candidly. An old friend? May I ask their name? Fellaini inquired, almost trembling. Why? Yifan scratched his head, pondering. I call him Old AI. His full name is something like Eric. It is Eric von Bloomer, is it not? Fellaini exclaimed loudly. Why? Yifan clapped his hands. Yes, that's the name. That old fellow is quite nice, has excellent tailoring skills, even made me a few pairs of underpants. Most of my clothes are gifts from him. He's very generous. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Fellaini's legs buckled, and he staggered back 2 steps, steadying himself against the sofa, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. Mr. Fellaini, what is wrong? El Jinger gasped, while Su Qingxue and Chenya were equally astonished, utterly taken aback by the scene before them. How could an old tailor induce such a discomposed reaction from Fellaini? Fellaini quickly grabbed a glass of water from the table and gulped it down. Striving to regain his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke with utmost reverence and admiration. Master Eric von Bloomer is the teacher of my teacher, my grandmaster in essence. At these words, Su Qingxue, El Jinger, and Chenya exchanged incredulous glances, almost unable to believe their ears. El Jinger covered her mouth, and after a moment of shock, she pondered aloud, Mr. Fellaini, did you not graduate from the London College of Fashion? How could you have a master, a grandmaster? Humph. Fellaini chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking El Jinger's ignorance. The true pinnacle of garment artistry is not found in any academy but on Seville Row. Miss L? Have you not heard of it? El Jinger quickly defended herself. Of course I know. Seville Row in London's Mayfair district is the golden location for bespoke tailoring worldwide, especially for traditional menswear. The term bespoke originated from that street, where European emperors and nobles cherished the idea of having their clothing tailored. Many of the tailoring shops there boast centuries of history. Su Qingxue had indeed heard of Seville Row but was unaware of its esteemed status. Indeed, Fellaini affirmed gravely from a young age, I aspired to become the finest fashion designer. Hence, I worked diligently and apprenticed at the oldest tailoring house on Seville Row, Ed Ravenscroft. I learned under Master George as a tailoring apprentice. Regrettably, my talent was insufficient, and I could not become a direct disciple, leading me to leave the shop to continue my studies. What? Mr. Fellaini, you lack talent? How is that possible? I've never heard of any Master George. L. Jinger questioned skeptically. Fellaini shook his head, sighing, Miss L., not every internationally renowned designer achieves the highest standards. My master, Master George, counts kings, queens, princes, and princesses among his clients, as well as the world's top billionaires. He does not need fame, as he has an endless stream of work. He cannot afford the leisure to cater to the ordinary. L. Jinger was rendered speechless. In her mind, Fellaini was already a world-class designer. Yet she had not realized that there existed a circle above him, a cadre of individuals he could not rival. What was more, the clothes Yifan wore had been crafted by Fellaini's master's master. Su Qingxue and Chenya also found it hard to accept, especially since they had recently ridiculed Yifan's attire so mercilessly. And no matter how they looked at it, Yifan's clothing had seemed entirely ordinary, something one might find at a roadside stall. How could it possibly be the work of a tailor of royal caliber? Su Qingxue recalled telling Yifan to dispose of those filthy old clothes. If they were indeed so precious, would that not further confirm her own ignorance? Mr. Fellaini, are you certain you are not mistaken? Such clothing is ubiquitous. I still find it hard to believe, Su Qingxue insisted. Fellaini wore a perplexed expression and exclaimed, Miss Su, can you truly not discern the remarkable quality of Mr. Ye's attire? Not only Su Qingxue, but even L. Jinger couldn't help but shake her head. They genuinely failed to perceive any outstanding features. Fellaini touched his forehead and lamented, Ah, you still do not understand the pinnacle of simplicity as a tailor. Oh, please elucidate, Mr. Fellaini, Su Qingxue replied, somewhat unconvinced, eager to learn just how extraordinary this clothing was. With a sigh, Fellaini respectfully inquired, Mr. Yi, may we examine the fabric of your garments? Sure, clarify your intentions. I thought you meant something else, Yifan chuckled. Fellaini, visibly excited, extended his finger and cautiously stroked the edge of the fabric, saying, Miss L., do come and feel it. Surely you can discern the origin of this fabric. L. Jinger approached with skepticism, casually touching it, yet her expression swiftly transformed into one of surprise. Is this fabric from the prestigious Shurjiabao? She inquired. Indeed. This is scable fabric, born in Brussels, revered by Seville Row's top tailors, and among the finest materials money can buy, Fellaini proclaimed. How could garments crafted from such fabric be anything but extraordinary? At this moment, Su Qingxue couldn't contain her curiosity and stepped forward to examine it closely. Although she had previously brushed against it with disdain, she now realized the superior quality of the fabric. Fellaini then pointed to Yifan's trousers, stating, Do you know what has been infused into every fiber of these white pants? Without waiting for a response, he declared, I shall tell you. It is powdered South African diamonds. This is an exceptionally rare fabric, available in limited quantities each year. Just the fabric of these trousers is worth at least 100,000 euros. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue and L. Jinger were utterly stunned. And Chenya, standing nearby, was left speechless. The notion of grinding diamonds into powder and incorporating it into fabric was simply unfathomable. Yifan patted Fellaini on the shoulder and quietly remarked, Could you lower your voice? What if someone hears and comes chasing after me for my pants? Realizing his excitement had gotten the better of him, Fellaini quickly bowed his head in apology and continued, Of course, the fabric is not the most crucial element. What truly sets this apart is the sewing technique. As he gently lifted the corner of Yifan's garment, he added, Surely both of you have heard of the great secret of Hermes leather goods, which employs the saddle stitch technique. This method, utilizing 2 needles with a single thread, results in exceptionally sturdy and beautifully wavy leather. In fact, there exists an ancient and nearly forgotten technique, known as the blind saddle stitch. This hidden saddle stitch is the masterpiece of my master, the illustrious Master Eric, a skill that even my own mentor, Master George, has yet to fully grasp. The brilliance of this technique lies in its use of 3 needles with a single thread, rendering the garment extraordinarily resilient and durable, while making it appear as though only 1 needle was used, concealing the other 2 threads. Su Qingxue and L. Jinger leaned in closely and confirmed the intricate craftsmanship. Machine sewing could never replicate such complexity. Fellaini, enamored with the path of the stitching, mused, This is the pinnacle of tailoring. No design can compare to such skill. At this moment, Su Qingxue had no choice but to concede. Realizing she had misjudged the situation egregiously, yet, she found Yi Fan detestable. He wore such luxurious clothing while feigning poverty, and his greed was baffling. Why, Yi Fan? Do you truly know Master Eric? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Su Qingxue inquired. I already mentioned that the clothes were a gift from an old friend. You never asked who that friend was. Yi Fan replied innocently. Su Qingxue pursed her lips, acknowledging that she had not probed further, inadvertently giving the upper hand to the man. After recovering from her shock, Jinger cast a skeptical glance and questioned, as a mere chauffeur, how could you possibly have the royal tailor craft garments for you? Surely, your clothing must have been stolen, leaving you oblivious to its true value. Jinger's accusation prompted Feilani to consider the possibility. After all, what connection could a young assistant like Yi Fan have with someone of Master Eric's stature? It was known that even his disciples held considerable prestige internationally, yet meeting Master Eric was a feat in itself. Yi Fan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. I don't only own this outfit. I have a whole collection of clothes and trousers gifted by old AI at home, including several pairs of undergarments. How could I possibly deceive you? Humph. Who knows whether you might have pilfered them during your thieving days? If you truly were friends with Master Eric, how could you have fallen to the position of a chauffeur? Jinger retorted mockingly. Su Qingxue interjected, standing proudly. So what if he is my assistant and driver? Does one's profession necessitate a hierarchy of worth? Su Qingxue, your words carry no weight. I now harbor even greater doubts that you are accomplices, resorting to underhanded tactics to sway Mr. Feilani's judgment. Jinger shot back. You are overthinking this. As I said, I have lost interest in collaborating with LD. We are leaving now, Su Qingxue declared, turning to walk away. However, as she took a step, Yi Fan grasped her wrist firmly. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Su Qingxue queried, bewildered. How can I simply walk away after being accused of theft? That would be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Yi Fan insisted. Jinger sneered, are you not? Feilani then inquired, Mr. Yi, do you possess any evidence to prove that this clothing truly belongs to you, or that you are acquainted with my master? Yi Fan sighed, glancing at the clock in the hotel. It is only 4 or 5 o'clock in London, but old AI is of an age where he does not sleep in, so he should be awake. Let me give him a call. What? You have my master's phone number? Even I do not have it, Feilani exclaimed, astonished and agitated. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Why would he give it to you if he isn't making you any clothes? Feilani's expression faltered, a forced smile crossing his face as he appeared as though he had just ingested a cockroach. Both Su Qingxue and Qinya were filled with curiosity and anticipation. While Jinger wore a face of doubt and anxiety. As Yi Fan prepared to retrieve his phone, he suddenly reconsidered and asked Su Qingxue, could I borrow your phone? Mine isn't globally compatible. Sure, Su Qingxue replied, handing him her device. Yi Fan quickly input a series of numbers dialing to England, and before long, the call connected. Who is this? A frail voice on the other end spoke with a thick London accent, tinged with annoyance, as if disturbed from slumber. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Fan felt a wave of warmth wash over him, smiling slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Old AI, it's me. Chapter 0053. Knowing what to do on the other end of the line, there was a silence lasting over 20 seconds. Suddenly, Eric's voice trembled with excitement, almost to the point of tears, as he reverently exclaimed, My prince, have you finally remembered me? Yi Fan deliberately lowered the volume of the call to prevent those nearby from hearing how Eric addressed him. If Su Qingxue and the others caught wind of him being referred to as prince, it would lead to uncomfortable questions he preferred to avoid. Old AI, I haven't forgotten you. I'm still wearing the clothes and undergarments you made for me. Your garments are quite durable, Yi Fan responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Eric, on the other end, was busy wiping away tears, declaring, This is the highest honor for a humble servant. I have long awaited the opportunity to serve you again. Yet, you have been missing for 2 years. The last time I fashioned garments for you was 3 years ago. The old tailor's words carried an undertone of lament, akin to that of a spurned spouse. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, attempting to console him. All right, you old man. I thought to let you take it easy given your age. If you insist on crafting, then by all means, I will provide you with a mailing address once you are done. You know my preferred styles well. Really? That would be splendid. I shall ensure your address remains confidential. I know you wish to avoid any disturbances, which is why you chose to retreat, Eric responded thoughtfully. Yi Fan chuckled. You still have your wits about you. Old friend, I trust you completely, which is why I called. Feeling a swell of pride, Eric added, as your servant, one must possess such insight, or else one is unworthy of serving you. Enough with the flattery. The reason for my call today is rather trivial. I need you to assist me with a small matter. Among your disciples, is there one named Feilani? Yifan inquired, glancing at the increasingly pale-faced Feilani, who was now drenched in cold sweat. If the person on the other end of the line is truly Master Eric, then the individual capable of currying favor with such a master must be of an extraordinary caliber. Lu Jinger anxiously bit her lower lip, her hands clenched tightly, filled with trepidation. Mr. Su, is that true? Does he really know that enigmatic figure? Chenya expressed her profound skepticism. Su Qingxue, shaking her head in contemplation, could not ascertain the truth and decided that only the outcome would reveal the answer. However, the women's hearts raced rapidly, as the connections displayed by Yifan felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Furthermore, Yifan's impeccably refined London accent, imbued with an aristocratic elegance, made Su Qingxue feel her own English skills pale in comparison. Feilani? On the other end, Master Eric hesitated for a moment before responding. Oh, I remember now. He was a student of mine. One of the pupils George took in. He apprenticed at our shop during his youth. However, that child could never truly settle his heart. Despite his talent, he lacked the temperament to become a top-tier tailor. And thus, he eventually left, sir. Why do you mention Feilani? A tailor of his caliber is merely second-rate and unworthy of serving you. Yifan shook his head. No, I didn't seek him for clothing. The truth is, I encountered him due to certain matters. He recognized the clothes I was wearing as your creation and suspected them to be stolen. What? He is courting death. Master Eric bellowed furiously into the phone, then quickly added, Sir, please, do not be angry. I shall have George expel Feilani at once. He has no association with us. If that does not quell your ire, then you may do away with him. Yifan chuckled at the master's fervor. I wonder, old Eric, why are you so agitated? I have no intention of causing trouble. Just connect me with him, and simply affirm that we are acquainted. There is no need for further elaboration. Do you understand? Yifan spoke with a hint of significance. Master Eric paused, realizing that Yifan wished to keep his identity concealed. All right, I understand what to do, he replied. Why Yifan then handed the phone to Feilani, whose trembling hands struggled to take it. The thought of conversing with his mentor, whom he had not spoken to in decades, rendered him as stiff as a statue, filled with trepidation. You? Hello? Master Eric? Feilani's voice barely rose above a whisper. Ah, Eric's tone shifted to one of haughty coldness. I heard from George that you have gained some notoriety out there. Upon hearing Eric's unmistakable voice, Feilani's legs felt weak, his face quivering as he stammered. And no, not at all. In the presence of Master Eric, I am but a mere novice. Humph. Such inflated self-regard will forever prevent you from becoming a true top-tier tailor. Your old flaw remains unchanged, Eric retorted sharply. I was wrong, Master. Feilani lowered his head in shame, reminiscing about the days of his apprenticeship and the regret he felt after his rejection, tears almost spilling forth, akin to a chastened schoolboy. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jinger was left dumbfounded. How could the esteemed Feilani, a figure of global fashion, be reduced to tears by a few words from an old tailor? Su Qingxue and Chenya were utterly convinced. On the other end of the line was indeed Master Eric, a legendary tailor whom even royalty sought to placate. Listen carefully, Master Eric stated solemnly, that gentleman is beyond your scrutiny. Should you incite even a modicum of dissatisfaction in him, you can forget about remaining in this industry. You must comprehend what this entails. Feilani shuddered, terrified, as he understood that Eric's words were not mere intimidation. In the eyes of the true power brokers of the world, Master Eric was a titan in the fashion realm, while he, Feilani, was merely a so-called designer in the eyes of ordinary people, far from the pinnacle of success. Just a few words from Master Eric to certain individuals could very well lead to Feilani's ousting from the LD Group's board. Rest assured, Master, I know how to proceed, Feilani replied, swallowing hard. Eric acknowledged with a grunt and returned the phone to the gentleman. Feilani hastily extended the phone to Yifan, wearing a sycophantic smile, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear. Chapter 0054. Yifan's gift. Seeing Feilani's demeanor upon encountering Yifan, akin to a little dog greeting its master, left Su Qingxue and the others utterly astounded. Lu Jinger, however, was livid, as this spectacle was a stark humiliation of her ignorance. Yifan chatted casually with Eric for a few moments, provided an address in Bailu County, and then returned the phone to Su Qingxue. All right, this proves the clothes are mine. Mr. Su, let's go, Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue, still feeling as though she were in a dream, gazed at the man with a complex expression before nodding. However, Filene grew anxious at the thought of simply letting Yifan depart. What if Yifan harbored any ill feelings? That would be disastrous. Filene hurriedly stepped forward, humbly stating, "Mr. Yi, I was foolish earlier. Had I known you were with the Jin Shio group, I would have acted without hesitation. Please grant me another chance to amend my ways. Let us LD group become partners with Jin Shio group, Mr. Filene." "You cannot do this," Lu Jinger exclaimed, her face pale with rage as she rushed forward. "Did you not promise to collaborate with the Lu family?" Filene maintained his composure. "Miss Lu, I have not signed any contract with you, so I cannot be considered as having made a promise. After careful consideration, I find the Jin Shio group to be more formidable." You are going back on your word?" Lu Jinger trembled with indignation. Yet, Filene paid her no mind, continuing to plead with Yifan for another chance. Yifan shrugged, awkwardly saying, "Well, I am but an assistant. You ought to ask our SU if she agrees." Upon hearing this, Filene quickly turned to Su Qingxue, smiling ingratiatingly. "Miss Su, could you grant me another opportunity? I wish to see your planning proposal." By this time, Su Qingxue had regained her composure, casting a teasing glance at Lu Jinger before retrieving the proposal from Chan Yu's hands. With a decisive rip, Su Qingxue tore the document in front of the flabbergasted Filene, stating, "We can collaborate, but we must redesign the proposal to suit our needs." Filene's expression turned awkward and bitter, as it was evident that Su Qingxue had seized the upper hand. "Altering the terms to favor the Jin Shio group, no problem. I am willing to wait," Filene replied, not daring to oppose her. His smile stiffed. Yifan regarded Su Qingxue with approval. This woman was quick to respond, adapting her strategy to maximize her own interests. Regardless, the collaboration with the LD group was practically secured. Filene courteously escorted Yifan and his party out of the hotel, behaving as though he were the host and they were the esteemed guests. As for Lu Jinger, feeling utterly humiliated, she could not bear to remain for another moment, casting a venomous glare at Yifan before disappearing from sight. Upon reaching Su Qingxue's car, Filene hurriedly opened the door for her. Behaving like a servant, anxious to avoid any oversight, "Mr. Filene, there is no need for such formality. Although today was somewhat unpleasant, we are ultimately satisfied with the outcome. Please do not feel too constrained," Su Qingxue remarked. Having just chastised him but now offering a sweet reprieve, Filene wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling, "As long as Miss Su is satisfied, I eagerly await our continued collaboration with the Jin Shio group." Yifan settled into the driver's seat, inquiring, "Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave." "Please, wait a moment," Filene implored. "Mr. Yi, I offended you today. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. If you have any grievances, I urge you to voice them." Yifan smiled. "Rest assured, as long as our collaboration proceeds smoothly, I might even speak a few good words for you in front of Eric." Filene's spirit soared at this. "I am immensely grateful to you. You are truly magnanimous." Suddenly, Yifan recalled something, turning to Su Qingxue. "Mr. Su, do I still have 2 pieces of clothing in the car?" Su Qingxue's expression grew slightly awkward as she silently retrieved a bag from the back of the car. This bag contained the very garments she had once used as evidence against Yifan, disparaging him for being stingy. Now, reflecting on it, Su Qingxue realized that she had underestimated the value of these 2 soiled pieces of clothing. They were treasures beyond compare. Yifan extracted a pair of yellow shorts from the bag. Although wrinkled and bearing an odor of sweat, he presented them to Filene with an air of generosity. "I'll gift you these shorts as a token of our successful collaboration." Filene's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reverently accepted the gleaming shorts, as if they were priceless artifacts. Any unsuspecting bystander witnessing this scene, they would surely think Filene had lost his mind, finding joy in a mere old pair of shorts. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. for his generosity. Upon my return, I shall securely place this exquisite piece in my safe for safekeeping." Furthermore, Filene even intends to create a showcase to display these unique shorts, basking in the illustrious aura of Master Eric. It is worth noting that while Master Eric has crafted numerous classic suits and formal attire, such casual shorts are indeed a rarity to behold. The value of rarity is undeniable. With the negotiations concluded to everyone's satisfaction, Yifan drove away from the hotel accompanied by Su Qingxue. As Chenya prepared to depart in her own vehicle, she observed the departing car with a complex expression, a mixture of disappointment and resignation in her eyes. Yet, at that moment, Yifan and Su Qingxue remained blissfully unaware. In England, as dawn broke, within an ancient and elegant building near Seville Row, A sprightly elderly gentleman with graying hair and thick, black-rimmed glasses hurried down the stairs, dressed in a crisp white shirt and a black vest. Though advanced in years, he maintained an impeccable appearance. "George, John," the old man called out. Immediately, two men, one stout and the other lean, both appearing to be in their 50s, emerged from a pile of fabrics. "Master, what is your command?" The portly, curly-bearded George inquired respectfully. The excited tailor, Eric, exclaimed, "Put aside your current tasks. Starting today, we shall work tirelessly together. I have an abundance of garments and trousers to create, but master, we have yet to complete the suits for the King of Spain and the Prince of Wales. I fear we cannot assist you at the moment." "Another disciple, John," replied apologetically. Eric furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "What do kings and princes matter? Let them wait. For the next 2 weeks, we shall serve only one distinguished individual." "Who might that distinguished individual be?" George asked curiously. With a reverent hand placed upon his chest, Eric solemnly proclaimed, "Divine wrath." George and John were momentarily taken aback, but then their expressions transformed into one of profound reverence as they stood upright, placing a hand on their hearts and bowing their heads, intoning, "Divine wrath." Chapter 0055. Convenience store in Huahai City. Yi Fan drove steadily back. After more than half an hour of silence, Su Qingxue assumed that given the magnitude of recent events, he would surely provide her with an explanation, even if it were a mere excuse. However, Yi Fan remained silent, driving as if nothing had transpired. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Su Qingxue casually inquired. Gazing out the window, glancing at the rearview mirror, Yi Fan replied, "I truly had matters to attend to this morning. My student called me. You wouldn't believe it, but that girl ran away from home. And I couldn't just abandon her." "Who asked you about that?" Su Qingxue interjected, her interest clearly waning. "Why didn't you mention Master Eric to me?" Yi Fan blinked in confusion. "Why would I bring him up?" Su Qingxue, slightly resentful, retorted. "I've asked you several times to dispose of those clothes and trousers, yet you insisted on keeping them. Are you secretly mocking my lack of appreciation? Have you been waiting for this day to come for quite a while? Now you can laugh at me to your heart's content." Yi Fan chuckled and shook his head. "Qingxue, where are you getting this from? I never thought that far. I simply got used to wearing these clothes. They were gifts from an old friend, and it would be inappropriate to discard them. Then tell me, how did you come to know Master Eric?" Su Qingxue pressed. Yi Fan had already prepared his response. "There is nothing particularly special about it. We just happened to meet at a small tavern in England and hit it off, becoming fast friends. Do you take me for a fool? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? You real liar. You could have easily taken control of Feilani from the start, yet you chose to let me embarrass myself, didn't you?" Frustrated, Su Qingxue felt that this man was once again spinning tales. Suddenly, Yi Fan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Su Qingxue jumped in surprise, eyeing him warily. What are you doing? Am I wrong?" Yi Fan did not respond but instead exited the vehicle, striding toward a nearby 24-hour convenience store. Realizing he was throwing a tantrum, Su Qingxue hurriedly followed, demanding, "Yi Fan, what do you mean by this? You get angry and leave just because I said a few words to you. Are you even a man? If something bothers you, just say it." Upon entering the convenience store, she witnessed Yi Fan approaching a freezer and retrieving something. "Here, take this," Yi Fan said with a smile, handing her akin strawberry ice cream. Su Qingxue instinctively accepted it, standing there in confusion. "What are you doing, beauty? It's so hot. Do I really need to explain why you should enjoy an ice cream?" Yi Fan replied, grabbing a popsicle for himself and heading to the counter to pay. It dawned on Su Qingxue that he had dashed out of the car merely to buy something. After paying, Yi Fan noticed her still standing there in a daze and chuckled. "Stop daydreaming. We might get a parking ticket for lingering too long, and even if we have money, we shouldn't cross paths with the traffic police. Let us go." Coming back to her senses, Su Qingxue glanced at the strawberry ice cream in her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "How annoying. I never said I wanted ice cream. Mind your own business." Yi Fan feigned surprise, pretending to reach for it. "If you're not eating it, then let me have it. I'll enjoy too." Su Qingxue quickly retracted her hand, indignantly retorting, "Why should I give it to you? Go eat your own popsicle." Yi Fan sighed, murmuring under his breath, "You women are truly hard to please." "What did you say?" Su Qingxue glared at him, her eyes wide. Yi Fan, however, feigned ignorance and swiftly exited the convenience store. Frustrated, Su Qingxue stomped her foot and followed him outside. Back in the car, Yi Fan held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other savored his popsicle leisurely. Su Qingxue fell silent, no longer pressing about Master Eric. After all, it would be futile to ask. With a small spoon, she took bites of the strawberry ice cream. Her mind swirling with thoughts. In the past, many men had gifted her jewelry, luxury cars, and grand houses. Yet this was the first time a man had bought her an ice cream. To her surprise, while holding the cold treat, she felt an unusual warmth within her heart. Upon returning to Egret County, Aunt Jiang was sitting in the living room, engrossed in a television program. The elderly woman remained captivated until Yi Fan and Su Qingxue entered, at which point she noticed their return. Aunt Jiang, what are you watching so intently? Su Qingxue inquired curiously. Aunt Jiang gestured towards the news on the screen, her expression filled with concern. Miss, several young and beautiful women have recently been found dead in Huahai. The Defense Bureau has reported that a serial killer is on the loose, urging citizens to exercise caution. You must be vigilant, miss. Ensure Yi Fan accompanies you to and from work, and when you go out during the day. Try to bring Miss Su and the others along. Yi Fan glanced at the news content, his brow furrowing. This deranged killer specifically targets young beauties and gruesomely removes pieces of their skin after committing the murders. Su Qingxue, however, found Aunt Jiang's fears exaggerated. This kind of criminal will be apprehended soon enough. There's no need for you to worry excessively. Such individuals deserve to be executed. Aunt Jiang expressed her outrage. What a wonderful girl, and yet she met with such a tragic fate. Alas. Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt Jiang hurried to answer, but upon seeing the visitors, her face reflected surprise. Officers, you are? The unexpected visitors were 4 policemen in uniform. The leader, a slender man with narrow eyes and a serious demeanor, addressed her. Excuse me, ma'am. Is this the residence of Miss Su Qingxue? Yes, indeed. Aunt Jiang replied, puzzled. Are you looking for our miss? My name is Black Hawk. We are from the Huahai Defense Bureau. There is a case that may involve Miss Su, so we would like to conduct a brief investigation. Is that acceptable? Though the question was directed at Aunt Jiang. Their gaze had clearly shifted to Su Qingxue within the house. Su Qingxue maintained a neutral expression, her eyes contemplative, and nodded. Aunt Jiang, please allow the officers to come in. Thank you, Miss Su. The 4 officers entered the living room and took a seat on the sofa. Aunt Jiang quickly served them a few cups of tea, her face clearly displaying her anxiety. Meanwhile, Yi Fan sat at the dining table, casually enjoying some fruit, having not even eaten lunch yet. The officers surveyed the opulent decor of the mansion, their attention ultimately honing in on Yi Fan. Miss Su, may I ask what relation that gentleman is to you? Chapter 0056, Dragon Tooth. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, noting Aunt Jiang's presence, and replied, he is my boyfriend. The 4 officers appeared momentarily taken aback, then remarked, we heard that the Zheng family has been keen on forming a union with the Su family, yet we did not anticipate that Miss Su already has a boyfriend. You seem quite well informed, but this matter is between the 2 of us. There's no need for it to be common knowledge, Su Qingxue replied. Has the Zheng family not raised any objections to this? Black Hawk inquired. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. As police officers, is it appropriate for you to be so concerned about my personal life? Heiying smiled slightly and said, Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. The reason we have come to see you today is likely related to your private life. As he spoke, Heiying placed several photographs taken by surveillance cameras on the low table, prominently featuring Su Qingxue's vehicle. Miss Su, this black Lexus SUV registered in your name was seen visiting a fishing village. After a few hours, it returned. Coincidentally, during that time frame, a murder occurred in a warehouse within the village. We noted that when the vehicle was outbound, it was driven by one of the murder victims. However, upon its return, the driver had changed to your boyfriend. Heiying directed a sharp gaze at Yi Fan while directly naming him. Su Qingxue's delicate hand tightened around the hem of her skirt. Her gaze momentarily focused before she calmly inquired, is someone dead? What, Miss Su, were you unaware? Those individuals drove your car to the scene. Heiying questioned. Su Qingxue glanced back at Yi Fan, observing his nonchalant demeanor, which made her feel that the situation was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I was kidnapped that day, but I had no idea who those people were, as I was unconscious the entire time. By the time I regained consciousness, Yi Fan had already rescued me. As for the fate of those individuals, I am completely unaware. So, it seems Mr.Ye is a hero who saved the damsel in distress. And he even dealt with the criminals himself? Heiying looked toward Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, stating, no, I merely gave them a beating. I did not kill anyone. Please do not slander me. Officers. Su Qingxue felt the gravity of the situation and stood up, saying, Officer, do you have evidence proving that Yi Fan is the murderer? Miss Su, please do not be agitated. Even if Ye did indeed eliminate those criminals, it would not constitute a crime, as they were already wrongdoers. Mr. Ye's actions in rescuing you fall under self-defense. However, we would like to investigate Mr. Ye's previous occupation to understand how he had the capability to kill those formidable criminals. Haiying explained. Ye Fan pointed to a toolbox in the corner of the hall, saying, I am a plumber, and I am quite strong. Hence I am proficient in fighting, but I truly did not kill anyone. Mr. Yi, we assure you that if you did indeed kill those 3 men, you would not be convicted. We merely wish to amicably understand your background, Haiying said with a smile that lacked warmth. Yi Fan took a bite of the peach in his hand, casually replying, if you have evidence proving that I am the murderer, I will certainly inform you. However, your probing is a clear indication that you lack evidence. Is it not? The 4 officers fell silent, as they had initially thought that examining fingerprints would easily reveal who had committed the act. Yet, upon inspection, they discovered that all the fingerprints were either incomplete or deliberately damaged. Clearly, the murderer had taken measures to avoid leaving complete fingerprints while committing the crime. This revelation shocked Haiying and his team further, as it indicated that the perpetrator had the presence of mind to erase all traces while executing the murder. What audacity! Realizing this, Su Qingxue coldly remarked, Officer Haiying, if you lack evidence, do not falsely accuse my boyfriend. Should any issues arise, I will engage a lawyer to communicate with you. Until you obtain a search warrant, I kindly ask you to leave my home. Miss Su, there has been a deranged killer in Huahai City who has murdered several women. Are you truly comfortable with an individual of unknown background staying by your side? Another officer with fair skin interjected. Mind your words. Be careful lest I accuse you of defamation. Su Qingxue retorted sharply. As a few officers were about to argue, Haiying raised his hand to intervene. Apologetically stating, Miss Su, since you have expressed yourself so, we shall take our leave. We apologize for the disturbance. With that, Haiying and his 3 team members turned and exited the opulent mansion. Oh dear, what a situation. Miss, you were even kidnapped? Aunt Jiang finally dared to speak. Her concern evident, Su Qingxue replied apologetically, Aunt Jiang, I refrained from telling you to spare you worry, but it is all resolved now. Thanks to Yi Fan. Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens that you two are together. It must be fate, Aunt Jiang busily remarked. Su Qingxue shot Yi Fan a disapproving glare, saying, I do not care whether you killed someone or not. This matter is settled. If they seek you out individually, just deny everything. We will hire a lawyer, and without evidence, they cannot do anything. Yi Fan chuckled. Qingxue, you are so concerned about me. It moves me deeply. I do not care about you at all. I simply do not wish to be dragged into your chaotic affairs because of you. I have work to attend to, Su Qingxue retorted angrily before storming upstairs and slamming the door to the study. In the living room, Aunt Jiang's expression grew somewhat peculiar, her gaze deep as she observed Yi Fan, saying, Yi Fan, you haven't encountered any troubles, have you? Yi Fan smiled, recognizing Aunt Jiang's adeptness at subtlety. It's a minor issue. Aunt Jiang, you need not worry, he replied confidently. Aunt Jiang nodded and quickly resumed her usual amiable demeanor, saying, I see you eating so much fruit. You must not have had lunch. Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Outside Bailu County, within a police car, Haiying and his team removed the temporary police uniforms they had donned. They were, of course, not members of the Defense Bureau. They merely borrowed the Bureau's identity to conceal their own. Songlong, what do you make of Yi Fan's capabilities? Haiying asked as he lit a cigarette, directing his question to a robust team member with short hair beside him. Although Haiying was the captain of the small team, Songlong was the strongest in terms of combat prowess. Songlong removed his police cap and pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, I am uncertain how to assess him. To me, he seems like an ordinary person. Yet he exudes an air of the extraordinary. Indeed, this is what I wanted to express. When he saw us enter, he remained unperturbed, as if we could ask him anything without causing him any concern. Yet, I sensed not a hint of expertise from him. He appears to be merely a white-collar worker, the delicate team member remarked. Little White's words remind me. A burly man interjected. It seems he anticipated our visit and was entirely unconcerned. Giant Cannon, are you suggesting that he is not afraid of us at all? Haiying inquired. Giant Cannon nodded. Yes, Captain. To put it bluntly, he does not regard us highly. Moreover, if he indeed killed those 3 elite members of the Shihuiying, he must have ways to cover his tracks. Our investigation would not be so straightforward. The fact that he allows us to find him indicates that he believes it inconsequential even if we uncover his identity. Songlong added. But, if that is the case, why did he not leave intact fingerprints? He could have easily left evidence for us to apprehend him, Little White contested. He Ying narrowed his eyes and chuckled wryly. That is precisely Yi Fan's brilliance. He understands that as long as he does not leave critical evidence, we would not dare to act rashly. From the very beginning, he anticipated this. For him, whether we investigate him or not is inconsequential. As long as we do not take action to arrest him. This fellow is quite audacious. Songlong frowned and said, Captain, are we truly not going to apprehend him? I cannot shake the feeling that he may be connected to that serial killer. If he is indeed the serial killer, then he would be exceedingly difficult to deal with, Giant Cannon sighed. After a moment of contemplation, He Ying stated, we cannot hastily conclude whether he is the killer or not. As for Yi Fan, we shall continue our investigation. Capturing the serial killer is also an order from our superiors. We shall pursue both leads simultaneously. But 4 of us might not suffice, Little White remarked. He Ying smiled. The invading rebel forces at Mian Tian have all been eradicated. Xiao Yu, Chang Feng, and Lu Su will join us, so we will certainly have enough manpower. Wonderful! Our Dragon Tooth team can finally execute a mission together again. Songlong and the others exclaimed, slapping their thighs in exuberance, filled with confidence. Chapter 0057. I just want to learn. Yi Fan paid little heed to the Dragon Tooth personnel, although he was aware that He Ying and the others were not actual police officers. He was unconcerned about their origins. His thoughts were occupied with how to arrange a date with Feng Yueying, as the promised Sunday was just around the corner. Having been with many women, he had never truly dated one, so he remained somewhat inexperienced in this regard and required considerable practice. Remembering the phrase in the books, there are beautiful women, he decided he needed to read. Qingxue, would you mind if I stepped in for a moment? Yi Fan glanced at the door to Su Qingshue's study. Su Qingshu replied coolly, come in. As soon as he entered the study, Yi Fan slipped into the bookshelf. What are you doing? Su Qingshu asked, puzzled, expecting him to explain the matter of the deceased, only to find the situation entirely different. Yi Fan was meticulously searching the bookshelf and said, I want to see if there are any useful books. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu felt that the man was finally showing some ambition, so she refrained from being angry and asked, what kind of book are you looking for? Hee. Yi Fan poked his head out, a bit bashful as he said, do you have any books on how young men and women date? Su Qingshu was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, could you not read something meaningful? Why would you want to read that kind of book? Yi Fan replied, feeling wronged, I just want to learn how people date. Is it really necessary to be so angry? Dating? Su Qingshu blinked, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could this fellow be intending to? Unconsciously, a blush crept onto the woman's face as she turned away and softly said, I don't have anything here. Please leave. Yi Fan nodded regretfully, responding, all right, then I'll search online. It was only after Yi Fan exited the study and closed the door that Su Qingshu let out a sigh of relief. She touched her chest, where her heart raced like a startled deer, and then brushed her face, which felt warm to the touch. Silly. Does one really need to read books to learn such things? Su Qingshu mumbled to herself before instinctively glancing at the computer. She bit her floral lips, hesitating for a moment, then opened a search web page and typed a few words into the keyboard. The search bar displayed a line, how to date. The next morning, after completing a peculiar set of self-created exercises outside, Yi Fan changed into a fresh outfit after breakfast. When he arrived downstairs, Su Qingshu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news. Thinking it polite to greet her after a day out, Yi Fan approached and said, Qingshu, you don't have any work today, do you? Observing the man dressed so neatly and with care. Su Qingshu replied, no work. Are you going out? Yes, I'm going to be out all day. You and Aunt Zheng need not wait for me for meals, Yi Fan stated. What are you going to do? Part-time work? Su Qingshu furrowed her brow. If that's the case, I might as well arrange some work for you. She truly could not understand why this man, with such an impressive network, would still seek to earn small amounts of money and handle minor tasks. Please, absolutely not. Yi Fan, noticing Aunt Zheng was not at home, seemingly having gone out to take out the trash, lowered his voice and said, I have a date today, so just give me the day off. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's expression momentarily froze before her gaze turned icy. Such matters do not require reporting to me. Why not? We live under the same roof. I ought to inform you. But rest assured, my relationship will not interfere with our contract. I will keep this under wraps for the next 3 months. Yi Fan replied with a smile, don't tell me. I couldn't care less who you date. Su Qingshu shot him a glare, abruptly stood up, turned off the television, and hurried upstairs. Yi Fan, puzzled, scratched his head. Wasn't he just going on a date? Why was she giving him the cold shoulder? They weren't even a real couple. Surely, they couldn't prohibit genuine relationships due to this contractual arrangement. Women were truly incomprehensible. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head as he exited the house. After half an hour, Yifan arrived at the community where Feng Yueying resided. Standing before her door, he rang the doorbell. The door swung open almost immediately, revealing Feng Yueying clad in white sleepwear, her face adorned with a black facial mask. Yifan was taken aback. This was certainly not the envisioned appearance for a date. Realizing her current state was not presentable, Feng Yueying quickly covered her face and dashed back to the bathroom. Yingying, don't run away, Yifan called out. You arrived too early, Feng Yueying's voice came from the bathroom. Laced with a hint of complaint. I'm not ready, Yifan. Yifan approached the bathroom door, peering through the crack and said, it's all right. I find you quite adorable like this. Adorable, my foot. Close the door, Feng Yueying exclaimed, firmly shutting it. Reluctantly, Yifan made his way to the living room sofa, glancing around and noticing various documents strewn about. Upon reflection, it seemed she had worked late into the night yesterday to free up this Sunday for their date. Warmth spread through Yifan's heart. This woman was incredibly thoughtful, and her attitude toward the date was commendable. After waiting for over half an hour, Feng Yueying finally emerged from the bathroom, having applied a light touch of makeup. Her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of summer blossoms. Clad in a light green floral top that accentuated her beautiful shoulders and collarbone, paired with a deep blue skirt that revealed her fair, slender legs, she radiated a newfound innocence, transforming from a poised woman into a charming girl. Noticing Yifan's unwavering gaze, Feng Yueying felt a mix of delight and pride. It had been ages since she had made such an effort to dress up, and it seemed her efforts were not in vain. Clearing her throat and shaking her Chanel handbag, she said, Yifan, shall we go? Yifan swallowed hard, grinning as he took her hand. Let's go have lunch. I've found several delightful places. Feng Yueying blinked her beautiful eyes, hesitantly replying, isn't it a bit early for lunch? Then where do you want to go? Yifan asked, puzzled, wondering if she had other plans. I want to visit my brother first. The nursing home called me yesterday about something important. I thought it would be nice for you to meet him during our date, Feng Yueying said, a hint of longing in her eyes. I want him to see that I have stepped out of the shadows and am embracing a new life. Yifan found this suggestion admirable. Although Feng Xiaoyi was currently in a vegetative state, he was still Feng Yueying's brother, and it was important to meet him. All right, after visiting your brother, we can go have lunch, then perhaps do some shopping, and catch a movie in the evening, Yifan said with a smile. Our brother? Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed as she turned away. I know, you're just trying to take advantage of me. He's a year older than you. So he is technically your brother, Yifan retorted. I'm his brother-in-law. What does age matter? What nonsense are you spouting? You are not, Feng Yueying replied. Don't think you can win me over so easily. This is only our first date, and I still need to assess you thoroughly. Plus, you need to get my family's approval. She shot him a glare. All right, it will happen eventually, Yifan chuckled inwardly. Beautiful women exuded charm even when casting a mere glance. As they chatted, they descended the stairs and got into Feng Yueying's car. This time, Yifan took the wheel, as it would be inconvenient for her to drive in high heels. They arrived at the southern suburbs nursing home, surrounded by lush greenery and fragrant herbs. Even at noon, the area felt refreshingly cool, at least 3 to 4 degrees lower than the city. After exiting the car, Yifan remarked, the environment here is quite pleasant. The facilities appear to be quite new. It must cost a fortune for our brother to stay here for a year. Feng Yueying sighed, seemingly resigned to his flattery, and replied, this is the best nursing home in Huahai. It costs around 400,000 a year. 400,000? Is all of that coming from you, Yingying? Yifan exclaimed in surprise. My parents are back home, living off their pensions. They can't bear the financial burden. Feng Yueying said confidently, don't worry. I am the sales department head, so my income is decent. Yifan's heart swelled with compassion. This woman, despite appearing glamorous, silently bore the weight of familial expectations and financial burdens. They entered a building in the nursing home and navigated through a series of corridors until they finally reached Feng Xiaoyi's room. The room contained 2 beds, both occupied by vegetative patients. The nurse, recognizing Feng Yueying, offered a slight smile and recorded some information before leaving. Yifan's gaze fell upon a young man lying in the bed, who bore a resemblance to Feng Yueying. His gaunt face devoid of life, save for his shallow breaths. Xiaoyi, your sister has come to see you, Feng Yueying said softly, sitting beside him and gently stroking his forehead. I've been quite busy lately and haven't been able to visit you much. Please don't hold it against me, she spoke, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. Yifan took a seat nearby, choosing to remain quietly observant as she conversed with her brother about family matters and their parents' well-being. After a while, she pointed toward Yifan and said, Shall we? This is Yifan. What do you think of him? Of course, Feng Shui could not respond, but Yifan waved at the young man in the bed, saying, "Future little brother-in-law, he can be quite mischievous, always trying to take advantage of his sister, but don't worry. Your sister will take good care of herself and our parents." Feng Yueying exhaled, seemingly releasing some pin-up emotions, as she spoke tenderly to her brother. Suddenly, Feng Yueying stood up and said, "I am going to see the doctor. Would you like to accompany me?" Yifan readily agreed, his curiosity piqued about the doctor's business with women. If assistance were needed, he would gladly lend a hand. Since it was Sunday, many employees at the sanatorium were also on leave, rendering the path quite desolate. Upon arriving at the office of the chief physician, the door was ajar, yet Feng Yueying still knocked gently. "Dr. Gu," she greeted politely. Jiu Yud, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses and slightly balding, with his hair slicked back, appeared quite gentlemanly. "Miss Feng, you have arrived." Gu Yud beamed warmly upon seeing her, but upon noticing Yifan behind her, he frowned and inquired, "Who is he?" "He is my friend, accompanying me," Feng Yueying interjected hastily. Yifan smirked, about to claim the title of her boyfriend, but the woman was exceptionally cautious. Jiu Yud, however, detected a hint of something amiss and, with a stern expression, said, "I see. However, today's discussion pertains to confidential matters concerning the patient's family. It would be best for this gentleman to step outside for a moment." Hearing this, Feng Yueying's heart sank, and she apologetically said to Yifan, "I'm so sorry, Yifan, if you don't mind." "I don't mind at all," Yifan replied nonchalantly. "I'll take a stroll outside. Call me when you're done." "All right," Feng Yueying nodded with a gentle smile. Once Yifan departed, Gu Yud's demeanor shifted, and he smiled, inviting her to sit down in the office before locking the door behind them. "Dr. Gu, what is it that requires such caution?" Feng Yueying inquired with concern. Jiu Yud sighed, pouring a cup of herbal tea from a teapot and handing it to her. "Miss Feng, do not fret, I will explain everything in due course. Here, have a sip." "Thank you, doctor," Feng Yueying replied, feeling parched after her busy morning of getting ready and visiting her brother at the hospital. After sipping the tea, she asked, "Is there an issue with my brother's condition?" Gu Yud frowned and said, "Feng Shui has been in a vegetative state for 2 years, and the probability of awakening has dwindled to less than 5%. I believe, Miss Feng, doctor. Even if there is a 1% chance, I will not give up. If it requires more funding, I can manage that, but please do not cease treatment," Feng Yueying implored. Jiu Yud, looking troubled, replied, "Of course, family members yearn to grasp even the slightest opportunity, but you may not be aware that resources in our country's sanatoriums, particularly for vegetative care, are exceedingly scarce. Cases like Feng Shui's, after 2 years of care with such a low chance of awakening, are generally advised to return home for nursing care. But wouldn't that be akin to leaving it to fate? Didn't you say that there are some awakening therapies available here that could enhance the chances of recovery over time?" Feng Yueying asked urgently. "That is indeed the case, but the number of patients is increasing. If Feng Shui wishes to remain, the medical expenses will rise significantly. Currently, the cost for Feng Shui is 400,000 a year, and if it increases, it will undoubtedly place a heavy burden on your family." "Miss Feng, how much?" 450,000, Feng Yueying inquired. "Even if it is 450,000, I can accept that." Jiu Yud, however, shook his head and raised a hand to signify the number 7. Chapter 0059, Two Choices 70,000? Feng Yueying exclaimed in astonishment. That was equivalent to more than half a year's salary for her. Although she held a senior position at Jinxiu, she was not the president like Su Qingxue, having joined the company later and lacking any shares or bonuses. Ultimately, she was still just an employee, albeit one at a higher level. Jiu Yud nodded, clarifying that this was essentially a way for families to opt to take their loved ones home, allowing the sanatorium to free up beds for other patients with better chances of recovery. Feng Yueying bit her lip, feeling dizzy upon hearing these words. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, she resolutely declared, "Even if it is 70,000, I want to keep Shui here to receive the best treatment." A flicker of something strange passed through Gu Yud's eyes as he smiled faintly. "Actually, there is a way to save that money and continue with the 400,000 medical expenses." Feng Yueying's eyes brightened. Saving 30,000 would be ideal, and she eagerly asked, "What method?" Gu Yud grinned mischievously, rising and slowly approaching Feng Yueying. He then sat down beside her. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Feng Yueying felt a sense of foreboding. "Miss Feng, I have always thought you quite beautiful. You are my ideal type," Gu Yud said with a smile, reaching out to caress Feng Yueying's delicate face. "Ah!" Feng Yueying sprang to her feet, her face ashen. "Doctor, please don't do this. I would rather pay than accept such a thing." Gu Yud's expression darkened, and he scoffed, If you want your brother to continue receiving treatment at the sanatorium, you had better comply. Are you threatening me? Feng Yueying gasped, feeling increasingly faint. Ji Yu grinned wickedly. How do you feel? Do you feel sleepy? Is your body growing weak? Feng Yueying glanced at the empty teacup in despair and panic. The tea was drugged? Indeed. I personally concocted it. The dosage was sufficient, Gu Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he stood up. Don't worry. Once you fall asleep, you won't know a thing when you wake up. You will be mine. Feng Yueying felt a deep sorrow, never imagining that this seemingly noble doctor was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tears welled in her eyes as she longed to flee. But her legs felt paralyzed and she stumbled, collapsing onto the sofa. Ji Yu, seeing her nearing unconsciousness, laughed with increasing excitement, shedding his white coat, preparing to pounce. Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. The lock could not withstand the force and shattered. Gu Yud was startled, looking up to find Yifan standing at the threshold. You? How did you get in? Yifan's face was grim as he sneered. The moment you saw me, your disdainful expression was glaringly obvious. The contrast in your attitude is too stark. How could I not suspect that you were plotting something? On the sofa, the drowsy Feng Yueying, through hazy vision, murmured, Yifan, save me. Yifan, feeling a pang of heartache, approached and gently grasped her delicate hand. Just sleep. It's all right, I will protect you. In truth, Feng Yueying was already unconscious. Seeing the situation escalate, Gu Yud attempted to flee, but Yifan swiftly blocked the door and delivered a powerful punch to Gu Yud's abdomen. Ouch, Gu Yud cried out, feeling his insides churn as he violently regurgitated the food from lunch. Yifan then kicked Gu Yud's knee with a resounding crack, breaking his leg. Gu Yud screamed in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. Spare me, please, spare me, Gu Yud pleaded, hoping to escape this predicament. However, Yifan had no intention of stopping there. Delivering another kick that shattered Gu Yud's other leg as well, Gu Yud was on the brink of suffocation from the pain, trembling and pale, drenched in sweat. Yifan deemed the punishment sufficient and seized Gu Yud by the collar, demanding, What did you put in the tea you gave my girlfriend? And nothing special, just ordinary sleeping pills, but in a heavier dosage. I swear, please don't hit me, Gu Yud sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the man hadn't used any special drugs. That would have been troublesome. Yifan confiscated Gu Yud's phone, activated the recording function, and said, Now, I want you to record everything you have done on this phone. Do you agree? To resolve this matter, he needed to leave behind evidence. Otherwise, Gu Yud might turn the tables and accuse Yifan of assault, which would be a hassle. Yifan had no desire to kill this man over such an affair. That would be far too unworthy. Ji Yu hesitated. If he left evidence, he would be at Yifan's mercy. You have two choices. 1. Recount the entire incident in detail, leaving a recorded account. 2. I will deliver you directly to the Defense Bureau. And we will meet in court, Yifan grinned. Consider your options carefully. Ji Yu's expression fluctuated. Regardless of his choice, he could not retaliate against Yifan. However, choosing the first option would at least allow him to continue his career as a doctor without losing everything. I understand. I will tell you everything. Gu Yud, being a clever man, opted for the least risky choice and recounted the entire incident, recording it for Yifan. After Yifan sent the recording to his email, he returned the phone to Gu Yud. He had no desire to further engage with this man. He would undoubtedly fabricate some lies to explain the events that transpired. Before anyone else noticed the commotion, Yifan hurried over and lifted Feng Yueying into his arms, making his way out of the sanatorium. After placing her in the passenger seat of his car, Yifan returned to the sanatorium. He needed to find some medication to help her regain consciousness. Fortunately, being in a hospital, procuring some medicine was not difficult. After a brief period, Yifan returned to the car, administering the 2 vials of medication he had procured from the hospital into Feng Yueying's system. Feng Yueying appeared to be sleeping soundly, yet the pallid flush on her face betrayed the side effects of the medication. Yifan, with a tender heart, gently brushed aside the strands of hair that clung to her forehead due to her perspiration. A few minutes later, Feng Yueying slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 0060. What medicine, however, the effects of the drug could not be entirely dispelled so quickly. Her vision remained somewhat blurred, and her mind felt muddled. Realizing the events that had transpired before her fainting spell, Feng Yueying abruptly sat up, glancing around. This is... She saw the familiar face of Yifan beside her and hurriedly inquired, Yifan, how did I end up in the car? You're fine now. I dealt with Gu Yud, and he didn't harm you, Yifan reassured her. Feng Yueying breathed a sigh of relief, But the memory of the earlier incident filled her with dread, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Unbidden, tears welled in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Yifan's embrace, sobbing softly. "What's wrong? Ying, it's all over now," Yifan comforted, gently patting her back. Thank you for saving me once again. But what about my brother Xiao Hui? Who will save him?" As the thought crossed her mind, the anguish intensified, knowing Gu Yud would surely neglect her brother's treatment. Yifan sighed, realizing he hadn't considered this aspect before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled someone. "Ying, I know a doctor in the United States, quite competent. How about you bring Feng Xiaohui home temporarily and get a caregiver to look after him? When my doctor friend arrives, she can examine Xiaohui and see if he can be sent to the U.S. for treatment," Yifan suggested. Feng Yueying looked up with tear-filled eyes, her expression a mix of confusion and hope. "You have a doctor friend in the U.S.? Is she specialized in rehabilitation for comatose patients?" Yifan scratched his head, explaining, "She seems to have a bit of knowledge in various fields. She holds a doctorate in medicine. Even if she cannot treat him herself, she knows other doctors." Just as Feng Yueying was about to respond, she noticed 2 syringes in the car, furrowing her brows as she glanced at the needle marks on her wrist. "Were these injections for me? You didn't administer them, did you?" she asked in astonishment. Yifan shrugged. "I did. Otherwise, how could you have woken up so quickly? Can you really give injections?" Feng Yueying's mouth fell open in disbelief. "You weren't a doctor, were you? Which is why you know doctors." To her surprise, Yifan nodded, saying, "Yes, I am a cardiac surgeon, wielding a scalpel to perform intricate procedures on hearts, stitching them up with precision." He illustrated his point with animated gestures, though in reality, his antics were a playful means of teasing Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying quickly crossed her arms over her chest, playfully pouting, "Enough of that. Who are you trying to fool? There are plenty of people who can give injections," Yifan smirked, dismissing her disbelief. Curious, Feng Yueying picked up one of the syringes and asked, "What is this medication? Who gave it to you?" "I'm not affiliated with a hospital." "So who would give it to me? I merely borrowed it while they weren't looking. This is nicothamide, which seems to alleviate the effects of the drugs in your system," Yifan explained. "Surprisingly, you know about pharmacology?" Feng Yueying felt increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic man. She picked up the other syringe and inquired, "And what about this one?" "Mannitol," Yifan replied. "What is that used for?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued. Yifan hesitated, scratching his nose with a smile. "All right, Ying, how about we go eat instead? You look famished and rather haggard. Don't change the subject. You must tell me what this medication is for." Feng Yueying insisted. Yifan clicked his tongue. "Well, it's beneficial for you. Why the need for such detailed inquiries? Then tell me, if it's good for me, why won't you share?" Feng Yueying questioned. Sensing something amiss, Yifan, at a loss, asked, Ying, do you need to use the restroom?" Feng Yueying blinked, placing a hand on her abdomen, her brows furrowing. "Now that you mention it, I do need to go, but you must first tell me what this medicine is for." Yifan chuckled, "Hurry along, the medication is diuretic, helping you expel the drugs from your system." Feng Yueying's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and in a fit of indignation, she exclaimed, You scoundrel! How could you administer such a drug to me? Who gives someone diuretics on a first date? What if something goes wrong? Please don't hit me. I was genuinely concerned. I feared you might not wake up, and the diuretic would take effect first. Thankfully, you woke up first. Heh. Yifan's jest only fueled Feng Yueying's fury, making her want to kick him. "Just wait until I return. I will teach you a lesson," she declared, barely able to contain her urgency as she hurried out of the car towards the restroom. When she returned, the blush on her cheeks had not yet faded. Yifan, in a serious tone, said, "Ying, now that you're okay, let us grab a bite to eat in light of your saving me. I'll let this matter slide for now, but if you ever give me an injection again, I'll ignore you." Feng Yueying retorted, still fuming, "You'd better take heed." Yifan, eager to move past the incident, nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as he was about to start the car, he remembered something and leaned over to pull the seatbelt from the passenger side. Feng Yueying, thinking he had ulterior motives, quickly said, "I can do it myself." Yifan shook his head, fastening it for her. "I read online that when a man buckles his female companion's seatbelt, it's considered a thoughtful gesture," with a chuckle. Feng Yueying replied, "But what if a girl doesn't like wearing a seatbelt?" Yifan paused. "Good point. I didn't ask you. Ying, do you like it?" Feng Yueying laughed heartily, rolling her eyes at him. "All right, just drive your car. I can handle it myself from now on. I truly wonder where you pick up these odd notions." Yifan scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling to himself as they drove away. Yifan briefly recounted how he had handled Gu Yude's situation. Feng Yuang agreed that taking it to court seemed unnecessary, as it would only drain their energy. Gu Yude had suffered enough with his broken legs. Yet, upon reflection, the sensation of being protected by a man was unexpectedly enjoyable. Remembering the moment he had fastened her seatbelt filled her heart with sweetness. Unconsciously, she found herself stealing glances at Yifan's profile from the passenger seat. Her lips curling into a subtle smile. If you wish to kiss me, I might reluctantly accept. Yifan noticed her affectionate gaze. Chapter 0061. Ominous and terrifying. Feng Yuang quickly turned her head to gaze out the window. Self-absorbed fool, who would want to kiss you? Then how about I kiss you? I wouldn't mind, Yifan suggested. Absolutely not. I haven't agreed to officially date you yet, Feng Yuang replied. Why? Yifan chuckled in disbelief. After saving you 3 times, and you still haven't agreed? Pursuing you is quite the challenge. Feng Yuang flashed a sweet smile, a hint of pride in her eyes. Of course, in college, I had countless admirers. Yet none managed to catch my attention. You should consider yourself fortunate that I agreed to date you. Is that true? I find it hard to believe, Yifan feigned skepticism, though he was well aware of Feng Yuang's allure that would attract many suitors. Why would I lie? I had several who claimed to be the campus heartthrobs vying for my affection, but I turned them all down as I concentrated on my studies, Feng Yuang asserted earnestly. Yifan then grinned widely. So, I'm your first love? Ha! And I've even claimed your first kiss. How delightful! Realizing she had fallen into his trap and revealed too much, Feng Yuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That's not true. I've dated before. Oh really? Who was your ex-boyfriend? Yifan prodded mischievously. Just drive. Feng Yuang retorted, biting her lip, refusing to divulge any further. Why? Yifan relished teasing Feng Yuang, finding her blushing countenance amusing. Were he to tease Su Qingxue, he would likely have been swiftly thrown out of the car. In truth, Feng Yuang was quite easy to tease. She was akin to a soft dough, seemingly simple and pliable, while Su Qingxue resembled a chilling block of ice, exquisitely beautiful like crystal, yet attempting to mold her would either result in frostbite or injury, or she might simply slip from one's grasp. The car pulled up to a shopping mall, and upon exiting, they entered a Sichuan restaurant. After swiftly ordering several dishes, Feng Yuang noticed that the selections were all her favorites. How did you know I adored mapo tofu, spicy chicken, and lantern shadow beef? She couldn't help but ask. Why? Yifan feigned surprise. What? You like them too? I do as well. It seems we truly are fated. How could it be such a coincidence? You led me directly into this Sichuan restaurant, clearly knowing I favored it. Feng Yuang chided him with a playful glare. Why? Yifan decided to be candid and confessed. I found your WeChat after discovering your phone number. I noticed your post about enjoying a meal with colleagues at that restaurant and saw a few dishes you shared, so I made a note of it. Feng Yuang blinked, but your phone is a basic model. You can't use WeChat on that. I accessed the desktop version. Yifan replied. It was a bit cumbersome, but I managed to take a look. Feng Yuang was taken aback by the lengths the man had gone to gather information about her. And she couldn't help but chuckle. Is this really that amusing? Yifan thought he had done his due diligence. Shaking her head, Feng Yuang pursed her lips, gazing gently at him and said, I prefer off-white and light purple. I enjoy Sichuan and Shandong cuisine. I typically drink raw pu'er and lattes. I love listening to jazz and classic oldies, and I like visiting libraries, cafes, and supermarkets. Damn, my favorite dog breed is Golden Retriever. Yifan stared at her, absorbing her stream of information, and asked, Ying, are you saying all this because, if you want to know me, just ask directly, there's no need to go around in circles. It's exhausting. Feng Yuang sweetly replied. Why? Yifan felt his heart melt. The woman before him radiated a sanctified glow, a caring and gentle girlfriend like none other. Is there anything else you wish to know? Feng Yuang inquired, resting her chin in her hand. Why? Yifan nodded, swallowed hard, and earnestly asked, your measurements. Wait. Go away. You're being inappropriate. Her rejection was swift, accompanied by an eye roll. Their meal concluded amidst laughter and intimate exchanges, during which Feng Yuang also inquired about Yifan's preferences, hoping to cook delightful dishes for him or engage in activities he enjoyed. However, the ultimate conclusion she reached was that this man cared for nothing but trivial matters. This left Feng Yuang speechless, yet she found Yifan remarkably easy to please. He was indifferent to everything, content with whatever came his way. They spent the afternoon strolling through various shops in the mall and even attempted to win a stuffed toy. Feng Yuang struggled, seemingly confirming Su Qingxue's assessment of her. She was highly capable at work and shrewd, but somewhat clueless in everyday life, taking far too long to master the claw machine. Yifan, on the other hand, quickly grasped the technique and helped her win 7 or 8 toys, though she only kept one, a robotic cat, gifting the rest to passing children. Witnessing her radiant smile, Yifan suddenly realized that the woman desired simple pleasures. There was no need for him to overthink things. Making her happy was sufficient. Consequently, at Feng Yueying's insistence, Yifan replaced his old phone with a basic smartphone, enabling him to use WeChat and other applications. Feng Yueying relished the carefree fun they were having, lamenting how swiftly time had flown. After enjoying a light dinner, the moment to watch a movie finally arrived. Ying, let's watch the thriller, Yifan suggested, pointing to a promotional poster featuring a bloodied ghostly figure, a horror film. Aren't you afraid? Feng Yueying hesitated. Why, Yifan replied, I don't know. We'll only find out by watching. What about you? I'm quite timid, she admitted softly. Why, Yifan thought to himself, that's precisely what I want. He patted his chest and declared, let's just see it. If it's too frightening, we can leave. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Yueying obediently agreed. They purchased tickets, and Feng Yueying grabbed a small bucket of popcorn and 2 drinks as they entered the theater hand in hand. Although it was the weekend, the cinema was nearly empty. As the film was an obscure thriller, after settling into their seats, the movie began to play, its eerie atmosphere intensifying as the plot unfolded, enveloping the screening room in an unsettling shadow. Chapter 62. A new delight. Yifan, however, felt no fear. He had encountered far more terrifying situations than what this film portrayed. This was child's play, and it didn't even quicken his heartbeat. He kept an eye on Feng Yueying's reactions. But she seemed unfazed, happily munching on popcorn. She could really eat. Having finished dinner, she was still managing to consume so much popcorn. It made sense that her figure was a bit fuller as he contemplated when a thrilling scene would occur. Hoping to elicit a frightened reaction from her, the moment arrived. The ghost suddenly leaped out of a cabinet. Several voices in the theater screamed in unison. Yet, Yifan felt a pang of disappointment as he noticed Feng Yueying was watching with rapt attention. Smiling. Realizing this, she turned to him, her eyes shining brightly in the dark. What's wrong? Am I not scared enough for you? Yifan instinctively nodded. Ying, didn't you say you were timid? Feng Yueying teased. In college, my dorm mates and I watched at least 200 horror films together. Do you really think I would be afraid? So you were just playing me? Yifan chuckled incredulously. Well, you were always trying to take advantage of me. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You wanted to watch a ghost movie for a reason. Sorry to disappoint you. Feng Yueying winked playfully. Why, Yifan clicked his tongue, unable to discern if she was genuinely oblivious or simply acting. However, he found her antics quite entertaining. If she were always submissive, it would grow tedious. A little playful banter made their interactions all the more enjoyable. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? While I may not hold you, I can feed you popcorn. Feng Yueying seemed concerned about his mood, picking up a piece of popcorn and delicately offering it to him. Open wide, she gently urged. Watching her petite fingers holding the popcorn, her expectant gaze warmed his heart. This simple request filled him with sweetness. After feeding him a few pieces, she remarked, You're so obedient. This remark irked Yifan. Why did it make him feel like a child? As she offered him another piece, he seized the opportunity, opening his mouth wide and playfully biting down on her fingers. Hey, don't munch on my fingers. Feng Yueying blushed furiously but, in the dim theater, was reluctant to raise her voice. Wai Fan relished the moment, giving her fingers a playful suck before releasing them. Feng Yueying wiped her damp fingers on him, complaining, How unsanitary. You're such a child. Yifan admired her playful pout, growing more fond of her. He pulled her close, kissing her cheek. Ying, you're absolutely beautiful. Feng Yueying was taken aback, their eyes locking for a moment before she turned away, resuming her popcorn consumption, seemingly flustered. However, her cheeks remained flushed for some time. After the movie ended, it was past 9 o'clock, and since she had worked the next day, Feng Yueying wanted to return early. On the way back to the community, they discussed picking up her brother, Feng Xiaowei, from the nursing home, and Yifan would reach out to his friend in the United States. As he bid her farewell, he felt quite satisfied with their first date. He realized that the joy of being with her extended far beyond mere physical pleasures. There was an abundance of experiences yet to explore. Upon returning to Bai Lujun via the subway and walking back to the mansion, Yifan discovered Aunt Jiang still busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the next day. Upon seeing him, she cheerfully exclaimed, Yifan, you're back. Perfect timing. Please take these donuts and milk tea up to Mississippi. She didn't eat dinner and must be hungry. Wai Fan was taken aback. Qingxue didn't eat dinner? Yes, it seems something at work has been troubling her. I'm not sure why, but she has been in a bad mood today and lost her appetite, so I bought her some donuts, Aunt Jung explained, handing him a plate piled high with 8 donuts, each coated in pink strawberry-flavored icing, resembling a small pink mountain. Is she truly a strawberry enthusiast? Yifan wondered. So many? It's nearly midnight. Will she even finish them? He recalled that her appetite was not that large, questioning why she would want donuts so late at night. Aunt Jung offered a knowing smile. Don't worry. Since she was little, whenever she didn't eat, we'd give her donuts, and she always had an appetite. 8 is just the right amount. Yifan, still skeptical, took the plate of donuts and a teapot of Ceylon black tea mixed with milk upstairs to the study. Qingxue, are you there? Yifan knocked on the door but received no response from Su Qingxue. After waiting a moment, he decided to enter unannounced. Upon stepping inside, he discovered Su Qingxue resting her head on a pile of documents at her desk, fast asleep beneath the glow of a desk lamp. Had she truly been so engrossed in her work since the afternoon? Yifan furrowed his brow. Despite her being a mere stand-in girlfriend, witnessing her toiling away made him uncomfortable. Approaching the desk, he set down his belongings. Instinctively glancing down, he caught sight of her profile, resembling a delicately crafted porcelain doll, with her crescent-shaped brows akin to distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her lips tinted a shade reminiscent of vermilion. In that moment, her typically aloof demeanor softened, revealing an exquisite beauty that evoked a sense of tenderness. If only she could remain like this, without the coldness. How delightful that would be, Yifan mused. Not wanting to disturb her peaceful slumber, he hesitated to wake her, yet the air conditioning in the room suggested she might catch a chill. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a small blanket draped over a nearby sofa and carefully placed it over her. As he did so, it seemed to rouse Su Qingxue from her slumber. She blinked sleepily, her long lashes fluttering. After stifling a small yawn, she sat up, rubbing her eyes. Upon noticing his presence, her initially innocent expression gradually morphed into one of icy detachment. Why are you here? Su Qingxue inquired sharply. Who allowed you to come in? Yifan quickly waved his hands in protest. It wasn't intentional. You were asleep, and Aunt Zhang asked me to bring you donuts and milk tea, concerned that you hadn't eaten dinner. Donuts? Su Qingxue turned her head, her eyes landing on the plate of 8 delightful pink donuts, swallowing hard at the sight. Yifan noted her reaction, thinking to himself, it appears she genuinely enjoys food. Almost drooling over it. Realizing something was draped over her shoulders, Su Qingxue tugged at the blanket and frowned. Did you cover me with this? Yifan chuckled sheepishly. Yes, I was worried you'd catch a cold. No need to thank me. It's only right. Who said I needed to thank you? You should have woken me up when you saw I was sleeping. I still have work to finish. Su Qingxue reprimanded. Dumbfounded, Yifan thought it was absurd that his kindness had been misconstrued as a nuisance. I was merely concerned for your health. How was I to know you had more work to do? I don't need your concern. We're not even close, so you should focus on your own girlfriend instead. Su Qingxue huffed, commanding him to leave. Yifan felt a mix of frustration and bemusement. He had approached her with genuine goodwill, delivering food and even covering her with a blanket, yet he was met with disdain. Comparing her to Feng Yueying, he couldn't help but wonder how 2 women could exhibit such starkly different temperaments. While Su Qingxue certainly surpassed Feng Yueying in beauty, background, and intellect, he found himself preferring the simple pleasures of sharing a meal with Feng rather than indulging in extravagant delicacies with Su Qingxue. With such a temperament, it was a miracle she would ever find a suitor. As he walked out, he muttered under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Su Qingxue caught a hint of his words. Suspecting he was speaking ill of her, Yifan turned, grinning. Nothing, just wondering if you can eat all those donuts. Mind your own business. Get out. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. Yifan thought it best to exit promptly. But just as he was heading to his room, Aunt Zhang called him downstairs. Yifan, come down for a moment. Aunt Zhang beckoned. He trudged down, asking, What is the matter, Aunt Zhang? I forgot to put sugar in the milk tea for the young lady. Could you take this little dish of sugar up for me? She'll surely need it, Aunt Zhang said, handing him a small plate of sugar cubes. Yifan felt like tearing his hair out, wanting to question why Aunt Zhang didn't just take it upstairs herself. However, he realized that as Su Qingxue's boyfriend, it was expected of him to assist. Reluctantly, he took the sugar and headed back to the study, this time feeling quite irritated. He didn't bother knocking, instead pushing the door open without hesitation. What he saw inside would forever be etched in his memory. Su Qingxue sat in her office chair, blissfully munching on a strawberry donut, her cheeks stuffed and her face radiating pure joy. Her eyes sparkled with delight. and her legs swung playfully, reminiscent of a child savoring a treat. The chair creaked under the exuberance of her movements. This side of Su Qingxue was a stark contrast to the icy, commanding persona she had exhibited when she shooed him away. Why Yifan couldn't he help but wonder if he had somehow crossed into another realm or if she had a dual personality. Suddenly aware of his presence, Su Qingxue turned, her eyes widening, round and glistening, before her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Awkwardness enveloped the room as Yifan realized he had witnessed something he perhaps should not have. He maintained an air of calm as he stepped further inside, ignoring her increasingly flushed face and those expressive eyes, placing the sugar on the desk. "Aunt Jiang asked me to bring this for you." "Enjoy your donut," he said, maintaining his composure before turning to leave and shutting the door behind him. Once Yifan exited, Su Qingxue set down the donut, cradling her head in her arms atop the desk. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, feeling as though they might ignite. Meanwhile, back in his room, Yifan remained in a daze for quite some time, replaying the image of Su Qingxue enjoying her donut in his mind. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling as though he were grinning like a fool. This was even more amusing than the incident with the strawberry lingerie. The mere thought of Su Qingxue's adorable expression while eating a donut melted away any lingering irritation he had towards her. Perhaps he had yet to truly understand her. Maybe the icy facade of this beauty was but a mask, and her genuine nature emerged in moments of simple joy, like indulging in a donut. With this thought in mind, he chuckled to himself, took a shower, and fell into a deep slumber. That night, he dreamt vividly, even envisioning himself stepping into the sacred halls of matrimony. However, when he lifted the bride's veil, expecting to see Feng Yueying, the figure before him remained a blur, indistinct and elusive. Unbeknownst to him, morning arrived, and Yifan awoke. On Monday morning, he ruffled his hair, recalling that it was time to get ready for work. He dressed quickly and made his way downstairs. Su Qingxue was already at the breakfast table, her demeanor unchanged, as though the events of the previous night had no effect on her, while Yifan no longer perceived her as cold. Instead, he found her aloofness rather intriguing. While driving to the office, Yifan suddenly remembered the issues the company faced due to the acquisition of Feek by the Zheng Group. As a member of the company, he felt compelled to inquire about the current situation. "Qingxue, I be quiet." Su Qingxue interrupted sharply, cutting off his words. "I don't want to talk to you." Yifan was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. Wasn't it just a donut he had seen her eat? Why was she being so dramatic? Assuming she had misunderstood his intentions, he tried again. "I wasn't silence. I don't want to hear it." Su Qingxue snapped. "If you say another word, I'll make you get out of the car." Yifan was at a loss for words. This woman, how old was she? Why was she behaving like a petulant child throwing a tantrum? In desperation, Yifan came up with a plan. With one hand on the steering wheel, he took out his phone and typed a message, then turned it towards Su Qingxue for her to read. "I just wanted to ask if the issues regarding the Zheng Group's acquisition of Feek are still serious." Upon seeing the message, Su Qingxue realized her misunderstanding. He wasn't mocking her about the donuts. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she replied, "You don't need to worry. I have everything under control. I'm just making casual conversation. My concern doesn't really change anything. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Try to relax with something you enjoy, like eating." Yifan began, but was interrupted. "Shut up!" Su Qingxue nearly shouted, her agitation evident. If she had a hammer, she would have likely wanted to knock him unconscious. Yifan suppressed a laugh, replying, "All right, I won't say anything more." Once they arrived at the company, Yifan spent some time playing games in the office and chatting online with Mu. It seemed she had come to terms with her father's decision to find her a stepmother, although she still harbored some resentment toward the woman. At lunchtime, as Yifan entered the cafeteria, he noticed many eyes turning towards him, several female employees gazing at him with admiration. This left him puzzled. "Assistant Yi, so you really know martial arts? No wonder President Su chose you as her special assistant." Lu Xiaolian from the sales department remarked, and Yifan finally understood the situation. Last week, he had intervened in the parking lot to protect Su Lingshan, and the story had circulated among the female security guards. Now, nearly the entire company is aware that Assistant Yi, recruited by General Su, possesses remarkable skills, being both eloquent and formidable. It was merely a stroke of luck that an old man, sent by the opposing party, employed such nefarious tactics. However, I am still young and vigorous, fueled by a passionate desire to contribute to the company. Witnessing him bully our female colleagues, I simply could not stand idly by," Yifan proclaimed. Thumping his chest. "Why, Yifan, do enlighten us. I heard that the old man practices some kind of eagle claw technique. Is there truly such a skill in this world? Yu Yingying eagerly inquired. Yi Fan pondered that the eagle claw technique, an ancient martial art with origins in the venerable shape-based boxing, could not be succinctly explained in mere words. Nevertheless, with several curious female colleagues gazing at him, he felt compelled to elaborate. Thus, he exaggeratedly recounted how formidable the opponent was, only to express his righteous indignation, claiming that through sheer willpower, he managed to repel the adversary. As the tale unfolded, the female executives soon discerned that Yi Fan was clearly boasting, even invoking the legendary Kamehameha technique. Pa, pa, pa. You were supposed to speak seriously, yet here you are, just bragging. Yu Yingying exclaimed, and the other female colleagues giggled as they dispersed. Yi Fan, however, had already garnered enough attention and was unconcerned about whether they listened or not. Feeling a sense of elation from the attention of so many beautiful women, he walked with a straighter posture and a lighter step. Approaching Su Lingshan's usual seat, Yi Fan sat down facing her and greeted her with a cheerful smile. Good day, Captain Su. Why are you having pork chops today instead of sausages? Mind your own business. Su Lingshan replied curtly, casting a disdainful glance at him. Oh, you think you're impressive just because you repelled a thug from the Zheng family? Yi Fan was unfazed, chuckling. I know deep down you admire me. You're just too shy to admit it. It's all right. I understand. Admire me? Only if I were insane. Su Lingshan retorted angrily, stabbing her fork into the pork chop with force. Just wait, after I train hard for a while, I'll definitely be able to take you down. I've merely been remiss in my training due to long hours at work, Yi Fan thought to himself. How skilled could you possibly be? Surely I can see through that. However, he refrained from voicing this, recognizing that women often care about appearances. When he genuinely fell silent and began to eat, Su Lingshan found herself feeling uncomfortable. I am telling you the truth, Su Lingshan insisted, frowning. My abilities are far more than what you think. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, I know. Captain Su is indeed very formidable. Su Lingshan, dissatisfied, retorted. You are just being dismissive. You must look down on me. Yi Fan sighed, smiling. What must I say for you to let me eat in peace? If you want to eat well, go to another table. Don't eat at mine, Su Lingshan exclaimed, her eyes widening, her brows furrowing in indignation. Her pride was strong, and she despised being looked down upon. No, I insist on sitting with you, Yi Fan insisted. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Lingshan's eyes. She noticed that this man seemed particularly determined to sit with her. Logically, there were other women in the dining hall whose beauty rivaled hers. Why was Yi Fan so intent on sitting with her? Why? Su Lingshan could not help but ask. Yi Fan took a bite of his French bread and replied. You sit alone every day for lunch. Isn't that boring? I thought I'd keep you company, otherwise, it must be quite lonely for you. Upon hearing this, Su Lingshan froze momentarily, a chord within her struck. Her body slightly tensing. She was not a local of Huahai. Due to some family issues, she had left home and came here. Having lost her family's support, she fortuitously gained the favor of Su Qingxue and became the head of security at Jianxiu. However, her upbringing, education, and military background rendered it difficult for her to integrate with ordinary company employees. Even the female security team dared not approach her, merely respecting her from a distance. Living alone, working alone, eating alone and returning home alone, day after day, for 3 long years, she had been solitary in the company dining hall. Aside from a few men with ulterior motives seeking her company, no one had ever shown a genuine interest in befriending her or inquired about her solitude. In everyone's mind, she was perceived as an unapproachable anomaly. Su Lingshan was strong, having once been a soldier, capable of enduring even the desolation of a barren wilderness. Yet that did not mean she was free from loneliness. After all, she was still in her 20s, and some feminine instincts had not been dulled. Thus, when Yi Fan spoke the words lonely, she felt a brief sting in her nose, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Turning her head away, she took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She did not wish for Yi Fan to notice her inner turmoil, so she scoffed. You're overthinking it. I enjoy eating alone. Besides, I don't need a lecher like you for company. Keep your distance. Yi Fan, however, could discern the truth behind her words. He chuckled lightly, not taking offense, and continued to eat. Subsequently, Su Lingshan did not attempt to shoo him away again. Instead, she ate thoughtfully, occasionally stealing glances at him. After finishing their meal, Yi Fan took a box of fruit and returned to the top floor. Navigating the familiar path to Su Qingshue's office, he found several high-ranking company officials inside. Seemingly in a meeting, Vice President Zhu Wanghua, Wang Liren, Finance Department Head Chang Chun, Strategic Department Head Lu Baoquan and Market Department Head Chen Qing were all present. What caught Yi Fan's eye was the elegantly dressed Feng Yueying, who sat gracefully on the sofa. However, Feng Yueying, aware of the decorum in the company, refrained from appearing too friendly with Yi Fan, merely offering a slight smile without greeting him. Do you not understand the rules? You can't just barge into the president's office without knocking. Zhu Wang was scolded, visibly displeased. Yi Fan paid him no heed. Walking over to place the fruit on Su Qingshua's desk, Su Qingshua remarked coolly, "He is my assistant, bringing me food. If you wish to reprimand him, it is not your place." Vice President Zhu. Seeing Su Qingshua defend Yi Fan, Zhu Wang was displeasure deepened. "Su, this is a confidential high-level meeting. Such an assistant should be sent away immediately." "Heh, I'm not keen on participating. I'll take my leave," Yi Fan interjected, disinterested in the business discussions, as he had to help Moo with her game. However, Su Qingshua called out, "Yi Fan, stay. You should listen carefully." Yi Fan was taken aback, as were the others, since this was no ordinary privilege. It indicated that Su Qingshua had utmost trust in him and would not divulge any company secrets. Even the primary assistant, Chen Ya, had not been granted the opportunity to attend this meeting. How did Yi Fan, an outsider, earn such esteem? Yi Fan felt a pang of regret. Listening to their meeting would not earn him any compensation, and he could have instead played a few more rounds of games. Nevertheless, with Su Qingshua insisting he stay, he had no choice but to remain there, standing silently. "President Su, did you call this emergency high-level meeting to devise a strategy to address the acquisition of Feek by the Zheng family?" Strategic Department Head Lu Baoquan inquired. "Feek has officially signed a contract with the Zheng Group today. This acquisition is a done deal, irreversible," Su Qingshua replied. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren exchanged covert smirks, yet wore expressions of concern on their faces. "Given that, why did you summon us, President Su?" Wang Liren asked. Su Qingshua cast a discerning glance at the two seasoned vice presidents and declared, "I am here to announce that we will immediately complete another acquisition." "What?" Zhu Wanghua frowned. "Another acquisition? Which company?" "There are no other software companies in Huahai that can meet our requirements aside from Feek," he continued. "Indeed, Vice President Zhu is correct," Su Qingshua said confidently, looking at everyone. "Therefore, I have already reached an agreement with WQ Technology Company, Limited in Jiang Province. Once the shareholders' meeting and board of directors pass the resolution, we will swiftly complete the acquisition." Upon hearing this, everyone in the office, except for Feng Yueying, was taken aback. WQ Technology from Jiang Province, the one that rose to prominence last year and was recognized as one of the top 10 startups? President Su, that company has attracted interest from numerous overseas investors. When did you negotiate the acquisition with them? Are they willing to sell shares? Lu Baoquan asked, astonished. Su Qingshua gestured towards Feng Yueying. "I had Minister Feng initiate discussions over a week ago. WQ has already agreed to relinquish 70% of their shares, allowing us to take a controlling stake in the company while also securing priority for technical support. Minister Feng's business trip was to negotiate this deal. How come our strategic department was not informed?" Chun Qing from the market department also appeared bewildered, as they had not conducted any work or research on this matter. Su Qingshua responded, "To avoid complications, Minister Feng and I decided to handle this matter discreetly." Minister Feng politely addressed Lu Baoquan. "I apologize, Minister Lu, for not informing you earlier. President Su instructed me to keep this confidential. No, this is a significant achievement for Minister Feng. To secure WQ without a sound? Haha, truly a case of the student surpassing the master." Lu Baoquan and the others expressed their delight. "Minister Lu, is that WQ company truly formidable?" Zhu Wanghua inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. Lu Baoquan nodded busily and said, "Of course, although we currently do not possess as many users and products as Feek Company, their technology is indeed on par with Feek's, if not slightly ahead. However, due to the considerable distance from Huahai and the lack of interaction, President Su was initially quite fixated on acquiring Feek, which is why the acquisition of them was not prioritized." Upon hearing this, Zhu Guanghua and Wang Liren began to sweat profusely, overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. Indeed, at that moment, Su Qingshua calmly stated, "In fact, from the very beginning, my intention was to acquire WQ, rather than Feek." "What?" The crowd gasped, and Zhu Guanghua and Wang Liren turned pale. "Then why did you insist on having us negotiate with Feek?" Lu Baoquan asked in confusion. "Isn't it obvious? Feek deliberately communicated this to the Zheng family to prompt them into making a purchase." Yi Fan interjected. At this revelation, everyone suddenly awakened, their expressions shifting dramatically. Some were dumbfounded, while others gazed at Su Qingshua with a mix of dread. Standing at the doorway, Yifan looked up at Su Qingxue with a complex expression, inwardly bemused, thinking, the woman before me is a far cry from the one who indulged in donuts last night. 4 billion. The Zheng family cannot spare this sum, while we only need to invest 700 million to achieve our goals. Furthermore, the future of WQ looks promising, Su Qingxue continued. Lu Baoquan exclaimed in delight, only 700 million. This deal is extraordinarily advantageous. Are there no other competitors? The only viable competitor is the Zheng family, but they are already poised to spend 40 billion on FEEC. They won't have the funds to contest our acquisition of WQ, Su Qingxue explained, her strategy clear. President Su's move is to force the Zheng family into a corner, allowing us to effortlessly seize the true target we desire without any struggle, Finance Minister Chang Chun comprehended. Zhu Guangwa and Wang Liren, the two veteran vice presidents, were drenched in sweat. Did this not imply that their assistance to the Zheng family had ultimately harmed them? They had unwittingly become pawns in Su Qingxue's game against the Zheng family. Noticing the drastic change in the two men's expressions, a cold smile crept onto Su Qingxue's lips. She glanced at the time, picked up a remote control, and turned on a large wall-mounted television in the office. The Jiang province news was about to begin. Today, WQ would likely announce this news. Everyone, take a look. The senior executives in the office turned to watch the news. Within 2 minutes, the anchor indeed reported, WQ Technology has decided to sell 70 of its shares to a well-known private-listed company in Huahai, with external speculation suggesting the most likely candidate is Jinxiu Group. Haha, President Su, your move is truly brilliant. We old-timers were completely kept in the dark, yet we willingly fell for it, Lu Baoquan praised, raising his thumb. Indeed, if the Zheng family sees this news, Chairman Zheng Hongji will likely be spitting blood. Chen Qing laughed heartily. Zhu Guangwa and Wang Liren, however, were utterly disoriented, their breaths heavy with anxiety. The thought of the Zheng family unleashing their wrath upon them cast a shadow over their minds. Chapter 0066. How malicious the heart. Wang Liren, his face ashen, rose unsteadily, trembling as he pointed at Su Qingxue. You woman, you have been using us from the very beginning, leaking information to the Zheng family. You deliberately forced us into a dead end? Su Qingxue, what a venomous heart you possess. Zhu Guangwa also erupted in fury, his gums nearly bleeding from clenching his teeth. The other executives looked on in shock, suddenly realizing why these two had vehemently opposed the acquisition of FEEC during the board meeting. They had betrayed Su Qingxue now. If the Zheng family sought retribution, given their influence, they would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Zhu and Wang, how could you act this way? You were the ones who leaked confidential company documents. Lu Baoquan and a few others expressed their anguish. Shut up, what do you know? This company was built through the hard work of our generation. Now, this little girl is on the verge of ruining everything. Zhu Guangwa shouted in madness. Su Qingxue remained impassive, taking a sip from her water cup before saying, Vice Presidents Wang and Zhu, you two are veterans of the group. I gave you opportunities. The trap was set by me, but it was you who walked into it. What does that have to do with me? You speak nonsense. From the moment you entered the company, you wanted to kick us old-timers out to have your way. Su Qingxue replied, cold and proud. This company is neither a charity nor a retirement home. Those lacking capability must step down, rather than relying on past credentials to maintain their positions. Nonsense. You are a thief. Don't think we don't know. You would love to seize all the shares we hold. You are nothing but a bastard child of the Su family, a lowly wretch born of a harlot. Don't foolishly dream of transforming a chicken into a phoenix, Zhu Guangwa roared. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression turned icy. You may insult me as you wish, but do not dare to demean my mother. Bah, I won't be working here anymore, so I'll speak the truth. Your mother is nothing but a whore, a worthless piece of trash. Others may not know, but we old-timers are well aware. Zhu Guangwa shouted, his face flushed with anger. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself, grabbing the water cup to hurl it. However, a figure lunged forward first, delivering a punch that knocked out 2 of Zhu Guangwa's front teeth. Yifan? The onlookers gasped, shocked by the severity of his actions. Oh! With a cry of anguish, Zhu Guangwa's face swelled, blood streaming from his mouth as tears flowed from the pain. You dare to hit me? Zhu Guangwa cried out, a grown man cannot even stand up to a young girl, yet you insult her mother. What kind of scum are you? If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Yifan retorted, grabbing Zhu Guangwa by the collar and delivering 2 more slaps that knocked him unconscious. Turning to Wang Liren, he found him trembling in fear, stammering, don't come any closer. I'll call the police. President Su, let them call the police. Leaking company secrets involving such a massive sum constitutes a crime. and it would be just perfect for the police to take them away, Yifan remarked. Su Qingxue, having recovered from her shock, had not anticipated that the man would suddenly lash out. With a hint of reproach, she said, "Why did you hit so hard? Did I tell you to do that?" Yifan, puzzled, replied, "You told me to stay here, which meant to deal with them, right? Surely, you wouldn't expect me to listen to your meeting." Su Qingxue had indeed planned for him to stabilize the situation once Zhu and Wang realized the truth. But Yifan's excessive force had surprised her. "That is not how you handle things. If you injure him, he could still sue you," she admonished. "Hey, President Su, just have a lawyer take care of it. This is called acting in defense of justice, a legitimate act of self-defense," Yifan responded. Unable to argue further, Su Qingxue felt a warmth in her heart from his earlier actions and words. No need to call the police. Chenya is already waiting downstairs with them. Just let them in and take these two away. As for evidence, I submitted everything long ago. The lawyers and the Defense Department will handle the rest, she informed. The senior executives were left in awe, realizing that Su Qingxue had meticulously planned everything. Today was essentially the execution of Zhu and Wang. Before long, two police officers arrived to escort Zhu Guanghua and Wang Liren away. Although they protested about hiring lawyers, it was evident they would not return to Jinxiu Group by afternoon. Su Qingxue uncovered the traitor and, using a clever tactic of diversion, successfully deceived the Zheng family. News of WQ's acquisition spread throughout the company. Many local journalists in Huahai had also caught wind of the developments and began preparing to report extensively. Last week, the employees had mourned the failed acquisition of Fik, only to realize that everything had been orchestrated by Su Qingxue. She had deceived everyone except Feng Yueying, all while appearing so haggard and exhausted. Was it all just an act? While many admired Su Qingxue's exceptional business acumen, efficiently eliminating her rivals and securing the desired company, even more began to see her as cold-hearted. Realizing that she had deceived not only outsiders but nearly everyone within the company, leaving a bitter taste for some. Meanwhile, that afternoon at the headquarters of the Zheng family, in the chairman's office, Zheng Hongji was in a frenzy, smashing a high-end golf club against expensive vases, sculptures, and various electronics worth hundreds of thousands, reducing them to rubble. "Dad, something big has happened." Zheng Junfeng burst through the door, only to turn pale at the sight before him. "You already know?" Zhang Hongji's expression darkened, his demeanor fierce as he exclaimed, "That wretched woman, Su Qingxue. She has known about our dealings with Wang Liren and Zhu Guanghua all along, deliberately allowing them to hand over information to us so we would squander our money on Fik. She is playing us like fools. Dad, what should we do? Should we immediately cancel the acquisition of Fik? The contracts have all been signed, and the news has been exposed. To cancel now, we would be embroiled in lawsuits, face compensation claims, and our reputation would be utterly tarnished. Wouldn't that be precisely what Su Qingxue desires?" Zheng Hongji exclaimed in anger. Zheng Junfeng, wearing a grim expression, replied, "Then, shall we seek a bank loan to acquire WQ? Are we foolish? If we were to acquire two companies of the same type, what would others think of us?" Zheng Hongji felt a surge of frustration towards his son. How could Su Qingxue, also a young person, appear so much more astute than his own offspring? Zheng Junfeng, feeling cornered, said, "If this continues, will we not be able to topple Jinxiu? Our market share in Huahai is being relentlessly squeezed by Jinxiu. It is only a matter of time before Huahai becomes a Su family enterprise. Even if I were to marry her, it would feel like an upward struggle." "Marry her?" Zheng Hongji sneered. "That kind of woman is nothing but a venomous beauty. She must never cross the threshold of the Zheng family. She has deceived even the upper echelons of her own company, showing no regard for the feelings of others. This cold-bloodedness and composure are truly terrifying. In my decades of navigating the business world, I have never encountered a woman as formidable as her. Father, what shall we do? We cannot allow Jinxiu to develop unchecked, can we? Our stocks are already on a downward trend. It is evident that the industry holds little faith in our future." Zheng Junfeng expressed his concerns. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng Hongji's eyes. Since Su Qingxue could not be utilized for their benefit, then, what cannot be obtained must be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Junfeng swallowed hard but silently nodded in agreement. As they left work that evening, Yifan and Su Qingxue descended the elevator together. Midway, several executives entered the elevator and greeted Su Qingxue with utmost respect. Yet a palpable distance lingered in their gazes, more pronounced than before. The recent upheaval, while ultimately beneficial for the company, had instilled a sense of fear among many towards Su Qingxue. They all realized that she was far more inscrutable than they had previously imagined, akin to an unfathomable abyss. utterly inscrutable in her true intentions. Su Qingxue sensed this shift as well, yet she remained as taciturn as ever, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of those around her. On their drive back to Bailu Jun, the traffic was particularly congested. Yi Fan, feeling somewhat bored, glanced at Su Qingxue in the rearview mirror. To his surprise, he found her staring vacantly out the window, a veil of sorrow subtly etched across her features. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled lightly. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. One cannot expect everyone to like you in this world, can they? Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, as if she had not anticipated such words from him. Am I wearing a forlorn expression? Just drive. Isn't that a red light? Yi Fan replied. Qingxue, if you pursued acting, you would surely win an Academy Award a few days ago. Seeing you utterly drained, I genuinely thought you had faced a setback from the Zheng family. He mused. Su Qingxue pursed her lips, curiosity flickering in her eyes. You are not angry with me? Angry? Why would I be? Yi Fan retorted. I deceived you as well, did I not? Su Qingxue responded. Yi Fan laughed heartily. What is there to be angry about? It is merely the nature of business, a game of deceit. While some might view your methods as unscrupulous, your intentions were for the company's benefit. If I were in your position, I would likely do the same. As I have said before, you cannot expect everyone to understand you. Every gain comes with a loss, and one cannot cater to everyone's expectations. Is that truly how you feel? Su Qingxue's eyes regained a glimmer of light. Yi Fan nodded. Though I have deceived you on occasion, this is sincere. Of course, should such a situation arise again, you could discreetly inform me. I would not disclose it. Otherwise, I might mistakenly think you were genuinely upset and try to console you, which would be rather awkward, wouldn't it? I do not need your consolation. Besides, what are you to me? Why should I trust that you won't leak anything? Su Qingxue crossed her arms defiantly, turning her head away. Yi Fan chuckled. At least I am your boyfriend. Surely, that grants me some privileges. Not at all. You are a fraud. Just yesterday, you were out with someone else. Su Qingxue retorted angrily. Yi Fan muttered. If I weren't seeing someone else, would I be dating you? You wouldn't agree anyway. Who says I wouldn't agree? Su Qingxue blurted out. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized they might be too suggestive. Indeed, Yi Fan turned back, astonished. Qingxue, are you implying that you would be willing to date me? The woman's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly corrected herself. You never asked me. Then I shall ask you now. Would you like to go on a date with me? Yi Fan inquired eagerly. Fool, of course not. Su Qingxue glared at him. Yi Fan wore an expression of exasperation. Had he known, he would not have asked. It was rather self-deprecating. If we are not going on a date, then so be it. I am on the verge of having a girlfriend anyway. She is far more gentle than you. He thought of Feng Yueying, feeling quite pleased. Su Qingxue's cold gaze flickered, and she clutched her skirt defiantly. The women who would find you appealing are likely not of a high caliber either. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a pang of jealousy and skeptically asked, Qingxue, you are not feeling jealous, are you? Ever since I mentioned wanting to date, you have been acting a bit off. Jealous? Su Qingxue's voice escalated in pitch. Have you lost your mind? Keep talking nonsense, and I will deduct your salary for this month. Yi Fan quickly surrendered. No, I was just joking. I know you look down on me. I want to say anything further. Su Qingxue, her chest heaving with indignation, huffed lightly and resumed staring out the window, choosing not to utter another word. By the time they returned to Bailu Jun, night had already fallen. The prolonged traffic jam left Yi Fan quite famished. This is all your fault. You rambled on about nonsense during the drive. And now look at how late it is. Su Qingxue complained as she exited the car. Yi Fan felt helpless. It wasn't he as if he could fly the car, so how could he be blamed for the traffic? It's all your fault. No rebuttals allowed. All right, you are the president. Your word is law. Yi Fan did not wish to bicker with her. Upon entering the house, he sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Zhang Auntie, next time, could you please start cooking earlier? We could starve at this rate, Yi Fan remarked. Zhang Auntie, busy in the kitchen, replied with a smile, It's Monday today. I anticipated you would be caught in traffic. The house is air-conditioned, and I was concerned about the dishes cooling down, so please bear with me for a moment. Yi Fan dashed to the kitchen door and offered, Zhang Auntie, how about I help you with a couple of dishes? There's still an induction cooker, isn't there? You can cook? Su Qingxue, watching television in the living room, turned her head in surprise. Yi Fan nodded. Of course. Cooking is not difficult, is it? Is it meant for human consumption? Su Qingxue regarded him skeptically. Yi Fan clicked his tongue and rolled up his shirt sleeves. If I don't showcase my skills today, It would be an affront to my Michelin-starred chef reputation. Michelin's highest rating is 3 stars. Where do you get 5 stars? Su Qingxue found his boasting increasingly hard to believe. Yi Fan awkwardly explained, I was just joking. I'll whip up a couple of dishes to speed things along for Zhang Auntie. Zhang Auntie was pleased to have assistance, so she directed Yi Fan to prepare a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage. In no time at all, Yi Fan had the induction cooker sizzling, and he began cooking with impressive skill. Zhang Auntie observed his every move, and seeing him execute each step so expertly, she opted to let him continue without interruption. Within 10 minutes, 5 dishes and a soup were presented at the dining table. The aroma wafted through the air, and Su Qingxue found herself drawn to the enticing scents. Upon approaching the table, she noticed that the fish-flavored shredded pork and cabbage stood out vividly, both in color and fragrance. Miss, Yi Fan truly has a knack for cooking. Even with an induction cooker, he manages to control the heat perfectly, and the sauce is just right. It seems he really can cook, Zhang Auntie praised. Su Qingxue, feeling defiant, huffed lightly. What use is appearance? You only know the taste once you've eaten. She picked up a piece of shredded pork and placed it in her mouth. As she chewed, her expression froze momentarily. How is it? Not bad, right? I told you I am a Michelin-starred chef, Yi Fan declared with pride. Su Qingxue found herself at a loss for words, as the flavor indeed surpassed Zhang Auntie's cooking. It could be said to be at a chef-level standard. This man, how could he excel at everything? The more she observed him, the more irksome he became. Miss, with Yi Fan's culinary skills, I have no concerns for your future life. Even if you cannot cook at all, Yi Fan can always prepare meals for you, Zhang Auntie expressed with relief. The moment those words left her mouth, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she reproachfully said, Zhang Auntie, what are you saying? Yi Fan blinked. What? Does Qingxue not know how to cook at all? Surely she can manage a fried egg, right? Miss seems rather uninterested in matters beyond business, not to mention frying an egg. She could potentially scorch the pot while boiling a chicken egg, Zhang Auntie chuckled, recalling some amusing past events. Zhang Auntie, how could you say that? Su Qingxue wished she could vanish beneath the table. This was utterly humiliating. Yi Fan gazed at her with a look of astonishment. I had no idea Su Qingxue was such a culinary disaster. That you haven't burned down your house is quite impressive. He remarked. Be quiet. It's just cooking. Isn't it? I merely lack interest in learning. Su Qingxue felt utterly humiliated and found it hard to remain in the house. Zhang Auntie quickly intervened. Miss, do not be upset. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. This is normal. Now, let us enjoy our meal. Reluctantly, Su Qingxue sat down, but her gaze towards Yi Fan remained as icy as ever. Yi Fan paid no heed to the displeased expression of the woman as he eagerly proceeded to serve himself a meal, intending to indulge in his dinner. Just at that moment, however, a phone call interrupted him. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was Zhao Zhong from the Zai Tea House calling. This individual rarely contacted him without substantial reason. To prevent Su Qingxue from overhearing anything, he stepped outside with caution to answer the call. Hello, Zhao, what is the matter? Yi Fan inquired. Zhao Zhong replied in a hushed tone, Fango, I'm calling you secretly. The young lady forbade me from telling you, but I can't help but worry. Just speak plainly. What has happened to Ning Jie? Yi Fan frowned. Zhao Zhong sighed. 3 factions in the Zijou forest have rebelled. It seems someone has instigated this. The young lady has decided to personally quell this rebellion. It's either a split in the gang or a suppression of these factions, but regardless of the outcome, I believe it's too perilous. Those individuals claim they wish to negotiate with our young lady, yet the chosen location is an empty workshop in the north of the city. Such places are notorious for bloodshed. Who would sit down to negotiate there? Is Ning Jie truly intent on going there, despite the danger? Yi Fan asked. Alas, I have advised her, but she would not listen. She believes that only with absolute courage and strength can she instill fear in these people and truly unify everyone in the Zijou forest. Zhao Zhong replied. Yi Fan acknowledged her reasoning, stating, indeed, if she shows fear this time, not only will the issue remain unresolved, but she will also be looked down upon by those beneath her. In this world, reputation holds great weight. Exactly, that is why I am worried. Those people are clearly exploiting the young lady's vulnerabilities for some ulterior motive, Zhao Zhong added. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Is this related to the incident with the Zhou family? Zhao Zhong hesitated. That matter? It seems some individuals are indeed dissatisfied, but primarily, many elders have been resentful about the young lady becoming the president, given her relatively shallow credentials. You need not defend me. I ignited the fuse for this incident, and I will take responsibility for it. Just tell me the address, and I will head there immediately. I will not allow Ning Jie to bear this burden alone. Yi Fan said earnestly. Zhao Zhong, filled with excitement, responded, with your word, Fangu, the young lady will surely not remain angry with you any longer. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zhong relayed the address. Yi Fan ended the call and returned to the house, stating, I have urgent business to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. Without waiting for Su Qingxue and Aunt Zheng's astonished reactions, he turned and dashed outside. Yi Fan, aren't you hungry? What is the? Aunt Zheng called out, but Yi Fan had already driven away. Su Qingxue, fuming, remarked, Aunt Zheng, ignore him. Let him starve. Despite her words, a hint of confusion and concern flickered in the woman's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan drove with an urgency surpassing his usual pace. Merging onto the road, he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, his mind racing. Although he had long sought to distance himself from the affairs surrounding Ning Zimo when she faced danger, he found it impossible to remain uninvolved. Ultimately, the woman had already carved a place for herself in his heart. It was merely Yi Fan who refused to confront this reality. Reflecting on the day Ning Zimo had angrily ordered him out of the car, he couldn't help but feel regret for not having apologized sooner. Sighing and shaking his head, Yi Fan chuckled ruefully as he patted his stomach. Having not even eaten, he had rushed out, feeling quite famished. I wonder if there's anything to eat over there, Yi Fan murmured to himself. At a machinery production factory in the north of Huahai City, which was on the brink of bankruptcy and had seen no visitors for over 2 months, dozens of vehicles were parked outside, many of which were vans and business cars filled with people. Inside the factory workshop, which reeked of machine oil, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with anticipation. Over 100 individuals were divided into 2 factions. On one side stood Ning Zimo and her subordinates, while on the other were the 3 major leaders of the Zizhu forest and their respective followers. Each of the gang members was armed, some with steel rods, others with knives at their waists, and even a few wielded nunchaku and military daggers. The slightest command from their leaders, a bloody confrontation would be inevitable. Ning Zimo, clad in a black sleeveless fitted top and equally snug black jeans, her hair styled in a tidy ponytail, exuded an air of authority and confidence. This unadorned attire accentuated her graceful figure perfectly, with a wide brown belt drawing attention to her waist, concealing who knew how many throwing knives within. Her composed yet commanding gaze swept over the 3 elders who had proclaimed their intent to defect from the gang. Addressing them, Elder Wu, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Qing, you 3 are veterans of the organization. Even Aunt Qing, the last to join, has been with us for 21 years. Yet now, you lead the charge in betraying the Zizhu forest. Do you resent me, the younger generation who serves as president, or do you feel I have wronged you? Elder Ning, we would never betray the Zizhu forest. We were already here before you sought refuge with the former president. Your grandfather, our loyalty to the Zizhu forest far exceeds yours. It should be named after Zhu, not Ning. Elder Wu Zhan of the Meihua Hall declared my grandfather entrusted the Zizhu forest to me because he found no worthy successors among the Zhu lineage. I have never harbored ambitions to usurp the Zizhu forest. I consistently refused my grandfather's insistence to take over. You all know this very well, Ning Zimo retorted coldly, yet she sensed an odd undertone in their words. Humph, those matters are in the past. Words alone hold no weight. How can we know whether you were not merely acting? A middle-aged woman with an alluring smile, Aunt Qing of the LVLV Hall, interjected. Ning Zimo countered, are you suggesting that your grievances from the past justify the division of the Zizhu forest? Certainly not. We do not wish to fracture the Zizhu forest. We merely seek to steer it back on course. We cannot allow an outsider to sit in the president's seat and act recklessly, tarnishing the Zizhu forest's reputation. Chapter leader Zhang Xiao of the Lan Hua Hall said, shaking his head dramatically. Zhao Zhong, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, 3 hall leaders, speak with integrity. Since the young lady assumed the presidency, the Zizhu forest has risen to become one of the 3 major gangs in Huahai. Furthermore, our relations with the legitimate world have strengthened, and the brothers have tasted the sweetness of success, all praising the young lady. Where is this alleged chaos? Preposterous. Zhao Zhong, you are merely a dog that Ning Zimo picked up from the streets. What right do you have to speak to us? Aunt Qing glared as Zhao Zhong prepared to retort. Ning Zimo raised her hand to stop him. With a teasing smile, Ning Zimo said, I am curious to hear how I have acted recklessly. Is it because I executed Zhou Haiyang and incapacitated Zhou Can? That is merely one example of your abuse of presidential authority. What gives you the right to harm Elder Zhou and his son over some insignificant outsider? Is it merely because he is your pet? Wu Jin questioned. Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Can have repeatedly misused the name of the Zizhu forest to bully the common people, tarnishing the reputation of all our brothers and sisters. I have long wished to punish them. This was merely an opportunity. As for that man, his name is Yifan. You all would do well to show him some respect, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Ning Zimo stated, her expression icy. Ha ha ha, at last, your true colors are revealed. To be so ruthless over an outsider, while disregarding the contributions of our Zizhu Forest veterans. If we do not expel you, will not the old brothers of the Zizhu Forest suffer? Zhang Xiu laughed heartily. Ning Zimo placed a hand on her belt, indicating her readiness to respond. If you wish to remove me from power, by all means, come and try. The members of the three factions grew wary as they observed her hand move toward her concealed weapons. Do not be hasty, Ning Zimo. We have yet to see our heavyweight guest, Aunt Qing purred, running her fingers through her hair. Just then, the doors swung open, and someone entered. However, the three hall leaders quickly realized that this was not the individual they had anticipated. Yifan? Fan Go? Ning Zimo exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the man, while Zhao Zhong and others who recognized him displayed expressions of delight. Why Yifan tousled his hair, blown about by the wind, and upon seeing that no confrontation had yet erupted, smiled. Fortunately, I didn't hit traffic. I made it just in time. Ning Jia, are you all right? Ning Zimo, seemingly not entirely ready to forgive him, puffed lightly before turning her gaze to Zhao Zhong. Xiao Zhao, I told you not to call him. Did you not understand? Young lady, you can punish me upon your return, but both Fangu and I are worried about you, Zhao Zhong replied. Ning Zimo glanced at Yifan, realizing he had rushed over, and her irritation began to dissipate. Didn't you say you wanted to avoid getting involved in my affairs? You should leave quickly. Yifan grinned and stepped forward. Ning Jia, I've grown accustomed to drinking the tea you brew and eating the meals you prepare. Without you, would I not be left yearning for tea and food? You are in danger. How could I possibly turn a blind eye? Memories of their past flashed through Ning Zimo's mind, and her eyes glistened slightly, though she retorted. How is it that you expect to enjoy such privileges for a lifetime? Yifan, however, nodded earnestly. I have thought it over, and you are indeed the best to me. If you do not drive me away, I may just cling to you for life. Ning Zimo finally broke into a radiant smile. Akin to a blooming tulip in the workshop, vibrant and exquisite. The hall leaders were indeed correct. They made a rather charming couple, even in the face of impending doom, still finding time to flirt. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside the workshop, followed by the sound of numerous footsteps drawing near. A man clad in a floral shirt, adorned with a string of agate on his wrist. His hair slick and gleaming, donned with a gold chain, and possessing sunken eyes and a gaunt visage, stepped inside. Behind him trailed a cadre of robust bodyguards in black vests, no fewer than a dozen, each wielding a compact submachine gun. Upon sighting this armed entourage, the faces of those accompanying Ning Zimo began to pale. It is essential to recognize that this is the Summer Nation, where firearm regulations are exceedingly stringent. Even though the state may tacitly permit the existence of gang influences to maintain order in certain shadowy dealings and to bolster tax revenue, it does not imply that it condones the presence of substantial weaponry within these syndicates. Typically, when such arsenals are discovered, they face severe governmental repercussions. Therefore, even if these major gangs possess the means to procure firearms from the black market, they usually only dare to collect a meager few, never intending to engage in actual gunplay. Young Master Zhu, you have arrived, Wu Jin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. We have eagerly awaited your presence. Zhu Xiao, with an air of arrogance, cast a glance at the three hall masters before directing a cold smirk at Ning Zimo. My dear cousin, why not call out to your elder brother for me to hear? Ning Zimo's expression remained frigid. Though a twinge of unease coursed through her at the sight of the armed men, the calm demeanor of Yifan beside her instilled a semblance of courage. Zhu Xiao, the fact that I sent you to Australia and provided you with living expenses each year is already the utmost in my forbearance. How dare you show your face here? Ning Zimo retorted. Forbearance? Ha! You seized my rightful property, the Zizhu forest, and usurped the Zhu family's legacy, yet you dare speak of forbearance? Ning Zimo, you truly are the epitome of shamelessness. Zhu Xiao spat, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Yifan, perplexed, inquired, Ning Jia, who is this fellow? Ning Zimo sighed softly and replied, do you recall when I mentioned that someone sought to harm my grandfather, and I was compelled to take charge of Zizhu Forest in a moment of crisis? This is that very person, my cousin, Zhu Xiao, the biological grandson of my grandfather. Why Yifan's eyes widened in realization. So it is you. The former president fell ill, conspiring with the doctors to orchestrate his demise. All in a bid for power, which the old president ultimately uncovered. I must say, if you could plot against your own grandfather, how could the brothers of the gang trust you? Preposterous. I have never plotted against my grandfather. It is Ning Zimo who spins lies, fabricating this tale. My grandfather sheltered her, a wretched stray, yet she repays kindness with malice, usurping the nest. She is the true ingrate. Zhu Xiao insisted vehemently. Wei Fan scoffed. If that were the case, why would the old president entrust Zizhu Forest to Ning Jia rather than you? He must have lost his wits, Zhu Xiao vehemently cursed. TSK, is it fitting to call your deceased grandfather senile? Yi Fan chuckled. Zhu Xiao soon realized his choice of words was ill-advised and hastily shifted his stance, declaring, Pretty boy, today marks the cleansing of Zizhu Forest, so prepare to accompany Ning Zimo to your demise. Ning Zimo stepped forward, her haughty gaze sweeping over all present, declaring, So, you dare to rebel because you have brought Zhu Xiao back from Australia? Do you honestly believe that by finding a scion of the Zhu family, you can seize control of Zizhu Forest? You know better than I what sort of person Zhu Xiao is. Otherwise, my grandfather would not have delayed in handing over the position of president. If you can nominate someone I genuinely respect as president, I, Ning Zimo, shall gladly relinquish the position without hesitation. However, if you choose such a puppet, a fool with ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to shed my last drop of blood to prevent Zizhu Forest from falling into your hands. Aunt Qing mocked, Ning Zimo, today is not yours to dictate. We all wholeheartedly acknowledge young Master Zhu's capabilities. The brothers within the gang are willing to follow the true heir of the Zhu family. Do you think your enchanting words can sway us? Zhu Xiao, bolstered by this flattery, held his head high, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. Did you hear that? I am the true dragon of the Zhu bloodline flowing through Zizhu Forest. You are merely an outsider. Ning Zimo replied coolly, If we are to discuss bloodlines, I too possess half of the Zhu lineage within me. You are merely fabricating a pretext for your rebellion. Pointing at the armed men, she continued, These gun-wielding individuals are not even members of Zizhu Forest. Have you accepted covert support from other gangs? The three hall masters and Zhu Xiao's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhu Xiao shouted, Nonsense. These are my recruited brothers, and they shall henceforth be part of Zizhu Forest. You know full well that engaging in armed conflict is a grave taboo. If those above were to learn of this, Zizhu Forest could be expelled from Huahai. You are merely being used as pawns by other gangs, playing with fire. Ning Zimo rebuked. Ning Zimo, if you are afraid, just admit it. Don't try to intimidate us. We know your flying knives are swift, but can they outpace bullets? Zhu Xiao laughed triumphantly. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning Zimo's eyes. I had initially wished to show restraint out of familial affection, but your current actions threaten the lives of other brothers in Zizhu Forest. I must cleanse the ranks to honor my grandfather's spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiao hastily ducked behind the armed men, taunting, Come on. If you have the guts, come and kill me. At my command, I will turn all of you into Swiss cheese. Wu Zhen, Zhang Xiao, and Aunt Qing, along with their respective followers, inched closer to Zhu Xiao. Wary of stray bullets, Ning Zimo glanced back at her loyal subordinates and declared, Brothers, today marks a bloody battle. The enemy possesses firearms. If any of you fear dying in vain, you may leave now, and I shall forgive you. However, if you choose to remain and fight alongside me, Ning Zimo, I shall remember your unwavering loyalty for a lifetime. Zhao Zhong's eyes reddened as he shouted, I swear to follow the president unto death. With that resounding cry, the previously timid members seemed to shake off their trepidation, recalling the assistance Ning Zimo had provided them in the past, and their spirits ignited. Follow the president, loyalty to the young lady. Eliminate the traitors. In that instant, the roar of battle surged, eclipsing the morale of their adversaries. Ning Zimo's eyes glistened with tears, her heart clearly moved. Wei Fan was similarly reflective, reminiscing about past events, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Just then, a phone call came through to Yi Fan's mobile. Darling, there's a call for you. Moi, darling, there's a call for you. A delicate voice echoed, the ringtone he had chosen after acquiring a new smartphone. Hearing the melodious tone, Yi Fan's expression brightened as he swiftly retrieved his phone. The unexpected interruption drew the attention of the gathered crowd, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. The ringtone was starkly incongruous with the tense ambience. Even Ning Zimo found herself both amused and exasperated. What was this man thinking? Such a saccharine ringtone, and he had the audacity to use it. The combatants and the armed guards alike turned their gazes toward Yi Fan. their expressions a mixture of confusion and incredulity. Yi Fan, sheepishly waving his hand to indicate he would take the call, shouted, "Hello? Yes, yes, this is the factory. Can't you see the mini cars parked outside? Yes, just the workshop with the doors open. I'll find you at the entrance." Once he hung up, Ning Zimo could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Yifan, who was that calling you?" Yifan tucked his phone into his pocket. Grinning broadly, it was the delivery guy. "I haven't had dinner yet, so I ordered takeout. You all can wait a moment while I grab my food." Hee. Having switched to a smartphone, I can now order takeout. This is a first for me. As Yifan chattered to himself, he jogged towards the workshop entrance. The members of Zizhu Forest stood agape, unable to find words. "Ning Zimo, do you really fancy this fool?" Zhu Xiao laughed heartily. Could it be that he is a starving ghost reincarnated, wanting one last feast before he dies? Ning Zimo, however, appeared contemplative. Though Yifan's actions seemed ludicrous, they also suggested that he had not taken the imminent danger seriously. As Yifan reached the workshop entrance, a delivery man on an electric bike arrived. "Sir, you're still working in the workshop at this late hour? Here's your order." The delivery man handed over a plastic bag containing a meal, but his expression paled upon glimpsing the scene inside the workshop. Noticing the delivery man's reaction, Yifan chuckled. "No need to be alarmed. We're just playing real-life CS, all plastic guns." "Oh, so they are plastic. They look so real." The delivery man laughed, relieved. "Why are there so many with steel pipes? Is there a shortage of guns?" Yifan nodded. "Exactly. Just a bit of fun with some props. We're making do." "Well, those realistic-looking plastic guns must not be cheap." The delivery man empathized. Yifan gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Thanks, mate, but you don't need to stick around. All right, enjoy your game. It looks like a lot of fun. And there are quite a few of you," the delivery man said before riding off on his electric bike. Yifan turned back to the workshop, opened the plastic bag, and revealed the meal. "Ningjia, I ordered a box of celery and pork dumplings. Would you like one? The service is quite good. They even included vinegar and chili sauce." Yifan brandished disposable chopsticks, ready to indulge. Chapter 71. A single chopstick. Ning Zimo helplessly shook her head. She had no appetite to eat. She could only smile and say, "You go ahead. I'm not hungry." "Well, I won't be polite then. I'm absolutely starving. Just wait for me to finish before you start. Don't rush." "I eat quite quickly," Yifan remarked as he casually found a machine tool, plopped down, and began to devour the dumplings voraciously in no time. Grease was already smeared at the corners of his mouth. A bit too much fatty meat. As expected, you get what you pay for, but it's still passable." While eating, Yifan continued to chatter, savoring each bite, causing many to momentarily forget the gravity of the situation. As if they were truly dining out, Zhu Xiao, witnessing Yifan indulge as if nothing was amiss, could not help but feel infuriated. "Damn it, are you brainless? Can't you see how many assault rifles my men are wielding?" Chewing on a dumpling, Yifan lazily looked up and mumbled, "My eating dumplings has nothing to do with your guns. Brother Fan, you enjoy your meal. We'll take care of these traitors," Zhao Zhong declared, donning his metallic finger guards, exuding an air of menace. Opposite them, Zhang Xiu lightly tapped her palm with a folding fan, saying, "Zhao Zhong, your blood claw reputation may hold some weight on the streets, but do you truly believe that your pitiful hand can withstand bullets? Don't make me laugh. Indeed, for the sake of the old president, if you all surrender, we might grant you a chance at survival." Qingyi chimed in with a giggle. Zhu Xiao scoffed, "Zhao Zhong, if you genuinely care for your mistress, you should advise her to stop struggling. Otherwise, she'll meet a gruesome end, and her burial will be unsightly." Zhao Zhong snorted coldly, "Foolish dream. If it weren't for the young lady back then, I would have been betrayed by my own and thrown into prison. It was she who granted me the chance to turn over a new leaf and be reborn. The name Zhao Zhong was bestowed upon me by the young lady. My life is hers as well. I live for her, and in death, I shall be her ghost." His fervent declaration stirred the hearts of his loyal followers behind him. "Brother Zhao, we stand with you. If we must die, we die together." Seeing that not a single one of them was willing to betray Ning Zimo, Zhu Xiao gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Very well. Since you all seek death, then accompany Ning Zimo to the grave." "Kill!" With a roar, Zhu Xiao commanded the 10 or so men in black vests to step forward, forming a straight line. They raised their weapons, disengaged the safeties, and aimed their dark muzzles at the foremost Ning Zimo and her companions. "Brothers, for the young lady, for the purple bamboo forest, let us charge." Zhao Zhong, unflinching in the face of death, prepared to lead the charge. But at that moment, a shadow darted out ahead of him. The young lady? Ning Zimo moved with the grace of a black wind, weaving like a serpent towards the group of men in black. Whoosh! Two glints of cold light shot from her hands, revealing two flying knives. Thud! The two foremost gunmen had knives pierced into their skulls before they even realized what was happening, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The members of the three major factions, including Zhu Xiao, were rendered speechless. No one expected Ning Zimo, facing so many guns and over 100 people, would dare to charge forward and throw flying knives. Stop standing there. Quickly shoot before she gets closer, Zhu Xiao shouted in a panic. The gunmen finally reacted, but it had only been a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, and now they were within 20 meters of her. If she got any closer, they wouldn't dare to fire indiscriminately. Tat tat tat. The fire of the submachine guns erupted, but Ning Zimo knew she could not outrun the bullets, so she rolled in advance and took cover behind a machine tool. Ding ding ding. The bullets rained down like a storm, clashing against the metal and producing a cacophony of violent sounds. Sparks flew, and the hail of bullets intensified. Everyone, charge. Once we get close, they won't be able to shoot. Zhao Zhong, witnessing Ning Zimo in peril, felt a surge of urgency and rallied his men to advance. Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. It was none other than Yi Fan. Brother Fan? Zhao Zhong and the others were puzzled, unsure of Yi Fan's intentions. Ning Zimo, hidden behind the machine tool and frightened, called out, Yi Fan, don't stand there. It's dangerous. Yi Fan stood right in the middle of both factions. If bullets were to fly towards Zhao Zhong and his men, Yi Fan would undoubtedly be the first to be hit. Yet, Yi Fan simply burped, somewhat displeased, and said, wouldn't it be better to wait until I finish eating before we start fighting? Seriously, can't you choose a better time? Brother Fan, I know you're skilled, but don't be impulsive. They have guns. We need to charge together and break their formation, Zhao Zhong urged. No need. Yi Fan replied succinctly. Why not? Zhao Zhong hesitated, wondering if the man had some other clever plan. Before they could inquire further, Yi Fan suddenly sprang into action. To everyone's surprise, Yi Fan did not charge at the enemy. Instead, he turned back and ran toward Zhao Zhong. Brother Fan, you? Zhao Zhong was about to ask when he suddenly felt something in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a half-eaten box of dumplings and a chopstick. Stunned, Zhao Zhong realized that Yi Fan had come back to hand him the dumplings. When he looked up again, Yi Fan was already striding confidently towards the enemy ranks. His gait appeared utterly relaxed, completely unfazed by the presence of over a dozen assault rifles. Brother Fan, be careful, Zhao Zhong and the others shouted. Ning Zimo's heart raced, aching to rush out and fight alongside him, yet fearing that her interference might disrupt his strategy. This guy, does he look down on us? A few gunmen, seeing Yi Fan approach so directly, began to sneer. However, as they presumed Yi Fan was walking to his doom, he suddenly quickened his pace. He was running towards them. Shoot him! Open fire! A shout rang out, and the gunmen began to fire at Yi Fan. Bullets swarmed toward him like locusts, forming a dense rain of lead that seemed to envelop him entirely. Yet, inexplicably, Yi Fan's movements remained unaffected. The bullets fell upon him like harmless drizzle, allowing him to traverse through unscathed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was already within arm's reach of them. His face was cold, resembling a divine warrior, surveying the armed men with an imposing presence. The crowd was stunned. How could he have closed the distance so quickly? Before they could process it, Yi Fan raised the other chopstick he had not discarded. In his hand, it resembled a dagger. As he approached one of the gunmen, he thrust the chopstick into the man's throat. Blood erupted from the gunman's neck. Chapter 72. The young lady's paramour. Damn it. Kill him, shoot him. Zhu Xiao and the others felt a surge of fear, cold sweat streaming down their brows. Unfortunately, an overwhelming sense of pressure seemed to weigh heavily on each person's heart, rendering their bodies stiff as if burdened by a heavy stone. In stark contrast, Yi Fan moved like a whirlwind among the gunmen, and after 3 swift rotations, every last one of them was left gushing blood from their throats. A single chopstick had transformed into an unstoppable instrument of death. The floor was littered with bullets, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Yet nothing could hinder Yi Fan as he effortlessly cut through the enemy ranks, dispatching all the gunmen with ease. Hey, for you! Yi Fan tossed the blood-stained chopstick aside and bent down to pick up 2 submachine guns, tossing them towards Zhao Zhong and his men. The 2 quick-witted men caught the guns and immediately aimed them at the members of the 3 factions. How is this possible? He should have been hit by bullets. Wu Zhen thought he was hallucinating. Unbelievable. No, don't shoot. Zhu Xiao paled at the sight of the guns directed at them, his face ashen. The tides of battle shifted dramatically in less than 15 seconds. Ning Zimo stood up from behind the machine tool, staring in a daze at the scene before her, as if lost in a dream. Ye Fan, however, did not appear overly exhilarated. Dispatching this group was merely a trivial feat for him. He quietly approached the woman, smiling. Sister Ning, it's your turn to take charge now. Deal with those who must be dealt with. Do not show mercy. Ning Zimo's bright eyes sparkled as they remained fixed on the man, utterly unable to look away. She knew Yi Fan was formidable, but she had never imagined he would possess such extraordinary strength. Facing a dozen submachine guns aimed at him, with bullets raining down, he navigated through the chaos with ease, even using a chopstick to eliminate all the gunmen. It was common for anyone, even in the presence of a single gun, to instinctively feel immense fear. To remain unyielding and not surrender when faced with such firepower was commendable. Yet Yi Fan treated the hail of bullets as child's play. What kind of indomitable mental fortitude and strength did that require? Zhao Zhong and the others from the purple bamboo forest gazed at Yi Fan with fervent admiration. Brother Zhao, no wonder you hold Brother Fan in such high regard. He is truly a god. Damn, that felt good. No wonder he is the young lady's paramour. Zhao Zhong playfully smacked the back of one of his comrades' heads, chiding, Stop spouting nonsense, be careful. Brother Fan might get upset. With Yi Fan as their formidable psychological pillar, the group relaxed and burst into laughter. Yi Fan walked over to Zhao Zhong, smiling. Now, hand over the dumplings. Oh, here you go. Zhao Zhong hurriedly handed over the meal box. Yi Fan, using the remaining chopstick, skewered a dumpling and continued to devour it with gusto. The fact that he had killed over a dozen people did nothing to diminish his appetite. At this moment, Ning Zimo stepped to the center of the venue and declared, Meihua Hall, LVLV Hall, and Lanhua Hall. These three factions have aided the traitor Zhu Xiao in fracturing the Zizuland. Such actions constitute a grave betrayal of our gang. According to our rules, the three traitors, Wu Jian, Zhang Xiao, and Yu Shaoqing, have the right to take their own lives. Zhu Xiao, your intent to murder the former president marks you as an irredeemable scoundrel. Today, I must personally execute you. Upon hearing that they were to be killed, Wu Jian and the others naturally fell into a state of panic, shouting, Don't just stand there. There are guns on the ground. Quickly, pick them up and fight back. However, the members of the three factions were already trembling in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Yi Fan. He was casually eating dumplings, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze unfathomably cold and deep. President, we were wrong. Spare U.S. President, we acted in a moment of confusion. Please forgive us. Several gang members dropped to their knees, beginning to pledge their allegiance to Ning Zimo. Once one person took the lead, the others quickly followed suit, surrendering and dropping their weapons, eager to bow down to Ning Zimo. She had no intention of killing too many. After all, most of them were merely following the leader to make a living, without much thought. Those who submit to me will be dealt with leniently. Those who wish to die alongside them can do as they please. Ning Zimo said coldly, her words. Nearly all the members from the three factions knelt down, for none wished to die in vain. They were merely trying to make a living, akin to going to work. In an instant, Zhu Xiao, Wu Jian, Zhang Xiao, and Qingyi found themselves as mere powerless figures, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Ning Zimo, think this through. Don't think we're without support. Do you believe I have no backing? Who do you think provided me with guns and hired guns? Zhu Xiao shouted, his voice trembling. Ning Zimo approached them step by step, her cold eyes shining like a chilling moon. You need not say more. I already know. It's the Tiesua gang that has provided you with manpower. Isn't it? Zhu Xiao's complexion changed. You? How do you know? Do you truly believe I spend all my time at IT House, oblivious to everything happening outside? The remnants of the Tiesua gang, led by Yu Hanlong, have sent people to Australia more than once. I merely turned a blind eye, thinking you lacked the audacity. Out of a flicker of familial affection, I refrained from killing you then. Yet you repay my kindness with malice, nearly bringing about my demise and that of my loyal brothers. At this, Zhu Zhao's legs buckled, and he cried out, Cousin, I was wrong. Spare me for the sake of our familial bond. Cough! Before Zhu Xiao could finish, a flying knife had already embedded itself in his forehead. Zhu Xiao fell backward, eyes wide, as life slipped away. This scene utterly terrified Wu Jian and the others, who hurriedly knelt on the ground, almost prostrate as they cried out, President, Old Wu, may not have great accomplishments, but I have made my share of efforts. Please spare my life, Wu Jian pleaded. Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, devised a plan and shouted, President, I know the secrets between Zhu Xiao and the Tiesua gang. I can redeem my guilt. Ning Zimo responded with an intrigued, Oh, Do tell. Zhang Xiu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly said, "The reason Yu Hanlong of the Tiesua gang dares to act so arrogantly is not only due to his backing from the Taijiang gang, but also because he has connections with a South Asian arms dealer. Someone they call the Jungle Arms Dealer. The Tiesua gang has even ordered a batch of military weapons, which are far beyond the level of these submachine guns. They are acquiring heavy artillery, which even standard SWAT teams might not have in their arsenal. I don't know what they plan to do with those weapons, but it's certainly ISNT for self-defense. That Yu Hanlong must have grand ambitions." Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes. "He wants to buy heavy weapons? Does he have that much money? Given the strict gun control laws in Xia country, acquiring even a standard rifle requires substantial funds and several hurdles. It cannot be compared to the ease in European and American countries. Therefore, weapons like rocket launchers and heavy machine guns are by no means obtainable for just hundreds of thousands. It is normal for the cost to reach millions, considering the need to purchase matching ammunition. The Tiesua gang is relatively new to the scene, with limited business in the underworld, thus their funds cannot compare to the Baisha gang and Zizuland." Chapter 0073. The Strongest Expert. Precisely because they lack sufficient funds, they plan to use Zhu Xiao to tear us apart, hoping to profit from the chaos. Once he gathers enough money to purchase that batch of weapons, I fear he intends to pull off a grand scheme in Huahai. Zhang Xiu stated. "Nonsense. Does he dare to engage in a firefight with heavy weapons, thinking the state won't intervene?" Zhao Zhong and the others were entirely unconvinced. "He certainly dares," Zhang Xiu asserted. "Once our Zizuland collapses and the Baisha gang is directly swept away by his overwhelming firepower, there will be only the Tiesua gang left in Huahai. Do you think the state will send troops to eliminate the Tiesua gang as well? Certainly not. That would create too much of a stir. The ultimate choice would be to allow the Tiesua gang to unify the underground forces of Huahai to maintain social stability." The atmosphere fell silent as Ning Zimo furrowed her brows. Clearly caught off guard by the significant conspiracy hidden behind this rebellion involving the Tiesua gang. "President, I've shared everything I know. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself," Zhang Xiu pleaded. Ning Zimo smiled faintly. "Zhang Xiu, how is it that you know so much?" Zhang Xiu was taken aback, rendered speechless. "Because you are the one who has truly been in deep communication with Yu Hanlong. Aren't you? You first betrayed me, and now you betray Yu Hanlong. You truly are the epitome of a fence-sitter." Ning Zimo looked at him with disdain. Zhang Xiu's face flushed. "No, it's not." Ning Zimo lost interest in hearing more from him, executing 3 swift motions and sending 3 flying knives that simultaneously struck down Zhang Xiu and his companions. As the 3 faction leaders fell into a pool of blood, the remaining members of the 3 factions cried out even more fervently for mercy from the president. However, Ning Zimo had lost interest in what would happen next. With a faint smile on her face, she approached Yifan and said, "Stop eating dumplings. I know of a nice place nearby. Let me treat you to a proper meal. I've already finished." Yifan tossed the empty box aside. "Then consider it a favor to your elder sister. Thank you for coming to help me today. A little courtesy is in order." Ning Zimo winked. Yifan glanced at the gang members still crying and begging for the president's mercy, smiling as he asked, "Is it all over? What about those people? Leave them to Xiao Zhao and the others. I can't possibly attend to every traitor," Ning Zimo replied. Yifan thought for a moment, chuckled, and jumped down from the machine, saying, "Well then, looks like Sister Ning will have to bear the cost again." "Humph, do you think I haven't already spent enough on you?" Ning Zimo shot him a flirtatious glance before stepping forward to take Yifan's hand. Leading him outside, Yifan felt a strange sensation as she held his hand and said, "Sister Ning, usually it's the man who holds the girl's hand. It's not common for a woman to hold a man's. Consider it me pursuing you. Is that acceptable?" Ning Zimo replied. Yifan found it amusing. Yet how could a man be pursued by a woman? He decisively pulled her closer, wrapping an arm around her waist and gently supporting her slender frame. "I am not a pretty boy. If anyone is doing the pursuing, it should be me pursuing you, understand?" Yifan leaned down, whispering close to her delicate ear. Ning Zimo's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of sweetness. It was the first time a man had taken such initiative with her. Ning Zimo responded joyfully. Minutes later, Yifan and Ning Zimo arrived at a modestly decorated night market stall. Although it wasn't yet late-night snack time, many patrons were already gathered, mostly in small groups, enjoying beers and engaging in lively conversation. After quickly ordering, Ning Zimo remarked, "The 13-spice crayfish here is quite good, and the grilled skewers are quite flavorful too. These are recommendations from some of my subordinates." Yifan, indeed still feeling hungry, found himself looking forward to the meal. "Sister Ning, what else have your brothers told you about good places to eat?" Yifan asked with a smile. Ning Zimo's expression showed a hint of exasperation. They all think I spend too much time at the tea house and should get out more, so they always tempt me with places that are fun or delicious. However, being alone, I don't wish to roam around. You could bring Xiao Zhao and the others along, Yifan suggested. What is the point of being with them? I see them every day. Why would I want to eat with them? Ning Zimo shot him a glare. I just want to be with someone special, but unfortunately, that someone doesn't think much of me and refuses to take me out for a meal. Yifan felt awkward and embarrassed, realizing he had indeed been intentionally avoiding Ning Zimo, but having thought it through this time, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Really? Will you truly stop avoiding me? Would I lie to you? If I make a promise, you can trust that I will keep it, Yifan affirmed. Ning Zimo supported her chin on the table, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at him. Why, Yifan? What's come over you? Weren't you the one who said you didn't want to get too deeply involved with me? Yifan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled the smoke, narrowing his eyes. Sister Ning, I was indeed weary before, wanting to rest properly without concerning myself with all the chaos around me. I just wanted to earn some money through ordinary labor and use that money to support the children in welfare homes. Though it's a small effort, it makes me feel fulfilled. However, recent events have led me to realize that there are certain aspects in which I remain rather youthful. The tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Rather than hide and evade, I would rather confront things forthrightly, regardless of the consequences. You are the first person I encountered upon my return to Xiagua, as well as the first I came to know, and you truly hold great significance in my life. Ning Zimo, visibly moved, gently pressed her red lips together, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mist. After a delicate inhale, she playfully chided, "Am I merely the first person you met? Is my worth in your heart so trivial?" Yifan scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Your worth is quite substantial. Did you not notice my concern for you? I rushed over without even having dinner." With a chuckle, Ning Zimo shot him a glance, just as the waiter arrived with their dishes. "Glutton, the crayfish has arrived. Let us indulge," she declared. Yifan eagerly donned a pair of disposable gloves and began his feast, while Ning Zimo observed him with a smile, refraining from picking up her own utensils, For someone who is so bewildered, you certainly displayed remarkable skill in the workshop just now. How could someone like you possibly lead an ordinary life? Those with great abilities are destined to achieve great things. Gold will inevitably shine. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond people, there are more people, and my abilities are but trivial, Yifan replied, shaking his head while peeling shrimp. At the very least, you are the most formidable person I have ever encountered. It's my first time witnessing someone navigate through so many bullets, Ning Zimo exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Pray tell, Yifan, who is the strongest expert you have ever met? Share it with me, so that I may broaden my horizons. Chapter 0074. Military Training. Yifan licked his lips, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. The strongest expert, you say? I do not even know her name. I simply called her fairy sister because she resembled a celestial being. Fairy sister? Ning Zimo replied, her displeasure evident. What nonsense are you spouting? Surely you are not infatuated with some beauty. Yifan shook his head, bemused. Let us not dwell on that. I am as perplexed as you are. I encountered her just once, and then she vanished as if into thin air. I cannot even ascertain if she is a deity. Though Ning Zimo feigned skepticism, she believed him, for Yifan's expression was earnest. Before long, Yifan had nearly devoured a small plate of crayfish. Noticing that Ning Zimo had yet to touch her chopsticks, he inquired, Ning Jia, are you truly not going to eat? Ning Zimo, seemingly preoccupied, replied, Go ahead and eat. I am not hungry, da. Yifan pondered for a moment and asked, Are you worried about the Iron Lock Gang? With a sigh, Ning Zimo did not deny it. The Iron Lock Gang is backed by the Iron Palm Gang, and they have recently acquired a new batch of arms, making them increasingly difficult to guard against. But that's nothing. The White Shark Gang has the Golden Eagle sect behind it, yet they do not appear particularly formidable. Yifan remarked while biting into a lamb skewer. That is not the case. The connection between the White Shark Gang and the Golden Eagle sect is tenuous at best, having faded with the generations. However, Yu Hanlong of the Iron Lock Gang is a disciple of the Iron Palm Gang's leader, and the depth of their relationship and support is entirely different, Ning Zimo began to explain. In this day and age, ancient martial sects have largely faded from the public eye, unlike in ancient times when they thrived. Nevertheless, these hidden martial sects still need to sustain their disciples and ensure the continuation of their lineage. which naturally requires substantial funding. Some prestigious sects have flourished by developing tourism, establishing companies, and branding themselves, all while continuing to recruit disciples and subtly pass on martial arts knowledge. Yet, there are smaller sects like the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm Gang, which possess ancient martial roots but lack the resources and connections necessary for recognition. When the state selects elite martial artists for military service, they are often overlooked. Consequently, many gangs have emerged, each backed by ancient martial artists. Which explains the rapid rise of the Iron Lock Gang. Yi Fan nodded, listening as if he were being told a story. Ning Zimo, her expression grave, said, "If it were just the Iron Palm Gang, I would not be afraid, as they would hesitate to support Yu Hanlong too openly for fear of drawing the state's attention. However, if Yu Hanlong acquires heavy weaponry from that jungle arms dealer, then it would indeed pose a significant problem." Yi Fan grinned. "Ningjia, you need not worry. The concerns you harbor will not come to pass." Ning Zimo, intrigued, asked, "Why? Do you believe he cannot gather enough funds? Even if he possesses the means to acquire weaponry? I assure you that as long as I am present, Zizuland will remain safe." Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, though his gaze conveyed a seriousness that brooked no jest. Ning Zimo seemed encouraged by the man's confidence. Nodding with a smile, for she had witnessed Yi Fan's capabilities before in critical moments, he proved to be quite dependable. By the way, once you finish eating, accompany me back to the Zai tea house. I need your assistance with something. What is it? It's quite late, Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. Ning Zimo smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when we arrive now. Eat a bit more. Later that night, shortly after 10, Yi Fan drove back to the Zai tea house with Ning Zimo. The tea house had already closed for the night, and outside stood 2 rows of stern-faced men, all robust and youthful, in their 20s or early 30s. Zhao Zhong, leading the group, bowed deeply as they approached. "Young Miss, Brother Fan," Ning Zimo asked, "Xiao Zhao, have the bodies been dealt with?" "Rest assured, young miss, all has been bagged and sunk to the riverbed with stones. The current will carry them far out to sea. And there will be no issues," Zhao Zhong assured her. "Are those whom I instructed you to select all present?" Ning Zimo scanned the formidable men gathered. Zhao Zhong nodded. "Yes, young Mississippi, these individuals have seen battle, are loyal to Zizuland and you, and we have excluded the older ones. Most of these brothers have military backgrounds or have risen through the ranks in the streets, known for their fighting prowess." "Excellent. Let us proceed to the tea house's backyard." "Yes, young miss." The group responded in unison. Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, "Ningjia, what are you planning?" Ning Zimo replied, "I feel the current situation is becoming increasingly perilous, so I intend to select a group of individuals and focus on enhancing their combat abilities to prepare for future challenges." Under Ning Zimo's guidance, they arrived at a small garden behind the tea house, where a patch of brick-paved ground lay, seemingly devoid of purpose. In reality, this was a training ground for martial arts practitioners within Zizuland. Ning Zimo turned to Yi Fan and inquired, "What do you think of these brothers' abilities?" Yi Fan, having guessed her intentions, pondered for a moment before saying, "On average, each one could probably take down 7 or 8 ordinary individuals. They are decent. These are the most elite among our Zizuland brothers, and you find them merely decent. It appears we have become quite weak," Ning Zimo remarked, her tone somewhat disheartened. Yi Fan, speaking plainly, replied, "When I say decent, I am being generous. In truth, they merely possess a bit of strength and are not much different from ordinary people." Upon hearing this, the 20 or so robust men present felt a sense of indignation. Yet, with Ning Zimo in attendance and Yi Fan's formidable presence, none dared to voice their objections. Ning Zimo, perceiving their discontent, smiled and said, "Yi Fan claims you are quite ordinary. Do you wish to prove him wrong?" "Yes," several men shouted in response. "Very well, I shall give you the opportunity. All of you come forth and surround Yi Fan, and do not hold back. For each of you that lands a hit on Yi Fan, I will reward you with 1,000 yuan, Ning Zimo commanded. Yi Fan, taken aback, thought, "This woman is offering no time for preparation. Does she intend to use me to train her soldiers?" Hearing the promise of a reward, the men eagerly eyed Yi Fan, ready to charge. "Brother Fan, forgive us for our rudeness, Brother Fan." This is what the young miss commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched their assault on Yi Fan. Chapter 0075. Simple movements. Yi Fan sighed. He had just finished eating, yet here he was, about to engage in a skirmish. However, with their fists coming at him, he had no choice but to deal with the onslaught. The first assailant approached with a flying kick, but Yi Fan simply stepped back, grasped the leg, and effortlessly tossed the 140 to 50-pound man onto 2 others. Ouch! The 3 men tumbled to the ground, a chaotic heap. Immediately after, Yi Fan seized a fist aimed at him and, with a smooth motion, hurled that man several meters away. Yi Fan's movements were fluid, his body seemingly gliding as he adeptly evaded attacks and countered by using their own strength against them. His reluctance to engage offensively stemmed from a desire to avoid harming them. Otherwise, he could have easily incapacitated them. In just a few exchanges, all the men surrounding him found themselves seated on the ground or attempting to rise. The group stared in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe as they regarded Yi Fan. Zhao Zhong shook his head in amazement, recognizing that Yi Fan's strength was on a completely different level than theirs. Ning Zimo, however, was not surprised. After all, Yi Fan had the ability to dodge bullets, making it impossible for these men to land a hit on him. Today, I specifically invited Yi Fan to come over and provide guidance for you all. You must cherish this opportunity, for as you have witnessed, Yi Fan's prowess is indeed formidable, Ning Zimo stated with utmost seriousness. Please, Brother Fan, enlighten us. A group of men fervently shouted in unison. Yi Fan felt a wave of headache wash over him and whispered to Ning Zimo. Sister Ning, this is quite a predicament. Ning Zimo was taken aback. Why? Are you unwilling to assist with such a trivial task? Sharing your cultivation experience could greatly expedite the growth of my elite team. Yi Fan replied, It's not that I refuse to help, but rather that their current level is too rudimentary. They would surely struggle to endure my cultivation methods, then devise a training method they can comprehend. For instance, if you were a university student, you would provide them with elementary school textbooks. Surely, that poses no issue? Ning Zimo suggested. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in contemplation. How about this? I will demonstrate a movement, and you all shall replicate it. If you can manage to perform it 10 times in a day, then that will suffice as your training. Ning Zimo blinked. 1 movement? 10 repetitions? That seems rather trivial. The others echoed her confusion, finding it akin to child's play. Yi Fan chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further. First, watch me perform it once, then attempt it yourselves. With that, he stepped into the center of the arena. The spotlight illuminating his serious demeanor, he began by lifting one leg while the other remained grounded, simultaneously extending the raised leg backward and leaning his torso forward, bending the standing leg at a remarkably subtle angle. Crucially, Yi Fan's arms also contorted into peculiar angles, his wrists and forearms twisting. In essence, it appeared that he executed a single movement, yet every part of his body was in motion. Once he completed the pose and returned to his original stance, he noticed the onlookers were staring at him in a daze. Did you all manage to remember that? A chorus of bewildered expressions greeted him, but Ning Zimo, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts as a practitioner of ancient weaponry, nodded and said, Let me give it a try. The woman stepped into the center, attempting to imitate Yi Fan's posture, balancing on one foot while raising the other behind her. No. Your hands did not extend simultaneously, and your legs did not bend in unison. If every detail is not executed concurrently, the effect will not be achieved, Yi Fan promptly pointed out. Ning Zimo frowned and attempted several more times. But each time she overlooked certain details. Yi Fan patiently guided her, identifying each oversight. After numerous attempts, Ning Zimo finally managed a relatively complete movement on her 29th try. At this point, she was drenched in perspiration, her face flushed and panting heavily. Yes, that's it. Upon witnessing her success, Yi Fan smiled and nodded approvingly. As Ning Zimo relaxed, she nearly stumbled and fell. Astonished, she gazed at her trembling hands and somewhat unsteady legs, murmuring, How is this possible? Even after running 15 kilometers in half an hour, I have never felt this exhausted. Brother Fan, what on earth is happening? How can this one movement be so taxing? Zhao Zhong inquired from the side. Ning Zimo, equally perplexed, gasped, Why do I feel as though I am on the verge of collapse? I haven't even engaged in any intense exercise. Observing the bewildered expressions of the group, Yi Fan took his time to respond, lighting a cigarette and settling onto a stone bench. Once the surroundings fell silent, he posed a question. Do you know how many muscles the human body comprises? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in ignorance. 639. Yi Fan scanned the group, patiently explaining. These over 600 muscles are composed of 60 billion muscle fibers, with the longest being 60 centimeters and the shortest merely 1 millimeter. Showcasing a vast disparity, muscles account for roughly 40% of our body weight, meaning that if you aim to enhance your strength, muscle training constitutes a significant portion. Moreover, muscle is relatively easy to develop. Ning Zimo pondered for a moment and remarked, Are you suggesting that this movement is intended for muscle training? More precisely, it serves to master muscle control, Yi Fan clarified. Just as humans utilize less than 1/10 of their brain capacity, we do not fully control or utilize our muscles. Typically, we can only access 40 to 60% of our muscle strength, and even during endurance activities, our muscles can only withstand up to 90% of their maximum capacity. In truth, we do not genuinely command our own bodies. Most individuals live their lives unaware of their physical state. To strengthen oneself, one must first comprehend the nature of their own body, and thus, mastering muscle control is essential. After finishing his cigarette, Yifan extinguished it and rose, stating, "The movement I demonstrated is a simplified version of my own training routine, designed to target specific large muscle groups. However, if you can perform it 10 times daily and gradually increase to 100, then 1,000, your bodies will undergo a qualitative transformation. The strength of a single muscle is limited, but the combined power of hundreds of muscles is entirely different. It is not merely additive." Though Yifan expressed these words, he did not genuinely believe that they could achieve 1,000 repetitions. Even reaching 100 would be miraculous. Ning Zimo and the others were incredulous, pondering how such a challenging movement could be a simplified version. If Su Qingxue were present, she would likely recognize it as the chaotic and intricate dance of demons Yifan had performed during his morning workout. However, when Yifan executed it, the pace was rapid and the complexity was several times greater. This unnamed routine, crafted by Yifan, possessed a depth and intricacy of training far beyond anyone's imagination. After a moment of astonishment, Yifan diligently guided Ning Zimo to master the movement, knowing he could not supervise the group daily. Ultimately, it was vital for Ning Zimo to learn it before teaching the others. The 20-some robust young men began to imitate the movement, but after only a few attempts, they were gasping for breath. They finally grasped the truth in Yifan's words. Their muscles indeed held far more untapped potential than they had realized. As the clock struck midnight, Yifan prepared to leave, but Ning Zimo insisted he stay. "Don't go. It's so late. Can't you spend the night here? I promise I won't bite," she said with a hint of sorrow. Yifan chuckled inwardly, thinking it wasn't fear of her, but rather concern for himself. However, upon reflection, returning home at such a late hour would indeed be inconsiderate to Ning Zimo. He decided he would drive back in the morning and pick up Su Qingxue for work. Although he had enjoyed a hearty meal at the Zai tea house, he had never actually stayed overnight. The tea house was tranquil at night, the air imbued with a subtle fragrance of tea mingling with the scent of natural wood. Ning Zimo led him to an elegantly appointed room and opened a door to reveal a large bathtub filled with water. "I had some sea salt and herbal medicine added. I hope you don't mind." She smiled as she spoke, while Yifan inhaled the aroma wafting from the tub and replied cheerfully, "I really only need a quick rinse. It seems too extravagant to soak in." Ning Zimo laughed charmingly. "What is there to hesitate about? If it weren't for your assistance today, our purple bamboo grove would have been ruined. I must reward you in some small way. Otherwise, my brothers will have something to say." Yifan interjected, "There is no need for such talk in the future. We are all on the same side. There is no distinction between helping or not." "Who said we're on the same side? You just trying to get close to me," Ning Zimo teased, turning to exit the room. However, just as she was about to leave, Yifan seized her delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, and as she tilted her head up, she found Yifan gazing down at her intently. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Sister Ning, since we are not merely comrades, this tub of water surely does not suffice as a reward." Ning Zimo's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she asked, "Then, how do you intend to reward me?" Yifan said nothing further, simply lifting her in a princess carry and striding towards the bathtub. Realizing his intentions, Ning Zimo's heart raced, and she squirmed, pleading, "Yifan, don't." "What? You were always the one initiating before. Why the reluctance today? Were your past invitations merely deceit?" Yifan questioned, lowering his head, his tone grave. "Of course not," Ning Zimo hurriedly replied, biting her lip. I mean, I'm still in my clothes, and no worries. You can enter the water in your clothes. It will only become semi-transparent, appearing even more alluring." Yifan winked at her. Ning Zimo felt her face grow warm, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "You little rascal. You've been wanting to do this all along. Haven to you. Why did you hold back before?" Yifan paused momentarily, then hastened to the edge of the bathtub and tossed Ning Zimo into the water. Splash! Water erupted everywhere, drenching her completely, even submerging her head. "How rude! What are you doing?" Ning Zimo emerged from the water, shaking the droplets from her hair, ready to complain about Yifan's lack of gentility, only to find him leaning over the tub, his hands propped on the edge, his gaze penetrating as he looked at her. Their gazes locked, Ning Zimo stood there, momentarily entranced, perplexed by the man's profound demeanor. Yi Fan, with a tender hand, gently swept aside the damp strands of hair that clung to her forehead, caressing her delicate, rosy-cheeked face. His touch was meticulous, imbued with affection and tenderness, causing Ning Zimo to instinctively part her rosy lips, revealing a vulnerable and endearing expression. "Why do you endure this?" Yi Fan suddenly smiled softly. Leaning in to plant a gentle kiss upon her crimson lips, Ning Zimo felt as though struck by lightning, her body freezing momentarily. This was Yi Fan's first kiss with her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Because, when I made this decision, it meant, you will forever be my woman, until death do us part." The room fell silent. Ning Zimo held her breath, listening intently to his words, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion that threatened to engulf her thoughts. She sensed the depth of his love, but a slight fear crept in, as if she had fallen into the grasp of a demon, knowing that any betrayal would lead to merciless destruction. Yet, she could never betray him, for everything she had longed for in the past 2 years was embodied in this moment. Throughout her life, she had dismissed countless suitors until she encountered Yi Fan, and for over 2 years, he had occupied her every thought. How could she possibly betray him? "I am willing," she declared, her damp hands encircling his neck, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she added, "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew I would never regret it." Yi Fan gazed at her with a complex expression for a moment before breaking into an easy smile. Dissipating the tension in the room, he seemed to revert to his usual self, casually beginning to remove his clothing. This sudden shift made Ning Zimo question her own perception. The man moments ago seemed like a different person altogether. "Ninger, shift a bit, so I can hold you while we soak." "Ninger? Yes, didn't you say that your grandfather and mother both call you Ninger? Am I mistaken?" Yi Fan inquired. Ning Zimo's expression brightened. He had chosen to call her by her nickname instead of addressing her as sister, which he understood to signify a shift in their relationship from siblings to something more intimate. "No, you remembered correctly that I like it when you call me that," she replied bashfully, shifting slightly to allow him to settle into the bathtub. Soon enough, Yi Fan unashamedly joined her in the warm water, assisting in removing her clothing until she was entirely bare. They nestled together in the fragrant embrace of the bath, the steam enveloping them in a sweet atmosphere that left Ning Zimo's cheeks flushed and intoxicated. She anticipated his hands roaming over her, yet to her surprise, he merely held her close, offering nothing more. Time passed, and Yi Fan gently took one of her hands, scrutinizing it carefully. "Why, hands are beautiful, aren't they?" Ning Zimo asked proudly. Yi Fan nodded, admiring her delicate hands. "Indeed, they are exquisite. No wonder you excel in the art of throwing knives, which requires such skill. I didn't know you could compose poetry," she replied coyly. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before stating, "The person you apprenticed under was known as Bai Li Fei Dao, correct?" "Yes, back when I was in my family, he was a guest elder of the Ning clan. Renowned for his prowess, he claimed my hands were suited for throwing knives, and as a woman, I was particularly apt for this ancient martial art. However, he passed away shortly after teaching me," Ning Zimo recounted. Yi Fan shook his head, chuckling lightly. "A master? At that level, it hardly qualifies as mastery." Ning Zimo was about to retort but reconsidered, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Though you think everyone is as formidable as you? In my eyes, my master was indeed a master," she replied wistfully. "Why the sudden mention of throwing knives?" Yi Fan commented casually. "While your technique appears impressive, it lacks lethality and explosive power, and the variations are too limited. This is connected to your foundational skills in ancient martial arts. To advance further, modifications are necessary, and your internal energy must also progress to truly embody the elusive and unpredictable nature of throwing knives." Ning Zimo suddenly realized something, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Internal energy? You will teach me the methods of internal cultivation? Now that you are my woman, your treatment must certainly improve," he teased. Ning Zimo pouted. "So you didn't think much of me before? Training isn't a trivial pursuit. I merely wish for you to better protect yourself in the future, so, do you wish to learn?" Yi Fan inquired with a smile. "Of course, I want to learn. But I've heard that most internal cultivation techniques today are largely incomplete, and each style is precious, with families reluctant to share their secrets." Yi Fan nodded. "That is correct. But fundamentally, the main reason is that most individuals cannot master internal energy and spend their lives searching for the sensation. Finding the sensation is akin to solving a mathematical problem. If you cannot identify the key point, some may never discover the answer. Cultivating internal energy follows the same principle. First, you must comprehend its true essence. Then, guided by that understanding, search for the sensation. Without it, even the most powerful techniques, like the Shaolin Jing, are merely useless scraps of paper in the hands of those devoid of talent. Many internal techniques have been lost simply because successors, in their arrogance, could not grasp the essence and failed to find the sensation, deeming them false, leading to neglect. I see. No wonder there were so many ancient masters, yet so few practitioners of ancient martial arts today, Ning Zimo mused, realizing that no one had ever explained this to her before. After all, for most martial artists, cultivating internal energy is a dream, let alone understanding its principles. Society has become increasingly restless, especially with the advent of firearms, which can resolve conflicts without requiring the dedication to ancient martial arts. It's unfortunate that many do not believe that, in the eyes of truly powerful practitioners, firearms are inconsequential. The strength of ancient martial arts far exceeds common understanding, Yifan reflected. Ning Zimo recalled Yifan's effortless navigation through a hail of bullets and remarked earnestly, "Indeed, I've always felt that ancient martial arts must be far from simple. When I practiced throwing knives, I endured countless injuries. My hands pained to the point I wished to sever them, and in the beginning, I saw no hope ahead. How could an ordinary person endure such trials? Yet, I persisted, and if not for my skills with throwing knives, I would have been harmed several times over," Wei Fan continued. "It is precisely because I recognize your tenacity that I intend to teach you internal energy. Whether you succeed depends entirely on you. Is it too late for me to start cultivating at my age?" Ning Zimo asked, concerned. Yifan smiled. Many harbor the misconception that age affects training, but in reality, as long as one's spirit is vibrant, age is irrelevant. Moreover, practicing for 10 years may not yield better results than practicing for just 1 year. The key lies in understanding the techniques. In essence, ancient martial arts rely on talent first, followed by diligence. If you cannot grasp the concepts, no amount of practice will bear fruit. Ning Zimo sighed in relief, but then curiously questioned, "Yifan, what internal technique will you teach me?" "I only know one internal technique, which I practiced previously, called Tian Yi Sheng Shui. My master said this technique was derived from the He-Tu river diagram, as perceived by the legendary Fuxi. Tian Yi Sheng Shui. Di Lu Cheng Ji. Wan Wu Yu Sheng Shu, Dang Sheng Ji Shi Fong Ning Sheng. Wan Wu Yu Cheng Shu, Nung Cheng Ji Shi Fong Ning Cheng. The essence of Tian Yi Sheng Shui refers to one as the source of all life. And this internal technique seeks to trace back to that source, achieving a cyclical process aimed at prolonging the life of the practitioner. It is also a balanced and harmonious internal technique that complements most ancient martial arts, enhancing the power of your throwing knives. He-Tu. Isn't that the diagram drawn from the patterns on the back of the dragon horse seen by Fuxi in the Yellow River? Isn't that a myth?" Ning Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Fan nodded with a smile. "I don't know if it's true or not. That's simply what my master told me." Ning Zimo giggled. "It sounds like something out of Tai Chi. Promoting health as well, but you mentioned this was something you practiced before. Do you not practice it anymore?" Yifan shrugged. "Do I look like someone who practices internal energy? How would I know?" Ning Zimo blinked. Wei Fan replied, "I stopped practicing long ago, and I've already discarded my internal energy." "Why? You discarded your own internal energy?" Ning Zimo asked curiously. "Is it because the technique isn't powerful?" "Not at all. It's simply that I'm currently developing my own techniques, like the movements I demonstrated earlier. Having internal energy complicates experimentation," Yifan explained with a smile. Ning Zimo was perplexed. "Do you believe that your new movements will surpass Tian Yi Sheng Shui?" Yifan shrugged. "I honestly don't know. That's what I'm currently exploring. I want to forge a path that belongs to me, which is why I returned from overseas to live life on my own terms. Life itself is part of one's training. Go find a path that belongs to you. You would discard your internal energy and return to work part-time?" Ning Zimo found it utterly bewildering. Wei Fan nodded earnestly. Although there were multiple reasons for his return home, this was indeed one of his thoughts. In truth, learning to be an ordinary person had brought him many rewards, both in terms of cultivation and in life experiences. A master is a master. Life can be so casual. Ning Zimo hesitated and said, "Then will you pass on your inner strength to me? Would your mastermind?" A flicker of painful reflection crossed Yifan's eyes as he fell silent for a moment before responding. He wouldn't mind, and besides, inner strength is such a thing that, to put it plainly, I can teach you. But you must practice it yourself. It's not as simple as passing it on for everyone to become a master. Noticing that the man seemed to be stirred by some unpleasant memories, Ning Zimo quickly changed the subject. Yifan, the set of movements you created must be quite impressive as well. Aren't you worried about them leaking if you teach it to the brothers of the Zijulin? Yifan chuckled. This is what I worry about even less. First, what I demonstrated was merely a simplified version, far from what I practice myself. Secondly, I dare say I might be the only fool in the world who would willingly waste my inner strength on such external training, who would willingly endure such hardship. Ning Zimo pondered for a moment and realized he had a point. Just a simplified version had left her quite exhausted. She couldn't imagine how much stamina it would take for Yifan to perform the original, complete set. The key was that the man would certainly not limit himself to just one repetition. His intention to perform the movements 10 times was evident from the outset. Is this set of movements specifically designed for muscle training? Ning Zimo inquired. Wai Yifan shook his head. Muscle is merely one part of the human body. I also train the bones. Simply having strong muscles without strong bones to support them is inadequate. Can bones even be trained? Aren't they devoid of nerves and thus uncontrollable? Ning Zimo exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to hear such a thing for the first time. Wai Yifan explained, in theory, yes, but in reality, there are nerves present in the bone marrow and on the bone membrane, albeit underdeveloped. Moreover, bones are part of the human body, derived from the same embryo, and should be treated as such. It is merely that ordinary people find it difficult to grasp. Seeing Ning Zimo's bewilderment, Yifan chose not to elaborate further. After all, if he revealed that he was still researching how to train the blood within his body, she might think he had lost his mind. Hee Ninger, you're truly delightful. Yifan thought it more important to indulge in some playful teasing first. Ning Zimo finally realized where his hands rested, her ears flushing crimson, yet she did not resist. After they finished bathing and donned their sleepwear, they entered Ning Zimo's bedroom. Since they had already been open with each other in the bathtub, she was fully prepared to embrace whatever came next. Approaching the bedside, she opened a drawer of the nightstand, hesitated for a moment, then turned and handed a small box to Yifan. What is this? Yifan took it without looking closely, only to discover its contents. Ning Zimo's face was flushed and she stammered, I know. You don't want children yet, so I prepared this in advance. Wai Yifan chuckled helplessly, Ninger, the production date on this box is from last year. Have you been preparing for so long? Who told you to keep avoiding me? Otherwise, we could have gone through several boxes by now. Do you know how difficult it is to buy something like this without being discovered by others? Ning Zimo replied, exasperated. She had lost count of how many times she had shamelessly asked him to accompany her. The thought of being a young woman pursuing a man while even preparing a little umbrella made her want to shed tears. Yifan, however, tossed the box back into the drawer, gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and said, We don't need this. Ning Zimo paused, her breath quickening as she nervously replied, But I'm not ready yet. There's still so much to do in the guild. Zizhu Lin is facing numerous crises. If I were to become pregnant, wouldn't it be detrimental to our child? I want to provide a stable environment for my child, not a tumultuous childhood. Listening to her cautious thoughts, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you laughing? I don't not want children. It's just too early right now. I truly don't care about titles or marriage. I would willingly have your child even without marriage. I only wish to be quietly by your side. But a woman like me can never be the traditional wife and mother, Ning Zimo lamented. Yifan felt a pang of emotion, yet he found her sentiment amusing. He gently caressed her cheek and said, My dear, what I actually wish to convey is that I don't need this box because we won't be doing that tonight. Ning Zimo sat in stunned silence for a while, her face growing increasingly flushed as she couldn't help but punch Yifan's chest playfully. You little rascal. Why didn't you say that sooner? Do you find it amusing to see me like this? Yifan laughed heartily, pulling her close and planting several kisses on her cheek. All right, darling. I just feel that we should spend more time together and understand each other better before anything else happens. We shouldn't force anything. Let our relationship develop naturally, and when the time is right, we can proceed. All right? Ning Zimo looked at him in surprise, a glimmer of joy in her heart. You really think so? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Do you think I have a problem with my body? Yifan replied with a grin. I thought you didn't care about romance at all. Ning Zimo said, feeling a mix of shyness and happiness. Despite being the president of Zizhu Lin and having grown up in an underground family, it didn't mean she was indifferent to the tender aspects of life. She harbored her own romantic fantasies and wished to experience a beautiful love with the man she liked. Wai Yifan reflected, in the past, I truly didn't see the necessity of dating. But recent events have made me realize that my previous thoughts were misguided. Ning Zimo immediately connected the dots, her expression turning melancholic as she asked, Is it about Feng Yueying? Or have you started dating Su Qingxue? Have you fallen for one of them? Yifan's face turned awkward, puzzled as to why she would bring them up at such a moment. By the way, how do you even know about Su Qingxue? Chapter 79. exploding the gas canister, the most renowned ice-cold beauty in Huanghai, a business genius, and the current owner of your company. How could I not know? However, I heard she is notoriously hard to approach. Otherwise, with her beauty, countless young masters would be lining up to pursue her. The fact that you can be by her side indicates your relationship must be quite good, Ning Zimo remarked with a hint of jealousy. Yifan clicked his tongue, playfully swatting her backside. From now on, don't pry into my affairs like this. If you keep it up, I might get angry. Ning Zimo looked at him with tearful eyes. I don't expect to marry you in the future. Can't I even check on your current situation? Yifan chuckled as he helped her sit on the bed, allowing her to rest on his lap. Even if I were to marry another woman, it wouldn't mean I would leave you, because you are already mine. Selfish and domineering, Ning Zimo teased. Why Yifan didn't he deny it? He lifted her chin with his finger and grinned mischievously. I am that kind of man, which is why I've always kept you at a distance. Unfortunately, this silly little bunny of yours still ended up in the jaws of the big bad wolf. Ning Zimo, feeling playful, suddenly leaned in and kissed Yifan passionately. With a sultry gaze, she declared, I'm willingly yours. I'm sticking with you. Yifan swallowed hard, gazing at her like a beautiful rose. Their eyes locking, the scent of her fragrance surrounded him, making it incredibly difficult to resist. In the room, their heavy breaths lingered for quite some time. Yifan finally steadied his emotions and set her down, saying, let me write down the techniques of my inner strength first and explain them to you. It shouldn't take long. Seeing that he truly had no intention of pursuing anything further, Ning Zimo felt a mix of happiness and slight disappointment, but obediently fetched paper and a pen. Yifan approached a small writing desk, writing while explaining the fundamental principles of Tianyi Shengshui. As for comprehension, that would depend on Ning Zimo herself. After all, each person's body is entirely different, and every discipline requires a unique understanding. The two conversed until 3 in the morning before finally lying down to sleep. In the early morning, around 5, Yifan, having only slept for 2 hours, quietly rose. He actually didn't require much sleep, whereas Ning Zimo, exhausted from the previous day, was sound asleep. Yifan carefully covered her with a blanket before getting dressed. His own clothes hadn't been washed the day before, but Ning Zimo had thoughtfully prepared a new outfit for him. As Yifan left, Zhao Zhong was already waiting at the door. Respectfully seeing him off, goodbye, Brother Fan. You're welcome to visit often, Zhao Zhong said with a smile. Yifan patted his shoulder before driving back to Bailu County. Upon returning to the mansion, he found Su Qingxue having breakfast, while Aunt Jiang, noticing Yifan's arrival, complained lightly, Yifan, you didn't come home last night. Why didn't you at least call? The young lady was worried about you. Yifan froze for a moment, having completely forgotten about that detail, mainly because in the past, when he was alone, there was no one waiting for him at home. Aunt Jiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Who was waiting for him? I was supposed to work until midnight. Su Qingxue's face flushed, feeling wronged as Aunt Jiang's words were quite unfounded, for she typically stayed up late. Certainly, whether one harbors thoughts of a man in their heart is an entirely different matter. Yifan is aware that Aunt Jiang's words are intentionally provocative, yet he seizes the opportunity to respond earnestly, Qingxue, I promise to call you next time. I overlooked it this time, Fu Qingxue, poised to chastise him for his shamelessness. Suddenly notices that the clothes and trousers he wears are different from those he donned yesterday, exuding a distinct scent of perfume. The attire Yifan typically wears to work has been meticulously selected by Su Qingxue herself, and she recognizes that he has indeed changed, and the fragrance is unmistakably feminine. Upon realizing the implications of this, Su Qingxue's expression turns notably frosty, and she disregards him, focusing on her breakfast. Yifan, feeling the chill of her demeanor, finds himself at a loss. Having skipped breakfast himself, he joins her at the table. Once they are ready, the two of them head to the car and set off for the company. Shortly after they start driving, Su Qingxue coldly inquires, those clothes and trousers of yours, did your girlfriend pick them out for you? Yes, Yifan replies. He considers clarifying that it is from another girlfriend, but decides against it, realizing that his reputation in Su Qingxue's eyes is already tarnished beyond repair. Even if he does not expect to win over this icy beauty, he at least wishes for a peaceful parting. What about the outfit I gave you? Su Qingxue asks. Yifan ponders for a moment and responds, it should still be there. I didn't bring it back. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression grows even colder. You went out yesterday to see your girlfriend, didn't you? Yes, she encountered some trouble, Yifan replies with a grin. What kind of trouble requires an entire night? Su Qingxue presses. Yifan hesitates, unsure whether to divulge the truth. As it seems rather complicated and peculiar, it was quite troublesome, and there were a few matters to address. vague and full of lies. I have no interest in whatever you do with women outside. Su Qingxue scoffs. Yi Fan cannot help but mutter under his breath. If you're not interested, why ask? What did you say? Su Qingxue glares at him with wide eyes. Nothing, really nothing. Yi Fan quickly shakes his head. Su Qingxue, fuming, declares, Yi Fan, listen carefully. While I allow you to live in my place, eat my food, and use my things, my tolerance has its limits. If you wear clothes worth that much, then you ought to be capable of buying your own car. Work attire and fueling it to take your girlfriend out, from today onward, unless I give my consent, and outside of work hours, you are not permitted to take my car out, do you understand? Yi Fan finds her reaction bewildering. After all, isn't it merely a matter of work attire and driving? Why the excessive anger? All right, I'll ride my bicycle, is that acceptable? He asks with a smile, I don't care. Just don't use my car to go on dates with women. Su Qingxue shoots him a frosty glare, adding, and don't let anyone from the Zheng family know about your messy affairs. If this affects our contract, be prepared to compensate. Yi Fan nods repeatedly, feeling a heavy sigh within. This early in the morning, it feels like the lid of a gas canister has exploded. And no wonder even Ning Zimo, who doesn't know her at all, remarks that this woman is difficult to deal with. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Chapter 80. Isn't she a doctor? In Huahai City, within the opulent gym of a private club, a muscular man, standing around 1.85 meters tall and clad in boxing gloves, strikes a massive leather punching bag, producing a series of thunderous sounds. His chiseled physique and 8-pack abs resemble sculpted stone. With a face like a chiseled statue and piercing eyes, a scar runs through his short hair, making him all the more striking. Bang, bang, bang. As the punches rain down, a relatively shorter middle-aged man in a suit and tie stands behind him, drenched in cold sweat. You're telling me none of our hired guns returned? And they lost their weapons? Upon hearing the boxer's question, the middle-aged man cautiously responds, yes, boss. Our informant embedded in Zizuland reported that a man named Yi Fan appeared unexpectedly in the workshop last night. With his assistance, Ning Zimo managed to subdue all 3 of our men. The hired guns fired, but none harmed Ning Zimo, and they all perished. Yi Fan. That name sounds familiar. The boxer continues to throw punches, his brow furrowed. The bespectacled man explains, he should be the assistant of Su Qingxue from the Jinxiu group to the time. Zheng Junfeng from the Zheng family brought Ma Jiankou in to stir trouble. But it was Ma Jiankou who ended up injured, all thanks to Yi Fan. This Yi Fan seems to be affiliated with Zizuland and possibly backed by the Jinxiu group. Ning Zimo truly has found herself a capable ally. Yu Hanlong, underestimated her. Indeed, our Iron Lock gang has suffered significant losses this time, especially with that batch of firearms. The bespectacled man laments the financial blow. Yu Hanlong asks, how many days are left before the next arms deal? The bespectacled man retrieves a handheld computer, swiftly calculating, we still need 17 million. Can we raise that before the deal? If we succeed in taking Zizuland, it shouldn't be a problem. But now that Ning Zimo has regained control, we might. Yu Hanlong suddenly bellows, slamming his hands down on the punching bag, causing sand to explode and leather to rupture. His resilient boxing gloves are punctured by his fingers. Fuming, Yu Hanlong turns to the bespectacled man. Seizing his collar and demanding, immediately devise a plan to retrieve that lost batch of firearms, and let us take out that wretched Ning Zimo, that Yi Fan will accompany her to the grave. Observing Yu Hanlong, who resembles a dark tyrant with ironclad hands, the bespectacled man nods fervently, yes, I will think of something immediately. This time, there will be no more mishaps. Control of the entire underground world of Huahai hinges on that batch of firearms. We cannot afford any mistakes. Before the White Shark gang can act, Zizuland must fall. Understood, boss. At the Jinxiu group, as the day's work nears its end, Yi Fan stretches and finally completes a pile of translated documents. He learned from Chinya today that the reason for reviewing so much French material is that Su Qingxue intends to officially enter the European market. She aims to create a unique brand, selling summer-themed clothing, bags, and even home goods to Europeans. One must admit, in the midst of Europe's economic downturn, this woman's plan is exceedingly bold. However, if successful, akin to certain electronic products that have gained international fame, it could elevate the Jinxiu group to a world-class company. Yi Fan glances at his schedule. He still needs to attend the final basketball training session. Though reluctant, he considers that Zhang Chao and his security team seem decent enough, so he decides to join them as a means of making friends. Thus, Yi Fan rises and heads to Su Qingxue's office, intending to request leave so he can return separately. Upon entering, he finds Su Qingxue on the phone with someone quite special, her grandmother. Grandma, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That doctor we couldn't reach before is coming. You must return to Huahai to see her. Su Qingxue appears quite agitated, supporting her forehead with one hand while holding the phone with the other. After a lengthy conversation, it seems her grandmother remains unconvinced, prompting Su Qingxue to plead. Just consider it my request. I know you're saddened by Grandpa's passing, but you must take care of your health. After a while of persuasion, it seems there is still no resolution, and Su Qingxue hangs up the phone. Only then does Yifan inquire, Su, what is the matter with your grandmother? Is she unwell? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you hear? Su Qingxue snaps, her mood clearly soured. What do you want? Yifan thinks to himself that considering her grandmother's health, he can endure being a target of her frustration. I am leaving shortly because I have basketball training with the company, he informs her. You joined the basketball team? Su Qingxue pauses, skeptical. Can you even play basketball? I'll learn on the go. I need to bring glory to the company. Yifan replies, Su Qingxue, seeing through his motives, retorts sarcastically, so it's for the prize money? Then? You're that fond of money? Yifan awkwardly chuckles. This girl certainly lacks tact. Just then, Chinya enters the office. Respectfully announcing, Su, Dr. Flora Caruanada's private plane has arrived in Huahai. It appears she will stay for 2 to 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue displays rare excitement and quickly stands, exclaiming, schedule a meeting immediately, the sooner, the better. Yifan squints. This eccentric character arrives sooner than expected, and he had not anticipated her prominence in Xia country, as even Su Qingxue knows of her. However, considering wealthy individuals, who wouldn't he want to extend their lives a bit longer? Understanding a formidable doctor is certainly worthwhile. Yet, Chinya appears troubled, saying, however, Dr. Ronida has declined all appointments and meetings. Her spokesperson stated that she is simply here to meet old friends and has no intention of offering any medical consultations. Su Qingxue's recent exuberance was immediately doused by a wave of cold reality, as her delicate brows furrowed in concern. How could this be? Isn't she a doctor? Miss Su, please don't lose heart. Dr. Leonida is notoriously temperamental, and she is a luminary across various fields in medicine. Even her students are prominent figures in the medical community. She certainly wouldn't take on patients casually. Every day, countless nobles, celebrities, and affluent magnates seek her favor. If she were to attend to every patient, she would be overwhelmed, Chenya lamented. But my grandmother's condition seems to have worsened. The doctors here are at a loss, and the specialists brought in from America suggest that Dr. Leonida might be our final hope. We couldn't reach her before, but now that she has finally arrived in Huahai, this is a chance bestowed by fate that I cannot let slip away. Su Qingxue asserted. Chenya, equally concerned, replied, Miss Su, let's think of another solution. Didn't she mention wanting to meet an old friend? Perhaps we can investigate which celebrity in Huahai she wishes to see. Yes, please look into it immediately. Su Qingxue nodded. Chenya hurried off to her task, leaving Yifan behind in the office, who, with genuine concern, inquired, Qingxue, what illness does your grandmother have? This is none of your business. Please leave. Su Qingxue dismissed him curtly. Having no desire to engage with the man, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire. Perhaps I could assist. Yifan replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue looked up and declared, pancreatic cancer. Why Yifan was taken aback. This was indeed a grave ailment, and if it were in the advanced stages, it was akin to a death sentence. Well, now that you've told me, can you be treated? Su Qingxue pressed. Why Yifan shook his head, feeling embarrassed as he admitted, I'm not knowledgeable about how to treat this illness. Upon hearing his response, Su Qingxue's already heavy heart sank further. If you don't understand, then kindly leave. What are you asking for? Whether it's basketball or seeking your girlfriend, I simply ask that you do not bother me. I do not wish to see you. Yifan was taken aback by her outburst. He had merely expressed concern. Why was it necessary for her to yell at him? Not one to be a punching bag, he usually tolerated such behavior, but he found himself at his limit. Although puzzled by her sudden hostility, he decided he had endured enough. Fine, I shall take my leave. Just don't regret it, he retorted, suppressing his irritation. After her outburst, Su Qingxue realized she may have overstepped, but for reasons unknown, she found it impossible to address Yifan with civility. The mere sight of him recalled memories of his late nights spent away, engaging in romantic pursuits with other women, leaving her clothing discarded in public. Logically, these matters should not concern her. After all, she was merely the employer and he, the employee. Their relationship was not that of true lovers, yet, with Yifan's cold response, she could not bring herself to apologize. Rest assured when I, Su Qingxue, speak, I never regret my words, she declared stubbornly. Yi Fan shook his head, recognizing her resolve. Having no intention of prolonging the conversation, he turned and exited the office. As he stepped out, Yi Fan received a phone call. Upon answering, a languid voice on the other end greeted him. "Hey, my prince, have you missed me?" Recognizing the Central European lilt in her English, Yi Fan immediately identified the caller. "Spare me the flirtation, Florica, you're old enough to be my grandmother. How can you expect me to tolerate such coquetry?" He chuckled. "It is impolite to mention a lady's age. While you may consider me your elder, you ought not to attack me so," Florica retorted with mild indignation. Yi Fan sighed. "If you are aware that I regard you as my elder, then kindly speak more decorously. Remember to call me Yi Fan, and refrain from using those old titles. Understood? Now that you're retired, dear Yi Fan, where shall we meet? It's been so long since I've seen you." "I miss you dearly," Florica expressed eagerly. "I have some matters to attend to. Let's have dinner together later. You can choose the venue, but please, no bodyguards. I prefer to avoid drawing too much attention," Yi Fan instructed. Florica quickly replied, "I noticed there's a McDonald's not far from my hotel. Shall we dine there? You truly are an ardent fan of junk food. Have you not grown weary of it?" Yi Fan responded with exasperation. "How could I? You have no idea how pitifully deprived I've been. While in America, my assistants and family forbade me from indulging, and now I am absolutely famished," Florica lamented, salivating at the thought. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm but decided to let it be. After confirming the hotel's location and setting a time, he ended the call. Subsequently, Yi Fan made his way to the sales department and entered Feng Yuang's office. The woman was still occupied with work, as she had not yet finished for the day. Upon noticing Yi Fan's presence, she adjusted her slightly disheveled hair and smiled. "What brings you here unexpectedly? Aren't you supposed to be driving for Ms. Su?" Seizing the opportunity while they were alone, Yi Fan approached and cupped her face, planting a kiss on her luscious lips. "Hey, what if someone walks in?" Feng Yuang blushed, flustered. Yi Fan chuckled. "I missed you terribly after just one day apart, so I thought to steal a kiss." "Humph. I doubt that. Didn't you have a delightful lunch with Captain Su? I've heard from Lu Xiaolian and the others that you dine with him daily. Though, I must admit, Captain Su is indeed quite charming," Feng Yuang remarked, eyeing him with a knowing glance. Yi Fan quickly countered. "None can compare to your beauty, Yuang. I simply thought it would be too lonely for Captain Su to dine alone. So why not make friends and share a meal? Perhaps you could join us for lunch in the future. I refuse to be your third wheel. I often eat out at noon and rarely dine in the restaurant." Feng Yuang replied. Internally relieved, Yi Fan thought that if they were to sit together, it would indeed complicate his ability to gaze freely. "What exactly do you need from me?" Feng Yuang inquired, sensing that he had a purpose for his visit. She held a degree of trust in Yi Fan. Moreover, she knew that Su Lingchan was not the type to engage in indiscretions. "I've invited a doctor from America. She has arrived today. We will be having dinner together shortly," Yi Fan explained. "The doctor has arrived? Why didn't you mention this earlier? I must book a decent restaurant to ensure she is well taken care of," Feng Yuang exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just accompany me. I've already made arrangements. You need only meet her as a family member and engage in conversation." Feng Yuang hesitated. "Is that appropriate? Wouldn't it be rude for you to host?" She wouldn't mind these formalities. If you were to book an extravagant restaurant with lavish delicacies, she would certainly be displeased. Feng Yuang, confused, pondered the peculiar nature of this doctor, wondering if she had a preference for humble eateries. An hour and a half later, Yi Fan emerged from the gym after finishing a basketball game and climbed into Feng Yuang's car, heading to the designated meeting place with Florica. Feng Yuang was intrigued, eager to witness Yi Fan's performance. Upon arriving at McDonald's, Feng Yuang was utterly taken aback. The scene before her was entirely different from what she had envisioned. "The dining place you mentioned couldn't possibly be McDonald's, could it?" "Indeed," Yi Fan confirmed with a nod. She is a devoted aficionado of junk food, relishing hamburgers and fries, particularly those of the cheapest variety. When I met her in America, I often saw her devouring several one-burgers from Burger King, just 2 slices of bread with a meat patty and a few pickles, and she'd consume 7 or 8 at a time. Feng Yuang curiously asked, "I heard that doctors in America are quite affluent. Why is your friend so frugal?" "She's not impoverished. Rather, she simply adores this flavor. Having grown up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, the most delightful foods she could access were hamburgers and fries. Though she has since attained wealth, her palate remains unchanged," Yi Fan elucidated. "I see now. She does not consume food but rather indulges in nostalgia," Feng Yuang remarked with a knowing smile. Yi Fan playfully pinched her cheek. Well said. You truly embody the essence of a sales manager. Stop pinching me. It's embarrassing to be seen like this in public. Feng Yueying shyly complained. The two entered McDonald's, scanning the interior until Yifan quickly spotted a golden-haired woman in a beige trench coat, distressed jeans, and ACAPI. In front of her were 3 hamburgers, a cup of cola, a cup of juice, and 2 large bags of fries. She was already taking a bite of one hamburger, thoroughly engrossed and tapping her foot in delight. Florica, Yifan called, pulling Feng Yueying along as they approached and took a seat across from her. Ah, the blonde woman looked up, her face lighting up with joy as she recognized Yifan, scattering bits of bread in her excitement. Why, Yifan? Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for half an hour and couldn't resist starting without you. This blue thin mushroom burger is absolutely divine. Yifan was bewildered by her enthusiastic description of something he had never heard of before, as he typically did not eat hamburgers. He then introduced Feng Yueying. Allow me to introduce you. This is Feng Yueying, the sister of Feng Xiaowei, the patient you are to treat. Feng Yueying was scrutinizing Florica with great care. She noted that the woman possessed quite a distinctive appearance. Her features exuded the three-dimensional charm typical of Western women. A prominent nose, a pointed chin, and a pair of blue-brown eyes, making her a strikingly beautiful Caucasian who would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Hello, my name is Feng Yueying. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Leonida. She introduced herself, having inquired about the female doctor's name just before entering. However, unbeknownst to Feng Yueying, the somewhat disheveled woman, indulging in inexpensive Western fast food, was a towering figure in the medical field, one whom countless wealthy elites could only dream of meeting. Just call me Florica. Since you are Yifan's girlfriend, there's no need for formalities. Florica said, her mouth full of hamburger as she licked her lips. Feng Yueying's face flushed, casting a reproachful glance at the man, realizing he must have referred to her as such. When did she become his woman? Florica, I asked you to keep a low profile, not to dress like a homeless person. Do you really think that eating McDonald's could shield you from the press? Yifan shook his head. Do you think I wanted this? I had no idea I was so famous in Xia country, receiving a dozen appointment calls from people wanting to meet me. I had no time to deal with them. If it weren't for your call, I would still be in Rochester conducting my new research, Florica replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying furrowed her brows and whispered in Yifan's ear in Mandarin. Why didn't you tell me Florica is such a renowned doctor? I thought she was just an ordinary physician treating plant patients. Whether she is famous or not is irrelevant. Just consider her a close friend. We are all acquaintances here. No need for formality, Yifan reassured her. The wave of joy washed over Feng Yueying. If Florica was indeed a distinguished physician, it meant greater hope for her brother. Dr. Florica, have you reviewed my brother's medical records and information? How is his condition? Feng Yueying inquired. With her cheek stuffed, Florica replied indistinctly, not very good, but there is still a chance I will know more after conducting examinations with the latest scientific methods. So the information you provided is not particularly significant. Does that mean we need to take my brother to the United States immediately? Feng Yueying asked. Yes, I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. And Feng Xiaowei must be sent to our hospital within a week, Florica confirmed. Feng Yueying hesitated before asking, what are the requirements regarding medical fees? Florica responded, considering Yifan's connections, I will charge a symbolic minimum fee. Perhaps, before she could finish, Yifan interjected, $100,000? That sounds about right. Florica's face turned pale, her hand trembling with the hamburger. 100,000. That is so inexpensive. Feng Yueying exclaimed. Why? Yifan, smiling, looked at Florica and began speaking in a Romanian dialect that Feng Yueying could not comprehend. Are you really daring to charge me for my brother-in-law's medical fees? Do you want the Mayo Clinic to be blown to pieces? Florica swallowed hard, disheartened, and replied in Romanian, $1 million is the lowest price. I charge 500,000 just to treat a cold for a Saudi prince. You are a person of immense wealth. Not to pay such a small sum is rather unreasonable. Spare me the theatrics. You are not short on money, and I currently have none on me. All my previous funds are abroad, so don't even think about asking me for money, Yifan said, maintaining a jovial demeanor. Yet his words carried a strong undertone of intimidation. Florica, feeling frustrated, muttered, all right, since you're a prince and my elder, consider this a wedding gift for you and Miss Feng. Now that sounds more appropriate, Yifan smirked. Thinking this madwoman was foolishly hoping to profit from him, Feng Yueying, having overheard their rapid exchange, was puzzled. What are you two discussing? Is it really 100,000? Did I misunderstand? Florica clarified, it's indeed 100,000. Thanks to significant subsidies from our center, Miss Feng, you need not worry too much about the cost. Then what language were you using earlier? Did you intentionally lower the price for my sake? That would make me feel quite guilty. Feng Yueying frowned. Oh, it was Romanian. I was discussing a personal matter with her regarding her teacher, unrelated to our financial discussion. Besides, must doctors always prioritize money? It's their vocation? Yifan chuckled. Though Florica felt a twinge of guilt, she added, Yes, Miss Feng, please don't concern yourself too much with financial matters. Despite Feng Yueying's suspicion that the situation was not as simple as presented, Florica remained adamant about the 100,000 fee, leaving her with little room to argue. Who would have thought you speak not only English and French but also Romanian? How many languages do you actually know? Feng Yueying pondered, increasingly intrigued by the mysterious identity of the man before her, who not only spoke multiple languages but also knew such an impressive doctor. Chapter 0083. How old are you? Yifan replied vaguely. I am not quite sure. I've never counted. Language is merely a tool, akin to having several wrenches or screwdrivers. It's nothing particularly special. Feng Yueying shot him an admonishing glance, realizing he was unwilling to elaborate further on the subject. So she refrained from pressing him. However, with the thought that Florica would soon be treating her brother in the United States, Feng Yueying felt it necessary to learn more about the esteemed physician. Dr. Florica, you appear so youthful. If I encountered you on the street, I would never guess you are already an accomplished physician. You must be one of the bright young talents in medical school. Feng Yueying sincerely remarked. Coughing slightly on her soda, Yifan choked as he heard this. Florica, upon hearing the compliment, beamed with delight. Is that so? Then guess how old I am, to further aid Feng Yueying's estimation. Florica removed her cap, letting her golden hair cascade down. Her skin was fair and taut, with fine pores, devoid of the roughness characteristic of many Western women. I guess 30? Feng Yueying ventured, assuming Westerners typically appeared a bit older. Florica burst into laughter, delightedly telling Yifan, Yifan, your girlfriend thinks I'm 30. She truly is an adorable young lady. Feng Yueying felt a flicker of confusion. Yifan, what is going on? Did I guess wrong? Understanding her bewilderment, Yifan replied, she is actually 63. What? Feng Yueying exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby, who thought something significant had occurred. The woman covered her mouth in shock, looking at Florica, incredulous that the seemingly 30-something beauty before her was actually in her 60s. Don't envy me. If you had professional medical knowledge and advanced skincare methods, you could look like me. Of course, one must also be quite wealthy, Yifan remarked. Florica added, my research primarily focuses on extending human life. So looking a bit younger is not particularly challenging for me. Even with Florica's explanation, Feng Yueying still found it hard to believe. As a woman herself, she felt a pang of envy. Realizing that the doctor before her was actually an elderly lady made Feng Yueying feel slightly more reserved, yet reassured, knowing that she was dealing with an experienced physician. After finishing their meal at McDonald's, the trio bid farewell to Florica, arranging for her to visit Feng Yueying the following morning to examine Feng Shaohui. As Feng Yueying drove Yifan back to Bailu County, her emotions were mixed, stealing glances at Yifan along the way. Though your boyfriend is quite handsome, there's no need to keep staring. Yifan teased. Humph, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet, Feng Yueying retorted. Your denial is futile. You've already tacitly accepted it in your heart, Yifan replied with a mischievous grin. Feng Yueying bit her lip, her cheeks warming, then said, Yifan, thank you. No need for thanks. When are you going to cook for me? Yifan winked, inquiring. Feng Yueying chuckled. How about this weekend? You can come to my house, and we can go grocery shopping together to prepare a meal. Deal, Yifan thought to himself, feeling delighted at the prospect of spending time alone with her and engaging in activities that would bring them closer. Yet, after her smile faded, Feng Yueying appeared lost in thought, a shadow of unshakable worry gathering in her eyes. Why, Yifan? Puzzled, asked, Ying, do you have something on your mind? Are you worried about your brother going to the United States? Feng Yueying shook her head, forcing a smile. No, it's not that. Dr. Florica seems unconventional, but I can sense she is a responsible and excellent physician. It's just, when I saw her today, speaking with you in Romanian, I suddenly felt as if I could never truly enter your world. Yifan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feng Yueying would be so perceptive. He understood what she meant. Are you concerned about my past? He asked. It's not that I'm worried. It is just, I suddenly felt a sense of distance, Feng Yueying replied with a gentle smile. Yifan intended to offer her reassurance, to dispel her unfounded worries, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. The car was cruising down a straight road, approaching a traffic light intersection. Yet, a large truck suddenly disregarded the red light and barreled toward them. Feng Yueying's reaction was slightly delayed. She seemed not to grasp the severity of the situation. Yi Fan, however, instinctively sensed that this was no mere traffic violation. Ying, stop! Huh? Pull over quickly, Yi Fan shouted again, and only then did Feng Yueying realize the gravity of the situation, hastily attempting to reduce speed and steer the car to the side. But the truck accelerated abruptly, careening directly toward them. Feng Yueying screamed, her face paling in terror as her body froze in place. The imminent danger loomed, with the Audi mere moments away from a collision. Yi Fan's hand moved with lightning speed to unfasten Feng Yueying's seatbelt. With a swift motion, he flung open the car door and, cradling the woman in his arms, leaped from the vehicle in the blink of an eye. He stabilized his stance despite the car's lingering inertia. The truck driver, seemingly realizing that the pair had escaped the vehicle, abruptly altered the truck's trajectory, directing it straight toward the edge of the flower bed where they had just stood. Although darkness enveloped the night, the streetlights illuminated the scene, drawing the gaze of several onlookers who gasped in horror, fearing the worst. Feng Yueying, limp in Yi Fan's embrace, was blinded by the glaring lights and could hardly fathom the impending catastrophe. Her mind a blank slate. Yi Fan's gaze was razor-sharp, his demeanor remarkably composed in that fleeting moment. While holding the woman, he executed a lateral shift and, with one hand, pushed against the side of the truck's front. Astonishingly, this maneuver lifted the 6 or 7-ton vehicle's tires off the ground. A resounding crash echoed, leading the crowd to believe that the truck would surely crush the ill-fated couple, leaving them lifeless on the street. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, the truck not only missed them but also flipped sideways, colliding with the flower bed and crumpling upon impact. Feng Yueying heard a deafening bang followed by a rush of wind. But when she cautiously raised her head, she found Yi Fan gazing at her with a gentle expression. "It's all right. I'm here," he smiled reassuringly. Her eyes welled with tears, her delicate frame trembling as she struggled to contain her emotions, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of their near escape. Chapter 0084. Why didn't you answer the phone? A crowd of onlookers gathered, murmuring in astonishment, for they had distinctly witnessed the truck's approach, yet it seemed as if a mirage had unfolded before them. Leaving the couple unscathed, Yi Fan comforted Feng Yueying with a tender embrace before approaching the mangled truck, wrenching open its twisted door. Inside, the driver lay lifeless, bloodied, with what appeared to be a broken rib piercing his internal organs. Observing the man's physique and hands, Yi Fan discerned that he was a trained assassin, marked by the telltale signs of firearms usage. An assassin? Yi Fan muttered, pondering the identity of those who would seek to eliminate him. After all, if the intent was to kill Feng Yueying, it would have been far simpler to do so when she was alone. At that moment, a passerby rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Brother, are you all right?" That driver had it coming. Who drives like that? We should call the police right away. That couple is truly fortunate to have escaped. The crowd presumed it was merely a routine traffic accident. Yi Fan, however, was unconcerned with the possibility of police involvement, as a far more dire scenario weighed heavily on his mind. If this was an assassination orchestrated by the Zhang family, the stakes were perilously high, especially since Su Qingxue was likely alone at that moment. The Zhang family had been outmaneuvered by Su Qingxue, resulting in their acquisition of Feek and a catastrophic plunge in stock prices, cornering them into a desperate position. In such a precarious situation, it was entirely plausible that they would resort to hiring an assassin. With this thought racing through his mind, Yi Fan felt an urgent sense of dread. He quickly retrieved his phone to call Su Qingxue. But after 2 attempts, he was met with silence. Anxiety surged within him. Had he truly left her unprotected for just 1 day, and now trouble had befallen her? Without hesitation, he dialed the number for the Bailu residence. And Aunt Zhang answered. "Hello, Yi Fan, what is it?" she asked. "Has the young lady returned?" Yi Fan inquired hastily. She called earlier saying she had to work late, so she hasn't come back yet. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Fan, and he ended the call abruptly, rushing back to Feng Yueying. "Ying, you need to take a cab home. I have to get back to the company," he urged. Feng Yueying's Audi, having collided with the roadside, was rendered nearly unusable. Yet, in that moment, her concern for the car paled in comparison to her worry for Su Qingxue. Could it be that Su is in danger? Yi Fan nodded without elaborating. Turning and sprinting toward the company as he dashed through the night, his silhouette flickered like a shadow across the streets and alleys, occasionally leaping onto rooftops and ledges. He made a beeline for the Jinxiu building, where he encountered the security captain, Jiang Chao. Grabbing him by the collar, Yi Fan demanded, "Has Su left for the day?" Startled, Jiang Chao stammered, I don't think so. She might still be working late. Aren't you her assistant? Yi Fan, agitated, bolted for the elevator. Upon reaching the 66th floor, he raced to Su Qingshue's office, bursting through the door. The lights blazed brightly as Su Qingxue, diligently working with a pen in hand, looked up in irritation at the sudden commotion. What now? Didn't I tell you to leave? She snapped. Yi Fan, seemingly unfazed by her annoyance, approached her desk with a grave expression. He picked up her phone, noticing 2 missed calls, both from him. Why didn't you answer? He asked, his voice low and piercing as he locked his gaze onto her. In that moment, Su Qingxue sensed an unusual intensity radiating from him, akin to a once docile cat transforming into a fierce tiger. Her defiance surged and she huffed. I didn't want to answer. Do I need a reason? You're truly obstinate, aren't you? Yi Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Su Qingxue felt a twinge of guilt but shot back defiantly. If you have something to say, just say it. What's with the sarcasm? Is it illegal not to answer your calls? Yi Fan's expression morphed into a peculiar grin as he stepped closer, feeling increasingly uneasy. Su Qingxue stammered. What are you doing? Without answering, Yi Fan swiftly scooped her up from her chair and flipped her, positioning her over the desk. Are you insane? Stop, she exclaimed, her face pale with shock. Undeterred, Yi Fan pressed her down firmly, and the sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Stunned, Su Qingxue widened her round eyes, immobilized in disbelief. Why, Yi Fan? Are you out of your mind? I'll fire you. I'll dock your pay. Recovering from her shock, she began to thrash wildly, her face flushed with rage. Yet Yi Fan remained unfazed. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. She had never experienced such treatment before. Why, Yi Fan paused, asking, Now, will you answer the phone in the future? Su Qingxue pursed her lips tightly, refusing to respond. With another resounding slap, she winced, nearly on the verge of tears, but her pride prevented her from conceding. You'd better kill me, or I swear you'll regret this, she defiantly declared. The sheer audacity of his actions over a missed call left her feeling utterly wronged. This was an unforgivable affront. Yi Fan, exasperated, shook his head. Do you really think this is just about answering a phone call? Having vented some of his frustration, he released Su Qingxue. Instantly, she sprang up, ready to unleash her fury upon him, branding him a pervert and a sadist. What is so impressive about hitting a woman? Is there more to this than just a missed call? At that moment, Su Qingxue's phone rang, interrupting her tirade. Chapter 0085. Are you jealous? As Su Qingxue prepared to continue her tirade and contemplate firing him, she noticed the caller ID displayed Feng Yueying's name and reluctantly answered. Senior, what's the matter? She inquired, still accustomed to addressing Feng Yueying as senior in private conversations. Oh, thank heavens, Su. I'm relieved to hear you're okay. Has Yi Fan come to see you? Feng Yueying's voice carried a note of urgency. What do you mean okay? What happened? Su Qingxue's heart raced as she exchanged a confused glance with Yi Fan. Feng Yueying explained. I just dropped Yi Fan off and on our way. A truck almost hit us. Why Yi Fan suspects it was an assassination attempt by the Zheng family, which is why he rushed back to find you. By the way, why didn't you answer your phone? We were worried sick when he couldn't reach you. Su Qingxue stood frozen, her gaze fixated on Yi Fan, the realization hitting her like a tidal wave. The anger she had felt moments ago dissipated, replaced by a mixture of shyness and guilt, along with an inexplicable sweetness and joy. No wonder he was so upset. It all made sense now. Senior, are you all right? What happened over there? Su Qingxue steadied her thoughts and asked. Feng Yueying sighed. The car is wrecked, but thankfully, we're unharmed. Yi Fan managed to get me out just in time. The truck driver is dead. I was nearly terrified to the point of fainting. It was truly dreadful. If these are indeed assassins sent by the Zheng family, then, President Su, you must exercise extreme caution. Su Qingxue acknowledged this, but soon afterward, a perplexing thought crossed her mind. Senior sister, why did you escort Yi Fan home? Are you two quite familiar with each other? Su Qingxue inquired. Feng Yueying hesitated, her response somewhat vague and sluggish. We are just friends, we had dinner together, and I simply saw him home. Oh, I see. Su Qingxue did not press further. She could already discern certain underlying truths, a hint of intrigue flickering in her gaze. Naturally, Yi Fan had overheard their conversation and couldn't help but reflect on how Feng Yueying was unable to keep any secrets when it came to Su Qingxue. After concluding the call, when Su Qingxue turned her attention back to Yi Fan, it was evident that the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. Yi Fan then smiled and asked, President Su, are you planning to dismiss me? Su Qingxue cleared her throat a couple of times, brushing her hair back, her exquisitely refined visage tinged with a faint blush. "Given your unwavering loyalty, I shall spare you this time." The words she uttered lacked conviction even to her own ears. And she dared not meet his gaze directly, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. When a woman feels shy, it is as if she embodies the elegance of a pear blossom in the rain or the grace of a lotus adorned with dew. Reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, Wei Fan mused to himself. If only this girl could converse gracefully every day, refrain from throwing tantrums, and occasionally indulge him with her charms, she would undoubtedly be the ideal candidate for marriage. Setting aside all else, merely gazing at her could add years to one's life. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a fairy, a true feast for the eyes. Alas, her stubborn temperament, compounded by her occasional princess syndrome, made her quite the handful. Of course, as Yi Fan calmed down and reflected, the sensation of that earlier encounter was simply exquisite. If he could experience such moments frequently, he could tolerate her irritable demeanor. "Hey, what are you grinning foolishly about? Are you imagining something unsavory again?" Su Qingxue snapped irritably. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, chuckling. "No, I was merely pondering whether that assassin was sent by the Zheng family. Regardless of who sent them, we must remain vigilant. Once is likely to lead to twice, or even thrice," Su Qingxue stated. Yi Fan patted his chest, reassuring her. "Rest assured, as long as you keep me by your side, I guarantee your safety." Su Qingxue shot him a glance. "Who would trust you? Don't let it come to the point where you cannot protect yourself." "How could that be? I am the quintessential all-around boyfriend, accompanying you for meals, drinks, and leisure. I can meet your parents and cook in the kitchen. Safeguarding my girlfriend is child's play," Yi Fan declared. "Nonsense. I have work to do. You can just sit there and not bother me," Su Qingxue retorted sharply. Yi Fan replied. "What time is it? You still intend to work? Have you eaten dinner?" "I haven't eaten. I won't until I finish my work," Su Qingxue replied. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "Work can wait? But one must eat. If you continue like this, you'll risk stomach issues. Are you not tired of nagging? I already said I won't eat," Su Qingxue complained. Yi Fan raised his hand. "If you don't eat, do you believe I will strike you again? You dare?" Su Qingxue instinctively covered her skirt from behind, where it still ached slightly. After all, it was rather delicate, and this fellow showed no tenderness whatsoever. At this moment, she was certain her backside must be quite flushed. "Do you think I would refrain?" Yi Fan approached her step by step, wearing a mischievous grin. Su Qingxue found herself at a loss against the man. Honestly, she was somewhat afraid, and her stomach did indeed grumble with hunger. "Very well then, considering your conscience today, I shall go eat something," Su Qingxue relented. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. This woman insisted on putting on a facade. Yet he didn't mind as long as she obediently went to eat. After organizing their belongings, the two descended to the garage, where Yi Fan drove them to a nearby shopping mall. This late hour, it would be inappropriate to return home and have Aunt Jiang cook. Yi Fan intended to find a nearby restaurant for a meal. Upon entering the mall, Yi Fan asked the woman, "What do you feel like eating?" Su Qingxue glanced around but did not respond. Instead, she asked, "What did you and Minister Feng have for dinner?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. "How is that related to what you want to eat? Is it not permissible to ask? Why are you curious about that? Are you perhaps jealous?" Yi Fan teased. "Jealous of you? You big-headed fool." Su Qingxue bit her silver teeth and retorted, "I was simply trying to figure out what to eat." Yi Fan scratched his head, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a dessert shop called Yule. He clapped his hands in realization. "Right? Don't you love donuts? They seem to sell them there." "Donuts?" Upon hearing those three words, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up like light bulbs. She turned around and, indeed, saw a variety of pastries, including a selection of donuts in numerous flavors. Just as she was about to agree, Su Qingxue felt something was amiss. Upon reflection, she recalled how the last time the man had seen her eating donuts, he might think her foolish. What if he mocked her? She couldn't fall for his tricks. Thus, Su Qingxue cleared her throat and casually remarked, "Dinner consisting of donuts might not be the most appropriate choice." Chapter 0086. Do you think I'm a pig? Regardless of whether it is appropriate or not. As long as you enjoy eating, that is all that matters. Why overthink it? Yi Fan felt such considerations were unnecessary. Su Qingxue, unable to suppress her inner cravings, finally conceded. "Then, since it's your suggestion, I suppose I shall accept it, given your decent behavior today." All right, I shall treat you," Yi Fan said, bemused. "What kind of situation is this?" The two entered the dessert shop, and the moment the staff laid eyes on Su Qingxue's beauty, they seemed momentarily taken aback. However, They quickly regained their composure and warmly greeted, "Welcome. Please have a seat. What would you like to order?" Yifan pulled out a chair for Su Qingxue, and they both sat down. He then encouraged her. "You may order first." Su Qingxue glanced at the menu, hesitated, and finally said, "I would like 4 strawberry donuts and a cup of wintermelon tea with grass jelly." "Very well, miss." The staff noted her order and then inquired of Yifan, "And what would you like, sir?" Yifan secretly chuckled. This woman, who would devour 8 donuts in a single sitting at home, was only ordering 4, clearly out of concern for her donut-loving reputation. "I would like 8 donuts, 4 strawberry and 4 original flavor, along with a cup of bubble tea," Yifan stated. Su Qingxue was taken aback and stared at him in disbelief. The staff hesitated. "Are you two ordering 12 donuts? Would you like them packaged?" Yifan shook his head. "No, I have a big appetite. Just bring them out." "Oh, understood." The staff didn't question further, as it wasn't entirely unreasonable for a big man like Yifan to consume 7 or 8 donuts. Once the staff had left, Su Qingxue finally asked, "Do you also eat donuts?" Yifan replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll only eat 4 of the original flavor. The rest are all yours. I only need 4, Su Qingxue said, her voice lacking confidence. Why? Yifan shrugged. "Once you're full, I'll eat whatever is left. I can manage." Su Qingxue nodded. After being heated, the donuts were served, 8 pink strawberry ones and 4 golden original ones. By this time, Su Qingxue was absolutely famished. She didn't care how Yifan perceived her and immediately picked up a strawberry donut. Taking a big bite, her expression radiated happiness and satisfaction, resembling a little girl. Yifan watched her with a smile, thinking that the sight of her enjoying donuts was even more exhilarating than his own smoking. "Are they really that delicious?" Yifan grabbed an original flavored donut, took a bite, and remarked, "I find them to be merely regular bread with frosting." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression turned serious, and she huffed, "Nonsense. Do you understand donuts?" Yifan was taken aback. "What is going on here? Did I say something wrong?" Su Qingxue took a bite, then pointed at the donut in her hand, saying, "Donuts are not just ordinary bread. A perfect donut has precise requirements for both its diameter and the diameter of its center hole. For instance, this shop's donuts have a diameter of 80 millimeters, with a 10-millimeter hole in the middle, achieving a delightful balance between softness and crispness, approaching the golden ratio. Those who prefer softer donuts should have smaller holes, while those who enjoy a crispy shell should have larger holes. There's a science to it. Moreover, the frosting on the donuts must be just right. Generally, between 5.5 to 6 grams is optimal. This shop clearly overdid it, but overall, they're still quite good." After finishing her explanation, Su Qingxue took another big bite. And by the third bite, she had devoured the entire donut. Yifan stared at her in astonishment. "You really are quite the donut connoisseur." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. She had no time to waste on Yifan and continued to grab another donut. In the end, all 8 strawberry donuts were consumed by Su Qingxue, leaving Yifan with just the 4 original ones, which was just right. As they exited the dessert shop, Su Qingxue's cheeks were aglow. Clearly in high spirits, Yifan mused to himself, who would have thought this woman could be so easily pleased, becoming so happy over a few donuts. "Are we heading straight home, or shall we stroll around the mall a bit?" Yifan asked as they left the shop. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before casually replying, "Whatever to." Yifan thought to himself, since they had the rare opportunity to visit the mall together, he might as well take her for a walk, considering she likely rarely had the chance to do so. Once they returned home, it would surely be all about work. "Let us take a stroll and see if there's anything delicious to buy," Yifan suggested. "Do you take me for a fool? Eating again?" Su Qingxue pouted slightly, feeling that her image had likely been tarnished by the donut. Yifan couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the amusing expression on the woman's face. Yet he managed to hold it in and said, "I intended to buy some for Aunt Jiang." "What were you thinking?" "Oh," Su Qingxue sighed in relief, realizing the situation, and remarked, "Aunt Jiang enjoys candied chestnuts." "All right, I recall there's a shop downstairs. We can pick some up on our way back," Yifan replied. Su Qingxue smiled and nodded, feeling much more relaxed after leaving the work environment. That smile caught Yifan off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Qingxue inquired, puzzled, wondering if she had some crumbs of sugar or frosting on her face. Yifan sincerely remarked, "I just think it would be wonderful if you could smile like that more often." Su Qingxue's expression stiffened, a blush creeping across her delicate features as she turned away, saying, "Why should I smile?" "You look beautiful when you do," Yifan replied. Su Qingxue flushed deeper, casting a playful glare at him. "If you keep saying such nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore." Yifan clicked his tongue. Deciding not to provoke her further, understanding that she was a bit shy. The two strolled side by side through the mall. Su Qingxue, being the workaholic she was, couldn't help but glance at various items related to her company, making the outing quite enjoyable. As they walked, conversation flowed naturally. After a while, Yifan could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, Qingxue, why do you love donuts so much? Is it simply because they taste good? Su Qingxue was engrossed in observing a display window when she heard the question. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, before my mother passed away, she raised me alone. We were quite poor, and she couldn't afford to provide me with many delicacies. Until one year on my 5th birthday, knowing I loved strawberries, she bought me a strawberry-flavored donut to serve as my birthday cake. I found it so delicious that I kept asking for more, but my mother didn't have much money, so she promised to get me another one for my birthday the following year. When my 6th birthday came, she indeed bought me another donut. I had thought I would get to enjoy one for my 7th birthday too, but she left me 3 days before my birthday. Chapter 87. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yifan was taken aback, realizing that such a poignant memory was the reason behind the woman's affection for donuts. For her, the strawberry-flavored treat likely represented a cherished recollection of her mother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up such a somber topic, Yifan said awkwardly. Su Qingxue shook her head. It's all in the past. You didn't mean any harm. Besides, I genuinely enjoy eating them. While I indulge, I can also reminisce about my mother, which is comforting in its own way. Why Yifan considered this, feeling reassured that at least Su Qingxue savored the sweetness of the donuts. And what about you? Su Qingxue hesitated before asking. What about me? Yifan responded, puzzled that I shared my mother's story. Can't you share something about your parents? For instance, I think of my mother when I eat donuts. When do you think of yours? Yifan fell silent, his mind swirling with thoughts as he ambled along. Su Qingxue assumed he was reluctant to speak and pouted slightly. If you don't want to share, that's fine. At that moment, Yifan suddenly replied, every day, every second, at any time. Even in my dreams, I think of my parents, especially my mother. Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable ache in her heart, as if something had twisted within her, evoking an urge to embrace him. Yet, she restrained herself and smiled, saying, you don't expect me to say I'm sorry, do you? Yifan chuckled heartily. Not at all. It's all in the past. We can think about it. But life must go on, right? Su Qingxue pursed her lips and nodded. Although she yearned to understand why mentioning his parents caused him such pain, she refrained from pressing further. After purchasing the candied chestnuts, they headed back. In the car. As they sat in the back seat, Su Qingxue received a call from Chenya. Chenya, how's the investigation going? Who does Dr. Leonidas want to meet? Su Qingxue inquired. President Su. You might find this hard to believe, and I think it's rather strange. What is it? Just tell me, Su Qingxue urged, frowning. Chenya took a deep breath before saying, I finally found out that Dr. Leonidas' schedule for tomorrow includes a visit to the Crescent Bay community to meet Minister Feng. What Feng? Su Qingxue began but suddenly realized. You mean Minister Feng Yueying? Yes. It seems she specifically came to Xia country to treat Minister Feng's brother. It's all quite bizarre, so I questioned whether I had misheard, Chenya explained. Su Qingxue sat in the car, dazed for a moment before saying, I'll make a call to confirm. I'll hang up now. You should rest early. Yes, President Su. After ending the call, Su Qingxue quickly dialed Feng Yueying's number. Feng Yueying, not having gone to bed early, answered in a gentle voice. President Su, is there something you need, senior sister? May I ask about someone? Su Qingxue inquired. Who? Feng Yueying asked, perplexed. Florella Leonidas, do you know who she is? Su Qingxue asked. Feng Yueying fell silent for a moment before suddenly realizing, President Su, Yifan must have told you about her. Right, of course, I know her. She's coming to my house tomorrow to treat my brother. Su Qingxue's hand trembled, almost dropping her phone. You truly know Dr. Leonidas? Feng Yueying cautiously replied. I just met her today. She's an old friend of Yifan's, and he asked her to help treat my brother. What? You mean, she was invited by Yifan? Su Qingxue was even more astonished, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at the man driving in front of her. Yifan had long since been amused, having intended to share this information with her anyway. It was a fortunate coincidence that she had asked. He turned his head back, giving a peace sign to indicate that it was indeed his doing. Su Qingxue felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Who exactly was this man? It was enough that he had the renowned master tailor, Eric, fawning over him. Now he had also managed to secure the attention of Dr. Leonidas, who was revered among the wealthy and elite. How did he manage to arrange this? Was it possible that Dr. Leonidas had met Yifan at a bar? Feng Yueying, noticing Su Qingxue's silence, asked, President Su, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking, senior sister? You really don't understand Dr. Leonidas's standing in the medical field. Su Qingxue asked, exasperated. Feng Yueying replied sheepishly, I was so shaken by that car accident today that I couldn't focus. I just took a hot bath to calm down, and I haven't had a chance to look it up yet. Then please do so. I'm hanging up now. Su Qingxue concluded the call. Taking a deep breath, she added, Why didn't you say this sooner? Yi Fan innocently turned to her. Beautiful lady, did you forget that I came into your office this afternoon to ask about your grandmother's condition? You were the one who sent me away. It's not that I didn't want to say anything. You? Su Qingxue suddenly recalled that she had indeed not given him the chance to explain, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, I didn't know you were acquainted with Dr. Leonidas. You could have clarified earlier. Now you regret it, don't you? Sometimes, you should temper that temper of yours. If you keep snapping at others, they might be afraid of you and hold a grudge, Yi Fan remarked. Su Qingxue wanted to retort but realized she still needed his help, so she held back and softly asked, Could you perhaps ask Dr. Leonidas to check on my grandmother as well? That's not solely up to me. Your grandmother has to agree to it as well, Yi Fan said. Don't worry, if Dr. Leonidas is willing, I will certainly drag my grandmother there, Su Qingxue declared earnestly. Why, Yi Fan smiled. I didn't expect you to be somewhat indifferent towards your father, but so devoted to your grandmother. Su Qingxue lowered her head and replied, I was adopted by the Su family when I was 10. The first person to welcome me at the door was my grandmother, was she who suggested to my grandfather to bring me into the Su family. So I would no longer be an orphan. I respect my grandfather for teaching me how to be a businessman and helping me find purpose and meaning in life. As for my grandmother, she is simply my grandmother. Apart from Aunt Jiang, she is the only one in the Su family who has treated me with pure kindness. When Tong Huijin scolded me during my childhood, it was my grandmother who stood up for me. It was also her unwavering support that allowed me to take on the role of president. If I could help my grandmother recover, I would be willing to spend any amount. Yi Fan nodded in understanding, feeling a twinge of envy, as he had no idea whether any of his grandparents were still alive, let alone having met them. I will speak to Florella about it. She will certainly oblige, given my standing, Yi Fan assured her. Yu Qingshua's face brightened, and she let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help but ask, How do you know Dr. Leonidas? Chapter 88. Who is he? Yi Fan concocted a reason, saying, We met at a bar, right? Su Qingxue interrupted him directly. Huh? How did you know that? Yi Fan chuckled. Your guess was spot on. Su Qingxue's anger flared. Do you really think I'm a fool? If you're going to come up with a lie, at least make it a decent one. Regardless, it is merely an acquaintance. There is no need for such elaborate justifications. She is simply assisting my grandmother with her medical needs. Is that not sufficient? It is my grandmother, not ours. Hee, regardless of the truth, we are still considered a couple. Are we not? Yi Fan chuckled mischievously. Yu Qingxue rolled her eyes. This man always seeks to take advantage. However, given his substantial assistance, she decided to endure his antics for the time being in a villa within Huahai City. The first-floor living room was dimly lit. At an elongated oval table sat a robust man, indulging himself in drink. He was none other than the leader of the Iron Lock Gang, Yu Hanlong. You mean to say, our men drove into a flower bed themselves, ended up dead, and yet the target remains unharmed? Yu Hanlong inhaled the aroma of the Maotai liquor in his cup and downed it in one gulp. The bespectacled man standing across the table trembled, cautiously nodding. Yes, indeed, boss, it is quite eerie. Logically, they should have been killed in the collision. Indeed, a truck colliding head-on with a sedan, and yet the occupants emerged unscathed. What a performance! Yu Hanlong laughed heartily, though his expression darkened suddenly in a fit of rage. He hurled his glass at the bespectacled man. Bang! The man cried out in anguish as his glasses shattered. The pain radiating from his forehead, he quickly fell to the ground, pleading, Please spare me, boss. I promise to select someone more cunning and experienced this time. We can poison him. He will surely perish. Yu Hanlong picked up the bottle and gulped down a few swigs, his face contorting with malice. No need for that. It would only alert the authorities. If we fail again, it could attract unwanted attention. I've heard that a team from Dragon Tooth has arrived. We must maintain a low profile in Huahai for the time being. Dragon Tooth? Is that not the subordinate unit of the enigmatic Dragon Soul Brigade? Is that organization real? The bespectacled man exclaimed in surprise. Why, Yu Hanlong cursed. What a foolish question. Do you think our government is merely nurturing a bunch of idle martial artists? Do not underestimate Dragon Tooth. Even as a subordinate organization of Dragon Soul, each member possesses extraordinary skills. I do not wish for any disturbances before we finalize our dealings with the jungle arms dealer. The bespectacled man nodded obediently. Yes, I shall heed your commands. Yifan, humph. You have thwarted my Yu Hanlong's plans. You will eventually pay for it. Why, Yu Hanlong sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The following day, Yifan recalled that he was to accompany Du Yuner to a gathering of companions from the welfare home. Thus, he requested leave from Su Qingxue bright and early, knowing he would not be able to join her after work. However, Su Qingxue was preoccupied, as she intended to return to her hometown to bring her grandmother. By Shuqin, back to Huahai. Following Yifan's cordial invitation, Luo Aoni had agreed to examine Bai Shuqin's pancreatic cancer the next day, leaving Su Qingxue with only a single day to prepare. As Yu Qingxue found it perplexing to comprehend the vast social circles Yifan navigated and the caliber of his friends. Yet, she resolved to gradually uncover the truth, for Yifan was reticent to divulge much. Fortunately, Su Qingxue had a strong character. The more Yifan withheld information, the more determined she became to uncover the underlying circumstances. Meanwhile, with both Su Qingxue and Feng Yueying absent from the office for the entire day, Yifan found the atmosphere considerably dull, apart from exchanging banter with Su Lingshan during lunch. Indeed, more beautiful company would have made the day more enjoyable, he mused. In the afternoon, Yifan left work early and arrived at the entrance of Huahai No. 1 High School. The school had officially commenced its term, and Yifan suddenly recalled that Mu was also in her final year there. However, due to time constraints, he regretted not being able to see how she fared at school. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed a graceful girl standing beneath a tall camphor tree. Dressed in a floral patterned dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, she possessed delicate features, a slender neck, and an air of simplicity and freshness. Brother Yifan, Du Yuner exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him, rushing over. I knew you would arrive soon. You are always so punctual. Yifan, with an appreciative gaze, remarked, Yuner, with just a little effort in your appearance. You resemble a supermodel. What a pity it would be for you to become a teacher. Is it truly beautiful? I bought this dress a while ago but hesitated to wear it, Du Yuner replied bashfully. It is not merely the dress. It is primarily your beauty, Yifan stated earnestly. A blush crept onto Du Yuner's cheeks, her heart soaring with sweetness. Brother Yifan, you flatter me. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Yifan laughed heartily, choosing not to tease the innocent girl further. They hailed a taxi and headed towards the predetermined gathering location. As a wealthy individual, Song Xinghe had certainly not booked an ordinary hotel or KTV venue for the gathering. Instead, they were headed to a renowned high-end club in Huahai, replete with entertainment options, the likes of which were exorbitantly priced, making it inaccessible to the average wage earner. Upon arriving at the club entrance, Yifan glanced up to see an elegant and exquisite sign reading Cloud Summit Club. While that in itself was unremarkable, the circular bronze emblem in the lower right corner of the sign caught Yifan off guard. What are you looking at, Brother Yifan? Du Yuner inquired. Nothing of consequence, Yifan replied with a smile. At that moment, he noticed a couple approaching the entrance. The woman was affectionately linked to the man. The man was clad in a Fendi short-sleeved shirt and donned a luxury watch, while the woman wore a Chanel low-cut dress, carrying a Hermes bag, her figure alluring and her appearance vibrant. Lu Shuangshuang? Du Yuner quickly recognized the woman. Duo Yuner? Lu Shuangshuang turned, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes, but she soon smiled. Oh my, you truly are the little fairy among our companions. You are becoming more and more beautiful. As for the Fendi-clad man, upon seeing Du Yuner, his eyes sparkled with interest, making it difficult for him to divert his gaze. Shuangshuang, is this Miss Du also a friend from the welfare home? Lu Shuangshuang asked, noticing the look in her partner's eyes, feeling a surge of jealousy. Yes, her name is Du Yuner. Yuner. This is my fiancé, Chai Hao. Fiancé? Du Yuner, not sensing any underlying connotation, genuinely congratulated Lu Shuangshuang. Congratulations, you are about to get married. My Chai Hao is the heir to Hongxing Electronics. Although he cannot compare to the likes of Song Gu, he is still a small business owner with assets in the billions. It is truly fate that brought us together. Lu Shuangshuang said casually, tossing her hair back. It was only at this moment that Lu Shuangshuang glanced at Yifan. Who is he? I don't believe we have met at our gathering. This is Brother Yifan. He simply hadn't attended the previous gatherings. This time, he is free, so I brought him along, Du Yuner cheerfully explained. Why Yifan? Lu Shuangshuang recalled. Oh, I remember now. I didn't realize. I thought you had returned from overseas. Why didn't you come before? You must be doing well. Yifan had actually forgotten who Lu Shuangshuang was, vaguely recalling her as quite the loud girl. With a smile, he replied, You see, the previous gatherings were either in winter or summer. And I was busy repairing air conditioners, so I couldn't attend. Repairing air conditioners? Are you a repairman? Lu Shuangshuang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Yifan nodded, offering no further explanation, thinking that in a couple of months, he might indeed find himself in that role again. Lu Shuangshuang laughed heartily, her demeanor animated. I've never heard of a returnee becoming a repairman. Are you joking? How absurd. How could someone be so foolish? Oh dear, I apologize if I was too blunt, she giggled. Chai Hao, smirking disdainfully, chimed in, Shuang, you shouldn't mock him. Someone has to repair air conditioners. Otherwise, if ours breaks down, are we to fix it ourselves? Indeed, darling, you are so clever. Lu Shuang laughed even more. Du Yuner, feeling somewhat displeased, wanted to say something but was abruptly stopped by Yifan's hand. Yifan smiled at her, shaking his head to indicate that she should not engage in an argument. Arguing with such individuals is futile. It suffices to recognize their true nature, he thought. After Chai Hao and Lu Shuang entered the club, Du Yuner fumed. How can Lu Shuang behave like that? We are all orphans. Why mock each other? Yuner, you are too naive. You may consider them companions, but when you return to the welfare home each month to wash clothes, cook, and clean, how many of them have ever offered to help you? Yifan posed a question. Du Yuner's eyes dimmed momentarily. Indeed, few orphans, once grown, return to visit directly, let alone volunteer. Society operates thus. For many, aside from wealth, it is merely about fame and reputation. Go them. The experience at the welfare home is a source of shame, an obstacle in their path. If not for Song Xinghe's current status as a wealthy man, do you think they would attend gatherings like this? Certainly not, Yifan said with a shake of his head. Du Yuner listened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, softly stating, hearing you say this makes me wish to avoid entering. Yifan chuckled gently. Now that we are here, if you do not go in, they will say you are unsociable and pretending to be aloof. Besides, they are merely seeking a better life. They are not inherently bad people. Do not overthink it, just focus on being happy. Finally, Du Yuner managed a faint smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yifan. Brother Yifan, I find your thought so mature. Being with you always allows me to learn so much. Do you admire me? Well then how about calling me big brother? A kiss would be even better, Yifan jested, pointing to his cheek. Du Yuner chuckled softly, casting him a sidelong glance before adopting a playful demeanor. All right, I'm famished. Let's go eat. Yifan, smiling, was about to accompany the girl into the club when he sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. He instinctively glanced over his shoulder and, at a distance, spotted a white Bentley Mulsanne parked in a VIP spot. Due to the tinted windows, the identity of the occupant remained concealed. Yifan, what's wrong? Du Yuner inquired, noticing the man standing still. Oh, it's nothing. It seems someone is staring at me because of my handsome looks, Yifan replied with a smirk. Du Yuner playfully hit him, shaking her head with a smile, exclaiming that men were truly incorrigible. Following the server, the two entered an elegantly decorated private room, infused with exotic charm, where a table was already filled with a lively mix of men and women. Among those present, Chai Hao and Lu Shuang were engaged in conversation with others. A tall man, over 6 feet, with neatly styled hair and a commanding presence, stood up from the host's seat, warmly welcoming Du Yuner. Brother Song, Du Yuner greeted politely with a smile. Song Xinghe's gaze lingered on the girl, fervent and intense, for several seconds before shifting to Yifan. Yifan? It was then that Yifan recognized this was the grown-up Song Xinghe. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing Song Xinghe's stature and gait. How peculiar. This fellow is quite adept at concealing himself. Though Yifan gleaned various insights, he deemed Song Xinghe's affairs to be of little concern to him. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. Thus, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, greeting him with a smile. Long time no see, Xinghe. In their childhood, they had shared a close bond due to Du Yuner, creating many unforgettable memories, hence the familiarity in their address. Song Xinghe smiled faintly and extended his hand for a shake. Touching Song Xinghe's hand only reinforced some of Yifan's suspicions. After years apart, it was indeed difficult to recognize him. Come, let's all sit down. There's no need for formality, Song Xinghe said, exuding the demeanor of a successful individual. Once seated, Lu Shuang began to speak with an air of mystery. Guess what the little tyrant Yifan from back in the day is doing now? Yifan had earned the moniker Little Tyrant in the orphanage due to his fierce demeanor, often intimidating even older children. Given his attire, he must be doing quite well, right? I heard from Yuner that he returned from overseas. Chimed in a short-haired woman named Gu Jiangyan. Indeed, with how busy Yifan was before, he must have made a fortune, speculated another man named Lai Xiaoxiu. Lu Shuangshuang laughed heartily. He's an air conditioning repairman. Of course, he's busy in summer and winter. What? The entire assembly stared at Yifan in shock. Although some among them were not thriving, they still held relatively respectable jobs. Sharing a common background of being orphaned, they naturally compared their fortunes, and those struggling would refrain from attending to preserve their dignity. Upon hearing that Yifan was merely an air conditioning repairman, the expressions of the attendees turned notably colder. Some tinged with disdain, Du Yuner, feeling uncomfortable, coldly remarked, "There's nothing shameful about Yifan repairing appliances. He's not stealing or robbing." Lu Shuangshuang retorted, "Yuner, we're not mocking Yifan. It's just surprising that the little tyrant from the orphanage hasn't made much of himself. It's rather regrettable. Haha, once you step into society, what use is fighting? It's all about intelligence." Lai Xiaoxiu adjusted his glasses. "Your words suggest that you think Yifan is foolish," Gu Jiangyin interjected with a chuckle. Laughter erupted, as if Yifan had become a mere jester for their amusement.